members. As of now, Tejasvi Yadav is in London. He is traveling to London a couple of days back. He and his wife went to London for a vacation, and we'll have to wait and watch during the course of the day what kind of evidence the CBI recovers, because all these cases are ongoing, and if at all they recover any fresh evidences, because there have been many documents that the CBI wants to club the pieces together pertaining to the IRCT scam, jobs for land scam, and various other cases pertaining to money laundering. And Lalu Yadav was already convicted in various scams related to the fodder scam, is out on bail. Recently he got bail last month itself, and is out on bail from the Birsa Munda jail in Ranchi. Specifically, Lalu Yadav has not been keeping well for the past couple of years, as he's facing multiple ailments. So CBI raids being conducted at 15 different locations in Patna and in different parts of the country. And remember, 5 years ago, the CBI had confiscated and seized many properties of Lalu Yadav, for which the battle of the Yadav family is still ongoing in the courts in Delhi as well as in Patna, especially the Patiala court in Delhi.
Yes.
Back to you.
Prakash, stay with us just to apprise our viewers of all the developments that have happened over the past few hours. What we know so far is that the CBI is carrying out pan-India raids at Lalu Prasad Yadav as well as his daughter's premises. And the latest what we know is that these searches are being carried out for the past few hours, and that we are also being told that these could be related to several scams. Remember, as Prakash had just pointed out, that 5 years back as well, CBI had confiscated several properties belonging to Lalu Prasad Yadav, and the legal battle for those properties still rages on. And significant to note here that Lalu Prasad Yadav has of course been convicted in several scams, as was mentioned by Prakash. So yes, that is a developing story, and all eyes on what really happens next from here on as the CBI continues to raid several locations. 15 locations to be precise are being raided across the country of Lalu Prasad as well as his daughter's premises. Well, Prakash, if you're still with us, if any more information you're picking up from your sources, the latest on the searches being carried out across the country.
Well, that is the information as of now. CBI is conducting raids, and as we all know, that there are different cases that are ongoing, and the CBI is very close to concluding the case as far as the charge sheet is also concerned, because it was filed during that time. So the CBI would be wanting more evidences, and we'll have to wait and watch as to whether is there any other fresh cases that is involved. But the Yadav family has been out of power for quite some time, and it will pertain to specifically the IRCT scam, the jobs for land scam, and the gift scam that took place pertaining to the poor farmers gifting plots of land to Lalu Yadav, Rabri Devi, Misha Bharti, Tejasvi Yadav, Tej Pratap Yadav. And Republic TV had covered all these stories in a big way in 2017 that led to the fall of the Lalu and Nitish Kumar alliance in 2017.
Right, Prakash, this is Rukma here taking over from Samiksha. And when we talk about the many scams, the fodder scam itself, many parts to it as well. The scam in which he's been released on bail. Take us through that first.
Lalu Yadav and Lalu Yadav as Chief Minister of Bihar was involved in several cases pertaining to fodder scam, 6 cases of fodder scam in which 5 of them he's been convicted, and now that he's out on bail, in one of the cases pertaining to the Doranda treasury, and this barely got last month itself. Lalu Yadav is suffering several ailments and has not been keeping well as of now. And his son, Tejasvi Yadav, is donning the role of the leadership as far as the RJD is concerned. Tejasvi Yadav, as of now, is in London as the CBI conducts its raid in the premises of Lalu Yadav and his family members across 15 different locations. Remember, 5 years ago, also the CBI had conducted the similar kind of raids across different locations in India, specifically Patna, Delhi, Kolkata, Ranchi, Haryana. So, and they had unearthed many documents pertaining to the IRCTC as well as Land for Jobs scam. And thereafter, a case was registered, and IRCT scam is still ongoing in the Patiala court in Delhi. And sources in the CBI say that it's an open and shut case. Maybe the CBI would want to garner more evidence pertaining to this, as a result of which these raids are taking place. We'll have to wait and watch as to what kind of action is taken against the Lalu family members in these particular cases. So as the day unfolds, we'll bring you more information.
It's very interesting, Prakash. Right, it's very interesting, Prakash, that each of these scams, they include not only Lalu Yadav as a perpetrator, but his various members of his family as well. Well, politically, we've seen how he rose to power, and the kind of lawlessness that Bihar became famous for, notorious should we say, for during his tenure.
Yes, it was termed as the Jungle Raj by the Patna High Court, and during those period, it was rampant corruption, lawlessness for sure. And Lalu Yadav lost his seat of power as well to Nitish Kumar in 2005, specifically due to the fodder scam. And these cases are specifically related to the tenure between 2004 to 2009, when Lalu Yadav was Railways Minister, and all these corruption took place in that period of time, specifically the IRCT scam and the Land for Jobs scam, and various other scams in the Railway Ministry, and companies were formed, and the shareholdings were apparently abnormally transferred in the name of the kith and kin of Lalu Yadav family members, especially.
Right. And well, another piece of breaking news coming in right now. Azam Khan walks out of jail. After 2 years in prison, Azam Khan, SP strongman, Samajwadi Party strongman, is getting released from jail. He's spent nearly 27 months in an alleged cheating case, and he's being released from Sitapur jail. Those are visuals there we are getting you on Republic TV. The 20th of May, very significant not only for Azam Khan himself, but for the Samajwadi Party, who has been, Azam Khan has been issued interim bail by the Supreme Court. And after that, the Rampur court issued the order for his release. And he's being released as soon as the Sitapur jail opened today. Visuals of SP leader Azam Khan being released from Sitapur jail after nearly 27 months of incarceration in an alleged cheating case. On Thursday, the top court had granted him interim bail in the cheating case. And our reporter Sumit is on this story. Sumit, well, we are seeing those visuals there. Very significant And Azam Khan getting released from Sitapur jail. It's interim bail, however.
हेलो मैम, ये जो सीतापुर में आजम
Sumit, if you can hear me.
काम किए गए हैं।
सुमित, क्या है लेटेस्ट अपडेट? हम देख रहे हैं आजम खान बीइंग रिलीज फ्रॉम सीतापुर जेल, एसपी लीडर Azam Khan out of jail after more than 2 years.
सब मीडिया के लोग इनका सवाल जवाब करना चाह रहे हैं, लेकिन वो अपने गाड़ी का शीशा बंद किए हुए हैं। ये फ्लीट सीधे सीतापुर से रामपुर जिले को जाएगी। वहां पे उनके समर्थकों ने एक उत्साह देखा जा रहा है। पिछले 27 महीनों से सीतापुर की जेल में आजम खान बंद थे। वो इसी गाड़ी में बैठे हुए हैं।
2 साल के बाद आजम खान जेल से निकले हैं।
आजम खान साहब इसी गाड़ी में बैठे हुए। सुरक्षा के पुख्ता इंतजाम प्रशासन ने किए हैं। आजम खान को लेने उनके दोनों बेटे और समाजवादी पार्टी के और नेता भी मौजूद हैं। शिवपाल यादव खुद यहाँ पे उनसे मिलने हुए आए हैं। उन्हीं की गाड़ी में बैठे हुए हैं। ये देखिए कितना भीड़ है। सुरक्षा के पुख्ता इंतजाम किए गए हैं। लाव लश्कर के साथ उनके समर्थक भी रामपुर से यहाँ आए हुए हैं। कोई अनहोनी ना हो जाए, इसलिए उनके समर्थकों को शहर के बाहर ही रोक दिया गया है।
So Azam Khan being released from Sitapur jail.
सुरक्षा के पुख्ता इंतजाम किए गए हैं। आजम खान जिंदाबाद के नारे भी यहाँ पर लगाए जा रहे हैं। आजम खान जिंदाबाद के नारे लगाए जा रहे हैं। उनके संस्थाओं में जोश है। ये देखिए, ये जो लोग आए हुए हैं वो सब रामपुर के हैं। रामपुर के समाजवादी पार्टी के नेता बताए जा रहे हैं। ये नेता जो है अपने नेता की रिहाई में शामिल होने आए हैं। आजम खान इसी इनेरा नेता गाड़ी में बैठे हुए हैं। सबसे पहले तस्वीरें आपको रिपब्लिक भारत दिखा रहा है। ये एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें जो आप लोग देख रहे हैं, वो सबसे पहले रिपब्लिक भारत आपको दिखा रहा है। इसी गाड़ी में समाजवादी पार्टी के जो कट्टर नेता आजम खान मौजूद हैं। उनको एक झलक पाने के लिए उनके समर्थकों में होड़ है। अब देखना यह है कि उनकी वे फ्लीट सीधे जाती है या इसी गाड़ी में उनके बेटे और शिवपाल यादव खुद बैठे हुए हैं। समर्थक उनके लाव लश्कर के साथ रामपुर से सीतापुर आए हैं अपने नेता का स्वागत करने के लिए, उनकी रिहाई में शामिल होने के लिए। सीतापुर के पुलिस ने जो है पुख्ता इंतजाम भी किए हुए हैं। आजम खान के देखिए, ये आजम और अब्दुल्ला खान जिंदाबाद के नारे भी यहाँ लगाए जा रहे हैं। आजम खान और अब्दुल्ला खान के देखिए, आजम खान फोन से कहीं बात भी कर रहे हैं। आउटसाइड में ये देखिए, आजम खान गाड़ी में आगे बैठे हुए हैं। वो किसी से फोन से बात कर रहे हैं, क्योंकि 27 महीने के बाद वो जेल से रिहा हुए हैं। तो जाहिर सी बात, उनमें एक खुशी का माहौल है। ये तस्वीरें जो आप देख रहे हैं वो सबसे पहले रिपब्लिक भारत में आप देख रहे हैं। ये गाड़ी जो देख रहे हैं आप, इसी गाड़ी में आगे की सीट पे आजम खान बैठे हुए हैं। वो अपने संगठनों से शीशा बंद करके ही अभिनंदन कर रहे हैं। जो प्रशासन ने जो सुरक्षा व्यवस्था का इंतजाम किए हैं, अभी वो गाड़ी का शीशा नहीं खोल रहे हैं। वो किसी से भी बात करना नहीं चाह रहे हैं। वो गाड़ी का शीशा बंद है। जेल से करीबन 100 मीटर की दूरी पे वो गाड़ी पहुंच चुकी है, लेकिन भीड़ इतनी है कि गाड़ी चल नहीं पा रही है। ये देखिए, वो प्लेट उनकी जाती हुई, उनके बाउंसर उनके लोगों को धक्का देते हुए शकल से दिखा दिया था। गाड़ी अब दूर चली गई है। अब गाड़ी से दूर चली गई, कंट्रोल के बाहर है। ठीक है सर।
So Azam Khan gets relief from the Supreme Court after around 27 months of being incarcerated. The Samajwadi Party leader is being released from jail today. And there you see the visuals of him being released from Sitapur jail. Our correspondent Sumit there on the ground covering the story, bringing you these visuals from outside Sitapur jail, and Azam Khan being released as soon as Sitapur jail was opened this morning.
अभी सीतापुर जेल से करीबन 10 मिनट पहले निकल चुके हैं और जैसा कि आपने अभी देखा कि जो एक्सक्लूसिव तस्वीरें थी वो आर भारत की टीम नेटवर्क ने आपको सबसे पहले दिखाया। आजम खान इन्हें क्रेटा गाड़ी से बैठ के आगे बैठे हुए थे। वो किसी से छूटने के बाद अपने घर में किसी से फोन से बात भी कर रहे थे। प्रशासन ने जो सुरक्षा के इंतजाम किए थे वो काफी पुख्ता थे। अब वो मौजूदा समय में आजम खान सीतापुर से निकल चुके हैं। उनकी फ्लाइट रामपुर पहुंचेगी अभी कुछ देर बाद। सुरक्षा के पुख्ता इंतजाम किए गए। चप्पे चप्पे पे चौराहे चौराहे पे सीतापुर की पुलिस लगाई गई है। आजम खान सीतापुर की जेल से बाहर निकल चुके हैं। यहाँ पे सुरक्षा व्यवस्था चाक चौबंद की गई थी। हर चौराहे पे ट्रैफिक के सिपाही और पुलिस के जवान तैनात किए गए थे ताकि इनकी सुरक्षा व्यवस्था में कोई चूक न हो और वो आसानी से यहाँ निकल सकें, क्योंकि उनकी लंबी काफी संख्या में रामपुर से उनके समर्थक यहाँ आए थे। कोई बवाल ये ना हो जाए इसको लेके भी प्रशासन काफी चुस्त था और प्रशासन ने उनकी चुस्ती फुस्ती को देखते प्रशासन ने चुस्ती फुस्ती दिखाते हुए भारी पर्याप्त मात्रा में यहाँ पुलिस बल तैनात किया था, क्योंकि आजम खान शहर से बाहर निकल चुके हैं। वो रामपुर पहुंचेंगे। उनके समर्थक सैकड़ों समर्थक सीतापुर आए हुए थे। उनके दोनों बेटे अब्दुल्ला और शिवपाल यादव, अंशु मलिक विधायक, तमाम जो प्रदेश के नेता थे वो भी आए हुए थे। लेकिन अफसोस की बात यह है कि समाजवादी पार्टी का कोई बड़ा नेता उनकी रिहाई के समय सीतापुर मौजूद नहीं था।
Well, SP leader Azam Khan leaving Sitapur jail after nearly 27 months in prison. Earlier, the Supreme Court had ordered his release from bail, his release from jail on an interim bail order, after which the Rampur court issued the order for his release. It's early morning. Sitapur jail has just opened and Republic Bharat there on the ground bringing you these visuals. The first visuals of the release of SP strongman Azam Khan. And as our reporter Sumit was just telling us, there to welcome him were his son Abdullah Azam along with Shivpal Yadav, various other SP MLAs, and among them Ashu Malik. And Azam Khan probably on his way to Rampur jail. To Rampur. Earlier, Azam Khan had told our reporters that he was very happy with the Supreme Court's order, and Abdullah Azam had said. Meanwhile, right now, as you can see in those visuals, Azam Khan being released from Sitapur jail after more than 2 years in prison. Azam Khan has been issued interim bail by the Supreme Court, after which the Rampur court issued the order for his release.
सत्ताईस महीने इसी जेल में आजम खान बंद थे, जो कि रामपुर से सांसद भी रहे, 10 बार विधायक भी रहे। कल देर रात उनका रिहाई का ऑर्डर सीतापुर जेल में आया है। उसके बाद आज सुबह वो सीतापुर की जेल, इसी जेल से वो रिहा हुए हैं। अभी कुछ देर पहले, कुछ क्षण पहले इसकी तस्वीरें आपने सबसे पहले रिपब्लिक नेटवर्क पर देखी हैं। उनकी रिहाई में शामिल होने लखनऊ से शिवपाल यादव खुद यहाँ मौजूद थे। अंशु मलिक जो विधायक है समाजवादी पार्टी के, वो भी यहाँ पे मौजूद थे। लेकिन अफसोस की बात, ये समाजवादी पार्टी के जो कट्टर नेता हैं वो उनमें से कोई मौजूद नहीं था। उनके समर्थक रामपुर से सीतापुर तो पहुंचे सैकड़ों की संख्या में सीतापुर पहुंचे, लेकिन उनको पुलिस ने जो है शहर के बाहर ही रोक दिया था ताकि कोई अव्यवस्था न हो। पुलिस ने सुरक्षा व्यवस्था को देखते हुए चप्पे चप्पे पर पुलिस तैनात कर रखी थी, जिसके बाद अभी कुछ क्षण पहले ही सीतापुर की इसी जेल से आजम खान रामपुर के लिए रवाना हुए हैं। उनकी सुरक्षा में आधा दर्जन सीओ, इंस्पेक्टर और तमाम पुलिसकर्मी उनके अपनी फ्लीट में लेते हुए रामपुर जाएंगे। अभी कुछ देर बाद वो रामपुर की सीमा में, कुछ घंटों बाद रामपुर की सीमा में पहुंचेंगे, जहां पर उनके कुछ समर्थकों से जब हमने बात की तो उन्होंने बताया कि वहां रामपुर जिले में एक उत्सव का माहौल है। उनके बड़े बेटे से बात की जो कि अभी तक राजनीति में नहीं है। उन्होंने कहा कि मैंने जब से मेरे पिताजी जेल में बंद थे 27 महीनों से, तब से मैंने नए कपड़े नहीं पहने हैं। जब आज उनकी रिहाई का कल रात में जब उनकी रिहाई का ऑर्डर आया, जब आज वो छूटे हैं तो मैं नए कपड़े पहन के आया हूँ। आज उत्सव का माहौल है रामपुर में। रामपुर के उनके जो समर्थक आए थे, उनमें बेहद खुशी का माहौल था। पुलिस यहाँ सीतापुर के एसपी ने जो है सुरक्षा के पुख्ता इंतजाम किए थे। चौराहे पे चेकिंग हो रही थी ताकि कोई भी बाहरी व्यक्ति सीतापुर की जेल परिसर में ना शामिल हो सके, ताकि कोई बलवा या फसाद की जल ना बन सके। अब रामपुर के लिए सीतापुर की जेल से 27 महीने से जो बंद आजम खां थे वो निकल चुके हैं रामपुर के लिए। अब देखना है ये कि रामपुर जाने के बाद आजम खां का अगला कदम क्या होता है। जैसे ही आजम सीतापुर की जेल से निकले और अपनी इनोवा क्रेटा गाड़ी में आगे बैठे, तुरंत ही उन्होंने फोन मिला के अपने घर का हालचाल लिया और अपने समर्थकों से बात करते हुए रामपुर के लिए रवाना हुए हैं। देखिए अभी भी चहल पहल बनी हुई है सीतापुर जेल में। आजम खां के जाने के बाद कि प्रशासन पूरी तरीके से चुस्त है। जब तक रामपुर आजम खां नहीं पहुंच जाते हैं तब तक ये चहलगर्मी यूं ही बनी रहेगी।
सिर्फ परेशान करने की ही कोशिश है और कुछ नहीं है। सारा कौन कर रहा है, सारा दुनिया, आप लोग मीडिया वाले हैं, सभी लोग जानते हैं कौन परेशान कर रहा है।
क्या जानकारी मिला है सर, आप आए थे तो क्या?
हम लोग तो नॉर्मल ऐसे ही आते ही हैं, डेली आते हैं, पर डे आते हैं, मिलने के लिए आए। सुबह आए, अभी आए तो देखे जी किसी, हाँ आप लोग को भी देखे जी, कैमरा वाले सभी लोग हैं लगे हुए, पत्रकार सब आए हुए हैं। पता चला जी के अंदर में सीबीआई गए हुए हैं, टीम उनके गए हुए हैं। मामला कुछ मैंने कुछ नहीं है, अब नॉर्मल आए होंगे जान करके टॉर्चर करने के लिए आए हैं, बाकी कहीं कुछ है ही नहीं है।
तेजस्वी की जोड़ी जो दिख रही थी तस्वीरों में, उसका यह साइड इफेक्ट है।
अब ये देखिए सारे सब लोग, आप लोग मीडिया वाले सभी जानते हैं क्या इफेक्ट है, नहीं है, सब आप लोग जानते हैं।
Lalu Prasad Yadav, FIR lodged after preliminary inquiry against Lalu Prasad Yadav. This is a fresh case against Lalu Yadav, even as he was released on bail. Numerous scams and he's been accused in a number of corruption cases. And this particular case, it's another corruption case, and his daughter Misa Bharati also implicated in the case. Even as the CBI today began searches at 15 locations linked to the RJD patriarch. And among the 15 locations, Shavan, well, while on the one hand Azam Khan and his family will be celebrating today as he is released, it's bad news for Lalu Yadav. It's bad news for Lalu Yadav.
Well, in fact, Nupur, undoubtedly this is more trouble for Lalu Prasad Yadav, someone who's already been convicted in the fodder scam and has been behind bars for several months put together. This is a fresh case altogether that has been registered against the former Union Minister Lalu Prasad Yadav as well as his daughter Misa Bharati. Some details that we are picking up as far as the nature of the case is We're being told this is a land for job scam that has been unearthed by the Central Bureau of Investigation. This was during the period when Lalu Prasad Yadav was serving as the railway minister. In fact, the basic allegation that has been leveled against Lalu Prasad Yadav is that he has played an active role in a scam in which lands were basically taken for jobs in return. In fact, these are lands that have been taken in the state of Bihar. In fact, that is the reason why searches are being basically carried out in a place called Gopalganj. As of now, we can confirm that 16 locations where the searches are being carried out. The number could certainly go up, is what we are being told. 16 locations, which include some here in the national capital. The others, we are being told, is in Patna as well as in Gopalganj. That's the latest details that we are picking up. With regards to Nisa Bharti and her role in this is not very clear at this point in time. We are waiting for some information that we can pick up from our sources within the agency. But since the searches have started just a while back, there is very sketchy details that we have got as of now from our sources, because remember, this particular unit that is responsible for carrying out the searches or for that part of the investigation appears to be extremely engrossed in carrying out this pan-India searches, and that is the reason why the details that we have as of now is bare minimum with regards to the searches that are being carried out. All that we can confirm at this point in time is that this is a recruitment scam. This was during the period when he was serving as the railway minister, and not just that, also what we can tell our viewers is that just in the case of Karti Chidambaram, where there was a preliminary inquiry that was conducted, here too there was a preliminary inquiry that was conducted by the agency first, and thereafter this preliminary inquiry was converted into an FIR. That's what we can confirm for our viewers. But in the hours to come from now, in all likelihood, what you could look at is that in the areas or the places where these searches are being carried out, that could certainly go up, is what we are being told.
Right. Well, it's almost 20 years since he's served as the Union Minister of Railway, Shravan, but the long arm of the law clearly will take its course. Numerous corruption cases against him still, Shravan, cases that have to be dealt with, even as various members of his family and acquaintances, even now as we were covering the story, saying that this is vendetta, it's certain forces who are against him, it's just a method of torture. How can that be justified when he is involved? It's known he is involved, along with various members of his family, in so many corruption cases.
आप लोग भैया ये आप लोग बाहर निकलिए तो सभी लोग हैं लोगों जो है सीबीआई की टीम है इधर इधर
So joining us to give us more information, Prakash, what we can understand at this point in time is that searches are on at over 16 locations in Bihar and Delhi, and these searches have been going on for the past few hours, we are told. If you could give us more information as to the scenes outside Lalu Prasad Yadav's residence as well.
Well, it's quite silent at the Lalu Yadav residence here in Patna, and as the day of the day, the RJD leader will be gathering at Lalu Yadav residence, and everybody has been trying to early hours right now. That is in London, Lalu Yadav is in Delhi at Nisa Bharti's residence. In Patna, Yadav, the eldest son, and Rabri Devi, Patna, along with the staff members, the CBI is conducting great investigations, and that's what we get to know. It's pertaining to the 2009 period of the scam that took place, land took place, and also there were several cases against Lalu Yadav in the IRCT scam, which is ongoing in the Patiala court. We can watch what kind of CBI recovers in the process. And there was similar kind of rate hack taken place. Lalu Yadav in which cases were registered against Lalu Yadav, Rabri Devi with Tejas Yadav for abnormal transfer of civil companies to which lands were gifted by farmers in view of in the railways and also various contracts.
Well, absolutely. Prakash, if you could give us more information about this land for job scam that we are talking about here, because what we understand is that this whole scam happened when Lalu Prasad was the union minister, and also while we are speaking, we are told that Lalu Prasad Yadav's supporters are staging a protest as well. Well, we seem to have lost that connection with Prakash, but interesting development there. While we speak, protests are being carried out by Lalu Prasad Yadav's supporters. Remember, searches are going on at 16 locations in Bihar and the national capital. What we are told is that the raids are related to the job scam when Lalu was a railway minister. Also important to note here that these raids come weeks after Lalu Prasad Yadav was granted bail in the fodder scam. So a lot of developments there taking place. It remains to be seen how this really pans out, because the CBI has also registered a fresh case against Lalu Prasad Yadav and his daughter. What we are told right now is that CBI raids are currently underway in over 16 locations across the country, which include Bihar and the national capital. Also, what we are getting to know is that the raids are related to job scam when Lalu was a railway minister, and that the raids, as we told you, are underway in 16 locations in Delhi, Patna and Gopalganj. So sketchy details at this point in time, but the visuals there on your screens as well from outside Lalu Prasad Yadav's residence in Patna, where there is a security deployment. What we are also told is that Lalu Prasad Yadav supporters are also staging a protest after the CBI is in wake of the searches being carried out by the CBI in several locations. We have Shravan back with us. Shravan, if you could give us more details of this scam that we are talking about here. It's the land for job scam, which is under the CBI scanner.
Absolutely, Samiksha. The latest details that we are picking up is that this is a land for job scam that has been unearthed by the Central Bureau of Investigation. This is following a preliminary inquiry that was carried out that an FIR has finally been registered against the former union minister. What we can also add is that this was during the tenure of Lalu Prasad Yadav.
Well, we seem to have lost that connection with Shravan, but Shravan there telling us about the land for job scam that is now under CBI lens. Remember, CBI raids are on at over 16 locations, including Patna, Delhi and Gopalganj. In fact, the scenes right now outside Lalu Prasad Yadav's residence, where there is heavy security deployment as CBI raids are on at 16 locations. Remember, CBI has registered cases against Lalu Prasad Yadav as well as his daughter, we are told. And these raids are in connection with the land for job scam when Lalu was a railway minister. So Lalu Prasad there under the CBI scanner. Remember, this comes days after Lalu Prasad Yadav was granted bail in the land fodder scam as well. So there trouble mounting for Lalu Prasad Yadav yet again. It remains to be seen how this pans out. But what we can say right now is that searches are still on. While we speak, CBI raids in over 16 locations, which include Delhi, Patna and Gopalganj. These raids, we are told, are related to the land for job scam, which happened while Lalu Prasad Yadav was the railway minister. Remember, it's not just Lalu Prasad Yadav who's under CBI lens. His daughter is also under CBI scanner, and the raids currently, what we are told, is underway at the premises of Lalu Prasad Yadav in 16 locations, which include Delhi, Patna and Gopalganj. What we are also told is that while we speak, supporters of Lalu Prasad Yadav are staging a protest. We will continue to get you more details on that, but for now, the CBI raids continue in 16 locations. Moving on to more breaking news that is coming in. Now this is with regard to the tunnel collapse which happened at the Jammu-Srinagar highway. The visuals on your screens as well that we are getting to you from Ramban area of J&K, the starting point of the under construction tunnel, caved in at the Markarkot area at Jammu-Srinagar highway. Those are the live visuals we are getting to you right now. In fact, Gursimran is right there at the spot to give us more information on the same. Let me straight away go across to Gursimran for the very latest. Gursimran, give us more information.
See, Samiksha, right now we are at that very place where this incident has taken place. This is the emergency tunnel that was being built, but unfortunate incident has taken place yesterday evening at around 10 when this entire stretch of the mountain collapsed, and it was 12 to 13 people that were there. 3 people have been rescued. 10 people are still inside, 2 from J&K, others from West Bengal and Nepal. Those who are working here in the Sarla company, they are trapped inside, and now the debris are being removed because it is one of the challenging tasks for the teams that are being deployed in relief and rescue operation. First to remove these debris, and only then they can search for those bodies inside, or if anyone is alive, they want to get them out as soon as possible. Now the administration and the police, they are also ensuring that this all goes well, and that too in time, because 10 precious lives, we are being told, are still inside, and they don't want to take any kind of risk. They want to ensure that all lives, if can be saved, are saved at an earliest. The police has also launched a parallel investigation. They are looking into angles, what led to this collapse, but primarily what it seems is that this stretch of the mountain, this is a loose mountain, and that's why it couldn't bear the brunt of this digging that was going on, because today morning also we have the visuals when this entire area was being digged by the digging machines. There was a crack that was developed by this mountain, after which the work, the relief and rescue work, has to be halted, and now once again it has been resumed. So it is really very challenging for the relief and the rescue teams, not only to carry out relief and rescue, but also to ensure that there is nothing such of the similar kind happens again, because we have seen that there have been almost 2 to 3 times when the slides have fallen from upward direction, and that is what one of the challenging things of this operation are.
Well, absolutely. Gursimran, stay with us while we speak. We have a tweet also that has been put out by Dr. Jitendra Singh, the Union Minister of State, who has said that unfortunate incident of collapse of an under construction tunnel on national highway stretch between Ramban and Ramsu in district Ramban. I'm in constant touch with the DC as well. Nearly 10 labor workers are feared trapped under the debris. Another 2 rescued and hospitalized with injuries. Rescue operations going on in full swing. Civil administration and police authorities are also monitoring the situation. So there we have Dr. Jitendra Singh also tweeting it out. Gursimran, if I can come back to you, we understand that 6 to 7 are feared trapped right now, and 3 people have been rescued. What is the latest that you can tell us?
See, the latest update is that around 10 people have been trapped, because the new data that has been released by the district administration reads that 2 people from Jammu and Kashmir, rest are from West Bengal and from the Nepal. They have been trapped in this unfortunate incident that has happened, that has unfolded in the Ramban district of Jammu, and now the efforts are on to ensure that all goes smooth. Those who are still missing, they 5 among them are from West Bengal, 1 from Assam, 2 from Nepal, and 2 from Jammu and Kashmir. This is what the latest information is being provided by the district administration. And now what they want to do is they want to clear the debris as much as they can at an earlier, so that they can reach out to the place where those people were at the time when this unfortunate incident happened and this entire tunnel collapsed. Now a parallel investigation too will be launched by police in a short while, but primarily it seems that it is due to the loose this mountain stretch, that is it, and somewhat down the line there has been some mistakes that have been made by the construction company when it all was being analyzed. So that is a part of probe that too will be initiated, but primarily the focus of the district administration, police administration, is to rescue those 10 people who are still inside, and they are they are praying that those people who are inside are safe. Yes, Samiksha.
Absolutely, good, and you've been reporting from that very spot since 6 a.m. If you could also tell us how many personnel are really deployed in these rescue operations.
See, these are the multiple rescue operations, not only the Jammu and Kashmir police, but also the Indian Army, SDRF, and the local construction company too have been looped in. As far as the operations that are being conducted, they are being conducted as of now by the local construction company, because it includes the removal of the debris of the slides that have fallen from the upper area. So once these debris are removed, then there will be the work of the SDRF teams that have been pressed into the service. The Jammu and Kashmir police, if needed, Indian Army too has been called in. So they are also on standby, and all the forces are working here in synergy with each other to ensure that these precious lives can be saved, because 10 people, this is a huge number, and the people, the administration, they are also monitoring each and every development that is taking place. Even Union Minister of State in the Prime Minister's office, Dr. Jitendra Singh, has also spoke to the to the Deputy Commissioner, and they have said that all due steps being taken to ensure that all people are okay. अब मुझे बताइए यहाँ पे जो हादसा हुआ है कितने लोग हैं, कहाँ के हैं, कुछ So the people, they are hesitant to speak, but I'll request Sarjeevan to keep showing you the visuals of this, that the people the 10 people have been trapped in the debris, and now the administration is ensuring that all goes well and the people can be taken out well within the time. We have seen these kind of incidents and have never unfolded in the past, but this unfortunate incident, and now they are ensuring that all goes smooth. Even I'll request Sarjeevan to show you that the ambulance too have been called in. The teams of the NDRF, the state UTDRF too are here, and all is on standby. What they are waiting is just that these debris are removed, and then they can go, they can take the people to that side. Now see, the police is removing the locals from this very place as the people are being removed by police, as this is one of the areas which is prone to landslide, and they don't want any other mishap to be happen. I'll request Sarjeevan to keep showing you the visual that how a truck that came under these debris is now being removed by the construction workers to ensure that all other debris can also come below. So this is what they are doing here. They want to remove all the debris, and we will be staying here with more on the Ramban tunnel collapse right after the break.
News in brief. President Ramnath Kovind arrived at St. Vincent and the Grenadines for a visit to the country as the part of 7-day visit to the Caribbean. He was received by the island country's Prime Minister along with the Guard of Honor of the country's defense forces. A 6-year-old girl became the youngest organ donor in the history of the AIIMS hospital in the national capital. The girl, who was tragically shot dead by an unknown assailant in Noida, saved at least 5 lives after her parents decided to have her organs donated. The Delhi Development Authority conducted an anti-encroachment drive in Kalyanpuri. As the drive started, the AAP workers led by MLA Kuldeep Kumar staged a protest. The AAP MLA claimed that the DDA was running the drive illegally since people had valid documents for their possession. The police went on to detain the AAP MLA Kuldeep Kumar and others for obstructing the exercise. The Delhi Municipal Corporation Amendment Act 2022 designed to unify 3 municipal corporations of the National Capital Region. The act will bring the North Delhi, South Delhi and East Delhi corporations all under one entity. The Congress will hold 2-day state-level shivers to discuss the decisions of the Udaipur Declaration adopted during the 3-day Chintan Shivir held in Rajasthan. The declaration set forth specific guidelines such as giving 1 ticket to 1 family and 50% of all members to be under 50 years old. Congress leader Ganesh Ghogra resigned as an MLA from Dungarpur a day after a case was registered against him for creating a ruckus. In his resignation letter to Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot, Ghogra alleged that despite being a ruling party MLA and the Youth Congress state president, he was being neglected and his voice was being stifled by local administration and offices. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi targeted the government on unemployment, petrol price and communal violence, saying that India looked a lot like Sri Lanka. The remark came about as a comparison to the current economic situation in the island nation. Hours after Hardik Patel tendered his resignation from Congress ahead of Gujarat polls, the Congress unit in Gujarat accused Patel of practicing the politics of opportunism. The leader further alleged that Patel had been in touch with BJP for the last 6 months for the withdrawal of police cases against him. A fire was reported at a Patanjali food and herbal park in Uttarakhand's Haridwar. While no casualties were reported, the fire took 5 hours to be brought under control. NCP Chief Sharad Pawar attended an exhibition on the life of Bala Saheb Thackeray in Mumbai. The event showcased photographs of moments from the influential politician's life.
Congress leader Sidhu has got a 1-year jail term in the case of road rage. December 27, 1988, Sidhu had allegedly beat Gurnam Singh on his head, leading to his death. It's a very tragic day for the Congress most senior leader, one of the faithful.
This week, if you can send somebody, because they are not opening the gate, and from the local branch, बाहर मतलब पत्रकार वगैरह है, किसको छोड़ नहीं रहे अंदर घुसने के लिए, पुलिस वाले जो हैं। मैडम, if you can send anybody from CBI so that they can open the gate for me. हाँ, मेरे लिए हम लोग लोकल ब्रांच हम लोग आए हुए हैं मैडम। हाँ,
1 मिनट सर, कहाँ से हैं सर? सर इतना बता दीजिए आप कहाँ से हैं सर? भैया पीछे हटिए ना, क्या परेशानी है? अंदर जाने में क्या दिक्कत है?
पहुँच नहीं पा रहा है बात उनसे।
अच्छा, जो सीनियर हैं उन तक बात नहीं हो पा रही है। नहीं, अभी आपकी बात समझ नहीं पा रहे हैं। अभी सीरियस हैं सर, तो अंदर जाने में क्या परेशानी हो गई? और इस वजह से दिक्कतें आ रही हैं। कई नंबरों पर संपर्क करने की कोशिश कर रही है
अधिकारी है, फिलहाल इन्हें अंदर जाने नहीं दिया जा रहा है और इनके द्वारा पूरी कोशिश वो जवाब देने से बच रहे हैं।
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading
So those are the live visuals we are getting to you from outside the residence of Lalu Prasad Yadav. Remember, pan-India searches are being carried out by the CBI, and those are the very visuals we are getting to you from outside his residence. Remember, searches are being carried out in several places, including Delhi, Patna and Gopalganj. This is the recruitment drive scam that we are talking about here, in relation to which the CBI searches are being carried out. What we are told is that fresh case has also been registered against Lalu Prasad Yadav in connection with these raids that are being carried out. Now, prime properties, what we are told is that the candidates back when Lalu Prasad Yadav was the railway minister, candidates were given jobs in return of land. It's a land for job scam that is being talked about here, in relation to which the searches is being carried out. And prime properties in various parts of Bihar were taken over by companies linked to Yadav family, and that the CBI has now got the testimonies of few candidates as well. So that's the latest that we are learning. The visuals are from outside Lalu Prasad Yadav's residence as well, where there is a heavy security deployment as CBI searches continue across in 16 locations, including Delhi, Patna and Gopalganj. We will be shortly going across to our reporter as well to give us more details, but the very visuals right now of from outside Lalu Prasad Yadav's residence. Well, we will go across to Slipping into a very short break, our coverage continues as mega raids are underway on Lalu Prasad Yadav's premises across the country. And also tracking the waterlogging reported in several parts of Bengaluru.
Amity University's 2-week online summer school for class 10, 11 and 12 students starts from 6th June. Study from university professors to personality-enhancing modules and get career counseling. Get the edge over your classmates. Register now at amity.edu/summer school.
It's a very tragic day for the Congress. Most senior leader, one of the faces of the Congress party in Punjab, has been sent to a 1-year jail. Rabri Devi has accessed the auto copy on Sidhu, imposing the sentence of imprisonment for a period of 1 year. Rigorous imprisonment to be undergone by respondent number 1. The parties are left to bear their own costs. That's the breaking news update. Yasin Malik has now been convicted. And that's the breaking news update coming in. Someone who was behind so many killings. He was charged and he pleaded guilty to charges under UAPA, which was Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. But the charges that he faces range from backing terror, terror funding. He's also been accused of murder. And single-handedly, he was the face of spreading unrest in the valley for decades and decades.
Survey reports have been submitted. In this report, the multiple Hindu signs have been found. In fact, a survey team has also found multiple signs of palm leaves, lotus, flowers, kalash, many signs of Sanatan.
A quick wrap of all that's making news across the globe. Turkey's foreign minister met with United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres and Italy's foreign minister in New York. The meetings followed Turkish President Recep Erdogan's veto position on Sweden and Finland's applications for NATO memberships. Turkey's Erdogan declared that he could not allow Sweden and Finland to join NATO alliance due to their alleged support to Kurdish militants, terrorists and other groups that threaten Turkey's national security. A former Minneapolis police officer pleaded guilty to a state charge of aiding and abetting second-degree manslaughter in the killing of George Floyd. As part of the plea deal, a count of aiding and abetting second-degree unintentional murder against Thomas Lane will be dismissed. A United Nations...
Azam Khan! गाड़ी में बैठे गाड़ी स्टार्ट हो गई पीछे हटो अपना केबल निकालो नहीं कुछ नहीं बोलना है
So those are the live visuals we are getting to you of, after Azam Khan walked out of jail after being granted in the 89th case. Remember, Azam Khan has walked out of jail after 27 months. In fact, just a short while back, Akhilesh Yadav also put out a tweet saying that senior SP leader and MLA Shri Azam Khan is accorded a warm welcome on his release on bail. With this bail decision, the Supreme Court has given new standards of justice. The whole thing is that they will be acquitted in all other false cases, and there are moments of lies, not centuries. So Akhilesh Yadav also putting out a tweet after Azam Khan, the senior SP leader, was released from the jail. He's been granted bail in the 89th case, and the visuals right now from outside the Sitapur jail that we are getting to you of the sloganeering that is also happening after as Azam Khan walks out of jail. So those visuals right now that are coming in of Azam Khan as he walks out of jail after 27 months, those are the live visuals we are getting to you from outside the Sitapur jail. Remember, Azam Khan has walked out of jail after being granted in 89th case, and Akhilesh Yadav there also putting out a tweet welcoming the SP leader as he walks out of jail after 27 months. And tracking another big story on the other side, Sidhu to surrender today. All the updates on the other side.
Yasin Malik has now been convicted, and that's the breaking news update coming in. Someone who was behind so many killings, he was charged and he pleaded guilty to charges under UAPA, which was Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. But the charges that he faces range from backing terror, terror funding. He's also been accused of murder, and single-handedly he was the face of spreading unrest in the valley for decades and decades. Survey reports have been submitted. In this report, the multiple Hindu signs have been found. In fact, a survey team has also found multiple signs of palm leaves, lotus, flowers, kalash, many signs of Sanatan.
A quick wrap of all that's making news across the globe. Turkey's foreign minister met with United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres and Italy's foreign minister in New York. The meetings followed Turkish President Recep Erdogan's veto position on Sweden and Finland's applications for NATO memberships. Turkey's Erdogan declared that he could not allow Sweden and Finland to join NATO alliance due to their alleged support to Kurdish militants, terrorists and other groups that threaten Turkey's national security. A former Minneapolis police officer pleaded guilty to a state charge of aiding and abetting second-degree manslaughter in the killing of George Floyd. As part of the plea deal, a count of aiding and abetting second-degree unintentional murder against Thomas Lane will be dismissed. A United Nations special envoy sweeping US sanctions imposed on Iran have badly impacted the country's economic situation and also worsened the humanitarian situation in the Persian Gulf country. According to the UN special reporter on unilateral coercive measures, the sanctions have affected Iran's main export groups. This has led to inflation and growing poverty and depleted states' resources as well for dealing with basic needs of people with low income and other vulnerable groups. As many as 40 million are projected to be pushed into poverty and food scarcity of food by the end of the year. As part of Blinken's visit, he met with new Pakistani Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari. Zardari said he hoped to talk with the US top diplomat about the issues of food, water and energy security. One of Libya.
And breaking news coming in on Republic TV. Case filed against Rabri Devi after CBI raids being conducted already since this morning at nearly 17 locations now, beginning with 15. A case has been filed against Rabri Devi, wife of Lalu Yadav. As far as we can tell, this is also related to the land for jobs scam, the recruitment scam that the CBI is conducting investigations under, and under which more than 15 locations related to the Lalu Yadav family are being raided by the CBI. It's a fresh case that has been lodged against Lalu Yadav and various members of his family. The land for jobs scam during his tenure as the railway minister. Joining us is Shravan, our senior editor. Shravan, trouble mounting steeply for Lalu Yadav and his family members.
Well, in fact, the latest now coming in is that this case has also been registered against former Chief Minister of Bihar, Rabri Devi. Apart from that, in the list of the accused, we are being told that Misa Bharti, Hema Yadav, they have also been named by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Not just that, searches have also been increased. They are now at 17 locations, is what we are being told. And some of the locations are connected to the former Chief Minister of Bihar, Rabri Devi, and Misa Bharti. In fact, searches are being carried out at the official residence of parliamentarian Misa Bharti, is what we are being told. The teams have already reached the residence of Misa Bharti. So in likelihood, in the next few hours, we're being told that the number could very well go up. In fact, the details that we are picking up is this was a land for job scam that was carried out. This was during the tenure of Lalu Yadav as the railway minister. He was serving as the railway minister in the UPA government when this scam was perpetrated. It's what we are being told at this stage. In fact, this was a recruitment drive that was basically carried out. Basically undeserving candidates who were given the jobs in return of land, and these lands were taken by companies that have been linked to Lalu Yadav's families, is what we are being told. In fact, the CBI has also got certain testimonies of these candidates as to how exactly they got the jobs in return of for land. Now, this land is mostly in Bihar, is what we are being told at this stage. These lands were taken in throwaway prices by companies that have been linked to Lalu Yadav and his family members. So the number of accused, as we are looking at right now from the details of the FIR that has been registered, is that you have Lalu Yadav as one of the main accused. Apart from that, former Chief Minister of Bihar, Rabri Devi, her daughter Misa Bharti has also been named, and Hema Yadav is the other person who has been named in this particular case that has been registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation. This comes after a preliminary inquiry that was carried out by the agency. This inquiry was carried out for a few months put together, and only after that an FIR has been registered. This after some preliminary evidence that came to the fore, and thereafter this agency essentially decided to file the FIR in this particular case. Remember, this is an altogether fresh case that has been registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Important to point out here is that just in the case of Karti Chidambaram, here too, the agency had a dedicated unit looking into some of the allegations that have been leveled.
Shravan, we'll be coming back to you right now, even as you tell us more about the case and in detail. Now joining us is Ananya, our correspondent. Ananya, what can you tell us? Fresh case against Rabri Devi in the land for jobs scam. Lalu Yadav himself, his daughter and his wife too, under the CBI lens.
Well, yes, you can see just right behind me, this is the Misa Bharti's residence, and this is a fresh scam. This has emerged. I'll ask my camera person Anil to in fact pan out and show you. This is the house of Miss Misa Bharti, where this whole raids are being conducted, and in fact 10 locations these raids are continuing, which include not only Delhi, also Patna, in the Patna residence of Lalu Yadav is also being raided by the Central Bureau of Investigation. This was actually a land for job scam when Mr. Lalu Prasad was the railway ministers, and what the CBI alleges is basically that aspirants were asked to give out their lands in exchange of a job at the railways. So this is the new scam that has emerged out. And remember, this is not the first time that Lalu Prasad Yadav is under the scanner of the agency. Because in fact, during his tenure as the railway minister, there was the IRCTC scam that had also emerged out, and various other scams, not apart from the railways, like the fodder scam, has also emerged out against Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav, his daughters, and his family members. So this is not something new that is happening. And however, a new graft case has come out wherein land was being asked to give out jobs, and the CBI in fact has received the testimonies of certain witnesses, and hence now it has initiated a fresh probe into this whole case. CBI would be conducting raids at 10 places, including Delhi, Patna, and various other locations in the country. But what is very, very crucial to note is that not only Patna but Delhi residents of Misa Bharti is also being searched by the agencies. So a multi-city probe being going on, a multi-city search is being conducted into this whole case. A land for job scam that has emerged out. The Central Bureau of Investigation, after receiving testimonies of various witnesses, has now initiated a fresh probe. Fresh searches are underway. The allegations date back to around 2000 when Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav was the railway minister. So a big scam again coming up against Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav. So we'll have to wait and watch as to what comes out in the investigation that is being carried out by the Central Probe Agency. So we'll have to wait and watch as to what comes out in the searches and whether any arrests are made into the same studios.
Right, Ananya, you tell us that most of these scams date back to the time when Lalu Prasad Yadav was the railway minister. That's about from 2004 to 2009. So it's been more than a decade since those scams took place, since he indulged in that kind of corruption with the rest of his family members. So, well, it's the CBI, you say, is still hoping to find some documents related to all these scams.
Well, yes, definitely the Central Bureau of Investigation search would also include documents and material because always in such graft cases, documents hold a very, very important aspect, and documentary evidence is what is on the basis of what the CBI completely bases out its case. So basically the CBI would be searching for documents, searching for more testimonies, and would be looking at, because remember that these allegations date back to the time when Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav was the railway minister, and this is not the first time that this scam has emerged out. What is basically this scam is that aspirants were asked to give out their land in exchange of job at the railways, and it is not only Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav who's involved into this, but his family members, which include his wife, which include his daughter Misa Bharti, are also under the scanner of the Central Probe Agency. And this is not the first scam, I again repeat, against Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav while he was the railway minister, because it is the IRCTC scam that had also emerged out, and this is also a fresh case. So we'll have to wait as to how things pans out, because what we certainly know in with regards to this case is that his daughters are also being searched. He is being searched, and various premises linked to Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav, his family members, whether it's in the national capital, whether it's in Patna, are being searched by the Central Probe Agency, and we'll have to wait and watch as to what pans out and how the Central Bureau of Investigation proceeds into this whole case, and whether some documents are emerging or not into this whole case. Studios.
Right, Ananya, stay with us. Let's listen in now to some reactions that are coming in. Lalu Prasad Yadav and various members of his family, including his daughter and wife, under the CBI lens. The Central Bureau of Investigation conducting raids in as many as 17 locations in Bihar as well as outside. Let's listen into some reactions.
छापामारी का अपना तरीका है, लेकिन ये छापामारी क्यों हो रही है और कैसे हो रही है, ये आप देख सकते हैं कि देश में जो फिरका परस्त ताकतें इस देश की सत्ता पर बैठी हुई है, सत्ता के लिए क्या क्या कर रही है। सांप्रदायिक भावना फैलाना, विरोधियों का दमन करना, ये जनता का विश्वास जीतना नहीं है इनका कदम। ये इलेक्शन के पहले कुछ ऐसी वारदातें करना चाहते हैं ताकि उससे अचानक एक पोलराइजेशन हो और उस झोंक में वो जीत जाए। और विरोधी हमारी कमियों को न उजागर करें, इसके लिए तमाम रेडी।
Ananya joining us once again. Ananya, coming to you. Well, it's been just a few weeks since Lalu's been released on bail. Now fresh trouble for the veteran RJD leader, RJD Supremo, as he is still known.
Well, yes, fresh troubles are mounting on the RJD Supremo. Definitely, fresh cases are emerged out, and that too at a time when only weeks before that he has been granted bail in the fodder scam case. So basically, fresh troubles are mounting. Documentary evidence is being searched by the Central Bureau of Investigation. The CBI would also be searching for emails in case of any. However, at the time Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav was the railway minister, documentary evidence was of very importance because this scam date back to, in fact, more than a decade. So the CBI would be searching out for documents, and not only Mr. Yadav but his family members, which include his wife Rabri Devi and his daughter Meesa Bharti, are also under the lens of the Central Probe Agency. The scam actually date back to a decade ago when Mr. Prasad, the railway minister, and wherein the scam basically collates that aspirants were asked to give out their lands in exchange of job at the railways, and the CBI, after receiving testimonies of various witnesses into this case, has now in fact initiated a preliminary inquiry first into this whole case, and later on, when the preliminary inquiry succeeded, when the CBI thought that it is the cases of general importance, then the Central Bureau of Investigation has converted this PE into a RC, which is basically a regular case, which is equivalent to a FIR in a general case. So now the CBI has registered an FIR against Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav and his daughters. But we'll have to wait and watch as to what pans out in these searches. I'll ask my camera person to just show you a view of Ms. Meesa Bharti's residence, where the raids are being conducted by the Central Bureau of Investigation. This is the residence of Meesa Bharti, where the CBI is trying to search out for documents, to search out for material into this whole case after receiving testimonies of various witnesses into this whole case. And remember that this is not the first time that Mr. Yadav is under the lens of the Central Probe Agency. Various scams are linked to Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav and his tenure as the railway minister. Whether it's the fodder scam, whether we speak of the IRCTC scam, all of these emerged out when Mr. Prasad was in fact the railway minister in this whole case. So now we'll have to wait as to what comes out in the searches, because remember, when searches are being conducted at around 10 to 15 locations across the country, there are possibilities that a very large amount of documentary evidence is to be collated, and we might see some arrests taking place at the end of these searches. Whether it's in Delhi, whether it's in Patna, we'll have to, the time would only tell. But what is very, very clear is that it was a land for job scam which had emerged out when Mr. Prasad was the railway minister, and we'll have to wait and watch as to how things pan out.
Ananya, correspondent there with us, telling us all about what's happening here in Delhi in Lalu Prasad Yadav's daughter Meesa Bharti's residence, even as fresh raids are being conducted here in relation to the land for jobs scam. Let's go across now to the other top story breaking this morning. Azam Khan out of Sitapur jail, and just a short while back we showed you how he headed out of Sitapur jail, being released on interim bail on the orders of the Supreme Court, greeted there by his supporters who are thronging the car that he's moving out in. And it was known since yesterday that he would be moving straight from Sitapur jail to Rampur. So it's a day of celebration after nearly 27 months in jail. Azam Khan, SP strongman, released from Sitapur jail. He was greeted earlier in the day, as we were showing you on Republic TV, by various members of his family, his son, as well as some SP leaders. And Akhilesh Yadav too, mentioning the news with gladness. Azam Khan there, out on bail, out on interim bail. after nearly 27 months in jail. This is the 89th case against Azam Khan, in which it's a forgery case, and he has been granted interim bail by the Supreme Court. Sumit, क्या है ताज़ा स्थिति? हम विजुअल्स देख रहे हैं. आजम खान वॉकिंग आउट ऑफ सीतापुर जेल. Has he reached रामपुर?
तो ये तस्वीर बताने के लिए काफी है कि अभी सीबीआई की टीम अंदर मौजूद है और दिल्ली से भी तमाम हलचल लालू प्रसाद यादव के घर की हम बता रहे हैं और पटना से भी तस्वीरें आ गई हैं. अलग अलग जगह से तस्वीरें सामने आ रही है और हर जगह पर जहां सीबीआई की टीम अंदर मौजूद है तो बाहर पुलिस प्रशासन की टीम मौजूद है.
So Azam Khan greeting supporters after his release from Sitapur jail on the direction of the Supreme Court, which granted him interim bail. The bail order arriving at Sitapur jail last evening. And as soon as the jail opened this morning, Azam Khan was released. Republic TV was there to bring you all the live visuals. Azam Khan now reaching out to his supporters. Meanwhile, family members are tight-lipped about various rumors that had been floating about how SP leaders had left him to stay in jail. He has stayed in jail for more than 24 months, more than 2 years. That's 27 months in Sitapur prison. Sumit, क्या है ताज़ा स्थिति? आज आजम खान जेल से रिहाई हुई है उनकी और he is on his way to Rampur, we believe.
पिछले 27 महीने से सीतापुर की जेल में आजम खान बंद थे, जो कि आज सुबह अभी कुछ देर पहले ही सीतापुर की जेल से रामपुर के लिए रवाना हुए. जैसे ही वो जेल से सीतापुर के निकलते हैं, उसके कुछ दूर पर ही समाजवादी पार्टी के पूर्व विधायक अनूप गुप्ता का निवास है. वो वहां पर जाते हैं और नाश्ता करते हैं. नाश्ते में उन्होंने पराठे खाए हैं. पराठे खाने के बाद वो फिर लोगों से नमस्कार करते हुए गाड़ी में बैठ गए. मीडिया से काफी उन्होंने दूरी बना रखी है, अभी कुछ भी नहीं मीडिया से बोला है, लेकिन उनका इशारा था कि आने वाले समय में वो कुछ ना कुछ बोलेंगे, अपनी बात मीडिया के सामने रखेंगे, आगे की रणनीति तय करेंगे. उनके स्वागत के लिए रामपुर से सैकड़ों की संख्या में समर्थक आए हुए थे. कोई बलवा, कोई जान की स्थिति न हो, उसको देखते हुए सीतापुर के प्रशासन ने जो है सुरक्षा के पुख्ता इंतजाम भी कर रखे थे. अभी कुछ देर पहले वो पूर्व विधायक अनूप गुप्ता के घर से निकल के रामपुर के लिए रवाना हुए हैं.
Well, Sumit, we'll be coming back to you. Time now for a short break, but coming up after that.
Amity University's 2-week online summer school for class 10, 11 and 12 students starts from 6th June. Study from university professors, 2 personality-enhancing modules and get career counseling. Get the edge over your classmates. Register now at amity.edu/summer school.
Yasin Malik has now been convicted, and that's the breaking news update coming in. Someone who was behind so many killings, he was charged and he pleaded guilty to charges under UAPA, which was Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. But the charges that he faces range from backing terror, terror funding. He's also been accused of murder, and single-handedly he was the face of spreading unrest in the valley for decades and decades. survey reports have been submitted. In this report, the multiple Hindu signs have been found. In fact, a survey team has also found multiple signs of palm leaves, lotus, flowers, kalash, many signs of Sanatan.
A quick wrap of all that's making news across the globe. Turkey's foreign minister met with United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres and Italy's foreign minister in New York. The meetings followed Turkish President Recep Erdogan's veto position on Sweden and Finland's applications for NATO memberships. Turkey's Erdogan declared that he could not allow Sweden and Finland to join NATO alliance due to their alleged support to Kurdish militants, terrorists and other groups that threaten Turkey's national security. A former Minneapolis police officer pleaded guilty to a state charge of aiding and abetting second-degree manslaughter in the killing of George Floyd. As part of the plea deal, a count of aiding and abetting second-degree unintentional murder against Thomas Lane will be dismissed. A United Nations special envoy sweeping US sanctions imposed on Iran have badly impacted the country's economic situation and also worsened the humanitarian situation in the Persian Gulf country. According to the UN special reporter on unilateral coercive measures, the sanctions have affected Iran's main export groups. This has led to inflation and growing poverty and depleted states' resources as well for dealing with basic needs of people with low income and other vulnerable groups. As many as 40 million are projected to be pushed into poverty and scarcity of food by the end of the year. As part of Blinken's visit, he met with new Pakistani Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari. Zardari said he hoped to talk with the US top diplomat about the issues of food.
Right now we are at Kardampuri, flag marches are being conducted. Sir. This is the back entrance of Mr. Chidar Pram. I came to London Food began a deep investigation to expose Sanjay Bhandari. To understand the security situation of Srinagar, Republic News Network is the only network to get you an aerial view. This place, this is the crater that has been created, the impact of the attack that took place.
Well, a part of an underground under construction tunnel has collapsed at Khuni Nala in Jammu-Srinagar National Highway in the Makarkot area of Ramban. 6 to 7 people are still feared trapped. 3 have been rescued. Rescue operations are underway. Rescue operations at Khuni Nala continue and on the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway in the Makarkot area. Our correspondent Gursimran covering this story. Gursimran, you're on the ground there. What is the latest situation?
See, right now we are outside at that very place where these rescue and relief operations are going on. I request Sajivan to go to the relief and rescue operation visuals. You see these 2 machines, they have been pushed into the rescue and relief operations since morning, and they are trying to remove the debris, because once the debris are removed, only then they will be able to locate those 10 people who are still missing, and they are very hopeful that the people, they are alive and they will be rescued well within the time. But as far as of this moment is concerned, there is no success with the those on ground. Even the teams of the SDRF, they have been put on standby. I request Sarjivan to show you the visuals that the team of the UTDRF, that is Jammu and Kashmir, disaster management team is also here. Apart from the ambulances that too have been put here on standby for the possible evacuation of those who are still stranded in this very area. This is one of the toughest terrain to carry out the relief and rescue operations, because you see this truck that has been pushed down now by using these machines. This all narrate everything that has happened, because the truck was here. There was a genset on this truck that was supplying the power for the construction work that was going on in this new emergency tunnel that was being constructed. But all of a sudden what we saw is that there is a landslide that happened, and then all people except 3 people who have been rescued, 10 people are still inside. The teams of the SDRF, NDRF, they are also here. They are waiting for the moment that the debris are removed and then they can move forward. आपसे मैं जानना चाहूँगा, जैसे ये debris remove होंगी उसके बाद क्या करेंगे आप?
सर, जैसे debris remove होगी तो सबसे पहले हम देखेंगे जैसे हमें कोई जो ट्रैप पर्सन हुए हैं बीच में तो उनको इवैक्यूएट करेंगे। तो अगर उनको फर्स्ट एड देके उनको एम्बुलेंस में शिफ्ट किया जाएगा और फर्दर ट्रीटमेंट के लिए हॉस्पिटल भेज दिया जाएगा।
हम देख रहे हैं लगातार चुनौतियां आ रही हैं, बार बार लैंडस्लाइड हो रहा है, 2-3 बार हो गया, तो कितना टफ लग रहा है?
सर, ये काफ़ी टफ है क्योंकि रात को 10:30 बजे से रेस्क्यू स्टार्ट हुआ है। तो पहले तो रात थी तो उसकी वजह से प्रॉब्लम आई क्योंकि ये जाने का रास्ता टफ था। तो अभी चल रहा है कंटिन्यू, ये मशीनरी कंटिन्यू काम कर रही है जिसकी वजह से काफ़ी प्रॉब्लम आ रही है। ऊपर से डेब्रिस आ रही हैं, इससे हमें खुद को बचाव करते हुए वहाँ पे हमने अपना रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन करना है।
और टीम्स भी बुलाई गई हैं यहाँ
सर, एनडीआरएफ की टीम शॉर्ट सून और हमारी एसडीआरएफ की टीम जम्मू से भी आ रही है यहाँ पे। बहुत जल्दी यहाँ पे पहुँच जाएगी क्योंकि हो सकता है कि ये रेस्क्यू और ज़्यादा चले क्योंकि पता नहीं है, क्योंकि ऊपर से जैसे वाइब्रेशन हो रही है, ऊपर से लैंडस्लाइड हो रहा है।
That is really very important that this is not a tight mountain, this is a loose mountain, and due to the vibrations that are happening down, there is landslide that is taking place. And one very important thing that this SDRF official has made a mention of, that more teams of the SDRF as well as the NDRF too are being called to spot, as it might take more time for the SDRF as well as the NDRF and the local police to carry out the operations. Multiple teams being pushed into the service, and moreover, this is they are saying that it might take more time as this is one of the toughest operation. For more, stay tuned to Republic TV after this break.
Good evening and welcome. An embarrassingly large amount of evidence has been unearthed, it seems, at Gyanvapi, which indicates the presence of an ancient Hindu temple structure predating perhaps the Mughal era in the place where the survey has been conducted. Finally, the report, which is largely in circulation now, will determine things. But I only want to say one thing tonight. Let us end this with one simple gesture, respecting the right to pray. Nothing more and nothing less. Prayer should unite people, not divide. Across our great country, there are hundreds, if not thousands of places, or tens of thousands perhaps, where Hindus and Muslims pray right alongside each other. In fact, there are some places where Hindus and Muslims both go to seek solace, to seek divinity. Only zealots can oppose the right to pray. And somewhere I'm getting more and more confident that as the evidence comes out, we will find ourselves bound together by tolerance, by sanity, and by law. And let the Gyanvapi issue, which remained unresolved under the British, get resolved amicably as we celebrate the 75th year of our independence. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a great opportunity. And the Gyanvapi survey report is out, and with it, the truth about the shivling and the side that's debate number one.
A quick wrap of all that's making news across the globe. Turkey's foreign minister met with United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres and Italy's foreign minister in New York. The meetings followed Turkish President Recep Erdogan's veto position on Sweden and Finland's applications for NATO memberships. Turkey's Erdogan declared that he could not allow Sweden and Finland to join NATO alliance due to their alleged support to Kurdish militants, terrorists and other groups that threaten Turkey's national. And viewers are tracking the rescue operations which are currently underway in Ramban. Gursimran is reporting live from that very site where the rescue operations are still underway. 10 people, we understand, are still fjord trapped. Going straight across to Gursimran for the very latest. Gursimran, over to you.
See, right now we are at that very spot, the Khuni Nala, where this tunnel was being constructed. I'll request Sarjeevan to first show you the main tunnel and then the emergency tunnel. That tunnel just in the frame is the main tunnel that has been constructed. That is a 500-meter tunnel, and an emergency tunnel just some 50-60 meters from that place was to be constructed, and the construction began some 50 to 20 days back. Now what has actually happened, that yesterday at around 9:45, 9:50 in the evening, the workers were working at that very place where you can see a large number of machines and men working, the debris that have fallen on them. All of a sudden a slide took place and the tunnel suddenly collapsed, due to which total of 13 people, they came under it. 3 people, they were at almost at the edge of the place where these debris fell, and they were rescued at very first spot. The rescue operations were launched at around 11 in the evening. Now it's been 10.5 hours of this operations, the rescue and relief operations that are going on. But this one of the toughest situation that is occurring here is that the composite of this mountain is very loose, and due to the digging of the massive rocks that have come from this landslide, there are more cracks that are being developed in this mountain, and that is making it really challenging. Since morning there have been 5 incidents when the landslide has taken place during the relief and the rescue operation. This area is prone to landslide, and that's why one of the reasons that these iron bars have been fixed to decrease the impact of the landslide. So this was the mechanism that was followed by the National Highway Authority of India on this Jammu-Srinagar National Highway. On the other side, I'll request Sarjeevan to pan out that the people, the locals have gathered here in large numbers, and what the locals are looking for, they are looking for just that those 10 people who are there, who are safe, they have the hopes in their eyes that all is well. The teams of the SDRF are here. We are told that the teams of NDRF too have been called in, and these jawans of the SDRF, they are just waiting for an direction that the debris are removed and they have to search the bodies. मुझे ये बताइए, बस अब ऐसा लग रहा है कि जैसे ही डेब्रिज रिमूव होंगे आपका काम शुरू हो जाएगा यहाँ पे?
बिल्कुल सर, जैसे ही डेब्रिज रिमूव हो जाएगी हम भी उसी का वेट कर रहे हैं कि जैसे ये हैवी डेब्रिज है, काफ़ी भारी है, तो जैसे ये रिमूव होगी, मशीनरी रिमूव कर देगी, उसके बाद विद इन सेकेंड्स हम अपना काम रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन स्टार्ट कर देंगे सर।
एनडीआरएफ की टीम भी आपको ज्वाइन कर रही है?
सर एनडीआरएफ की टीम भी उधमपुर से अर्ली इन द मॉर्निंग निकल गई है, वो भी जल्दी हमें ज्वाइन कर लेगी, और एसडीआरएफ की टीम भी जम्मू से आ रही है, वो भी हमें ज्वाइन कर लेगी।
सो मल्टीपल टीम्स ऑफ द एसडीआरएफ, अ टीम ऑफ द एनडीआरएफ हैज ऑलरेडी लेफ्ट फॉर द स्पॉट. Ambulances here are on the standby. That I request Sarjeevan to show you that truck that came under this landslide, and that speaks of volumes of what has actually happened. And that one other dwelling machine that is there, that machine came under that landslide when it happened at around 9:45, 9:50 yesterday evening, and it was so powerful that not only 13 people were trapped, 3 however have been rescued now, but 10 people were trapped, while these 2 men and machines, they have totally been destroyed. And now each and every step is being taken to ensure that there is no more landslide, and also that this relief and rescue operation can be concluded at an earliest. But all hopes for those 10 people who are still missing, there is no clue about them, and all people here and even the administration is praying for their well-being.
Gursimran, if you could confirm for us, have the rescue operations been temporarily halted because the debris is still being cleared?
See, no rescue operation has been halted because this is the part of the rescue operation that has been going on. For almost 1.5 minutes, for 5 times it has happened that due to landslide the machines were pushed back, but the operation was not halted for a long. It was only for a minute to 2 minutes time that due to landslide that is taking place, the operation was put to halt. The machines were called back, but after the landslide happened, the machines were again pushed in and the debris are being removed. So after these debris are removed, they will now, the teams of the SDRF and NDRF will search for those people who are still inside with the hope that they are good, they are keeping well, and they can be rescued alive.
And Gursimran, if you could also tell us if the rescue personnel have been able to supply some essentials to those trapped inside the tunnel. Has it been possible?
See, this is one of the unfortunate things that have happened so far, because there is nothing such of the sort. I request Sarjeevan to keep showing you the visuals, but that has not happened so far. There hasn't been any contact that is being established with those stranded inside the tunnel or inside these debris. That is still not known to the authorities, and that's why what everyone can only do is to pray for those, because there has been no contact that has been established to those people, and that is something really a cause of worry for the administration as well, because they don't know where those people are, what is their condition. Only and only the people here, they are praying for them and hoping that once these debris are removed, the teams of the NDRF and SDRF will move forward. और जब यहाँ पर NDRF और SDRF की टीमें पहुँचेंगी तो उसके बाद यहाँ से लोगों को निकालने की कवायद शुरू की जाएगी। देखिए, कल शाम तकरीबन 10 बजे की ये घटना है, अभी भी 10 बजने वाले हैं, यानी कि 12 घंटे का समय जो है वो होने वाला है। और वो 10 लोग जो यहाँ पर अंदर इसमें फंस गए हैं, जब ये भूस्खलन हुआ उसके बाद उनका कोई भी अता पता नहीं है, तो इसलिए उन तक खाना पहुँचाना या फिर किसी भी तरह का कम्युनिकेशन जो है वो नहीं हो पाया, और यही प्रशासन के लिए सबसे ज़्यादा चिंता का विषय है। प्रशासन ये चाहता है कि जल्द से जल्द यहाँ पर आप देखेंगे मलबे का जो एक 30 से 35 फुट ऊंचा ढेर लग गया है, इसे जल्द से जल्द जो है यहाँ से हटाया जाए, ताकि लोगों तक पहुँचने का जो ऑपरेशन का दूसरा पार्ट है, जो रिलीफ और रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन का, उसको शुरू किया जा सके। इतनी देर में माना यह जा रहा है कि SDRF की जो जम्मू से अतिरिक्त टीमें बुलाई गई हैं वो यहाँ पर पहुँच जाएंगी, NDRF की टीमें यहाँ तक पहुँच जाएंगी, और उसके बाद एक बड़े स्केल पर जो लेवल 2 है इस रिलीफ और रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन का, उसे शुरू किया जाएगा ताकि उन 10 जानों को बचाया जा सके। बता दें कि केंद्रीय राज्य मंत्री प्रधानमंत्री कार्यालय में डॉक्टर जितेंद्र सिंह लगातार इस पर नज़र बनाए हुए हैं। उन्होंने DC रामबन से भी इस बारे में बात की है। लगातार वरिष्ठ अधिकारी जो हैं वो इस ऑपरेशन को मॉनिटर कर रहे हैं और कोशिश ये है कि इसे जल्द से जल्द ख़त्म किया जाए। लेकिन कुछ देर पहले जिस तरह से SDRF के एक जो ऑफिशियल हैं वो बता रहे थे कि इसमें लंबा समय लग सकता है, क्योंकि आप देखिए कि चुनौती क्या है। जैसे ही इन बड़े पत्थरों को ड्रिल किया जाता है, उससे जो वाइब्रेशंस उत्पन्न होती हैं, उससे इस बड़े पहाड़ में जो है क्रैक्स आ रहे हैं, यानी कि जो दरारें आ रही हैं, उन दरारों की वजह से पहाड़ का और हिस्सा भी टूटकर लगातार नीचे आ रहा है। 5 बार अभी तक ऐसा हो चुका है कि रिलीफ और रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन के दौरान यहाँ पर भूस्खलन हुआ है, और उसके बाद मशीन्स को 1-2 मिनट के लिए पीछे मूव किया जाता है और फिर दोबारा से रिलीफ और रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन की शुरुआत की जाती है। यानी कि चुनौती बहुत ज़्यादा है। आप देखेंगे अगर तैयारियों की यहाँ पर बात की जाए तो सरजीवन से कहूँगा आपको यहाँ पर दिखाएं, एम्बुलेंसेस यहाँ पर हैं जो SDRF की।
And Gursimran there reporting live from the rescue site where the operations are still underway in Ramban, where 10 people are still fear trapped while 3 people have been rescued. And moving on, the Baramulla case has been solved within 48 hours. A total of 5 terrorists were arrested by the Baramulla police as it successfully cracked the case of a recent attack at a liquor shop in Jammu and Kashmir district. In fact, what we are also told is that the Kashmir Zone Police has informed that 4 terrorists and 1 associate of the LET terror outfit has also been arrested. Here's all that has transpired.
Within 48 hours, Baramulla police was able to crack the case of wine shop attack in which 1 person lost their life and the 3 got injured. As my VJ Mubashir is showing you the visuals of the recoveries made by Baramulla police in this entire case. In fact, 4 terrorists of Lashkar-e-Toiba have been arrested along with one of their terror associates. These are the people who carried this attack. As per SSP Baramulla, the burqa-clad terrorist threw grenade inside the porthole window which exploded and results into the injury of 4 people, out of which 1 succumbed to the injuries, and also 1 IED have been recovered during the investigation. Some of the CCTV cameras were not working in the area. The one which were working, as per the camera footage, some of them were able to access these certain leads and they were able to crack and also carry some of the raids at particular areas, particularly in Baramulla, as all the terrorists are from the Baramulla district of North Kashmir. As per SSP Baramulla Rais, but they have seized the bike that was used for this incident by the terrorists and also the ID that was recovered from the tiffin box. Meanwhile, the grenades, pistols, magazine, all other things have been recovered. They tried to attack the wine shop that caused the death to a non-local, and also the 3 other received the critical injuries who are being treated at the Sher Kashmir Institute of Medical Science.
Republic spoke to Baramulla SSP Mohammad Rais Bhatt. Listen in to the details of the investigation of this horrifying attack.
See, the attack took place on a public thoroughfare where the shoppers, where the vehicles and where the pedestrians keep moving. For us, every zone is very secure and every zone is considered to be our responsibility to secure it. So in that sense, yes, it was a secure zone and we had to take some preventive measures. But like I said, that because of that, we were able to crack the case. We had a good density of CCTVs in the area, and we had some very good leads that were some clues that were left on the spot, and on the basis of those clues, we were able to follow the case and bring it to a logical conclusion as of now.
A total of 5 terrorists have been arrested. Kashmir Zone Police informed in a tweet that 4 terrorists and 1 associate of the LET terror outfit have been arrested. 5 pistols and 23 grenades have been recovered.
Attacks was saved the kind of ammunition that have been recovered during the wine case attack investigation. Also said the leads have been followed. The main attackers and those who executed and managed post attack, they all have been arrested, but still the police is connecting the dots. We are seeing a huge quantity of ammunition and arms recovered by Baramulla police in wine shop attack case.
Republic has accessed the CCTV footage of the incident in which terrorists threw a hand grenade inside a newly opened wine shop in Jammu and Kashmir's Baramulla district. This attack resulted in the killing of Ranjit Singh, a Kashmiri Pandit. These visuals show 2 terrorists riding a bike with the pillion wearing a burqa. Following the horrifying Baramulla terror attack, the family of the victim Ranjit Singh took to the streets to protest. Meanwhile, locals raised anti-Pakistan slogans over the recent rise in targeted killings in Jammu and Kashmir. Bureau Report, Republic TV.
On the other side, live coverage continues as Lalu in CBI dock again, but show of strength continues.
Amity University's 2-week online summer school for class 10, 11 and 12 students starts from 6th June. study from university professors to personality-enhancing modules, and get career counseling. Get the edge over your classmates. Register now at amity.edu/summer school.
News in brief, President Ramnath Kovind arrived at St. Vincent and the Grenadines for a visit to the country as the part of 7-day visit to the Caribbean. He was received by the island country's Prime Minister along with the Guard of Honor of the country's defense forces. A 6-year-old girl became the youngest organ donor in the history of the AIIMS hospital in the national capital. The girl, who was tragically shot dead by an unknown assailant in Noida, saved at least 5 lives after her parents decided to have her organs donated. The Delhi Development Authority conducted an anti-encroachment drive in Kalyanpuri. As the drive started, the AAP workers led by MLA Kuldeep Kumar staged a protest. The AAP MLA claimed that the DDA was running the drive illegally since people had valid documents for their possession. The police went on to detain the AAP MLA Kuldeep Kumar and others for obstructing the exercise. The Delhi Municipal Corporation Amendment Act 2022 designed to unify 3 municipal corporations of the National Capital Region. The act will bring the North Delhi, South Delhi and East Delhi corporations all under one entity. The Congress will hold 2-day state-level shivers to discuss the decisions of the Udaipur Declaration adopted during the 3-day Chintan Shivir held in Rajasthan. The declaration set forth specific guidelines such as giving 1 ticket to 1 family and 50% of all members to be under 50 years old. Congress leader Ganesh Gogra resigned as an MLA from Dungarpur a day after a case was registered against him for creating a ruckus. In his resignation letter to Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot, Gogra alleged that despite being a ruling party MLA and the Youth Congress state president, he was being neglected and his voice was being stifled by local administration and offices. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi targeted the government on unemployment. And on to another big story that we are tracking after the Supreme Court sentenced top Congress leader Sidhu to 1-year jail term in 1988 road rage case. What you're learning is that Sidhu is likely to surrender today. In fact, those are the live visuals we are getting to you outside Sidhu's residence where security has, in fact, beg your pardon, those are the visuals outside the court where security has been beefed up. So the latest what you're learning is that Sidhu will surrender today in connection with the road rage case. This after the Supreme Court sentenced top Congress leader Sidhu to 1-year jail term in 1988 road rage case. We have Anuj reporting live on the story. Anuj, what more details can you share with us? We are now getting to know that Sidhu will surrender today in connection with the in the road rage case.
Oh, well, exactly that.
मामला नहीं है, आप भी मानते हैं कि बड़ा मामला नहीं है जिसमें उनको सजा हुई है?
क्या
नवतेज चीमा अभी गए थे अंदर, वो कह रहे हैं कि इतना कोई बड़ा मामला नहीं है, कौन सा ड्रग्स का केस है?
देखिए सुनिए, सिद्धू साहब ने बोला है कि आई बो बिफोर दी मैजेस्टी ऑफ लॉ। कानून जो सबसे ऊपर है, जो कानून ने कहा है सबको मंजूर है जी।
नहीं, आप लोग क्या पहुंचे हैं? ये शक्ति प्रदर्शन है क्या आप लोगों का सिद्धू साहब के लिए?
कांग्रेस आला कमान की तरफ से साथ में है, आपके कोई पार्टी के प्रधान नहीं आए, कोई मौजूदा विधायक नहीं आया।
देखिए हमारे
दावा तो यहाँ तक कह रहे हैं कि अच्छा हुआ सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ये काम कर दिया। सिकरी साहब तड़ेबंदी नजर आ रही है।
देखो इस तरह है, हर बंदे का अपना व्यू पॉइंट है। मेरा व्यू पॉइंट ये है कि देखो किसी वेले बंदे को गलती अगर कोई हुई है तो कानून ने अपना इंसाफ किया है तो बंदा जो कहता मैं कानून को मानना है, कानून दे के झुक रहा है और वो कानून दे के सरेंडर करन जा रहे हैं। ते एक पहलू एक है,
ये कोई शक्ति प्रदर्शन है
ना। दूसरा पहलू ये है, दूसरा पहलू ये है कि सिद्धू साहब जड़े ने वो पंजाब के इशू के लिए पंजाबियों के नाल खड़े ने, असीं सब उन्हां दे नाल खड़े हैं।
And Anuj is reporting live from outside the Patiala court. Anuj, what is the latest that you are learning Sidhu to surrender today?
Well, I'm reporting from right outside Navjot Singh Sidhu's residence. First, let me give you the sense of the area also and what is happening over here. This exactly is the room that in the glass, behind the glass you can clearly see a closed door meeting is going on. There, Navjot Singh Sidhu is meeting with his loyalists, with his old guards, with his friends.
before surrendering to the court. And these are the exclusive visuals what we are giving you at this point in time. This exactly is the room in which a meeting, a closed door meeting is happening. Navjot Singh Sidhu is very much there. Former MLAs are coming in. Former MLAs are coming in at the residence of Navjot Singh Sidhu. As we were telling it to our viewers, this is 33-year-old case. Back in 1988, a road rage case in which 1 year jail term has been already announced by the Supreme Court. So this is going to be at around 10, what we have been told, not more than 10 minutes from now, when Sidhu is expected to leave. If we talk about the next course of action, then this is going to be the legalities. Sidhu will be going to the Patiala court, and from there he will be he will surrender in the court, and after that the medical formalities will be completed, and after that toward the jail. That is something what we have been told. That is the legal procedure. I'll again ask my video journalist to go with the visuals, and let me give you the sense. That exactly is the room. This exactly is the room from where we are getting you these exclusive visuals, where Navjot Singh Sidhu at this point in time is doing a closed door meeting with his loyalists, with his loved ones, with his friends. But we have to mention it here. If we talk about Congress party, no one from the Congress party, any of the senior leader could not be seen on the ground when we are talking about today's development, when Navjot Singh Sidhu, what we have been told, is all set to surrender before the court. As the Supreme Court has already pronounced it yesterday that this is going to be 1 year jail term in which Sidhu is going to be. On the other hand, let me give you the sense from the front gate also. That's the main gate entry from where Sidhu will be coming out. But a minute before we were giving you the visuals from that particular room, from that room where the closed door meeting is going on. These are the exclusive visuals on Republic Media Network. This particular is the room where at this point in time this particular meeting is going on. So there were several leaders who are coming in. These all are the former MLAs who have went in. They are meeting with Navjot Singh Sidhu before he surrenders. So this is to see what exactly will be the atmosphere at the court premises, whereas we are seeing that the security has been beefed up over there. We have talked to several people, former MLAs, former Congress MLAs who just went inside the Sidhu's residence here in Patiala, and that's at the room where this closed door meeting is going on. That is the main gate of Navjot Singh Sidhu's residence. Let me try and give you the visuals from inside also. We'll move toward the gate. We'll give you the sense what is happening over here. There you can see, there people, you can clearly see there the security is there because many of the former MLAs are already here. They are meeting in that very particular room where we have given, from where we were given the visuals, the exclusive visuals, where Navjot Singh Sidhu at this point in time is doing the meeting before leaving toward the court. So this is going to be the due procedure. This is going to be the legalities that the legal team is in concern. That what we have been told, that the curative petition is also the planning which is in pipeline by Navjot Singh Sidhu. This is to see what exactly will be coming out from that. But after 33 years, big jolt for Navjot Singh Sidhu back in 1988. This was the road rage accident, road rage case which happened, and finally yesterday it was Supreme Court who pronounced that this is going to be 1 year jail term for Navjot Singh Sidhu.
All right, Anuj, stay with us. So Anuj, they're reporting live from outside Sidhu's residence in Patiala. We have Amandeep reporting live from outside the Patiala court. Amandeep, if I can come to you, if for our audience, if you could once again take us through the details of this road rage case for which the Supreme Court has sentenced Sidhu to 1 year jail term.
Well, absolutely, Samiksha. The point is that this case happened in 1988, and in fact, after that, just few months back, Navjot Singh Sidhu was convicted with the penalty of 1,000 rupees. But in a review petition, Navjot Singh Sidhu has been awarded for 1 year jail term. And in fact, yesterday evening, Navjot Singh Sidhu spread a message among his supporters to reach at Patiala court by 9:30, just because Navjot Singh Sidhu is going to surrender at 10 a.m. sharp at Patiala court. And in fact, I can show you the visuals as well. The security has been beefed up here ahead of Sidhu's surrender. Just because today Sidhu will surrender in Patiala court, and after that he will be taken to the medical, and later on he will be shifted to the jail, Patiala jail itself. Just because this case has been registered in Patiala itself, and that is the reason he will be taken to the Patiala jail. And even on the other side, simultaneously, Navjot Singh Sidhu is held certain meetings with the battery of lawyers to discuss the curative petition that Navjot Singh Sidhu is going to file against the order of Supreme Court. And meanwhile, there are certain political leaders who are also holding the meetings. But you can see now, viewers, we are slipping into a short break here. It's time for the break, and on the other side of the break there are certain stories lined up. Continuously roll out coverage on Navjot Singh Sidhu's conviction. Stay tuned.
Congress leader Navjot Singh Sidhu has got a 1-year jail term in the case of road rage. December 27th, 1988, Sidhu had allegedly beat Gurnam Singh on his head, leading to his death. It's a very tragic day for the Congress. Most senior leader, one of the faces of the Congress party in Punjab, has been sent to a 1-year jail. Rabri Devi has accessed the order copy on Sidhu, imposing the sentence of imprisonment for a period of 1 year. Rigorous imprisonment to be undergone by respondent number 1. The parties are left to bear their own costs. That's the breaking news update. Yasin Malik has now been convicted. And that's the breaking news update coming in. Someone who was behind so many killings. He was charged and he pleaded guilty to charges under UAPA, which was Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. But the charges that he faces range from backing terror, terror funding. He's also been accused of murder, and single-handedly he was the face of spreading unrest in the valley for decades and decades.
Survey reports have been submitted. In this report, the multiple Hindu signs have been found. In fact, a survey team has also found multiple signs of palm leaves, lotus, flowers, kalash, many signs of Sanatan.
A quick wrap of all that's making news across the globe.
छापामारी का अपना तरीका है, लेकिन ये छापामारी क्यों हो रही है और कैसे हो रही है, ये आप देख सकते हैं कि देश में जो फिरका प्रस्त ताकतें इस देश की सत्ता पर बैठी हुई है, सत्ता के लिए क्या क्या कर रही है। सांप्रदायिक भावना फैलाना, विरोधियों का दमन करना, इस जनता का विश्वास जीतना नहीं है इनका कदम। ये इलेक्शन के पहले कुछ ऐसी वारदातें करना चाहते हैं ताकि उससे अचानक एक पोलराइजेशन हो और उस झोंक में वो जीत जाए, और विरोधी हमारी कमियों को न उजागर करें, इसके लिए तमाम रेडी।
भास्कर सर, आप इंडिया
जी मैम
It's a very tragic day for the Congress. Most senior leader, one of the faces of the Congress party in Punjab, has been sent to a 1-year jail. Rabri Devi has accessed the order copy on Sidhu, imposing the sentence of imprisonment for a period of 1 year. Rigorous imprisonment to be undergone by respondent number 1. The parties are left to bear their own costs. That's the breaking news update. Yasin Malik has now been convicted. And that's the breaking news update coming in. Someone who was behind so many killings. He was charged and he pleaded guilty to charges under UAPA, which was Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. But the charges that he faces range from backing terror, terror funding. He's also been accused of murder, and single-handedly he was the face of spreading unrest in the valley for decades and decades.
survey reports have been submitted. In this report, the multiple Hindu signs have been found. In fact, survey team has also found multiple signs of palm leaves, lotus, flowers, kalash, many signs of Sanatan.
A quick wrap of all that's making news across the globe. Turkey's foreign minister met with United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres and Italy's foreign minister in New York. The meetings followed Turkish President Recep Erdogan's veto position on Sweden and Finland's applications for NATO memberships. Turkey's Erdogan declared that he could not allow Sweden and Finland to join NATO alliance due to their alleged support to Kurdish militants, terrorists and other groups that threaten Turkey's national security. A former Minneapolis police officer pleaded guilty to a state charge of aiding and abetting second-degree manslaughter in the killing of George Floyd. As part of the plea deal, a count of aiding and abetting second-degree unintentional murder against Thomas Lane will be dismissed. A United Nations
Out on bail, Lalu Yadav under CBI radar. Again, raids on in and beyond Bihar across 17 locations. More trouble mounts as fresh case registered against Lalu and daughter. Azam Khan walks out of jail after over 2 years. Supporters throng Azam's convoy. Final word on Gyanvapi today. Top court to resume hearing on Gyanvapi case. Survey report makes massive revelations. Mentions of a shivling being found in the Wuzu Khana of Gyanvapi Mosque. But Owaisi continues to escalate defiance, says case is an attempt to disrupt communal harmony. Boxing star Nikhat Zareen scripts history, becomes 5th Indian woman to bag gold at Women's World Championship. With no escape route for the top Congress leader, Sidhu likely to surrender before Patiala police today. Three rescued, 10 feared trapped as fresh landslide is reported after tunnel collapse in Jammu's Ramban. And in live and breaking this morning on Republic TV, we tell you all about how the CBI is raiding searches at 16 locations connected to Lalu Prasad Yadav. The searches are being conducted by the CBI. Lalu Prasad Yadav, various members of his family under the scanner. Joining us is our correspondent Prakash with the latest on this story. Prakash, what's happening now? The last we knew, CBI raids on across the 16 locations in Bihar and beyond. Any more reactions from Lalu Yadav or his family members? Ananya, it's coming over to you. Mega raids on Lalu Prasad Yadav across 16 locations. Could those locations increase? What are you hearing from your sources? We believe documentary and other evidence related to the Land for Jobs scam being investigated and searched.
Well, yes, definitely. Searches are on at over 16 locations, not only in the national capital, but also in Patna and various other parts of the country. And in fact, the Central Bureau of Investigation is all in into this whole land into job scam. Remember that this scam, the allegations of this scam date back to when the Lalu Prasad Yadav was the railway minister. This is actually a period which is at least a decade ago that these allegations come from, wherein it is clearly stated that land was taken up from the job aspirants and then jobs were promised to them, and various grafters received into this whole case. Apart from Lalu Yadav, his family members like his wife Rabri Devi and daughter Misa Bharti are also seem to be alleged into this whole scam that is being conducted that dates back to in fact a decade ago. But what is very, very clear is that 16 locations being searched by the Central Probe Agency, the federal agency conducting this probe. Initially, a preliminary inquiry was initiated into this case, and after the CBI found some material, it has registered FIR, what the CBI terminology, it is called a regular case, that is an RC that has been registered into this whole case. And the Central Bureau of Investigation carrying out massive raids, not only in Delhi but also in Patna and other parts of the country. We are currently at Misa Bharti's residence in the national capital. You can see right behind me. This was the car, in fact, as we know, in which the CBI officers had come in to raid, in fact, this whole premises linked to Lalu Prasad Yadav. And what would the CBI be searching for is basically material evidence, would be documentary evidence. They would be searching out for documents that date back, in fact, to 10 years ago. And since it's a scam that emerged out 10 years ago, we might also see a trail of emails that the CBI might be looking into, but it would surely be looking into where. And what has happened was that after receiving testimonies of certain witnesses into this case, the CBI initiated a PE, that is a preliminary inquiry, and then later on registered RC, that is a regular case, into this whole case. This land for job scam, wherein job aspirants were promised to be given a job in the railways after they would be giving out their land to in fact the people. And in fact that happened when Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav was the railway minister. And this is not the first time, remember, that Mr. Yadav is under the lens of the Central Bureau of Investigation. In fact, it is just weeks after he was granted bail in the fodder scam case, and not only the fodder scam but also various other scams.
Right. It's not the first case in which he has been implicated, in which Lalu Yadav himself as well as various members of his family. We'll be coming back to you, Ananya, but we have with us Prakash now, joining us with more on the Lalu Yadav story. Prakash, what are you hearing from your sources? We have Ananya in Delhi covering Misa Bharti's residence, where the CBI...
से देख रहे हैं, 1997 से मैं देख रहा हूँ, 20-40 बार इस तरह का सीबीआई का रेड हुआ। और भाई आज सीबीआई कितना फेल्यूर संस्था है कि भाई 1997 से आप लगातार रेड कर रहे हैं और आपको कुछ भी नहीं मिल रहा है। और आज भी यह गारंटी के साथ मैं बोल सकता हूँ कि आज भी बाबा जी का ठुल्लू मिलना है। महाराज, गाय का गोबर मिलेगा, गाय का गोबर खटाल में जांच हो रही है। हाँ, गाय का गोबर मिलेगा। खटाल पे अगर जांच हो रही है तो वहाँ गाय का गोबर मिलेगा, इससे ज्यादा कुछ नहीं मिलेगा। बाबा जी का ठुल्लू मिलेगा। ये देखिए, ऐसा है कि कोई भी संदेह का घेरा नहीं। उनको नहीं पता है कि कहाँ भ्रष्टाचार है, कहाँ 70 घोटाले हुए हैं, वहाँ रेड नहीं हो सकता है क्या? तो देखिए, यह बदले की कार्रवाई है। माननीय लालू जी के जो उनके मान सम्मान को अति करने की कार्रवाई है, इससे कुछ होना जाना नहीं है। यह आप क्या बड़ी है, इसकी वजह से क्या रेड हो रही है? देखिए, ऐसा है, ये भी हो सकता है कि उनको डराने की कार्रवाई हो रही हो दूसरे रूप से। नीतीश को डराया जा रहा है। बिल्कुल, उनको डराने की कार्रवाई।
Well, reactions there to the CBI raids being conducted at various locations related to Lalu Prasad Yadav and his family members. We have with us our reporters Prakash and Ananya, and we were talking to Prakash about how this means a fresh trouble for Lalu Prasad Yadav and his family in the case related to the land for jobs scam, in which railway jobs were given in exchange for land when Lalu Prasad Yadav was the railway minister. Prakash, well, we were just listening to that reaction there. His supporters say that the CBI will discover nothing and that these are just allegations. It's just vendetta politics that's going on.
Yes, earlier Sunil Singh, the RJD MLC and the close confidant of Lalu Yadav, was speaking against the CBI that for the past 25 years raids are being conducted at Lalu Yadav's residence or the relatives of Lalu Yadav. Remember, the CBI conducted raids at 15 different locations across the country, including Patna, Delhi, Gopalganj, the various locations in Bihar for the land for job scam, and a fresh FIR has been registered in this particular case. And as the CBI is conducting its raid and the raid is underway, interrogation is being done by both Rabri Devi and family members as well as daughters Misa Bharti, Hema Yadav and Lalu Yadav in Delhi. So these are point-wise. I would like to specify that in 2017 also a similar kind of raids was conducted, specifically with the land for job scam, IRCTC scam, recruitment scam, gift scam, because allegedly Lalu Yadav had received the land in lieu of jobs from poor farmers, and apparently those lands were transferred as part of the shareholding in different companies. And for that, Prem Gupta, the Rajya Sabha member and the close confidant of Lalu Yadav, was also questioned, and there was abnormal transfer of shareholding from one company to another in the name of Tejasvi Yadav, Tej Pratap Yadav, Misa Bharti. During that time, several properties of Lalu Yadav, including farmhouse in Delhi, in Patna, where a mall was to be constructed, was confiscated, for which the case is still going on in the Patiala court, and a signature of Tejasvi Yadav was also recovered from that raid in 2017. So the CBI is trying to club all these issues because during the corona period, the trial was very slow. The trial will speed up now after this raids in the IRCTC scam, land for jobs scam, recruitment scam. And these raids are specific in nature from the period from 2004 to 9 when Lalu Yadav was the railway minister, and the amount of kickbacks the Lalu family received, both in cash, in terms of tenders, in terms of properties. And these are the nature that is being investigated upon as of now, as we spoke to the CBI sources, agency sources. And as the raids continue, we'll get to know what kind of action is being taken by the CBI, because sources in the CBI says that as far as the IRCTC scam is concerned, it's an open and shut case. And in 2017, it was Republic TV which had unearthed all the documents of the ED, CBI, income tax pertaining to the gift for a job scam as well as the IRCT scam. And that led to the fall of Nitish and Lalu government. And that was the reason why, because of Republic TV expose in 2017, that blew the lid and exposed Lalu Yadav in a big way, and specifically Lalu Sahabuddin tapes also, that triggered the moment, and thereafter raids were conducted, and that led to the fall of Lalu Nitish government. And Nitish Kumar had asked Tejasvi Yadav to explain as to his involvement in the IRCT scam, and after which Nitish Kumar left Lalu Yadav and allied with BJP. So recently what Sunil Singh was explaining, that Lalu Yadav is being targeted, and this may have political ramifications as well. Recently, there was a political bonhomie that was going on between the Lalu family and Nitish Kumar as well, because of the iftar politics. And Rohini Acharya, daughter of Lalu Yadav, has also tweeted that it is because of the caste-based census that is, as it is being demanded by Lalu Yadav. That is why the CBI is targeting. So Nitish Kumar is also demanding caste-based census. So we'll have to wait and watch what kind of political ramifications it may have as the CBI conducts its raid. But we'll get to know whether the CBI takes any actions, they have got any substantial evidence. Tejasvi Yadav at the moment is in London And Lalu Yadav, who is suffering from various ailments, is in Delhi along with his daughter Misa Bharti. Back to you.
Right, Prakash, we'll stay on that story. Let's listen in now to more reactions coming in.
$1990 से लालू जी की पहचान ही भ्रष्टाचार और अपहरण की रही है और कोई भी ऐसा भ्रष्टाचार का मापदंड नहीं है जिसको उन्होंने तोड़ा नहीं हो। यहाँ तक कि चतुर्थ वर्ग बहाली में भी गरीब छपरा के गरीब लोगों से जमीन लिखवाने से ज़्यादा गलत कार्य तो कुछ हो ही नहीं सकता है। अफसोस की बात है कि एक पीढ़ी की गलतियों से दूसरी पीढ़ी सीखती है, लेकिन आज बिहार का प्रत्येक बच्चा जानता है कि राजद में किस तरह से टिकट मिलने की संस्कृति है और पहले एक जगह से भ्रष्टाचार होता था, आज वह भ्रष्टाचार बढ़कर 5 स्थानों से हो गया है। हर काम में हर जगह पर भ्रष्टाचार के 5 मंदिरों में कोई सर टेकता है तभी राजद से उसको कोई लाभ मिल पाता है। यह सब पुराने केस हैं और आप जब अपराध
देश भर से हमारे साथ जुड़े हमारे सभी सहयोगी सबसे पहले तो मैं देश के कोने कोने में मातृभूमि की सेवा में लगे हुए जन जन के कल्याण में खप रहे भाजपा के कोटि कोटि कार्यकर्ताओं का अभिनंदन करता हूं। जनसंघ से लेकर के जो हमारी यात्रा शुरू हुई है और आज जो भारतीय जनता पार्टी के रूप में फली फूली इस पार्टी के रूप को, उसके स्वरूप को, उसके विस्तार को देखते हैं तो गर्व तो होता ही है, लेकिन इसके निर्माण में खुद को खपाने वाले पार्टी के सभी मनुष्यों, सभी विभूतियों, उन सबको मैं आज नमन करता हूं। साथियों, हम राजस्थान की धरती पर हैं। मुझे भी आप सबके बीच में रह करके इस कार्यक्रम में शरीक होने का अवसर मिला होता तो मेरे लिए भी वो प्रेरणा का कारण बनता, ऊर्जा का स्रोत मिलता, क्योंकि जब भी मैं कार्यकर्ताओं से मिला हूं, कार्यकर्ता छोटा हो बड़ा हो, बहुत कुछ जानने को मिलता है, बहुत कुछ बातों के अनेक पहलू समझने को मिलते हैं। कार्यकर्ता के द्वारा जो इन्फॉर्मेशन आती है वो बहुत सटीक इन्फॉर्मेशन आती है और जब मिलते हैं तो खुले मन से काफी कुछ बातें भी होती हैं। तो मेरे मन में तो कसक रह जाएगी कि मैं नहीं पहुंच पाया, लेकिन वर्चुअली आप सबके दर्शन कर रहा हूं, आपसे बात कर रहा हूं। साथियों, राजस्थान की धरती पर है तब हम सबको श्रद्धेय सुंदर सिंह जी भंडारी की याद आना बहुत स्वाभाविक है। आज ये वर्ष श्रद्धेय सुंदर सिंह भंडारी जी की जन्म शताब्दी का भी वर्ष है। हम सब ऐसे प्रेरणा पुरुष का हृदय से अभिवादन करते हैं, प्रणाम करते हैं। साथियों, राजस्थान की धरती, राजस्थान की बात हो, राजस्थान भारतीय जनता पार्टी की विकास यात्रा की चर्चा हो, तो मैं इस बात को गर्व से कह सकता हूं कि मुझे ऐसे ऐसे दिग्गजों के साथ काम करने का मौका मिला, ऐसे ऐसे दिग्गजों की उंगली पकड़ करके चलने का सौभाग्य मिला और उन सबका स्मरण आना बहुत स्वाभाविक है। स्वर्गीय भैरव सिंह शेखावत की बात हो, आदरणीय जगदीश प्रसाद माथुर जी का स्मरण आना, भानु कुमार शास्त्री जी, हमारे रघुवीर सिंह कौशल जी, हमारे भंवरलाल शर्मा जी, हमारे गंगाराम कोहली जी, अनगिनत नाम, ऐसे सभी वरिष्ठ जनों की उंगली पकड़ करके चलने का मुझे सौभाग्य मिला है। ये सारे वो लोग हैं जिन्होंने पार्टी को दिशा दिखाई, पार्टी के लिए अपना पूरा जीवन खपा दिया। ऐसे ही अनगिनत समर्पित जीवन का हमें स्मरण होना बहुत स्वाभाविक है। और इसीलिए जब कमल पुष्प की रचना हुई है, और मैं पार्टी को अभिनंदन करता हूं, आज इस कमल पुष्प पे हमारे बूथ स्तर के कार्यकर्ता पुराने कार्यकर्ताओं के जीवन की जो कथाएं उसमें प्रस्तुत करते हैं, अपने आप में प्रेरक है। मैं तो आप सबको कहता हूं, कभी भी मन में आलस आ जाए, पल भर के लिए उस कमल पुष्प को मोबाइल फोन से खोल करके देखिए। ऐसी प्रेरणा की कथाएं हैं, ऐसी प्रेरक जीवन की घटनाएं हैं। हमें मार्गदर्शन के लिए, प्रेरणा के लिए और कुछ करने की जरूरत नहीं है। एक एक का जीवन, एक एक पल का काम कार्यकर्ताओं के लिए प्रेरणा का स्वरूप है। साथियों, 21वीं सदी का इस समय भारत के लिए बहुत अहम समय है। और आपको याद होगा, मैंने लाल किले से कहा था, यही समय है, सही समय है। आज हम सभी देख रहे हैं कि दुनिया में भारत के प्रति किस तरह की विशेष भावना जागृत हुई है। दुनिया आज भारत को बहुत उम्मीदों से देख रही है। ठीक वैसे ही भारत में भाजपा के प्रति जनता का एक विशेष स्नेह अनुभव हो रहा है। देश की जनता भाजपा को बहुत विश्वास से, बहुत उम्मीद से देख रही है। देश की जनता की आशा आकांक्षा हमारा दायित्व बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ा देती है। आजादी के इस अमृत काल में देश अपने लिए अगले 25 वर्षों के लक्ष्य तय कर रहा है। भाजपा के लिए ये समय है अगले 25 वर्षों के लक्ष्य तय करने का, उनके लिए निरंतर काम करने का। देश के लोगों की जो उम्मीदें हैं, हमें वो पूरी करनी है। देश के सामने जो चुनौतियां हैं, हमें देश के लोगों के साथ मिलकर हर चुनौतियों को पार करना है, परास्त करना है और विजय के संकल्प के साथ आगे बढ़ना है। और हम जानते हैं कि इसका मार्ग क्या है। हमारा दर्शन है पंडित दीनदयाल उपाध्याय का एकात्म मानव दर्शन, अंत्योदय। हमारा चिंतन है डॉक्टर श्यामा प्रसाद मुखर्जी की सांस्कृतिक राष्ट्रनीति। हमारा मंत्र है सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबका विश्वास और सबका प्रयास। साथियों, मैं एक अलग तरीके से बात आपको बताना चाहता हूं। अब मान लीजिए, कल्पना कीजिए, किसी गंभीर बीमारी से पीड़ित व्यक्ति जब लंबे उपचार के बाद भी ठीक नहीं होता, तो बीमारी को ही अपनी नियति मान लेता है। वो बीमारी से बनी उन परिस्थितियों को स्वीकार कर लेता है, उसमें जीना सीख लेता है। वो सोचता है कि किसी भी तरह चलो भाई दिन कट जाए। व्यक्ति के जीवन में ऐसा होता है ना, कभी कभी राष्ट्र के जीवन में भी ऐसा होता है। हमारे देश में भी एक लंबा कालखंड ऐसा रहा जब लोगों की सोच मजबूरन ऐसी हो गई थी कि बस और कोई सहारा नहीं है, अब तो इसी में गुजारा करना है, बस किसी तरह बस समय निकल जाए, जिंदगी गुजर जाए। ना सरकारों से उनको कोई अपेक्षा बची थी और नहीं सरकार भी उनके प्रति कोई अपनी जवाबदेही है वो समझने की स्थिति में थी। साथियों, देश की जनता ने 2014 में एक नया इतिहास लिखने का फैसला कर लिया। फैसला जनता का था। 2014 के बाद भाजपा देश को इस सोच से बाहर निकल करके लाई है। आज निराशा नहीं, आशा और अपेक्षा का युग। साथियों, आज भारत के लोग एस्पिरेशन से भरे हुए हैं। आज हिंदुस्तान का हर नागरिक नतीजे चाहता है, सरकारों का काम करते हुए देखना चाहता है। वो अपनी आंखों के सामने परिणाम प्राप्त करना चाहता है, परिणाम देखना चाहता है। राजनीतिक नफा नुकसान से अलग मैं इसे जनमानस में आया बहुत बड़ा पॉजिटिव चेंज मानता हूं। जब देश के 130 करोड़ लोगों की आकांक्षाएं इस प्रकार से जग जाती है तो निश्चित रूप से सरकारों की जवाबदेही भी बढ़ती है। उनके लिए काम करना अनिवार्य हो जाता है। सार्वजनिक जीवन के हर व्यक्ति के लिए ये जन जागृति अनिवार्य रूप से काम करने के लिए प्रेरित भी करती हैं, दबाव भी बनाती हैं। और इसलिए देश के लोगों की बढ़ती हुई एस्पिरेशंस में
reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Good evening and welcome. An embarrassingly large amount of evidence has been unearthed, it seems, at Gyanvapi, which indicates the presence of an ancient Hindu temple structure predating perhaps the Mughal era in the place where the survey has been conducted. Finally, the report, which is largely in circulation now, will determine things. But I only want to say one thing tonight. Let us end this with one simple gesture, respecting the right to pray. Nothing more and nothing less. Prayer should unite people, not divide. Across our great country, there are hundreds, if not thousands of places, or tens of thousands perhaps, where Hindus and Muslims pray right alongside each other. In fact, there are some places where Hindus and Muslims both go to seek solace, to seek divinity. Only zealots can oppose the right to pray. And somewhere I'm getting more and more confident that as the evidence comes out, we will find ourselves bound together by tolerance, by sanity, and by law. And let the Gyanvapi issue, which remained unresolved under the British, get resolved amicably as we celebrate the 75th year of our independence. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a great opportunity. And the Gyanvapi survey report is out, and with it, the truth about the shivling and the side that's debate number one.
Yasin Malik has now been convicted, and that's the breaking news update coming in. Someone who was behind so many killings, he was charged and he pleaded guilty to charges under UAPA, which was unlawful.
वो रास्ता हमारे लिए नहीं है, वो रास्ता हमें मंजूर नहीं है। और जिन्होंने हमारे देश के लिए, हमारी पार्टी के लिए जीवन खपाया है, उन्होंने हमें आराम करने की इजाजत नहीं दी है। और इसलिए आराम तो नहीं करना है। साथियों, इतना सब विजय पताका के फहर रही है तो भी आज भी हम अधीर हैं, आज भी हम बेचैन हैं, आज भी हम आतुर हैं, क्योंकि हमारा मूल लक्ष्य भारत को उस ऊंचाई पर पहुंचाना है जिसका सपना देश की आजादी के लिए मन मिटने वालों ने देखा था। जिन सपनों को लेकर के देश के वीर फांसी के फंदे को गले में लगा करके मातृभूमि के लिए आहूत हो गए थे। हमें अपने स्वतंत्रता सेनानियों का रण कभी चुका नहीं सकते दोस्तों, लेकिन दिन रात मेहनत कर सकते हैं, खुद को देश के लिए खपा सकते हैं। और मुझे खुशी है कि भाजपा का प्रत्येक कार्यकर्ता आज इन भावनाओं से प्रेरित होकर के नित्य नूतन प्राण शक्ति लेकर के अविरत न थके न झुके काम कर रहा है। जिस पार्टी के पास कर्तव्य पथ पर चलते हुए ऐसे कोटि कोटि कार्यकर्ता हो, तो कौन होगा जिसको गर्व नहीं होगा। मुझे आप सबके लिए गर्व है दोस्तों। साथियों, इस महीने केंद्र की भाजपा सरकार के, एनडीए सरकार के 8 वर्ष पूरे हो रहे हैं। ये 8 वर्ष संकल्प के रहे हैं, सिद्धियों के रहे हैं। ये 8 वर्ष सेवा, सुशासन और गरीब कल्याण को समर्पित रहे हैं। ये 8 वर्ष देश के छोटे किसानों, देश के श्रमिकों, देश के मध्यम वर्ग की अपेक्षाओं को पूरा करने वाले रहे हैं। ये 8 वर्ष देश के संतुलित विकास, सामाजिक न्याय और सामाजिक सुरक्षा के लिए भी रहे हैं। और ये 8 वर्ष देश की माताओं, बहनों, बेटियों के सशक्तिकरण, उनकी गरिमा बढ़ाने के प्रयासों के नाम रहे हैं। साथियों, सरकार पर, सरकार की व्यवस्थाओं पर, सरकार के डिलीवरी मैकेनिज्म पर किसी समय देश का जो भरोसा उठ गया था, 2014 के बाद जनता जनार्दन के आशीर्वाद से भाजपा सरकार उसे वापस लेकर आई है। आज गरीब से गरीब भी ये नहीं सोचता कि ये सरकारी योजना तो सिर्फ सिफारिश वालों के लिए है, जान पहचान वालों के लिए है, जो रुपये पैसे खर्च कर सकता है उनके लिए है। आज वो अपने आसपास लोगों को योजनाओं का लाभ मिलते देख रहा है। वो आज बहुत विश्वास से कहता है कि एक ना एक दिन मुझे भी इस योजना का लाभ अवश्य मिलेगा, और ये बात वो विश्वास से कहता है। और साथियों, इसलिए इस बार आपको याद होगा, मैंने 15 अगस्त को लाल किले से 100% लाभार्थियों तक पहुंचने की बात की थी। काम कठिन है, मैं जानता हूं। देश बहुत विशाल है, जिम्मेवारियां बहुत बड़ी हैं। कई काम है जिसमें राज्य सरकारों पर डिपेंडेंट है, कई काम है जिसमें स्थानीय स्वराज के निकायों पर डिपेंडेंट है, भांति भांति के प्रभाव भी हैं। उसके बावजूद भी साथियों, जब ये ठान लेंगे कि हमें हर लाभार्थी तक पहुंचना है, एक भी व्यक्ति के छूटने की गुंजाइश को समाप्त कर देना है, तो तय लक्ष्य तक जरूर पहुंचेंगे। और इसके लिए मैं लगातार एक बात सरकारी अधिकारियों से, अन्य राज्य सरकारों से करता रहता हूं, सैचुरेशन की बात करता हूं। सैचुरेशन का ये सिर्फ पूर्णता का एक आंकड़ा भर नहीं है, लेकिन जब हम सैचुरेशन की बात करते हैं, सैचुरेशन पर बल देते हैं, तो ये भेदभाव, भाई भतीजावाद, तुष्टीकरण, भ्रष्टाचार के चंगुल से देश को बाहर निकालने का माध्यम है। भारत के सामान्य नागरिक को सरकारी दफ्तरों के चक्कर से मुक्ति दिलाने का जो अभियान बीते 8 साल से देश में चल रहा है, सैचुरेशन का अभियान उसको और सशक्त करेगा। और इसलिए आज राष्ट्रीय पदाधिकारियों की इस बैठक में हम सभी को इस संकल्प के साथ आगे बढ़ना है कि हम जिस भी क्षेत्र में होंगे, जो भी हमारा कार्य क्षेत्र होगा, वहां कोई भी गरीब, कोई भी हकदार नागरिक योजनाओं के लाभ से वंचित नहीं रहेगा। इसके लिए भाजपा को नए जागरूकता अभियान शुरू करने चाहिए। चुनाव के समय जैसे हम हर बूथ तक जाते हैं, हर परिवार में पहुंचते हैं, उसी स्पिरिट से घर घर जाना है, एक एक नागरिक तक जाना है। हर घर भाजपा, हर गरीब का कल्याण, हमें इसी भावना के साथ लगातार काम करना होगा। आप में से बहुत सारे लोग जानते होंगे, और खास करके जब राजस्थान में आप बैठे हैं तो शायद वहां भी कोई ये कहावत जरूर आपके कान पर पड़ेगी। राजस्थान में अक्सर एक कहावत कही जाती है, अम्बर को तारो हाथ से कोनी टूटे, यानी आसमान का तारा हाथ से नहीं टूटता है। साथियों, ये कहावत अपनी जगह पर सही है, और इसलिए हमें ये भूलना नहीं है कि हमारा लक्ष्य आसमान जितना ऊंचा है, इतनी आसानी से नहीं मिलेगा, लेकिन मेहनत करेंगे तो उसे प्राप्त जरूर करेंगे। साथियों, जिस एक और विषय पर हमें निरंतर कार्य करते रहना है, वो है देश में विकासवाद की राजनीति की चौतरफा, चहुं दिशा में स्थापना होनी चाहिए। कोई भी दल हो, उसको भी विकासवाद की राजनीति पर आने के लिए मजबूर करना। साथियों, हम बड़े गर्व से कह सकते हैं कि ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी है जिसने विकासवाद की राजनीति को देश की राजनीति की मुख्य धारा बना दिया है। आज कोई भी चुनाव हो, विकास में विश्वास करने वाले लोग हो या न हो, समाज को तोड़ने की राजनीति करने वाले लोग हो तो भी, शॉर्टकट ढूंढ करके सत्ता पाने के नुस्खे आजमाने वाले लोग हो तो भी, चाहते हो या न चाहते हो, लेकिन चुनाव में हर किसी को विकास के नाम पर बात करनी ही पड़ती है। चुनाव के मैदान में विकास की चर्चा करनी ही पड़ती है, और गर्व है भारतीय जनता पार्टी कि हमने राजनीति को इसकी विकासवाद की धारा के साथ प्रमुख रूप से बल दिया है। लेकिन साथियों, लेकिन हमें ये भी देख रहे हैं कि जो लोग विकासवाद की राजनीति से बच नहीं सकते, मजबूरन विकासवाद में आना ही पड़ रहा है, तो उन्होंने राजनीति में विकासवाद को भी विकृति के दिशा में धकेल दिया है। ये राजनीतिक दल तत्कालीन लाभ के लिए, फायदे के लिए, देश के उज्जवल भविष्य के साथ, राज्य के उज्जवल भविष्य के साथ, देश की युवा पीढ़ी के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ करते हैं, उसे खोखला करने का भी काम कर रहे हैं। ये राजनीतिक दल अपने स्वार्थ के लिए समाज में जो छोटी मोटी तनाव होते हैं, कुछ कमजोरियां होती हैं, कुछ परसेप्शन होते हैं, उसे ढूंढ करके उसमें जहर डालने का काम करते रहते हैं, उस कमजोरियों पर ही खेलते रहते हैं। कभी जाति के नाम पर, कभी क्षेत्रवाद के नाम पर लोगों को भड़का रहे हैं। साथियों, एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत का सपना लेकर के चल रही भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए यह भी अनिवार्य है कि देश के लोगों को लगातार हमें सावधान करते रहना होगा, इस प्रकार के लोगों से सचेत करना होगा, इस प्रकार के दलों से सचेत करना होगा। साथियों, हमें एक और बात हमेशा याद रखनी है, हम सबको याद है जनसंघ के जमाने में जब हम कहीं हाशिए पर पड़े थे, कोई हमें जानता भी नहीं था, न उस नगर में जानता था, न उस राज्य में जानता था, न उस जिले में जानता था। फिर भी उस जमाने में जब हमारे बात को कोई कानों पर धर ले ये संभावना भी नहीं थी, उस समय भी जनसंघ के जमाने में हमारे कार्यकर्ता, हमारे पुरानी पीढ़ियां जिन नीतियों पर डटे रहे, जिन नीतियों को लेकर के चलते रहे, कार्यक्रम करते रहे, उसकी मुख्य धारा थी राष्ट्रभक्ति, राष्ट्रहित, राष्ट्र सेवा, राष्ट्र निर्माण। यही प्राथमिकता थी। हम सत्ता से कोसों दूर थे, फिर भी उस जमाने के छोटे छोटे हमारे कार्यकर्ताओं का मातृभूमि के प्रति प्रेम, राष्ट्र सर्वोपरि की निष्ठा, उसमें इतनी ताकत थी कि सत्ता के पर बैठे काबिज बड़े बड़े लोगों को भी भारतीय जनसंघ की उस राष्ट्रभक्ति और राष्ट्रीय विचारधारा को वो कभी चुनौती नहीं दे पा रहे थे। जाने अनजाने में भी उसके महत्व को समझना पड़ता था, स्वीकार नहीं करते थे, समझना पड़ता था। और आज भाजपा की नीतियां उसी राष्ट्रभक्ति से प्रेरित होकर विकास पर केंद्रित हुई है, विश्वास पर केंद्रित है। इसलिए साथियों, हमें कभी कोई शॉर्टकट नहीं लेना है। हमें देश हित से जुड़े जो भी बुनियादी विषय हैं, जो कोर इश्यूज हैं, उन्हीं पर आगे बढ़ना है। कदम को दाएं बाएं जाने नहीं देना है, जुबान को इधर उधर फिसलने नहीं देना है। और ये कोर इश्यूज क्या है? गरीब का कल्याण, गरीब का जीवन आसान बनाने के लिए, गरीब को सशक्त करने के लिए हमें लगातार काम करना है। हमें कभी भी भटकना नहीं है। और मैं आपको सतर्क भी करूंगा, आपसे आग्रह भी करूंगा कि आपको विकास से जुड़े मुख्य मुद्दों से भटकाने की लाख कोशिशें होंगी, लेकिन आपको देश के विकास से जुड़े विषयों पर ही टिके रहना है। हम देखते ही हैं कि आज का किस तरह कुछ पार्टियों का इकोसिस्टम पूरी शक्ति से देश को मुख्य मुद्दों से भटकाने में लगा हुआ है। हमें कभी ऐसी पार्टियों के जाल में नहीं फंसना है। मैं जानता हूं कि आप अपने संवादों में, बातचीत में, संबोधनों में, पत्रकार वार्ताओं में अगर आप कहते हैं कि हमारी सरकार ने 2014 के बाद गरीबों के लिए 3 करोड़ घर बनाए, ठीक है, वो खबर कोई फ्रंट पेज पर नहीं छापेगा, टीवी के पर्दे पर नहीं दिखाई देगी। अगर आप कहेंगे कि 50 करोड़ से ज्यादा लोगों को 5 लाख रुपए तक का मुफ्त इलाज की व्यवस्था हमने की है, हो सकता है कोई उसको कान पे न धरे। 8,000 से ज्यादा जन औषधि केंद्रों की बात अगर हम करें तो हो सकता है टीवी में, मीडिया में, अखबार में सुर्खियों में नजर न भी आए। मैं जानता हूं कि आप 10 करोड़ से ज्यादा छोटे किसानों के बैंक खाते में सीधे पैसे ट्रांसफर करने की बात करेंगे, हो सकता है उसको भी नजरअंदाज कर दिया जाएगा, उसको भी कभी अखबार के पन्नों पर नहीं दिखाई देगी, टीवी पर नहीं बताया जाएगा, हो सकता है। मैं जानता हूं कि आप हर घर जल की बात करेंगे, हर गांव तक ब्रॉडबैंड कनेक्टिविटी की बात करेंगे, आप देश में डिजिटल क्रांति की बात करेंगे, फिनटेक की बात करेंगे, डिजिटल ट्रांजैक्शन की बात करेंगे। ये इकोसिस्टम उसको तवज्जो नहीं देने देगी, उस बात को आगे नहीं बढ़ने देगी। आप प्रधानमंत्री म्यूजियम बनाएंगे, डेमोक्रेसी के ट्रू स्पिरिट को हिंदुस्तान के आजादी के अमृत महोत्सव में लाकर के खड़ा कर देंगे तो आंखें मूंद ली जाएगी, चुपकी दी रख ली जाएगी। होगा। अब जितने भी अच्छे काम कर रहे हो, कोई पब्लिसिटी नहीं मिलेगी, कोई हेडलाइन नहीं बनेगी, टीवी पर वो बात चमकेगी नहीं। लेकिन इन सब के बावजूद भी साथियों, हमें अपने मार्ग पर डटे रहना है, विकास के मुद्दों पर टिके रहना है, देश हित के मुद्दों पर टिके रहना है। कभी न कभी मजबूरन उनको भी इन मुद्दों की सकारात्मक रूप में स्वीकृति देनी ही पड़ेगी। बस हम इस इकोसिस्टम के गब्बारों में उसको एड्रेस करने की कोशिश में न लग जाए। साथियों, ऐसा करके ही इस अमृत काल में हम देश की राजनीति को पूरी तरह विकास पर केंद्रित कर पाएंगे। साथियों, एक और कोशिश जो हम सबको करनी है वो है ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोगों को भाजपा से जोड़ने की। करोड़ों की सदस्य संख्या हमारा गर्व बढ़ाती है, लेकिन हमें फिर भी रुकना नहीं है। हर क्षेत्र के लोग, हर समाज के लोग, हर कोई भाजपा को अपना माने, अपने सपनों का प्रतिबिंब भाजपा में देखें, अपने संकल्पों का सामर्थ्य भाजपा में देखें। भारतीय जनता पार्टी ऐसा वटवृक्ष हो, ऐसा गुलदस्ता हो कि समाज के हर व्यक्ति को उसमें अपने सपने नजर आते हो। साथियों, हर किसी को जागरूकता पूर्वक सिर्फ सदस्य ही नहीं बनाने हैं, बल्कि राष्ट्र नीति के पथ पर चलने वाले कर्मठ युवा कार्यकर्ताओं को मंच देना है, अवसर देना है, जिसका राजनीति से कोई लेना देना नहीं रहा होगा। ऐसे परिवारों को भी अवसर देना है। अगर मैं आज के युवाओं की भाषा में कहूं तो जो भारत के समृद्ध भविष्य के कोड लिखने के लिए लालायित है, ऐसे हर युवा को, हर बेटे बेटी को हमें भाजपा के साथ जोड़ना है। हमें ये याद रखना है कि परिवारवाद की राजनीति में, उस राजनीति से विश्वासघात खाने वाले देश के युवाओं का विश्वास सिर्फ और सिर्फ भाजपा ही लौटा सकती है। साथियों, हम सभी जानते हैं कि आजादी के बाद से ही वंशवाद और परिवारवाद ने देश का कितना भयंकर नुकसान किया है। परिवारवादी पार्टियों ने देश में भ्रष्टाचार को, धांधली को, भाई प्रतीकावाद को, इसी को आधार बनाकर देश का बहुत मूल्यवान समय बर्बाद।
Also tracking the live coverage from Jammu's Ramban, where 3 people have been rescued and 10 are feared trapped as fresh landslide reported. And death toll rises to 9 as Assam floods claim another life.
Well, viewers, Navjot Singh Sidhu has now knocked the door of Supreme Court, but now we are slipping into a short break just because there are certain stories on the other side of the break. Stay tuned.
Survey reports have been submitted. In this report, the multiple Hindu signs have been found. In fact, a survey team has also found multiple signs of palm leaves, lotus, flowers, kalash, many signs of Sanatan.
A quick wrap of all that's making news across the globe. Turkey's foreign minister met with United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres and Italy's foreign minister in New York. The meetings followed Turkish President Recep Erdogan's veto position on Sweden and Finland's applications for NATO memberships. Turkey's Erdogan declared that he could not allow Sweden and Finland to join NATO alliance due to their alleged support to Kurdish militants, terrorists and other groups that threaten Turkey's national security. A former Minneapolis police officer pleaded guilty to a state charge of aiding and abetting second-degree manslaughter in the killing of George Floyd. As part of the plea deal, a count of aiding and abetting second-degree unintentional murder against Thomas Lane will be dismissed. A United Nations special envoy sweeping US sanctions imposed on Iran have badly impacted the country's economic situation and also worsened the humanitarian situation in the Persian Gulf country. According to the UN special reporter on unilateral coercive measures, the sanctions have affected Iran's main export groups. This has led to inflation and growing poverty and depleted states' resources as well for dealing with basic needs of people with low income and other vulnerable groups. As many as 40 million are projected to be pushed into poverty and food scarcity of food by the end of the year. As part of Blinken's visit, he met with new Pakistani Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari. Zardari said he hoped to talk with the US top diplomat about the issues of food, water and energy security. One of Libya's rival prime minister said that he
हम निरंतर जब भी जरूरत पड़ी देश हित को आवश्यक मान करके हम आधुनिकता की ओर आगे बढ़ते रहे हैं और आज भाजपा ने सिर्फ नूतन को ही नहीं अपनाया बल्कि पुरातन से निकले संस्कारों को भी उतना ही सम्मान दिया। हमने अपने पूर्वजों की ज्ञान शक्ति पर भरोसा किया।
A quick wrap of all that's making news across the globe. Turkey's foreign minister met with United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres and Italy's foreign minister in New York. The meetings followed Turkish President Recep Erdogan's veto position on Sweden and Finland's applications for NATO memberships. Turkey's Erdogan declared that he could not allow Sweden and Finland to join NATO alliance due to their alleged support to Kurdish militants, terrorists and other groups that threaten Turkey's national security. A former Minneapolis police officer pleaded guilty to a state charge of aiding and abetting second-degree manslaughter in the killing of George Floyd. As part of the plea deal, a count of aiding and abetting second-degree unintentional murder against Thomas Lane will be dismissed. A United Nations special envoy sweeping US sanctions imposed on Iran have badly impacted the country's economic situation and also worsened the humanitarian situation in the Persian Gulf country. According to the UN special reporter on unilateral coercive measures, the sanctions have affected Iran's main export groups. This has led to inflation and growing poverty and depleted states' resources as well for dealing with basic needs of people with low income and other vulnerable groups. As many as 40 million are projected to be pushed into poverty and food scarcity of food by the end of the year. As part of Blinken's visit, he met with new Pakistani Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari. Zardari said he hoped to talk with the US top diplomat about the issues of food, water and energy security. One of Libya's rival Prime Minister said that he will carry out his duties from Sirte for the time being. Prime Minister Fatih Baksha said that in a handout with
हम इस समय आ चुके हैं ह्यूस्टन के एक छोर पर जहां हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी रुकेंगे.
At the intersection, right at the blast spot, and it's being very clearly conveyed and then very clearly said that no mode of transportation is going to be allowed over and beyond.
हम हैं जाफराबाद और बाबरपुर के बीच में और यहाँ पर आम आदमियों की आवाजाही में कोई रोक नहीं है. That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts? Christian, would you give facts to India? Christian, will you tell the truth? Christian Michelle, first visuals. ये मिनट टू मिनट R2R पेट्रोलिंग इस समय दिल्ली की सड़कों पर पेट्रोलिंग हो रही है.
The American president alongside Prime Minister Modi are going to be present, not for a bilateral in a closed room in this massive stadium.
And live and breaking on Republic TV here. A part of an under-construction tunnel which collapsed at Khuni Nala in Jammu-Srinagar National Highway. We're bringing you live visuals from the spot where rescue operations are underway. Till last we heard, 10 people are feared trapped and 3 have been rescued. Rescue operations are underway, the NDRF and the SDRF as well. Gursimran, what is the latest?
See, right now the Sajivan is showing you the visuals of ADG Jammu Zone Mukesh Singh along with the Divisional Commissioner of Jammu Ramesh Kumar have reached the spot. This is the exact place where the incident has taken place, and SP Ramban Mohita Sharma is briefing ADG Jammu and the Divisional Commissioner about the incident that has taken place, an unfortunate incident that has taken place yesterday evening at around 10 in which 10 people are still missing. They are believed to be under these debris that are being removed by the department, by the construction workers here. And after this, the teams of the NDRF and SDRF are already on the standby. They will be launching a massive manhunt to find those 10 people who are believed to be inside, and they are hopeful that they will be able to get people out in the condition, in a well condition. But all praise for them, and now the senior officials are reviewing the situation, because what has led to this is part of investigation, and it is expected that a thorough investigation will be launched soon after the rescue operations are over. But this stretch being one of the toughest stretch, Sarjeevan is showing you the pan area visuals, and you can see how tough this is, because for 6 times at least since morning when the relief and rescue operations were launched, 6-time landslide has taken place, which has led to a temporary halt in the ongoing relief and rescue operation. And that's why the police and other agencies, they are taking no chance. Senior officials are being briefed about the situation. Sarjeevan, showing you the visuals of the senior officials of the Jammu and Kashmir police reviewing the situation. Apart from that, it is important to mention that this has happened at around 10 yesterday. It's been more than 12 hours, 13 hours time it's been, and the relief and rescue operations are still ongoing. There is no clue about those people who are missing, and they are under the deep debris, and that's why it is taking so much time for the officials to reach out to them. Now they are having a closer look at the relief and rescue operations. On the other hand, I'll request Sarjeevan to keep showing you both the visuals of the relief and rescue operations that are underway here at the Khuni Nala area of Ramban. On the other hand is the Divisional Commissioner and ADG Jammu Mukesh Singh reviewing the situation, getting the on-ground report from the District SP and Deputy Commissioner about what what has happened and what has led to this kind of situation, that a tunnel that was being constructed, a newly constructed tunnel that totally collapsed, and the workers, they didn't got the time even to get out of it. 13 people were initially trapped, 3 were rescued at very start, and 10 are still inside. I'll request Sarjeevan to keep showing you the visual. See, these are the blind spots where this operation is to be focused on. The teams of NDRF are here. I'm joined by senior official of the NDRF. सर मुझे बताइए, अभी आप देख रहे हैं पूरे ऑपरेशन को, इसके बाद क्या करेंगे?
सर ये हट जाएगा तब हम लोग वहाँ जाएंगे, नज़दीक जाएंगे. अभी तो सबसे बड़ा जो पत्थर है उसको तो गाड़ी द्वारा ही हटेगा, और उसके बाद हम लोग करेंगे निकालने का, आदमी को जो डेड बॉडी फंसी है, जो भी बंदे फंसे हैं, निकालने की कोशिश करेंगे.
सर क्या SOP अब फॉलो किया जाएगा? इसके बाद क्या पहले लोगों को कैसे डिटेक्ट किया जाएगा, क्या करेंगे?
सर डिटेक्ट मतलब जैसे कि अभी तो JCB वगैरह लगी है, गाड़ियाँ लगी है, बड़े बड़े पत्थर हटाए जा रहे हैं. तो बड़े बड़े पत्थर हटाए, जब बड़े बड़े पत्थर हट जाएंगे तो उसके बाद जो हम लोग जो है वो निकालेंगे, मतलब छोटे इक्विपमेंट है उससे हम काट कूट के निकालने की कोशिश करेंगे.
So they will be using their equipment soon after that. I'll request Sarjeevan to pan on to this side, because the teams of the NDRF, they are all ready. They are just waiting for a go from the side of the administration. They are all ready. They are ready with the stretcher. They are ready with the announcement speakers and all the things that are required for the coordination of the NDRF and the SDRF here. The teams of SDRF are on the other side. J&K SDRF, that Sarjeevan can show you from here only, that the teams of NDRF, SDRF are also here. So all a joint operation of the rescue will be launched in a short while. Soon after, these big debris will be removed by the men and machinery that has already been pushed, pressed into the services, and it is expected that by the day's end we will be getting some good news from here, that the people who are inside have been rescued. However, the hopes are very, very little, but the people are hopeful. I'll request Sarjeevan to show you that way also, that the people, they have gathered here in large number, hundreds and hundreds of people here, just praying to God that those here are safe. And now the officials reviewing the situation, getting the on ground. देखिए जम्मू पुलिस के ADG मुकेश सिंह और उनके साथ साथ डिविजनल कमिश्नर रमेश कुमार जो हैं वो इस वक्त रामबन के खूनी नाला में पहुंचे हैं. ये वही जगह है जहां पर कल देर शाम एक टनल जो है वो कोलैप्स कर गई थी भूस्खलन की वजह से, और इस वक्त जो है रिलीफ और रेस्क्यू ऑपरेशन जारी है. उस बीच जम्मू पुलिस और सिविल एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन के जो आला अधिकारी हैं वो मौके पर पहुँचे हैं. मौके पर जो डिविजनल कमिश्नर हैं और ADG जम्मू हैं उन्हें सिचुएशन के बारे में डिप्टी कमिश्नर और SP रामबन की तरफ से ब्रीफ किया जा रहा है पूरी सिचुएशन के बारे में, कि कल क्या हुआ, किस तरह से ये घटना जो है वो सामने आई, जिसके बाद 10 लोग जो हैं वो अभी भी लापता हैं. उन 10 लोगों के बारे में कोई भी जानकारी जो है वो मौजूद नहीं है कि वो लोग जिंदा हैं. कुछ किसी तरह की जानकारी अभी तक उनके पास मौजूद नहीं है. देखिए इसमें 2 बड़े बैरियर थे, एक ट्रक था और एक जो है वो मशीन थी. दोनों चीज़ों को ऊपर से नीचे फेंक दिया गया है. ट्रक आप यहाँ पर देख सकते हैं, जो मशीन को फेंका गया है वो इतने ज़ोर से आई है कि वो पुल के नीचे से भी क्रॉस कर गई है. अब ये 3 बड़े पत्थर जो हैं, अमूमन तौर पर ये एक बड़ी डेब्रीज हैं, 3 से 4 बड़े पत्थर, इनको जब रिमूव किया जाएगा तो उसके बाद NDRF और SDRF की टीमें जो कि पहले से ही यहाँ पर स्टैंड बाय पे मौजूद हैं वो इन ऑपरेशंस का हिस्सा बनेंगी. ऑपरेशन का पार्ट 2 जो है वो लॉन्च किया जाएगा, और उस वक्त जो है बड़े ही माइन्यूटली हर एक इंच को चेक किया जाएगा कि अगर यहाँ
and Prime Minister Narendra Modi, let's listen in. Big statement amid language war. The Prime Minister says that the BJP is for all languages. BJP respects all languages. Prime Minister Modi's final word on the language war. He said that some are creating a dispute over language, but the Prime Minister has made it clear that the BJP is for all languages. BJP respects all languages. The Prime Minister's final word on the language row. Let's listen in to what the Prime Minister said exactly.
साथियों, ये भाजपा ही है जिसने भारत की सांस्कृतिक और भाषाई विविधता को पहली बार राष्ट्रीय स्वाभिमान से जोड़ा है। नई नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में स्थानीय भाषाओं को प्राथमिकता देना हर क्षेत्रीय भाषा के प्रति हमारे कमिटमेंट को दिखाता है। भाजपा भारतीय भाषाओं को भारतीयता की आत्मा मानती है और राष्ट्र के बेहतर भविष्य की कड़ी मानती है। इसका जिक्र आज मैं विशेष तौर पर इसलिए करना चाहता हूं क्योंकि बीते कुछ समय से देश में भाषा के आधार पर नए विवाद खड़े करने की कोशिशें की जा रही है। हमें इससे देशवासियों को निरंतर सतर्क करना है। भाजपा भारत की हर भाषा में भारतीय संस्कृति का प्रतिबिंब देखती है। हर भाषा उसे पूजनीय मानती है। साथियों, आजादी का यह अमृत काल भाजपा के प्रत्येक कार्यकर्ता के लिए कर्तव्य काल की तरह है। हमें अपने कर्तव्यों को सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता देनी है। कर्तव्य पथ पर चलते हुए भारत आने वाले वर्षों में उस उज्जवल भविष्य को प्राप्त करेगा जिसका वो हमेशा से हकदार रहा है। मुझे भाजपा के प्रत्येक कार्यकर्ता पर पूरा भरोसा है। मुझे देश के प्रत्येक नागरिक पर पूरा भरोसा है।
And we now go across to Abhishek, our senior editor. Abhishek, when we talk about what the Prime Minister said, it's his final word on the language war. He's made it clear that the BJP respects all languages and the BJP is for all languages.
Addressing the BJP executive body members and in Jaipur, and this is the Rashtriya Padadikari Baithak of National Office Bearers meeting of the BJP in Jaipur taking place. Prime Minister was addressing via video conference, and he was essentially wanting that the cadres should make an outreach to the people at large, to the public at large, and communicate what the party has done in last 8 years in power in Delhi, as also take a feedback on whether all the schemes that have been implemented are reaching the last man and the last mile delivery is happening. And in that context, he said that BJP in many ways is a force for the good of the country, and that communication should happen. And in doing so, he said that the conduct of the workers should reflect that spirit of nationalism, that spirit of patriotism. And taking it further, he said, among other things, that communal polarization should not be an objective of any political party. There are some forces trying to do that in the country. And then, of course, on the language issue, remember, there was this controversy in South between Karnataka and Tamil Nadu about the imposition of Hindi in the context of a statement that was made by Union Home Minister Amit Shah. And then, of course, a spat that took place between a Bollywood star and a Karnataka star. So I think Prime Minister, they're really putting this record straight in terms of language wars, making it very clear that BJP accepts all languages as equal. I mean, that's the official position of that's the official constitutional position as well. And if you look at the RSS BJP, the extended right-wing family has its roots in South and is generally seen to be all-inclusive. So this perception that when in power the BJP is sort of trying to impose Hindi is misplaced, and the Prime Minister essentially underscoring that.
In fact, Abhishek, the Prime Minister has time and again encouraged the use of regional languages, the use of our mother tongue. And, Abhishek, And now we have it in his own words all the time. And again, we have heard him say that regional languages should be used, regional languages should be respected, we should speak each of us in our own mother tongue. India is a land full of rich languages, each with its own culture and heritage.
All right, Rashid Alvi of the Congress Party is joining us. Sukma, Alvi साहब, प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा है कि जो लैंग्वेज का इशू है उस पर कोई लड़ाई नहीं होनी चाहिए, भारत की सभी भाषाएं बराबर हैं, उससे तो मेरे ख्याल से कोई परहेज नहीं होना चाहिए प्रधानमंत्री से अग्री करने में।
प्रधानमंत्री ने ठीक कहा है, लेकिन प्रॉब्लम क्या है, बीजेपी के नेता कुछ और बोलते हैं, प्रधानमंत्री कुछ और बोलते हैं। अगर प्रधानमंत्री सचमुच ये चाहते हैं तो अपने उन नेताओं के खिलाफ कार्रवाई क्यों नहीं करते जो उल्टा सीधा बोलते हैं? I don't remember exactly, but one of the MLAs or minister from Uttar Pradesh has given a statement. जो हिंदी नहीं बोलता है वो देशभक्त नहीं हो सकता, देशद्रोही है. Whether any action has been taken against him? Prime Minister speaks something else. We agree with him what he is saying. लेकिन उनके जो नेता है वो तो दूसरी जबान बोलते हैं. जी.
But Alvi Saab, if the Prime Minister is sending across a message for the country, it includes his leaders also. So it's possible that his leaders would fall in line. What's wrong with that?
He was not addressing nation. He was addressing his own party. He should have said that I will
all
take
the better.
action
Then all the better.
against
Then all the better that leader is also included in it. Prime Minister is clearly sending across a message to his own party also.
Any action has been taken against any leader. किसी के खिलाफ कार्रवाई की है उन्होंने? नेताओं को फ्री छोड़ रखा है. आप राजनीति कीजिए और अपनी इमेज के लिए वो इस तरीके के बयान देते हैं. उनका ठीक है, आई एग्री विद हिम, हिज स्टेटमेंट इज एप्रिशिएबल. लेकिन व्हाट अबाउट दोज लीडर्स ऑफ भारतीय जनता पार्टी हु आर स्पीकिंग, हैव बीन स्पीकिंग नॉनसेंस. प्रॉब्लम यही है, प्राइम मिनिस्टर कुछ कहेंगे, उनके नेता कुछ और बोलेंगे.
But you would hope that Prime Minister's message is well taken by the BJP leaders as well.
Actually, Prime Minister always think that his image should be appreciable. उनकी इमेज खराब नहीं होनी चाहिए. इसलिए he speaks different and he allows his cadre, his BJP leaders to speak nonsense. That is the problem. Not only about language, about every issue. It happens and it has been happening for last 8 years. वो कुछ और बोलेंगे, बाकी कुछ और बोलेंगे. He will speak against communalism. लेकिन सारी पार्टी communalism करेगी. And he will not take any action against anybody.
But you are insisting on an action, not on the spirit with which the Prime Minister has spoken those words.
No, there is no spirit. Prime Minister deliberately doing all this. Prime Minister को अगर one nation, one society ये सब करना है, सबको साथ लेके चलना है. अब प्राइम मिनिस्टर बार बार नारा देते हैं सबका साथ, सबका विश्वास. क्या सबका विश्वास आपने हासिल किया है? क्यों नहीं आपके पास सबका विश्वास है? व्हाट इज द रीजन? क्यों आप सबका विश्वास हासिल नहीं कर पा रहे? बीजेपी के नेता हर तीसरे आदमी को बोल देते हैं पाकिस्तान भेज दो. क्या व्हाट हैपनिंग इन बनारस? वेदर प्राइम मिनिस्टर हैज गिवन एनी स्टेटमेंट इन दिस रिगार्ड कि भाई कानून मौजूद है, ऐसा अब नहीं हो सकता है? लेकिन प्राइम मिनिस्टर नहीं कहेंगे. ये प्रॉब्लम है. प्राइम मिनिस्टर को अपनी पार्टी को समझाना चाहिए, जो खिलाफ बोले उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए. जस्ट इन वन डे एवरीथिंग विल बी इन ऑर्डर.
Right, Alvi Saab, thank you so much for joining us. K. Rahman Khan also joins us, a member of the Rajya Sabha and has been member of the committees in Rajya Sabha. He's former deputy chairman of the Rajya Sabha. Mr. Khan, Prime Minister there making it very clear that all controversy around the language issue should be put to rest and that all languages are equal. There should be no language war in the country.
No, it's a very good statement. See, India is a diverse country and we have created linguistic state and so all language should be respected and given due importance. There cannot be one language in this our country. That is why the Constitution has recognized several languages. So we should rest all this one language in the country is not possible. Nowhere in the world, wherever there is a diverse language, they have approved it. So it is a good state.
Also, sir, Prime Minister has said that there should be no communal polarization. You would absolutely agree with that.
Sorry, there should not be any communal polarization, no doubt, but he should act. See, by just saying he should not do, it is who is polarizing. It is his own party is polarizing.
Right. Thank you so much, Rahman Khan. There. So essentially what we are seeing is Prime Minister's two calls. One on eschewing all language wars because all languages are essentially equal and there should be no communal polarization in the country. Both Congress leaders, Rashid Alvi and K. Rahman Khan, agreeing there to the Prime Minister. So of course, Rashid Alvi thought that some leaders of the BJP need to be restrained. Over to you, Rukma.
And not only did the Prime Minister set the record straight on the language war, he also launched an unsparing attack on communal forces. Let's listen in to what exactly he said.
साथियों, हम सभी जानते हैं कि आजादी के बाद से ही वंशवाद और परिवारवाद ने देश का कितना भयंकर नुकसान किया है। परिवारवादी पार्टियों ने देश में भ्रष्टाचार को, धांधली को, भाई भतीजावाद को सब ऐसे तत्कालीन लाभ के लिए, फायदे के लिए देश के उज्जवल भविष्य के साथ, राज्य के उज्जवल भविष्य के साथ, देश की युवा पीढ़ी के भविष्य के साथ खिलवाड़ करते हैं, उसे खोखला करने का भी काम कर रहे हैं। ये राजनीतिक दल अपने स्वार्थ के लिए समाज में जो छोटी मोटी तनाव होते हैं, कुछ कमजोरियां होती हैं, कुछ परसेप्शन होते हैं, उसे ढूंढ करके उसमें जहर डालने का काम करते रहते हैं। उस कमजोरियों पर ही खेलते रहते हैं। कभी जाति के नाम पर, कभी क्षेत्रवाद के नाम पर लोगों को भड़का रहे हैं। साथियों, एक भारत श्रेष्ठ भारत का सपना लेकर के चल रही भारतीय जनता पार्टी के लिए यह भी अनिवार्य है कि देश के लोगों को लगातार हमें सावधान करते रहना होगा। इस प्रकार के लोगों से सचेत करना होगा, इस प्रकार के दलों से सचेत करना होगा। और भाषाई विविधता को पहली बार राष्ट्रीय स्वाभिमान से जोड़ा है। नई नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में स्थानीय भाषाओं को प्राथमिकता देना हर क्षेत्रीय भाषा के प्रति हमारे कमिटमेंट को दिखाता है। भाजपा भारतीय भाषाओं को भारतीयता की आत्मा मानती है और राष्ट्र के बेहतर भविष्य की कड़ी मानती है। इसका जिक्र आज मैं विशेष तौर पर इसलिए करना चाहता हूं क्योंकि बीते कुछ समय से देश में भाषा के आधार पर नए विवाद खड़े करने की कोशिशें की जा रही है। हमें इससे देशवासियों को निरंतर सतर्क करना है। भाजपा भारत की हर भाषा में भारतीय संस्कृति का प्रतिबिंब देखती है। हर भाषा उसे पूजनीय मानती है। साथियों, आजादी का ये अमृत काल भाजपा के प्रत्येक कार्यकर्ता के लिए कर्तव्य काल की तरह है। हमें अपने कर्तव्यों को सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता देनी है। कर्तव्य पथ पर चलते हुए भारत आने वाले वर्षों में उस उज्जवल भविष्य को प्राप्त करेगा जिसका वो हमेशा से हकदार रहा है। मुझे भाजपा के प्रत्येक कार्यकर्ता पर पूरा भरोसा है। मुझे देश के प्रत्येक नागरिक पर पूरा भरोसा है।
Well, Prime Minister extinguishes the language war. His final word on the language war says the BJP is for all Indian languages. Time now for a short break. Coming up after that, final word on Gyanvapi today. Top court to resume hearing on the case. With no escape route for the top Congress leader, Sidhu likely to surrender before Patiala police today.
News in brief. President Ramnath Kovind arrived at St. Vincent and the Grenadines for a visit to the country as the part of 7-day visit to the Caribbean. He was received by the island country's Prime Minister along with the Guard of Honor of the country's defense forces. A 6-year-old girl became the youngest organ donor in the history of the AIIMS hospital in the national capital. The girl, who was tragically shot dead by an unknown assailant in Noida, saved at least 5 lives after her parents decided to have her organs donated. The Delhi Development Authority conducted an anti-encroachment drive in Kalyanpuri. As the drive started, the AAP workers led by MLA Kuldeep Kumar staged a protest. The AAP MLA claimed that the DDA was running the drive illegally since people had valid documents for their possession. The police went on to detain the AAP MLA Kuldeep Kumar and others for obstructing the exercise. The Delhi Municipal Corporation Amendment Act 2022 designed to unify 3 municipal corporations of the National Capital Region. The act will bring the North Delhi, South Delhi and East Delhi corporations all under one entity. The Congress will hold 2-day state-level shivers to discuss the decisions of the Udaipur Declaration adopted during the 3-day Chintan Shivir held in Rajasthan. The declaration set forth specific guidelines such as giving 1 ticket to 1 family and 50% of all members to be under 50 years old. Congress leader Ganesh Gogra resigned as an MLA from Dungarpur a day after a case was registered against him for creating a ruckus. In his resignation letter to Rajasthan Chief Minister Ashok Gehlot, Gogra alleged that despite being a ruling party MLA and the Youth Congress state president, he was being neglected and his voice was being stifled by local administration and offices. Congress leader Rahul Gandhi targeted the government on unemployment.
On his face, he's trying to intimidate us, but fearless journalism of Republic continues.
The only thing we ask right now is, what is this investigation going to come to? What is it going to unearth? Here at the ICJ, India has taken the initiative to represent and defend the rights of its own Kulbhushan Jadhav.
The Indian government has satisfied the court. They say they have a watertight case against you, sir.
We're going to continue tracking each and every moment, detailed coverage, exclusives, everything here at Hague for Republic.
Top headlines at 11:30. Out on bail, Lalu Yadav under CBI radar again. Raids on in and beyond Bihar across 17 locations. More trouble mounts as fresh case registered against Lalu and daughter.
ये राजनीतिक दल अपने स्वार्थ के लिए समाज में जो छोटी मोटी तनाव होते हैं, कुछ कमजोरियां होती हैं, कुछ परसेप्शन होते हैं, उसे ढूंढ करके
Prime Minister's big statement on communal politics says nationalism has replaced politics of polarization.
BJP respects all language. People are disputing this language. Every single language is identity of India.
He has rightly said it. And that is the philosophy of India, and that's the philosophy of BJP also.
Sir, about you visited city today, sir. Azam Krishna has written a letter.
Sir, Bangalore ke ಒಳ್ಳೆ
And settling the debate once and for all that BJP is for all Indian languages and that it is India's diversity that makes it stand apart from the rest of the world. And there the first Karnataka Chief Minister, first response by the Karnataka Chief Minister on Prime Minister's big statement on the language war.
Language. Every single language is identity of India.
He has rightly said it. And that is the philosophy of India, and that's the philosophy of BJP also.
Sir, about you visited city today, sir. Azam Krishna has written a letter.
Sir, Bangalore ke ಒಳ್ಳೆ
And that was Karnataka Chief Minister Bommai responding to Prime Minister's statement on the raging language war. Prime Minister there extinguishing the debate and making it clear that BJP is for all India languages and that it is India's diversity that makes it stand apart from the rest of the world. So Prime Minister there making it very, very clear, and that's the Prime Minister's final word on language war, saying that the language diversity is our national pride and that BJP respects all languages. Let's listen into that soundbite of Prime Minister again.
Every single language is identity of India.
He has rightly said it. And that is the philosophy of India, and that's the philosophy of BJP also.
Sir, about you visited city today, sir. Azam Krishna has written a letter.
Sir, Bangalore ke ಒಳ್ಳೆ
And moving on to another big story that we are tracking, CBI raids which are underway at several locations across India. 16 locations we are told across India, which includes Patna, Delhi and Gopalganj are being raided by the CBI. So of course mega raids there that are being carried out by the CBI in connection with the lands for job scam that is under CBI radar. And the visuals on your screens as well of Lalu's wife as well, Rabri Devi, who is also now under the CBI scanner. It's the UPI era scam here that we're talking about, land for job scam. So fresh trouble mounting for Lalu Prasad Yadav, a case that has also been registered against Lalu's daughter, and his wife is also now under CBI lens. We have Shravan reporting live on the story. Shravan, over to you. What is the latest you're picking up?
Well, in fact, let me straight away begin with the pictures here. These are the images of the car that has been used by the Central Bureau of Investigation. The team has just gone inside the residence of Misa Bharti. The searches, which basically started around 7 o'clock this morning, is spread across multiple locations. We're given to understand that the number has gone up to about 17 locations. Some of it is in Delhi, the others are in Patna and Gopalganj. This number could very well go up. Now, let me just try and put this into perspective, why this case becomes very important, significant in the sense that
Lalu Prasad Yadav, who's been convicted in the fodder scam, is out on bail. And the fact of the matter is that this is yet another case that has been registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation. This is a fresh case to begin with. Let's also take you through some of the details that we are picking up in terms of the FIR that has already been lodged by the CBI. This names Lalu Prasad Yadav along with former Chief Minister of Bihar, Rabri Devi. And not just her, but her daughters Misa Bharti and Hema Yadav have also been booked in this particular case. So what's the allegation that has been leveled against the family here? This dates back to the time when Lalu Prasad Yadav was the Union Minister. He was the Union Railway Minister. At that point in time, there was a recruitment drive that was basically carried out by the ministry itself for the railways. In fact, we're given to understand undeserving candidates landed up getting those jobs. Now, this was only possible because this was in return for land that was given to certain companies that have been linked to the family, and that too in throwaway prices. Now, this is a pretty much a similar case in which Misa Bharti has also been booked by the Enforcement Directorate. Even in the previous cases which have been registered against Misa Bharti, remember this is the allegation that has been leveled, the fact that they've basically of land grabbing that has taken place. But in this particular case, what is very important to point out here is one, that this was a recruitment drive. Two, that lands were taken in return for jobs. What we have picked up so far is the fact that there have been testimonies that have already been recorded by the Central Bureau of Investigation. There was a preliminary inquiry that was basically carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation that lasted for a couple of months before the FIR was actually registered. Important to point out here is that since this is a fresh case and the fact that there was a preliminary inquiry that was carried out, they've actually gone in at greater lengths to basically find out the kind of evidence that they have. So the prima facie, it does appear that they've got some amount of evidence before this preliminary inquiry was actually converted into an FIR. What really happens next, after these searches are basically carried out, especially in places like Gopalganj, where we are given to understand those land parcels have basically been identified. Those land parcels which were basically given at a throwaway price. This was in return for a job. They're going to identify that too. Once that is over, then there is a high possibility of further questioning of individuals like the former Chief Minister of Bihar, Rabri Devi, and not just that, even former Union Minister Lalu Prasad Yadav, who too would be questioned by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Now, where does this head? You've already seen the kind of political repercussions that have taken place. We've seen the kind of protests actually taking place in Patna itself. You've had RJD members on the streets essentially saying that this is yet another attempt that has been made by the centre to try and muzzle the voice of the opposition. Now that's the charge that has been levelled against the centre, not just centre but also CBI, because this comes close in the backdrop of another case, that is the Karti Chidambaram case, in which once again questions were raised that why are you really acting on a case that was basically lodged, that came to the fore much earlier. It was years back that you're really looking at a case, and finally this case has been picked up. The same goes in this matter also. He was a union minister during the UPA regime. Why really rake up that case right now? But the CBI essentially, on the other hand, has countered this by saying that the reason why there has been a delay, because there has been a preliminary inquiry. Only after they have been satisfied that this prima facie there is evidence against the ministers concerned here, only then they have basically proceeded. They've gone ahead with the FIR, Samiksha.
Shravan, I request you to just stay with us. Let's also listen into this reaction coming in from RJD's Alok Kumar Mehta at this point in time.
रूप से पूर्वाग्रह ग्रसित कार्रवाई है यह, और एक देश की सबसे बड़ी जांच एजेंसी जो एक संवैधानिक संस्था है, उसका दुरुपयोग करके पॉलिटिकल वेंडेटा को साधना, हमारे विपक्षी जो हैं उनको साधना, यह बिल्कुल ही गलत और नॉन डेमोक्रेटिक, नॉन कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनल कार्रवाई।
Shravan, going back to you, just heard the RJD Netas bite again, crying foul there and saying that the opposition's voice should not be muzzled. So again, we have RJD there saying that all of this, BJP in fact is using the agencies to target the opposition.
Well, let's try and understand why exactly time and again this sort of an allegation has been levelled against the central agencies, be it the CBI or for that matter the Enforcement Directorate. That's because they're essentially saying that these are cases which dates back to a previous regime altogether, and the fact of the matter is that it has taken the Central Bureau of Investigation or for that matter the Enforcement Directorate years before they've finally gone ahead and filed an FIR in this matter. Take for instance what's happening right now in this particular case. This is a case which dates back to the time when Lalu Yadav was actually the railway minister. A recruitment drive which is over 7 to 8 years old. We still do not know the exact year as to when exactly this recruitment drive was basically started by the ministry, and how many people are basically beneficiaries of this particular scam, because at the end of the day you're looking at a number of undeserving candidates, as the CBI puts it. These are undeserving candidates who have landed up with a job at the railway department, and the fact that this was only because they had something to offer. The offer in return was basically land. But the fact, what's really happening right now is that we've seen most of these cases, they are saying that these are only opposition leaders who have been targeted. The same goes in West Bengal. In West Bengal also we have seen over the last 24 hours there have been ministers of Mamata Banerjee's government who have basically been booked. So the allegation that has been levelled against the centre and the Central Bureau of Investigation has essentially been why only target opposition leaders. And the fact is that these are cases which dates back to the time when they were in power, and the fact that now they are no longer. That's been the essence of these allegations. But to counter this, the agency has time and again said that these are not politically motivated cases. These are cases that they've worked upon for several months put together. And as far as the CBI is concerned, remember the CBI only files an FIR only after a preliminary inquiry is carried out. And in the preliminary inquiry, Samiksha, what really happens is that they basically weigh upon the kind of evidence that they've gathered so far, one. And secondly, whether at all prima facie, whether it cuts out for an FIR in the first place. And only after that searches are carried out. So what would essentially happen right now, what we are seeing playing out right now, is that the FIR was converted after the preliminary inquiry, and immediately after that the searches have taken place. Today, about 17 locations where these searches are being carried out. In all likelihood, the number is going to go up by the end of the day, and you're also going to look at some more questioning that is going to take place. Arrests, yes, we cannot rule out at this point in time, because there could be, what we are picking up at this point in time is that the role of middlemen. The role of middlemen becomes very important, and that's the reason why they've identified those. So there is a high possibility in the next few hours there could be some arrests that could be made by the Central Bureau of Investigation.
Yes. Shravan, just hold, just stay with us. In fact, we have some more reactions coming in. Shakti Singh Yadav, let's listen into him.
ये जो सीबीआई की कार्रवाई है, ये भाजपा का प्रतिशोध की प्रकाष्ठा है। 17 में छापे पड़े थे, क्या मिला था? इस बार भी कुछ मिलना नहीं है। आने वाले कल में 25 वर्षों में भारत का स्वरूप क्या होगा, इस पर व्याख्यान देने के लिए लंदन गए नेता प्रतिपक्ष। बोचहा की हार, A to Z की स्वीकारता भारतीय जनता पार्टी को कहीं न कहीं धीरे धीरे खल रहा है। हम उन रीजनल पार्टियों में से नहीं हैं जो बंदर गिड़की से डरते हैं। हमने सामना किया है, पूरे देश की संपत्ति को नोटबंदी में भाजपा ने खरीद करके कार्यालय बना लिया। वो भ्रष्टपाती भ्रष्टाचार की बात करती है। रूल क्या कहता है? 13 वर्षों के बाद जांच। अरे जांच करना है तो चौकसी और नीरव मोदी का करो ना, जिनको अपना रिश्तेदार बना के बैठे हो। ये बदले की कार्रवाई है। भले ही गोद में बैठने वाले लोग इस देश में जो दिखाना है दिखाए, लेकिन महंगाई भ्रष्टाचार बेविचार से देश कराह रहा है। धार्मिक उन्माद भाषाई आतंक से परेशान है। रीजनल पार्टियां एलिमिनेट नहीं होने वाली है। राष्ट्रीय जनता दल आपको जवाब देगी।
Our continuous coverage on the big raids that are being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. RJD levels allegations of revenge politics. On the other side, stay tuned for more news and updates.
leader Navjot Singh Sidhu has got a 1-year jail term in the case of road rage. December 27th, 1988, Sidhu had allegedly beat Gurnam Singh on his head, leading to his death.
It's a very tragic day for the Congress. Second most senior leader, one of the faces of the Congress party in Punjab, has been sent to a 1-year jail. Rabri Devi has accessed the order copy on Sidhu, imposing the sentence of imprisonment for a period of 1 year. Rigorous imprisonment to be undergone by respondent number 1. The parties are left to bear their own costs. That's the breaking news update. Yasin Malik has now been convicted, and that's the breaking news update coming in. Someone who was behind so many killings, he was charged and he pleaded guilty to charges under UAPA, which was Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. But the charges that he faces range from backing terror, terror funding. He's also been accused of murder, and single-handedly he was the face of spreading unrest in the valley for decades and decades.
Survey reports have been submitted. In this report, the multiple Hindu signs have been found. In fact, a survey team has also found multiple signs of palm leaves, lotus, flowers, kalash, many signs of Sanatan.
A quick wrap of all that's making news across the globe. Turkey's foreign minister met with United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres and Italy's foreign minister in New York. The meetings followed Turkish President Recep Erdogan's veto position on Sweden and Finland's applications for NATO memberships. Turkey's Erdogan declared that he could not allow Sweden and Finland to join NATO alliance due to their alleged support to Kurdish militants, terrorists and other groups that threaten Turkey's national security. A former Minneapolis police officer pleaded guilty to a state charge of aiding and abetting second-degree manslaughter in the killing of George Floyd. As part of the plea deal, a count of aiding and abetting second-degree unintentional murder against Thomas Lane will be dismissed. A United Nations special envoy sweeping US sanctions imposed on Iran have badly impacted the country's.
What I have seen over the last few days, we won't allow the survey. We won't accept the survey. We will block the survey, but will blocking the survey change the fact? After all, history should be about fact.
It was the fountain of Shiva Tattva. So, I mean, there are innumerable historical records that clearly testify to the fact that the original Kashi Vishveshwara temple existed on the site which Aurangzeb demolished and replaced it with what is today known as a Gyanvapi Mosque.
The response is okay. थी मंदिर तो क्या अब क्या अप्रोच यही है
वो तारीख के वो तारीख के औराक भी होंगे आपके सामने जिस तारीख के औराक में वहां के कोर्ट ने जजमेंट दिया कि वो दीन मोहम्मद वाले केस के अंदर में कि वो कौन सी जगह है वो मस्जिद थी मस्जिद है और उसे कोर्ट ने कहा
Getting in some more breaking news right now. This is with regards to another corruption case in which the Central Bureau of Investigation is carrying out searches in Gujarat. We're given to understand in Gandhinagar and in some places of Andhra Pradesh where these searches are being carried out. This is with regarding to an IS officer who's basically under the scan is what we are being told. Alleged corruption case which is being probed by the Central Bureau of Investigation. More details that we are picking up just to take you through the details we are getting right now with regards to the latest coming in. The searches are being carried out in Surat, Gandhinagar and in some places in Andhra Pradesh. It's the premises of IS official K. Rajesh whose premises are being searched. Teams from Gandhinagar as well as Delhi Anti-Corruption Bureau are currently present at the spot where the searches are being carried out. Alleged involvement in a land deal and a bribery case. That's the latest coming in. Multiple searches this time being carried out by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Not just what we we are seeing right now where we are present. That's outside Misa Bharti's residence where searches are being carried out. Another case, 3 big cases of the Central Bureau of Investigation. One we are seeing right now playing out in Gujarat. Also latest details coming in the Amrapali case also the Central Bureau of Investigation is now carrying out searches. These are being carried out in 4 places in the national capital. Once again in a bank fraud case, we're being told that the searches are being carried out in Delhi, Indirapuram and Noida. So multiple cases together being handled by the Central Bureau of Investigation.
लेकिन तकनीक में पारंगत होना, तकनीक को सकारात्मक भाव के साथ लेकर के और प्रदर्शन की वस्तु नहीं होती है।
It's a very tragic day for the Congress. Second most senior leader, one of the faces of the Congress party in Punjab, has been sent to a 1-year jail. Rabri Devi has accessed the order copy on Sidhu, imposing the sentence of imprisonment for a period of 1 year. Rigorous imprisonment to be undergone by respondent number 1. The parties are left to bear their own costs. That's the breaking news update. Yasin Malik has now been convicted. And that's the breaking news update coming in. Someone who was behind so many killings, he was charged and he pleaded guilty to charges under UAPA, which was Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. But the charges that he faces range from backing terror, terror funding. He's also been accused of murder, and single-handedly he was the face of spreading unrest in the valley for decades and decades.
Survey reports have been submitted. In this report, the multiple Hindu signs have been found. In fact, a survey team has also found multiple signs of palm leaves, lotus, flowers, kalash, many signs of Sanatan.
Quick wrap of all that's making news across the globe. Turkey's foreign minister met with United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres and Italy's foreign minister in New York. The meetings followed Turkish President Recep Erdogan's veto position on Sweden and Finland's applications for NATO memberships. Turkey's Erdogan declared that he could not allow Sweden and Finland to join NATO alliance due to their alleged support to Kurdish militants, terrorists and other groups that threaten Turkey's national security. A former Minneapolis police officer pleaded guilty to a state charge of aiding and abetting second-degree manslaughter in the killing of George Floyd. As part of the plea deal, a count of aiding and abetting second-degree unintentional murder against Thomas Lane will be dismissed. A United Nations special envoy sweeping US sanctions imposed on Iran have badly impacted the country's economic situation and also worsened the humanitarian situation in the Persian Gulf country. A quick wrap of news in brief. A fire broke out in the Margana forest area of Chenani in Jammu and Kashmir's Udhampur district late Thursday night. Forest department officials, fire and emergency departments initiated joint efforts to douse the fire. Odisha Chief Minister Naveen Patnaik approved a development plan of 70 crore rupees for the transformation of ancient Kathak Chandi temple. The shrine will be developed through integrated development of heritage, monuments and tourist destination schemes under the 5th initiative of state government. The work will be completed in a year. President Ramnath Kovind congratulated Nikhat Zareen for winning gold at the 12th edition of IBA Women's World Boxing Championship in Istanbul. Taking to Twitter, the president said that the nation is proud of her. Earlier, Prime Minister Narendra Modi also lauded Zareen for clinching gold at World Boxing Championship. Indian boxer registered a dominating 5-0 victory in the final. On to another breaking news that is coming in, that Sidhu is likely to surrender today in connection with the road rage case. Remember, the Supreme Court yesterday sentenced Sidhu to 1 year jail term, and the top sources now telling Republic that Sidhu is likely to surrender today. So all eyes on that big story that we are tracking right now. We will go across to Gursimran as well as Anuj, who are reporting live on the very story. So that's the latest what you're learning. Sidhu, the Congress leader, is likely to surrender today in the road rage case that dates back to 1988. So what is the latest what we are told is that he will surrender today after he was sentenced to 1 year jail term by the Supreme Court in the 1988 road rage case.
आवाज क्लियर नहीं है आपकी, बिल्कुल भी।
A very short break. On the other side, tracking.
Yasin Malik has now been convicted, and that's the breaking news update coming in. Someone who was behind so many killings, he was charged and he pleaded guilty to charges under UAPA, which was Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. But the charges that he faces range from backing terror, terror funding. He's also been accused of murder, and single-handedly he was the face of spreading unrest in the valley for decades and decades.
Survey reports have been submitted. In this report, the multiple Hindu signs have been found. In fact, a survey team has also found multiple signs of palm leaves, lotus, flowers, kalash, many signs of Sanatan.
A quick wrap of all that's making news across the globe. Turkey's foreign minister met with United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres and Italy's foreign minister in New York. The meetings followed Turkish President Recep Erdogan's veto position on Sweden and Finland's applications for NATO memberships. Turkey's Erdogan declared that he could not allow Sweden and Finland to join NATO alliance due to their alleged support to Kurdish militants, terrorists and other groups that threaten Turkey's national security. A former Minneapolis police officer pleaded guilty to a state charge of aiding and abetting second-degree manslaughter in the killing of George Floyd. As part of the plea deal, a count of aiding and abetting second-degree unintentional murder against Thomas Lane will be dismissed. And a roundup of all that's making news from across the globe. The State Department of the US announced a new direction of weapons and equipment to help Ukraine. The White House said that the new aid includes artillery, radar and other military equipment. White House also said that these weapons and equipment will go straight to the forefront of freedom in Ukraine and reaffirm our strong support for the people of Ukraine. North Korea said that nearly 10% of its 26 million people have fallen ill and 65 people have died amid its first COVID outbreak, as outside experts question the validity of its reported fatalities and worry about a possible humanitarian crisis as well. They believe that North Korean authorities are underreporting mortalities to show that its pandemic response is effective.
लोकसभा की कार्य पद्धति को अधिकाधिक उपयोग करना होगा, प्रशिक्षण लेना होगा। माननीय सदस्यों को सदन की लोकसभा की कार्य
Survey reports have been submitted. In this report, the multiple Hindu signs have been found. In fact, a survey team has also found multiple signs of palm leaves, lotus, flowers, kalash, many signs of Sanatan.
A quick quick wrap of all that's making news across the globe. Turkey's foreign minister met with United Nations Secretary General Antonio Guterres and Italy's foreign minister in New York. The meetings followed Turkish President Recep Erdogan's veto position on Sweden and Finland's applications for NATO memberships. Turkey's Erdogan declared that he could not allow Sweden and Finland to join NATO alliance due to their alleged support to Kurdish militants, terrorists and other groups that threaten Turkey's national security. A former Minneapolis police officer pleaded guilty to a state charge of aiding and abetting second-degree manslaughter in the killing of George Floyd. As part of the plea deal, a count of aiding and abetting second-degree unintentional murder against Thomas Lane will be dismissed. A United Nations special envoy sweeping US sanctions imposed on Iran have badly impacted the country's economic situation and also worsened the humanitarian situation in the Persian Gulf country. According to the UN special reporter on unilateral coercive measures, the sanctions have affected Iran's main export groups. This has led to inflation and growing poverty and depleted states' resources as well for dealing with basic needs of people with low income and other vulnerable groups. As many as 40 million are projected to be pushed into poverty and scarcity of food by the end of the year. As part of Blinken's visit, he met with new Pakistani Foreign Minister Bilawal Bhutto Zardari. Zardari said he hoped to talk with the US top diplomat about the issues of food, water and energy security. One of Libya's rival Prime Minister said that he will carry out his duties from Sirte for the time being. Prime Minister Fatih Baksha said that in a handout video released by the Eastern-based government that he does not regret his attempt to seat his government in the capital of Tripoli, but regrets that a man's life lost in the subsequent clashes is condemnable. He added that he had waited for more than 80 days before making the attempt.
Out on bail, Lalu Yadav under CBI radar again. Raids on in and beyond Bihar across 17 locations. More trouble mounts as fresh cases registered against Lalu and his daughter.
एक दल अपने स्वार्थ के लिए समाज में जो छोटी मोटी तनाव होते हैं, कुछ कमजोरियां होती हैं, कुछ परसेप्शन होते हैं, उसे ढूंढ करके उसमें जहर डालने का काम करते रहते हैं.
Prime Minister says nationalism has replaced politics of polarization.
भाजपा भारतीय भाषाओं को भारतीयता की आत्मा मानती है.
Prime Minister sets record straight on language war, says BJP stands for all Indian languages. Final word on Gyanvapi today, top court to resume hearing on the case. Survey report makes massive revelations, mentions a shivling being found in the wuzukhana of Gyanvapi Mosque. With no escape route for top Congress leader Sidhu is likely to surrender before Patiala police today. 3 rescued, 10 feared trapped as fresh landslide is reported after tunnel collapse in Jammu's Ramban. Boxing star Nikhat Zareen scripts history, becomes 5th Indian woman to bag gold at the Women's World Championships. Assam flood situation worsens. Death toll rises to 9 as floods claim another life. And on Republic TV, breaking news as the spate of targeted killings continue in the valley. the Abdullahs do it once again. In a latest statement, Omar Abdullah has said no one feels secure in Jammu and Kashmir, and the Kashmir Files film is to be blamed for it.
कश्मीर फाइल्स मूवी बनने के बाद जो है वो इस प्रकार की घटनाएं ज्यादा
नहीं ना, कश्मीर फाइल से पहले भी ये घटनाएं हुई हैं। मैं ये नहीं कह सकता हूँ कि मूवी के बाद ये घटनाएं जो हैं ये शुरू हुई। टारगेटेड किलिंग्स का सिलसिला तो है मूवी से पहले हुई। अगर आप देखें जो चाहे वो हमारे बिंद्रू जी थे जो केमिस्ट की दुकान पे मारे गए, या हमारे ये ढाबा जो है कृष्णा ढाबा बर्न हॉल के पास, उनके जो मालिक हैं उनकी किलिंग, उन पे ऊपर जो टारगेटेड हमला हुआ तो वो पिक्चर से पहले हुआ। तो ये कहना कि इन किलिंग्स का सिलसिला मूवी के बाद शुरू हुआ ये गलत है। लेकिन इस फिल्म ने माहौल बनाने में कोई रोल अदा नहीं किया। रोल मतलब कितना माहौल बिगाड़ा है वो फैसला आपको खुद करना है।
And Omar Abdullah making that statement again. The Abdullahs are at it again after father Farooq Abdullah. It's Omar Abdullah who is blaming the film The Kashmir Files for the increase in targeted killings in the state. He says that it's the film that's responsible for the recent terror attacks in the valley, but not a word from him on Yasin Malik or other terrorists in Kashmir. He pins the blame on the Kashmir Files for the recent terror attacks. Not a word on Yasin. Omar blames the Kashmir Files after his father's statement earlier, a few days ago, in which he said he had spoken to the Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha and expressed concern about what he termed the law and order situation in the state, leading to outrage in all political circles. Farooq Abdullah's statement earlier, just a few days back. Now let's listen to Omar Abdullah.
कश्मीर फाइल्स मूवी बनने के बाद जो है वो इस प्रकार की घटनाएं ज्यादा
नहीं ना, कश्मीर फाइल से पहले भी ये घटनाएं हुई हैं। मैं ये नहीं कह सकता हूँ कि मूवी के बाद ये घटनाएं जो हैं ये शुरू हुई। टारगेटेड किलिंग्स का सिलसिला तो है मूवी से पहले हुई। अगर आप देखें जो चाहे वो हमारे बिंद्रू जी थे जो केमिस्ट की दुकान पे मारे गए, या हमारे ये ढाबा जो है कृष्णा ढाबा बर्न हॉल के पास, उनके जो मालिक हैं उनकी किलिंग, उन पे ऊपर जो टारगेटेड हमला हुआ तो वो पिक्चर से पहले हुआ। तो ये कहना कि इन किलिंग्स का सिलसिला मूवी के बाद शुरू हुआ ये गलत है। लेकिन इस फिल्म ने माहौल बनाने में कोई रोल अदा नहीं किया। रोल मतलब कितना माहौल बिगाड़ा है वो फैसला आपको खुद करना है।
Well, Omar Abdullah there on the law and order situation, the terror situation in the valley. Joining us now is Kavinder Gupta, former Deputy CM of Jammu and Kashmir. Mr. Gupta, your reactions to Omar Abdullah's statement. It comes just a few days after his father actually blamed the Kashmir Files. Omar Abdullah now says something else.
देखिए, इसमें फारूक साहब की और उनके बेटे की भाषा इसमें अलग अलग है। फारूक साहब 4 दिन पहले कह रहे थे कि कश्मीर फाइल के कारण से ये सारा हुआ। आज उमर अब्दुल्ला का बयान डिफरेंट है और कश्मीर फाइल को दोष देना बिल्कुल गलत है। कश्मीर फाइल ने सच सामने लाया है और सच सामने इतना जितना हुआ वहां पर उतना कश्मीर फाइल ने दिखाया नहीं। तो कुल मिलाकर के कौन लोग इसके लिए जिम्मेवार रहे ये खुद जानते हैं। ये जो हत्याओं का सिलसिला शुरू किया गया है ये एक उस वहां पर कश्मीर में आतंक फैलाने का लगातार जो कोशिश रहती है ये उसी की एक है। हालांकि पिछले 1.5-2 वर्ष में 500 से ज्यादा मिलिटेंट्स को मार गिराया गया है, लेकिन आज भी कुछ अपनी प्रेजेंस दिखाने के लिए जम्मू कश्मीर फ्रीडम फाइटर के नाम से, लश्कर इस्लाम के नाम से इस प्रकार की जो कुछ ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं वहां पर माहौल खराब करने की कोशिश की करती हैं। लेकिन जो आज पत्थरबाजी, आज वो बंद, आज वो मिलिटेंट की जनाजे में लाखों की तादाद में लोगों को जाना वो बंद है। ठीक है, शहादतें होती हैं कोल्ड वार जब होती है, लेकिन अब ये सिलसिला ये मिलिटेंट्स को मारने का रोकेगा नहीं। गृह मंत्री जी ने भी कहा है इसको सख्ती से निपटा जाए। उम्मीद करनी चाहिए कि फिर से माहौल साजगार होगा, अच्छा होगा।
Many thanks, Mr. Gupta, and we are also joined now by Lalit Ambarnath, prominent activist who's fighting for the rights of Kashmiri Pandits. Mr. Ambarnath, your reactions to what Omar Abdullah has... Mr. Ambardar. Lalit Ambardar, your reactions to what Omar Abdullah has said. Just a few days back, we heard his father blaming the Kashmir files. Now we have the son saying that the Kashmir, it all happened, the Kashmir files has nothing to do with what's happening in the valley. Your reactions?
Even Farooq Abdullah said a couple of days ago, what he said in his statement, could we Muslims stoop so low as is depicted in the film? I replied to him, tagged him along on the Twitter, you can stoop even lower, because only a day later, Ranjit Singh was killed in Baramulla when a bomb was hurled on a shop there. So, denial is the hallmark of Kashmiri Islamists. Denial of Kashmir Jihad, denial of Kashmiri Hindu genocide. They specialize in it. In fact, they're responsible for it. When this Omar Abdullah says that Kashmir fight his father, he's repeating his father's statement, and the world should ask them, when the tallest of Kashmiri Hindus, Tikalal Taplu, was assassinated, it was right under Farooq Abdullah's watch. He was the Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir then, 32 years ago. And when Justice Ganju, the 80-year-old retired judge, was killed in cold blood, in broad daylight, his body laid on the road for hours, it was right under his watch, Farooq Abdullah's watch. And then he himself, on the 19th of January 1990, like a coward, an elected Chief Minister, fled, left Kashmiri Hindus at the mercy of those AK-47 wielding Jammu Kashmir Liberation Front jihadists who were roaming in the streets of Kashmir, hunting and hounding Kashmiri Hindus. So this coward, should remember what happened right under his watch. So denial of genocide is, ma'am, globally, historically, the other side of genocide is denial, and they are repeating it. And it's now on the responsibilities on the state of India. We expect Narendra Modi to carry forward that historical day of 5th of August 2019 and declare formally, acknowledge what Kashmiri Hindus suffered was genocide, and as per the UN Convention on Genocide, to which India is one of the first signatories. Anybody denying genocide like these Islamists of Kashmir or the left liberal secular brigade in the rest of India, they would be hauled, because denial of genocide as per UN Convention on Genocide is a crime. They cannot do it. So the onus is on the...
The onus is on the government of India, even as Omar Abdullah continues to maintain his silence on Yasin Malik and other perpetrators of terror in the valley. Moving on to other news stories now, after the Supreme Court sentenced top Congress leader Navjot Singh Sidhu to a one-year jail term in the 1988 road rage case, Sidhu is likely to surrender today. Security has been beefed up outside the Patiala court, where he is expected to surrender himself to Patiala police. The incident for which he has been given a one-year jail term took place in December 1988. A 65-year-old man lost his life because apparently of Sidhu's temper. And yesterday, the top court sentenced him to 1 year in jail. Anuj, what's the latest?
Well, if we talk about the latest, we have been told that Navjot Singh Sidhu is going to surrender today itself. Earlier, let me tell you, all the legal remedies has been looked up, the legalities has been looked up, the battery of lawyers was called in here at the residence of Navjot Singh Sidhu. Let me give you the sense from the residents. Let me give you the sense from the area. There in the closed door room where you can see the mirror, an important meeting in the closed door meeting is going on where all the legalities has been looked up, where all the closest aid of Sidhu are sitting there and they are discussing the future course of action. But at this point in time, what we are breaking, at this point in time, the latest what we have been told that Sidhu is likely to surrender today itself. The petition has been moved in Supreme Court by lawyer of Navjot Singh Sidhu, that Abhishek Manu Singhvi, who moved the petition in the Supreme Court for 1 week extension, giving the reason of the medical condition. But we have to wait for that, what exactly is going to happen in the Supreme Court, because this has been asked by the bench that the matter should be taken to the Chief Justice of India. Now it is going to be listed before the Chief Justice of India. But on the other hand, what we have been told, what we are learning from the ground, from Sidhu's residents, that Sidhu is most likely to surrender today itself. Today is the day when Sidhu need to surrender. Let me remind you that yesterday it was Supreme Court who has given the verdict. The verdict has been already given that this is going to be 1 year jail term for Sidhu by the Supreme Court. This is for the incident which happened back in 1988, a road rage case in which Supreme Court yesterday pronounced the verdict, 1 year jail term for Navjot Singh Sidhu. Let me give you the sense from the front gate also. These are the visuals from
Anuj,
the front
we'll
gate
have
of
to
Navjot Singh
leave it
Sidhu.
at that. From outside Sidhu's home for now, we go across now to the Patiala court where Sidhu is expected to surrender. We have with us our correspondent Amandeep. All eyes on the Patiala court, Amandeep, where Sidhu is expected to arrive at any moment. But we are hearing from Anuj that his lawyers, we believe his legal team, then a political team are at his home in a huddle.
Well, absolutely. Navjot Singh Sidhu now discussing all kind of remedies.
Well, we had to leave that story at that, but those are live visuals we are getting you from Ramban in Jammu, where we had been telling you since this morning how an under construction tunnel collapsed. The latest we believe is that another body has been recovered. Or is it a rescue? We'll get to know more as we try and connect with our reporter there on the ground. As you can see, rescue teams hard at work at the site of the tunnel collapse in Ramban in Jammu, where an under construction tunnel collapsed. As our reporter was pointing out earlier, this is very difficult terrain, one of the toughest terrain to maneuver. Gursimran, it's over to you. What's happening there at the site? We believe that there has been a development.
Yes, there has been a development. I request Jivan to focus on that very area. One body has been recovered. That is what the officials have confirmed to us.
They are not only to remove those small debris, but also to fish out that body. This is the initial
body. This is the initial information that we are picking up from the officials here. You can see teams of NDRF and SDRF. They, along with the local volunteers, they have reached that very spot, and now the attempts are being made to fish out that body from that very area. See, this is really very challenging, because there is a regular threat of landslide from the upper reaches, because this is not a tight composite hill, but this is a loose composite hill, and that is what has posed really a serious challenge for the rescue operation. It's been more than now 30 hours of the ongoing operation, and this comes as a first success that they have been able to detect a body inside these debris. Now the teams of the NDRF, SDRF, they have reached here, and this is one of the toughest operations when it comes to rescuing the people, those who are trapped inside. 10 is the number of people who have been trapped inside, is what the Divisional Commissioner Jammu has told Republic, that 10 people are trapped here, and now the attempts are being made to fish out that body. It is taking time as they are taking the due precautions. They don't want any more injury to any of the person, and that's why this is taking so much of time. They don't want the debris on the upper side of this to come down, because if they use any tool, then there will be vibrations, and vibrations are what have proven to be fatal here in today's scenario. As we have seen that due to the vibration, there have been almost 6 to 7 times. There is a minor landslide happening there also. If Sarjeevan can show you, there is some of the rocks coming, these stones coming down from that top. So that is what remains to be one of the serious concerns. The top officials from the police as well as civil departments, they are here. They are keeping, they are monitoring each and every development that is taking place during this operation. But now a body has been traced, and the body is being fished out, taken out by the SDRF and NDRF officials who are there. The rescue teams, they are giving their 100% above that also to ensure that if a single person is alive, that life can be saved, because that is very precious life for them, and that's why they are taking each and every step with due precaution. These are the visuals from Khuninala area of Ramban. This area has always been prone to landslide, and that's why these iron bars have been put in place so as to reduce the impact of the landslide coming from there. Jammu and Kashmir police has been into operation for almost 30 hours along with the SDRF. They are trying to make it sure that the person who are trapped, they can be taken out. If needed. They are also taking help of the Indian Army that has been kept on standby along with the CRPF. The people, they are waiting for a miracle to happen, that 10 people who are here turns back alive, though the hopes are very less, but the rescue teams are giving their 100%. You can see that the teams are now digging that area with small tools, because they cannot use the heavy tools, as that leads to vibration, and vibration leads to more and more of landslide at this very place. So one of the challenging tasks is to ensure that the debris are taken out without the vibration, without much vibration, so that it don't irk any other landslide at this place, because we have seen since morning 7 landslides have taken place during the operation that was launched by the relief and rescue operation, and it was to be halted for 2 to 3 minutes every single time. So now at this crucial juncture, when we have 10 to 20 of the rescue team members, they don't want to take any risk that there are vibrations and there is landslide that can put life of all of these into danger also. That's why it is taking time to fish out the body that has been recovered. You can see NDRF, SDRF officials are there. ADG Jammu Mukesh Singh, Divisional Commissioner Ramesh Kumar, they both are himself, they are here, they are monitoring the situation. They have asked both the teams to expedite the process, because expediting this will mean that they will be able to give life to the people. If anyone is alive there, it will be of great help, because every single minute at this crucial juncture counts, and that's why they are making it sure the entire area, they have stopped the traffic for the time being, so as to make sure that there is no unnecessary movement. The ambulances have been put in place. There is a visible deployment of the volunteers as well as the security force personnel here, so that if when needed, these volunteers can help in evacuation the traffic on the both sides, one coming from the Kashmir Valley and the other one which is coming from Jammu. They can be stopped, and this feature, if we talk of this hillock, entire hillock, this is the same loose composite hills all around, and that is what is inviting these kind of tragedies to happen. We asked Divisional Commissioner Jammu about any lapse on the part of the company while choosing this place, and he said that so far nothing has emerged as of now. See, there are minor slides that are taking place, and that's why they have to keep an eye on the upward side, because that is what has triggered this massive, this tragic incident.
Well, from Jammu, Gursimran there giving us all the details. But moving on to other breaking news now. UP cops on high alert ahead of Supreme Court hearing on the Gyanvapi issue. The Supreme Court likely to give its verdict on the case today. But at the site at Ground Zero in Varanasi, security is being tightened ahead of the apex court hearing. And Uttar Pradesh cops on high alert. In fact, they have been so since this issue first cropped up. Piyush joining us there with the latest from the main disputed side. Piyush, give us a sense of the atmosphere there in Varanasi, even as in Delhi, the Supreme Court likely to decide on what is to happen next on the issue.
Well, in fact, Supreme Court is going to hear the case at around 3 p.m. and till then it has also asked the Varanasi local court not to take any actions till it hears the very case. So we are expecting that the Supreme Court is going to conclude the case today itself. But before that, security has been heightened not only around the Gyanvapi Mosque or there at the court complex, but also across Varanasi the security has been heightened. The security officials have been holding series of meetings, and this is being done looking at the kind of situation, the kind of reports and survey which took place here inside the Gyanvapi Mosque. If we talk about the entire case, the Supreme Court last time when it was hearing the case had directed the authorities to protect the complex where shivling has been found, and after that it had said that people should not be stopped from offering namaz. So Supreme Court is going to continue hear the very case. It had to hear the case, but today it has posted the case to be heard at 3 p.m. All the top lawyers are going to be present there inside the Supreme Court when the case would be heard. If you talk about Varanasi, yesterday itself 2 reports were submitted. One that was given by Ajay Mishra, who was removed also by the Varanasi court. He had given his report of May 6 and 7 survey which was conducted under his supervision, and Vishal Singh has submitted the final report in which each and everything has been mentioned, how the survey was done, what all things was found during the survey which was done in the presence of security officials and district administration of Varanasi. In that particular survey report, remember that many things have been said by the commissioners, the court commissioners, where they have mentioned about the fact that they have found a black stone which is indicating towards shivling. They have found the incarnation of palm leaves, lotus, flowers, many things related to Hindu relics have been found by the court commissioners. Now, after this, the court is going to take cognizance on this. Court will be hearing the matter on May 23rd. It is not going to hear the matter before that. Today, only Supreme Court is going to hear all the petitions, and on May 23rd, the hearing will take place on the reports. Those have been submitted by the court commissioners. We'll have to wait and watch how the court is going to take cognizance of this, because 23rd here in Varanasi is going to be the very important day where both the sides would be heard by the Varanasi court also.
Well, Piyush, stay on that story. Many thanks for joining us there. So all eyes on the Supreme Court, even as at the site where it's all happening. The mood is upbeat, although security forces on high alert. Joining us is Prakash once again. Prakash, what information do you have? When is the Supreme Court likely to pronounce its verdict? What's happening here?
Well, it's on the petition of Vishnu Shankar Jain that the Supreme Court is hearing this Gyanvapi matter at 3 p.m. today. And yesterday, since one of the senior counsel was not well, they short a time, and after consultation with the fellow judges, Justice Y.V. Chandrachud gave a time of 3 p.m. today. So the matter would be discussed, and also issued an order to the trial court in Varanasi that the court should detest from passing any strictures or holding any court in this regard. And on the basis of that, the local court in Varanasi adjourned the matter till further notice, so that the Supreme Court would be taking up this case, since it's the apex court, and the lower court has fixed a time frame of that is on Monday, on 23rd, that it would take up. Now, as far as the findings of this report are concerned, it is pretty evident from the court commissioner's report that there are evidences of Hindu relics as well as engravings of several gods and goddesses on the western wall of the mosque in the Kashi Vishwanath temple premises. And the most startling revelation that has been done by Vishal Singh is that there was a 3 to 3.5 feet height oval shaped stone structure, and the eye of the Nandi facing towards that oval structure, which suggests that it was a part of the Hindu Kashi Vishwanath temple that was demolished in the 16th century. Back to you.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge. I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's government has decided to ban China's Huawei technologies from Canada's next-generation mobile networks. The US has long pressed Trudeau's government to deny Huawei a role in building the country's 5G infrastructure, saying it would allow Beijing to spy on Canadians more easily. Another volatile day on Wall Street ended with more losses for stocks, drawing the Standard & Poor 500 closer to its first bear market since the beginning of the pandemic. The index benchmark for many funds fell after easing off a deeper stumble. The latest decline came a day after the S&P 500 had its biggest drop in nearly 2 years. Buffalo police saw
Out on bail, Lalu Yadav under CBI radar once again, raids on in and beyond Bihar across 17 locations. More trouble mounts as fresh case registered against Lalu and daughter.
अपने स्वार्थ के लिए समाज में जो छोटी मोटी तनाव होते हैं, कुछ कमजोरियां होती हैं, कुछ परसेप्शन होते हैं, उसे ढूंढ करके उसमें जहर डालने का काम करते रहते हैं.
Prime Minister's big statement on communal politics says nationalism has replaced politics of polarization.
भाजपा भारतीय भाषाओं को भारतीयता की आत्मा मानती है.
PM sets the record state on language war, says BJP stands for all Indian languages. Final word on Gyanvapi today. Top court to resume hearing on the Gyanvapi case. Survey report makes massive revelations. Mentions of a shivling being found in the Wazukhana of Gyanvapi Mosque. With no escape route for the top Congress leader, Sidhu likely to surrender before the Patiala police today itself. 3 rescued, 10 feared trapped as fresh landslide reported after tunnel collapse in Jammu's Ramban. Boxing star Nikhat Zareen scripts history, becomes 5th Indian woman to bag gold at Women's World Championship. And Assam flood situation worsens, death toll rises to 9 as floods claim another life. Well, viewers, we're cutting across to some breaking news right away, where we are learning that Prashant Kishor, in fact, has slammed the Congress once again in a tweet that he has sent out. He has said that it failed to achieve anything meaningful other than prolonging the status quo and giving some time to the Congress leadership, at least till the impending electoral rout in Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh as well. Now, we are learning, remember that Prashant Kishor had a meeting with several of the top leadership of the Congress party as well, and he had, in fact, not the first time, slamming the Congress in the public domain. But for more details on this, let me go across to my colleague Prakash, who's joining us on the broadcast. Prakash, tell us more about this tweet that Prashant Kishor has finally sent out and has, in fact, slammed the Congress party, claiming that the party has done nothing except maintaining the status quo. Viewers, we're cutting across to some more breaking updates that we are now getting from the Gyanvapi case that is currently, of course, remember, is pending in the courts as well. And remember the survey that had also been carried out, the videography that had been done in all of the parts that were the board.
तरफ से अनाउंस हो जाएगा तब यहाँ से आदमी वापस जाएगा। और ये लोग कहते ये कार्यकर्ता लोग हैं, मस्जिद के इंतजामिया अभी कोई नजर नहीं आ रहा है। अभी मुंशी जी आएंगे, उनको माइक दिया जाता है पुलिस की तरफ से कि आप लोग भाई यहाँ नमाज पढ़ने आए, मस्जिद फुल हो चुकी है, आप लोग उसमें का वापस जाओ।
कितने लोग कैपेसिटी अंदर?
कैपेसिटी 5-6 हजार आदमी की है।
5-6 हजार?
हाँ जी।
आप कितनी बता रहे हैं?
अब इस समय अभी हम अंदर के कोई न्यूज नहीं मिल रही, अभी हम जाते हैं तो पता करते हैं, मुंशी जी बुला के लेके आएंगे, बात कराएंगे आप लोग। हाँ बिल्कुल दिया जाएगा।
क्या नाम है आपका?
हाँ
अभी
हम बता
रहे हैं। मस्जिद फुल हो गई है, क्या है, क्या प्रॉब्लम?
चलिए सबको अंदर नहीं जा पाएंगे देखने के लिए, चलिए आपको धकेल नहीं रहे,
अनाउंस करवा देते हैं।
चलिए ठीक है।
अच्छा चलो हाथ मत लगाइए,
आ जाइए ना किनारे, आ जाइए ना किनारे आने में क्या।
मुंशी जी को बुला के लेके आ रहे हैं, सुनिए मुंशी
अभी कमेटी का हम कोई मेंबर आके बोलता है,
किनारे हो जाओ ना,
कोई आता है तो हम चले जाएंगे। अरे आप
और नहीं तो यहाँ पर फिलहाल देखिए बिल्कुल जो है प्रशासन के लोग और कमेटी के लोग हैं वहाँ के सामने नजर आ रहे हैं आपके देखिए बैरिकेड का बंद कर दिया है।
Well, viewers, those are some of the voices that we are getting from right outside the Gyanvapi Mosque. Remember, the survey that had been done, the videography that had been done as well has been submitted. And now it, of course, remains on the interpretation of the judiciary as to what really takes place further in this entire matter. But we have seen that the entire controversy has only gotten bigger from the very beginning, when the survey had been shut down because of sporadic protests. And since then, we have seen the entire controversy. Now, viewers, we are also getting you back-to-back breaking updates, and this one coming in from Jammu, where 3 had been rescued and 10 had been feared to be trapped, as a landslide had been reported after a tunnel had collapsed in the Ramban region of Jammu, and that's exactly where this entire visuals are also from. Remember, our authorities on the ground carrying out those rescue operations very bravely. And for more details on this, let me go across to my colleague Gursimran. who's joining us from the ground. Gursimran, you're there where exactly the rescue operations are happening. What's exactly going on the ground? How many people are feared to be trapped still inside?
Yes, the relief and rescue operations are underway. One body has been recovered. I'm joined by Deputy Commissioner of Ramban. Sir, one body has been recovered?
One body has been recovered.
Sir, the operation is on?
Yes, the operation is on for the remaining 9 bodies, and we will go and the operation will continue till the last body is found.
Sir, can we expect this operation to be over by evening? Can we expect this to be over?
We would like to end this operation as quickly as possible.
So this was Deputy Commissioner of Ramban who is saying that one body has been recovered. The relief and rescue operation for 9 others is on, and they want to complete this operation by evening so that this can be completed at an earliest. You can see now this full-fledged relief and rescue operation has once again been started with the big machines. Earlier when a body was found, the operation was halted, small tools were used, and now once again after the recovery of one body, the first body, it's now that the big machines are being used to remove these big boulders from this very area. After that, the teams of NDRF and SDRF will be pushed in the relief and rescue operation. So this is the mechanism that they are following. The mechanism is that they are now first removing the big boulders, and whenever they got any trace, they get any trace of a body, they move the specialized team of NDRF and SDRF here. So what they are doing is that they are trying to remove the big boulders from here. This is what they are doing since morning, but now the parallel second stage operations are going on. The teams and the volunteers of NDRF, SDRF, they are continuously reaching that very spot, finding if there is any possibility of any body, and then the operation is being launched. Yes.
Heard the authorities also stating that there are at least 9 more people who are feared to be trapped inside of the debris as well, since there is a debris clearing exercise and the rescue operation for the remaining of the 9 people also continues there in the Ramban region of Jammu.
See, right now this relief and rescue operations are underway in the Khuni Nala area of Jammu's Ramban district, and now the Deputy Commissioner of Ramban, Basarat Alam, has also confirmed the recovery of one body. That is out of 10 people, one body has been recovered, and he said that now the operation is on to find out 9 others. He is saying that we are trying to complete this operation by today evening because it's already been 14 hours of the operation and only one body has been recovered so far. So this is the operation, but this one of the toughest terrain. This is becoming really very difficult for the teams to carry out the relief and rescue operation because these big boulders from the top, they are coming down due to the landslide and due to the vibration. See, some more cutters are being moved in the forward area. They are doing it so as even if they get any kind of a clue that there might be a blind spot where they can find a body, they move these units there. They move them to ensure, not only to ensure that they can save a precious life, if any, but also that there is no landslide at this very place, because since morning we have seen almost 7 to 8 times when the landslides have taken place due to vibrations of these big machines. Yes.
All right, Gursimran there getting us the details of the rescue operations that are still underway in the Ramban region of Jammu. Thank you, Gursimran, for getting us the ground update. And now, viewers, moving on to some more breaking updates and exclusive inputs that we have gotten about the Gyanvapi debate and also the hearing that is all set to take place in the Apex Court as well. We have gotten several bits of information about the survey as well. We've gotten you exclusive pictures of the claims and the counter claims that have been made from the Hindu and the Muslim side when it comes to the Gyanvapi debate. But let's listen into the surveyors, in fact, who had also gone inside and carried out the entire videography, and then we'll get you all the breaking updates.
यह जांच का विषय है। दोनों पक्षों के अपने अपने तर्क हैं। एक पक्ष कह रहा है फव्वारा है, तो उनको कहा जा रहा है कि इसे चालू करके दिखाए, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं पानी सप्लाई की व्यवस्था होगी।
ऐसी कोई व्यवस्था थी पानी सप्लाई की?
सर, मैं जो आजकल टीवी पे चल रहा है, मैं उसके हिसाब से बात करता हूँ। मैंने जो अंदर देखा है उसको छोड़ दीजिए। तो आप देख रहे हैं कि कुआं नुमा दिख रहा है, और वो जो फव्वारे या शिवलिंग जिसको बोल रहे हैं, तो अगर वो हिस्सा पानी में डूबा रहता है। अगर कोई भी फव्वारा होता है तो वह पानी से ऊपर होता है। तो ये ऐसा कैसे फव्वारा कोई चल सकता है जो पानी से 6 इंच नीचे डूबा हो और पानी ऊपर फेंके? देखिए, वहाँ पर जब वहाँ पे वजू स्थल पे पहुँचे थी, तो टीम पहुँची थी, तो ये था कि वो जो कुआं है वह भी पानी में डूबा था। और फव्वारा, कोई भी फव्वारा जो आप देख सकते हैं, कहीं भी गूगल करके देख सकते हैं, फव्वारा हमेशा पानी के थोड़ा ऊपर होता है ताकि वो पानी थ्रो कर सके। पर वो हमेशा डूबा रहने वाला जो एरिया है वो फव्वारा तो नहीं दिखता है प्रथम दृष्टया। दूसरा, काला चमकीला पत्थर, जैसा कि मैंने काशी विश्वनाथ जी के मंदिर में जो चमकीला पत्थर देखा, लगभग उससे मिलता जुलता पत्थर है वो। तो शायद इतना श्रेष्ठ, इतना अच्छे क्वालिटी का पत्थर फव्वारे में यूज किया जाए 400 साल पहले। और ऐसा कहीं मैं बहुत जगह गया हूँ, जैसलमेर गया हूँ, उदयपुर गया हूँ, बहुत जगह देखा हूँ, फव्वारे कहीं भी इतने अच्छे पत्थर के नहीं देखे। हल्के क्वालिटी के पत्थर के फव्वारे।
क्या था शेप, क्या था उसका? अगर वो शिवलिंग है तो शिवलिंग का शेप क्या था?
देखिए, अंदर की बातें जो मीडिया के सामने नहीं आई हैं, अथवा जो सबूत में नहीं आया है शेप, उसके बारे में तो बहुत विशेष मैं नहीं बता सकता। पर जो कल जो रिपोर्ट मीडिया में चल रही है कि शिवलिंग जैसा है, तो इससे इनकार नहीं किया जा सकता है। वह मैं आपको यह कह सकता हूँ कि वो सीधा शिवलिंग नहीं है, नीचे पर्वत नुमा है, नीचे थोड़ा चौड़ा और ऊपर जाके पतला हो।
हमारी कई सोर्सेज से बात हुई जो अंदर गए थे, जिन्होंने देखा, वो कह रहे हैं एक मगरमच्छ था। मगरमच्छ का क्या शेप था, क्या साइज था, ये कलर कौन सा था?
नहीं, मगरमच्छ का तो है, दिख रहा है मगरमच्छ था, साइज शेप मगरमच्छ जैसा ही है। और मगरमच्छ तो माँ गंगा का वाहन है। मगरमच्छ माँ गंगा का वाहन है, और माँ गंगा शिव जी की जटा पर विराजमान होती हैं। तो मंदिर में ऐसे वहाँ पे ऐसे बहुत सारे प्रतीक चिन्ह हैं। बाहरी दीवारों की तस्वीर आप लोगों के पास पहले से ही है। वहाँ पर कई जगह स्वास्तिक, त्रिशूल और श्री जैसे बने हुए हैं। वहाँ पे बहुत कुछ हिंदू मंदिरों के चिन्ह साफ साफ दिखते हैं, बाहर से दिखते हैं। देखिए, मस्जिद की दीवार पे कोई भी जानवर नहीं होते, श्लोक नहीं होता।
श्लोक थे?
बिल्कुल श्लोक है पश्चिम दीवार पे।
कितने श्लोक, कितनी लाइनें हैं?
4-5 लाइनें हैं पश्चिम दीवार पे, बाहर से दिखता है। आप दूरबीन वगैरह लगा के देख सकते हैं।
तो आपने इन सबको अपने कैमरे में कैद किया और उसको रिपोर्ट का हिस्सा है?
जी जी, ये बिल्कुल रिपोर्ट का हिस्सा है।
Well, there you heard it. There are several claims, viewers, that are coming in from both the sides. One, of course, the Hindu side claiming that this is not a part of the fountain, that there are several artifacts and there are several architectural evidences that show that it was in fact a temple. And the Muslim side also claiming that this is in fact not a shivling but a part of the fountain. And we have in fact the only channel who has accessed the videos and the pictures as well for you, which really are the bone of contention when it comes to the entire Gyanvapi debate and the entire controversy that has been unraveling from the very first time that there was a claim that had been made about. And we have seen how there were also a law and order situation that was unraveling there as well. Prakash, my colleague, joins us with more details. Prakash, tell us more about what's really expected to happen when we are waiting for that hearing to also resume, and the videography and the survey that was done of the entire area, which was the bone of contention. And we'll connect that line in just a few seconds. But we have seen, viewers, We heard the videographers as well. The people, in fact,
अभी मुझे पता नहीं है, लेकिन की गई है वैकल्पिक व्यवस्था प्रशासन ने की है। कंडाल में ड्रम में पानी रखवा दिया है ताकि दिक्कत ना हो। उसके बावजूद अपील ये की गई है कि आप घर से वजू बना के आवे, प्लीज 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 थोड़ा सा।
तो देखिए यहाँ पर ये जानकारी जो
And there you have it, viewers. Several voices also coming to light when it comes to the exact place where the Gyanvapi Mosque is, where the entire survey had also been carried out. We're showing you visuals of the recent visuals, in fact, of the entire area and how there are security forces that are also, deployed there, police officials that are deployed there to make sure that there is no untoward incident that really unfolds there, because we see that a lot of movement that has also taken place is still continuing there as we wait for that very important hearing that is all set to take place.
संख्या नहीं बताई जा सकती। एक बात बता सकता हूं कि जितनी क्षमता है उतने ही लोग अंदर जाएंगे। उससे एक भी व्यक्ति ज्यादा गया तो अपनी नमाज से वंचित हो जाएगा। इसलिए कि नमाज के लिए सर्टेन प्लेस की जरूरत होती है, रुकू करना है, सजदा करना है।
तो वजू खाना सील है,
वजू खाना सील है, लोग घरों से वजू बना के आ रहे हैं।
वैकल्पिक व्यवस्था की गई है, वैकल्पिक व्यवस्था वजू की गई है।
अभी मुझे पता नहीं है, लेकिन की गई है वैकल्पिक व्यवस्था प्रशासन ने की है। कंडाल में ड्रम में पानी रखवा दिया है ताकि दिक्कत ना हो। उसके बावजूद अपील ये की गई है कि आप घर से वजू बना के आवे, प्लीज 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 थोड़ा सा।
तो देखिए यहाँ पर ये जानकारी जो
And also, viewers, let's listen in to several reactions pouring in when it comes to the claims and counterclaims of whether there was a shivling inside the entire premises. Let's listen in.
मैं जानना चाहता हूं, पूरा देश ये जानना चाहता है कि जिसको लगातार शिवलिंग बोल रहे हैं, जिसके लिए बोला गया कोर्ट में, ये सर्वे रिपोर्ट भी दाखिल हुई कि ये शिवलिंग है, लेकिन इसको फव्वारा बता रहा है मुस्लिम पक्ष, क्योंकि उसके ऊपर एक जो आकृति बनी हुई है वो पूरा देश जानना चाहता है कि आखिर शिवलिंग के ऊपर ये आकृति क्यों है, ये गोला नुमा जो है वो पत्थर क्यों है और उस पत्थर के अंदर कटिंग हुई हुई है।
देखिए, शिवलिंग तो सामान्यतः जो वर्तमान में है वो मूल रूप से शिवलिंग के रूप में है। अब उसके ऊपर जो एक अलग से स्ट्रक्चर दिख रहा है सफ़ेद कलर का, इसके पीछे एक भी कहानी एक ऐसी है जिसका इतिहास है, रिकॉर्डेड है कि 18वीं शताब्दी में जो है गोलकुंडा के खदान से एक बहुत ही दुर्लभ हीरा मिला था, और उस हीरा को जब वहाँ के राजा ने जो वहाँ के ज्योतिषियों को बुलाया और उसकी परख कराई, तो ज्योतिषियों ने कहा कि महाराज ये हीरा बहुत ही माने दुष्प्रभाव डालने
श्रापित है,
दुष्प्रभाव डालने वाला है और जहाँ भी रहेगा यह सब नाश करेगा।
अच्छा,
हाँ, ज्योतिषियों ने कहा।
ज्योतिषियों ने उस रत्न को की परख की, उस हीरे को देखा और बोला ये श्रापित है और ये जहां भी रहेगा उसके आसपास विनाश होगा,
सब नाश करेगा। तो अब वहाँ चिंता हुई कि इसको आखिर किया क्या जाए, तो उन्होंने और सारे लोगों को बुलाया, इस पे फिर विचार विमर्श हुआ। तो ज्योतिषियों ने और तमाम विद्वानों ने कहा,
बाबा की नगरी है, कण कण में बाबा बसे हैं। जिस तरह की राम जन्मभूमि है, आपका वृंदावन है श्री कृष्ण भगवान की, तो रज में इसी तरह बाबा की नगरी है, इसमें किसी को हस्तक्षेप नहीं करना चाहिए। और रही बात, ये प्रमाण हो चुका है और कोर्ट खुद न्याय करेगी कि किसका, हाँ, तब प्रमाण सबूत होता है। और औरंगजेब के शासनकाल में आप इतिहास गवाह पढ़ के देखिए कितने हजारों मंदिरों को तोड़ के मस्जिद बनाई। फुवारा की बात आपने जब पूछी तो मैं बोलूँगा कि फुवारा सिर्फ यही निकला।
के अंदर इनको नमाज पढ़नी है तो इसका लगातार वो हट कर रहे थे, लेकिन उसके बावजूद देखिए उनको रोक दिया गया। दूसरी गली की मैं आपको दिखाना चाहता हूं कि यहां से भी बोला गया कि पीछे के रास्ते से जाए। फिलहाल इन रास्तों पर जो है वो आप देख सकते हैं, जो पुलिस फोर्स है उससे बाकायदा बैरिकेडिंग कर दी है और यहां से चंद कदमों की दूरी पर जो है काशी विश्वनाथ मंदिर और ज्ञानवापी का जो मुख्य द्वार है वो यहाँ पर है। और वहां तक इनको फिलहाल जाने नहीं दिया जा रहा। और ये इसलिए भी हो रहा है क्योंकि मैं आपको बताऊं कि जितनी सुरक्षा एजेंसीज हैं और साथ ही में उत्तर प्रदेश पुलिस को और जो पुलिस के जो LIU है यानी लोकल इंटेलिजेंस यूनिट, उनको बाकायदा एक्टिव किया गया है, अलर्ट रखा गया है कि ऐसे में असामाजिक तत्व जो माहौल बिगाड़ सकते हैं और जितने भी सेंसिटिव मस्जिद है पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश में, उन पर जो है सुरक्षा व्यवस्था चाक चौबंद रखी जाए। यही वजह है कि यहाँ पर आप देख सकते हैं कि पुलिस जो है वो लगातार ये कह रही है
यहाँ खड़े ना रहें, अनावश्यक यहाँ खड़े ना रहें, यहाँ अनावश्यक रूप से न खड़े रहिए, अपने अपने गंतव्य को जाइए। दर्शन के लिए जाना है तो दर्शन के लिए जाइए यहाँ से।
देखिए फिलहाल मुख्य जो ये रास्ता है इसको बंद कर दिया गया है। पुलिस की यहाँ पर पूरी की पूरी जो है वो नजर है, यहाँ पर चाक चौबंद व्यवस्था है। और इन गलियों से मैं एक बार अभिषेक आपको दिखाएंगे कि ये जो गलियां हैं, इन गलियों से बोला जा रहा है जाने के लिए और यहाँ से किसी को भी आगे जाने की अनुमति फिलहाल नहीं है। और ये सब इसलिए किया गया है क्योंकि मामला बहुत सेंसिटिव है। ऐसे में प्रशासन ये नहीं चाहता कि कोई असामाजिक तत्व जो है वो इसका इस्तेमाल करते हुए माहौल बिगाड़ने की कोशिश की जाए। मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ कि नमाज पढ़ने जा रहे हैं,
आपकी बात को कोई जवाब मेरे पास नहीं है। अरे वक्त नहीं अभी।
चलो फिलहाल ये कह रहे हैं वक्त नहीं है, ये यहाँ से जाना चाह रहे थे लेकिन इनको रोक दिया गया और सुरक्षा के मद्देनजर यहाँ से किसी को भी जाने नहीं दिया जा रहा है। और आसपास की जो गलियां ये बता रहे हैं कि सिर्फ ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद के अंदर ही नहीं, क्योंकि इन लोगों का कहना था उसके पास एक मस्जिद है, वहां जाकर के वो नमाज पढ़ना चाहते हैं क्योंकि भीड़ बहुत ज्यादा आ रही है और लगातार भीड़ आ रही है, तो उनको बाकायदा रोका जा रहा है। और कह रहे हैं मुख्य द्वार से आगे जाने की इजाजत नहीं है, आप पीछे के रास्ते से पीछे वाले जो गेट है उससे जा सकते हैं। और कहीं ना कहीं देखिए प्रशासन की सख्ती इसलिए है कि पूरे उत्तर प्रदेश के अंदर जितने भी मस्जिद है और खासकर जो हाई सेंसिटिव इलाके हैं वहां पे जो मस्जिद है वहां पर सुरक्षा बल को तैनात किया गया, वहां पर इनको चाक चौबंद व्यवस्था कर रखने को बोला गया है और एक एक चीज पर निगरानी रखने को बोला गया है ताकि अगर कुछ भी असामान्य सा वहां पर होता है, कोई असामाजिक तत्व वहां पर माहौल बिगाड़ने की कोशिश करता है तो बाकायदा उनको चिन्हित किया जा सके। और इस तरीके के जितने भी मस्जिद हैं उनको चिन्हित किया गया है। और जुमे की नमाज, आज शुक्रवार है तो जुमे की नमाज को लेकर के देखिए शख्स को भी बोला गया कि आप इधर से जाइए, इस तरफ से नमाज पढ़ने के लिए इस तरफ से भेजा जा रहा है। और लगातार ये जो है ये सुरक्षा की वजह से किया जा रहा है। जो लोग आमतौर पे लोगों की शिकायत यह है कि वो इधर से रास्ता नहीं जानते, उनको आदत है सीधे सामने वाले गेट से जाने की, लेकिन जाहिर सी बात है सुरक्षा वजहों की वजह से, क्योंकि देखिए माहौल खराब हो सकता है, दो समुदाय आपस में भिड़ सकते हैं और इस तरीके की चीजें नहीं हो और कोई भी असामाजिक तत्व जो है वो माहौल को ना बिगाड़े, उसके लिए जो है ये चीजें की जा रही है।
ठीक है। वो 1000 भी हो सकती है, 500 भी हो सकती है। आई एम नॉट श्योर, मैं कुछ कह दूं ऑफिशियली तो ठीक नहीं होगा। एक बात है जो मूल वाक्य है कि जितने की क्षमता है उतने ही पढ़ेंगे।
तो ऐसे में लोग यहीं से जा रहे हैं, लेकिन पुलिस ने सुरक्षा कारणों की वजह से उनको रोका और उनको बोला कि इस मुख्य द्वार से एंट्री नहीं मिलेगी, मुख्य दरवाजे से नहीं जा सकते, इनको किसी और रास्ते से उनको जाना पड़ेगा। बाकी पल पल की खबरें जो हैं वो लगातार हम ज्ञानवापी से जुड़े हुई खबरें जो हैं वो लगातार आपको देते रहेंगे। अभी लेते हैं फिलहाल एक छोटा सा ब्रेक।
Viewers, up next we're getting you a mega breaking update when it comes to the Gyanvapi Mosque issue. Now the Allahabad High Court in fact has adjourned the hearing of the Kashi Vishwanath Temple Gyanvapi Mosque issue of Varanasi till 6th of July. Now we're learning that the next hearing will take place on 6th of July. Remember, the entire controversy has erupted and there were several arguments that had been put forth in the court as well, and there was a videography that was done of the entire area that was the bone of contention between the Hindu and the Muslim side, and that has been submitted to the court as well. We will have to wait and watch how this really unravels, and we will see that the hearing in fact will take place on 6th of July next. And we have seen that there were claims and counterclaims that are still coming in from both the sides when it comes to the structures, the archaeological evidences and the architectural evidences as well that have been found in the entire area, where the Hindu side claiming that there are several places where there are shivlings that have been found, and the Muslim side claiming that those are not in fact shivlings but parts of a fountain as well. Now these are some of the arguments that have been put forth from both the sides, and all of that has been heard by the court as well. The court in fact had also directed that the survey to take place to understand what really is going on there in the entire basement area as well. That had been sealed off, and that's exactly where the videography had also been done by the surveyors who had gone inside. The entire survey has been submitted in the court, and now we are seeing that the hearing has been adjourned till 6th of July, quite some time that the next hearing will take place in. But we are expecting that the entire survey will be gone through, and there will be some kind of a decision that will be made from the court as well. However, viewers, even as we track of what's really happening inside of the courtroom, we are seeing on the ground as well that there is a security presence that had to be amplified to make sure that there is no untoward incident that takes place as well. And we are tracking all the latest when it comes to the Gyanvapi Mosque issues. Stay tuned. We're getting you the details of what's really happening inside the court and on the ground.
Amity University's 2-week online summer school for class 10, 11 and 12 students starts from 6th June. Study from university professors, 2 personality-enhancing modules and get career counseling. Get the edge over your classmates. Register now at amity.edu/summer school.
A tunnel under construction on the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway caved in near the area of Meherkot in the state's district of Rambani. At least 6 people were feared trapped in the tunnel. A fire broke out at the state government office in Bihar's Patna. Fire tenders arrived at the site to tend to the fire at the Vishvesvaraya Bhavan building in the city. An individual filed a complaint against several actors for misusing their fame in Bihar's Muzaffarpur. The complaint has called out actors such as Shah Rukh Khan. Union Minister for Railways Ashwini Vaishnav carried out inspections of a 5G test bed. The test bed has been installed in IIT Madras's research facility, one among 5 such facilities inaugurated by PM Modi recently. One individual was tragically killed at a fire in New Delhi's Mustafabad, just days after the incident in Munka. The fire that broke out at a factory selling inverters and stabilizers also caused injury to 6 others. The police in Pali have been facing a
Top headlines at 1 p.m. Out on bail, Lalu Yadav under CBI radar again. Raids on, in and beyond Bihar across 17 locations. More trouble mounts as fresh case registered against Lalu and daughter. PM's big statement on communal politics says nationalism has replaced politics of polarization. PM sets record straight on language war, says BJP stands for all Indian languages. Final word on Gyanvapi today. Top court to resume hearing on Gyanvapi case. Survey report makes massive revelation, mentions of a shivling being found in the Wuzu Khana of Gyanvapi Mosque. With no escape route for the top Congress leader, Sidhu likely to surrender before Patiala police today. 3 rescued, 10 feared trapped as fresh landslide reported after tunnel collapse in Jammu's Ramban. Boxing star Nikhat Zareen scripts history, becomes 5th Indian woman to bag gold at Women's World Championship. Assam flood situation worsens, death toll rises to 9 as floods claim another life. We are live and breaking on Republic TV, and the big story that we're tracking at this moment is the Supreme Court hearing, which will resume today. Right now, as we speak, Republic TV's Prakash is right there at the spot. Prakash, I want to come to you right now. We know that just at 3 p.m., which means just 2 hours from now, Prakash, the Supreme Court will resume the hearing on the Gyanvapi survey. Remember that debris of temples, Hindu motifs were found during this survey. What was in the report that Republic TV had exclusively accessed. Right now, as we speak, Prakash, tight security is in place. Tell us what's happening on ground. What is the pulse on the ground as just 2 hours are left for the hearing? Prakash.
Well, I'm here at the Kashi Vishwanath temple area in which the Gyanvapi Mosque is also located. I'll ask my camera person to pan. There you see heavy deployment of security forces today, and you can see that there are Muslim clerics also, because today is being the Friday and it's the day of the Zumma namaz being offered, namaz prayers being offered. And there we see large deployment of forces being made, and this is barricading that has been done so that no media entry is allowed inside, which can flare up violence. So as far as the Supreme Court verdict is concerned, it is the case is being taken up at 3 p.m. This afternoon in the Supreme Court, and there we have some of आज जुमा का नमाज है।
ऐसा कि अभी हम कुछ बोलने की स्थिति में नहीं, हम बहुत थके हुए हैं। और रही बात मस्जिद में, अभी आधी जगह खाली है, आधी जगह खाली हुई, नमाजी को रोका जा रहा है बस, और कुछ नहीं। रोका जा रहा है कि मस्जिद पैक हो चुकी है। अब मुझे नहीं पता, मुझे नहीं पता।
बयान दे रहे, फिर जब पता नहीं है तो बयान दे रहे हैं। दिक्कत कोई नहीं है, जब नहीं है समझ में आ रहा तो बयान दिए जा रहे हैं।
The Muslim clerics there along with the police forces deployed here. This is the main entry of the Gyanvapi Mosque. Earlier there was ruckus here as far as the namaz prayers being offered, and at 3 p.m. The Supreme Court would be hearing this case in the as far as the petition of the Vishnu Shankar Jain is concerned, and after that we'll get to know what is happening. But today being the critical day of the namaz, I'll ask my camera person to pan. ये बताइए आज क्या यहाँ नमाजी
आए हैं? संख्या गिनी नहीं गई है। तय ये हुआ है कि ये नमाज पढ़ने जा रहे हैं। तय ये हुआ है कि जितनी क्षमता है उतने लोग जाएंगे। मस्जिद में जितने लोगों की गुंजाइश है उतने जाएंगे।
वुजू को तो सील कर
दिया गया है। प्रशासन ने वैकल्पिक व्यवस्था की है, ड्रम में पानी रखवा दिया है ताकि असुविधा ना हो। बावजूद इसके मुफ्ती साहब ने ऐलान कर दिया है कि अपने घर से वजू बना के आवे। 1 मिनट
ठीक है, नहीं, आप जो मुझे बार-बार
Okay, we'll be going back to you, Prakash. Prakash there getting us the on-ground voices. Let's just have a look at this report that Prakash has filed. He had spoken to one of the court commissioners, Vishal Singh. Listen in.
शिवलिंग तो मिला ही है, तो आपने जो शिवलिंग है, जो पत्थरनुमा आपने लिखा है कि पत्थर
ओवल शेप मैंने लिखा है। जो मैंने शेप देखा, जो चीज़ देखी, उसकी वीडियोग्राफी, फोटोग्राफी और सब करा लिया है। अब वो माननीय न्यायालय डिसाइड करेंगे क्या है क्या नहीं।
नोवा ओवल शेप जो है उसकी हाइट कितनी है? आप
लगभग पानी साफ कराने के बाद 2.5-3 फीट के आसपास होगी।
और नीचे भी दबी हुई?
हाँ, अब ये नीचे का मैंने नहीं लिखा। जो चीज़ मैंने देखी नहीं तो मैं उसको कैसे लिख दूंगा।
आपको क्या लगता है कि नीचे भी काफ़ी दबे हुए हैं उसका आर्कियोलॉजिकल।
अब नहीं, मैंने अपनी रिपोर्ट में सब चीज़ें लिख दी हैं। अब उसका माननीय न्यायालय जो आदेश करेंगे वो उसको देखा जाएगा। मैं मेरा जो दिमाग रिपोर्ट बनाते समय अप्लाई कर रहा था कि ये चीज़ें ध्यान आकृष्टवादी और प्रतिवादी द्वारा कराई गई हैं, सारी चीज़ें डिटेल्ड मैंने अपनी रिपोर्ट में लिख दी है।
वहाँ नंदी की भी उपस्थिति आपने देखा?
मैं बता दूं, नंदी इसमें नहीं है, वो नंदी विश्वनाथ मंदिर में है और उसकी बाकायदे स्किल्ड ड्राफ्टमैन है जो वीडियो के वाराणसी डेवलपमेंट अथॉरिटी के, उन्होंने उसका चार्ट।
All right, let me just go back to Prakash. Now, Prakash, that was your interview that we just heard with one of the court commissioners, where he is telling us some details about the survey report. Now, Prakash, very soon we also know that a lot of the Muslims there have reached the spot. Have they reached the spot for their daily Ramzan?
Yes, the Muslims are reaching there for the daily Ramzan. I am joined by, आपका नाम?
इशरत उस्मानी, एग्जीक्यूटिव मेंबर इंतजामिया कमेटी।
तो कल तो जो कमिश्नर हैं, कोर्ट कमिश्नर, उन्होंने कह दिया वहाँ पर कि काफ़ी वीडियोग्राफी हुई है।
हम आज सिर्फ जुमा के लिए आए हैं, जुमा के रिगार्डिंग और उसके मैनेजमेंट के रिगार्डिंग बात करना चाहेंगे। वो कोर्ट इशू है, लेट द कोर्ट डिसाइड।
So the people have come here to offer prayers?
Yeah. Only for the prayer.
So there was ruckus reported earlier. Why was the ruckus there for?
Ruckus?
मतलब हंगामा हो रहा था काफी?
No. Actually, due to some curiosity, some more people are coming here. So we have stopped there at that point.
लोगों को आपने रोका है?
500-400 people.
क्यों रोका?
Even the mosque is empty.
हाँ, क्यों रोका?
सब चीज़ सुचारू रूप से चले, हमारे सब श्रद्धालु लोग वगैरह उनको कोई दिक्कत ना हो, जो प्रदेश से हमारे लोग आए हैं उनको कोई दिक्कत ना हो। तो इसकी
क्या ये जो सर्वे रिपोर्ट आया उसके संदर्भ में आपने रोका?
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं है। वो कोर्ट का मैटर।
क्या में लोग हैं अंदर?
अभी कैपेसिटी से बहुत कम है।
नहीं पता भैया। There you have the Muslim cleric clearly saying that it is not full, it is half empty as well, maybe because of the strictures passed by the court and because the Wuzu area has been sealed by the district administration on the orders of the court. And yesterday in the survey report which was submitted and has later confessed to Republic TV in an interview with me by Vishal Singh, he said that he's seen an oval shaped stone structure and adjacent to that there was a structure of Nandi pointing towards the stone shaped structure which is the shivling, and which establishes the fact that it is the extension of Kasi Vishwanath temple that was demolished in the 16th century around more than 300 years back. Now the matter is up for hearing in the Supreme Court. I'll ask my camera person to pan a bit. The matter is up for hearing in the Supreme Court at 3 p.m. This afternoon, and the petition of Vishnu Shankar Jain would be heard because yesterday it was up for hearing, then it was extended for another day, and later it would be decided by the court as to what needs to be done, whether an extension of time is being given, and a stricture was passed by the Supreme Court that the lower court should detest from passing any order, that is the trial court of Varanasi, and thereafter any decision will be taken. And on 23rd, that is on Monday, the trial court in Varanasi would be taking up this petition once again up for hearing, which was suspended yesterday. So now very critical day here in the Supreme Court as far as this Gyanvapi Mosque issue is concerned. And during the later course of the day, as we see here, clerics is still outside the court premises. The people are being called to offer their namaz prayers. People are gathering in large numbers. And remember, this is the main, I'll ask my camera person to zoom in on the front gate. This is the main gate number 4 of the Kasi Vishwanath temple as well. And this is the main entrance through which people of both the religion, Hindus and Muslims, enter into the premises. And thereafter you can see. So the survey commissioner report has clearly establish the fact. And this is the Gyanvapi Mosque inside the periphery of the Kashi Vishwanath temple. That's what we see. This is the main mosque area, which is the contentious issue, and this is the gate of the Kashi Vishwanath temple also. So in the periphery of the Kashi Vishwanath temple is the Gyanvapi Mosque, and which is mentioned in the commissioner's report as well, that the four walls, that is the western wall, there you see, this is the western wall, and that you can see on the top of it next to the white structure is a ancient structure which has been kept like that for 300 centuries, and that western wall, the engravings on the western wall clearly suggest that it is the extension of the Kashi Vishwanath temple. And because of that empirical and historical evidence, the Hindus are claiming, सूरज आप उसको दिखाइए, पुराने स्ट्रक्चर को के पास ले जाइए, कैमरा जूम कीजिए, पुराने स्ट्रक्चर के पास जूम कीजिए जो, so that is the structure which is the bone of contention. And as far as this particular issue is concerned, which is the bone of contention from here, then we'll have a better look. So that structure is the western wall, and on which there is engravings of goddess, idols, and different structure. And in that vicinity is the idol of Nandi pointing towards the stone, oval-shaped stone, which is 2.5 to 3 feet in height, as suggested by the Commissioner Vishal Singh. And that clearly suggests that wherever there is a Nandi and stone-shaped, oval-shaped, which clearly suggests that there is a presence of shivling, as it is mentioned in the Commissioner's reports. So this is the structure which is the bone of contention. Here the namaz is being offered today. Namaz is being offered today in this particular area, and after that the namazis would congregate at 1:30 p.m. and thereafter they would make an exit. Namazis have been offering prayers, and after that people are joining here in large numbers, and they say that it is not completely full to its capacity here at the Gyanvapi Mosque. And there you see large number of security personnel deployed at the main gate number 4 of the entrance of the Kashi Vishwanath temple. And this is gate number 4, and there is the Trishul of the Kashi Vishwanath temple of the main entrance. Here you see, here is the Harar Mahadev written, and the gate number 4 and the main entrance of the Kashi Vishwanath temple. And then lies the then inside this vicinity, close to this wall, is the Gyanvapi Mosque, which we showed in our earlier broadcast, where the mosque
আইনের দ্বারা যেভাবে এই লাইন নেই তো কি কারণে আজকে আন্দোলন এসএসসি
Okay, so we're getting these visuals for you from Kolkata, West Bengal, where massive protests by the BJP Yuva Morcha leaders in Kolkata over the SSC scam. Now, they will be marching from Salt Lake to the SSC Bhavan, and those visuals there on the phone. I just want to go across to Niranjan, who has more. Niranjan.
Well, for the last few weeks, you've seen the BJP, claiming that there has been a big scam in the SEC, recruitment. And in the last 2 weeks, there have been several protests. One of those protests you saw being conducted even by Tejasvi Surya last week in Kolkata. And now the BJP on the streets protesting once again in Kolkata. And several BJP workers have also been detained. And they claim that there has been a recruitment scam, and on the SSC recruitment, there has been so much of a protest that has been seen, and right now as we speak, the BJP protesting once again on the SSC scam. The Trinamool and the opposition are blaming each other, and that fight has been ongoing for the last few days. The BJP has protested on this issue for the last few weeks, claiming politicization of education under the Mamata Banerjee government. The BJP Yuva Morcha, BJP units have been protesting for the last few weeks, claiming that there is a big recruitment scam in West Bengal. The CBI is also probing the West Bengal recruitment scam. There have been several ministers who've also been summoned by the CBI, and the BJP once again taking to the streets, claiming that top people, top functionaries in the West Bengal government and Trinamool Congress are involved in this particular scam. They claim that Mamata Banerjee government is answerable, and the police here seen in these pictures trying to stop the BJP workers. And it's the SSC. I repeat, it's the SSC scam, SSC recruitment scam, and not the SS scam. It's the SSC recruitment scam. And the last time the BJP has protested last week and also 3 weeks ago, when you had the dramatic protest that was conducted by Tejasvi Surya, and this time around, BJP workers, leaders coming onto the streets of Kolkata, claiming that top people were involved in the scam. Now, the state government is also facing questions regarding appointments, including SSC, TET, SLST, and in most cases there are also allegations of illegal recruitment, corruption in the manner in which these recruitments have been conducted. And the situation has also, become complicated. The High Court has been involved. The courts have also directed the CBI to investigate most of these cases. And you've had several ministers in the West Bengal government also get notices. Some of them have responded to those notices. And Partha Chatterjee, a minister, has also been questioned. And another minister, Paresh Adhikari, has been summoned. Mayur is joining me live from Republic Bangla with the latest details. Mayur, how deep is this scam? How deep is this rot? And how far have the investigations progressed?
Well, right now, Niranjan, what you can see on the screen is the massive protest in Kolkata, and this is not only happening in the heart of Kolkata, but in several other places in Bengal. The agitation is happening against the Education Minister Paresh Adhikari, as well as the erstwhile Education Minister Partha Chatterjee, and we can see huge commotion across Bengal. Right now, what we are getting in from the roads is that this massive agitation is there on one hand. On the other hand, we are getting information that the Calcutta High Court, they have just said that Paresh Adhikari's daughter, who was alleged of getting the job, depriving the students who were much ahead of her in the merit list, her recruitment has been cancelled by Calcutta High Court. Calcutta High Court Judge Justice Abhijit Ganguly, he has categorically said that Ankita Adhikari, the daughter of Paresh Adhikari, Minister Paresh Adhikari, who has been summoned by CBI and is still inside CBI office, his daughter will not be a teacher anymore, and all salaries drawn from the government of West Bengal as a teacher of a high school will have to be returned back. And most importantly, Paresh Adhikari's daughter Ankita Adhikari cannot call herself a teacher. So that's a very big judgment coming in from Calcutta High Court. And after this Calcutta High Court judgment, we can see people, mainly students, mainly protesters, they have flocked different parts of Kolkata. In Bengal, we have seen in several districts agitation against Partha Chatterjee, agitation on the SSC scam is going on, and students they are literally trying to break the barricades. We can see the visuals just in front of the SSC Bhavan. That's the Acharya Bhavan. That is the headquarter of School Service Commission in Bengal. We can see police. They are arresting the protesters and they are bringing them into their custody. We can see the left workers. We can see ABVP workers. They all have flocked the streets. And most importantly, this agitation is against the person who is not only minister, but Partha Chatterjee. We are coming back to this story, but we just need to hit a break, and we are coming back to this story right now.
हम इस समय आ चुके हैं ह्यूस्टन के एक छोर पर, जहां हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी रुकेंगे। at the intersection, right at the blast spot, and it's being very, very clearly conveyed and then very, very clearly said that no mode of transportation is going to be allowed over and beyond. हम हैं जाफराबाद और बाबरपुर के बीच में और यहाँ पर आम आदमियों की आवाजाही में कोई रोक नहीं है. That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on you're seeing Christian, would you give facts? Christian, would you give facts to India? Christian, will you tell the truth? Christian Michelle, first visuals. ये मिनट टू मिनट R2R पेट्रोलिंग इस समय दिल्ली की सड़कों पर पेट्रोलिंग हो रही है. The American President alongside Prime Minister Modi are going to be present, not for a bilateral in a closed room in this massive stadium. Live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. I'm at the Jama Masjid in Bandra and there are thousands of people behind me. There's a man holding a card here saying, "Howdy Modi, wish of a lifetime." He joined the Indo-US car rally that's running around the NRG stadium. It's day 2 of the lockdown and Republic TV is doing a live drive through the other market. This is one such vehicle that's lying here.
Some more breaking news coming in at this point in time. Infiltration bid in Kupwara. Reports suggest that one terrorist has been killed. Now, this is the big news we're getting for you, that there's an infiltration bid which is happening there in Kupwara. We're showing you those shots there also. Now, what we can actually not... this is a source-based information that one terrorist has been killed now. The infiltration bid has been foiled, and one terrorist has been neutralized. So reports are saying that one terrorist has been killed. Security forces have acted fast. They have stopped this infiltration bid in Kupwara, and reports suggesting that one terrorist now has been neutralized. So this is big news coming in of the security situation there again in Kupwara, this time being handled once again. I would like to go across to Zeenat, who's joining me for more. Zeenat, we believe that one terrorist has been neutralized according to reports. Can you confirm this, and can you tell us exactly that is this infiltration bid completely over?
Infiltration bid has been foiled in Kupwara on line of control in North Kashmir, where one terrorist had been gunned down. He tried to push inside the Indian territory, where the alert troops of the Grenadiers, which is the part of the Indian Army, they are posted and they were able to neutralize this terrorists, although it's a joint operation conducted by Indian Army along with Jammu and Kashmir police near the fence of the line of control, where one terrorist have been neutralized. Yes, infiltration bid foiled by the joint forces in Kupwara of Tangdar, where the Grenadiers are posted, and they have neutralized along with the J&K police. One dead body as of now has been received. This tells you that despite all assurances, despite ceasefire agreement, we are seeing that the Pakistan trying to push terrorists inside the territory of India. And although we have been seeing and hearing the chiefs of Indian Army for so many years who have been saying that despite ceasefire, the Indian Army is quite alert, and whenever the Pakistan try to push anything, any human being, any ammunition, they will get the befitting reply. And that is what happened in Tangdar of Kupwara, where one terrorist as of now has been neutralized. The operation is on carry.
Okay, Zeenat, thank you for joining us with all those details. Zeenat there getting us the latest on the infiltration bid in Kupwara. One terrorist now has been neutralized. Thank you, Zeenat. Much more coming up on the other side of this very, very short break on Republic TV. Starting with out on bail, Lalu Yadav now under CBI radar again. Raids on in and beyond Bihar across 17 locations. PM sets record straight on language war, says BJP stands for all Indian languages. Stay tuned.
coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. I'm at the Jama Masjid in Bandra and there are thousands of people behind me. There's a man holding a card here saying, "Howdy Modi, wish of a lifetime." He joined the Indo-US car rally that's running around the NRG stadium. It's day 2 of the lockdown and Republic TV is doing a live drive through the other market. This is one such vehicle that's lying here and there are many such vehicles that have been stuck this entire stretch. Yasin Malik has now been convicted, and that's the breaking news update coming in. Someone who was behind so many killings, he was charged and he pleaded guilty to charges under UAPA, which was Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. But the charges that he faces range from backing terror, terror funding. He's also been accused of murder, and single-handedly he was the face of spreading unrest in the valley for decades and decades. Survey reports have been submitted. In this report, the multiple Hindu signs have been found. In fact, survey team has also found multiple signs of palm leaves, lotus, flowers, kalash, many signs of Sanatan.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's government has decided to ban China's Huawei technologies from Canada's next-generation mobile networks. The US has long pressed Trudeau's government to deny Huawei a role in building the country's 5G infrastructure, saying it would allow Beijing to spy on Canadians more easily. Another volatile day on Wall Street ended with more losses for stocks, drawing the Standard & Poor 500 closer to its first bear market since the beginning of the pandemic.
Viewers, here are the top stories at 1:30 p.m. out on bail. Lalu Yadav under the CBI radar once again. Raids on in and beyond Bihar across 17 locations. Trouble mounts for Lalu as fresh case registered against him and daughter.
ये राजनीतिक दल अपने स्वार्थ के लिए समाज में जो छोटी मोटी तनाव होते हैं, कुछ कमजोरियां होती हैं, कुछ परसेप्शन होते हैं, उसे ढूंढ करके उसमें जहर डालने का काम करते रहते हैं।
Prime Minister's big statement on communal politics says nationalism has replaced politics of polarization. Prime Minister sets record straight on language war, says BJP stands for all Indian languages. Final word on Gyanvapi today. Top court to resume hearing on the Gyanvapi case. Survey report makes massive revelations. Mentions of a shivling being found in the Wazukhana of Gyanvapi Mosque. With no escape route for the top Congress leader, Sidhu likely to surrender before the Patiala police today. Three rescued, 10 feared trapped as fresh landslide reported after tunnel collapsed in Jammu's Ramban region. Boxing star Nikhat Zareen scripts history, becomes 5th Indian woman to bag gold at Women's World Championship. Now the Assam flood situation worsens, death toll rises to 9 as floods claim yet another life. Viewers, we're getting you some more updates updates now, this time from Maharashtra, where 9 people, unfortunately, we're learning, had been charred to death in a fire that broke out after a collision that took place between a diesel-laden tanker and a truck carrying wood on the outskirts of the Chandrapur city in Maharashtra as well. Now, these are the visuals of the fire that had broken out after the collision that had taken place, and we are learning that, unfortunately, 9 people in this entire incident have lost their lives. In fact, they were charred to death in this fire that is on your screens right now. And you can see that there are also officials that had also rushed to the spot. And there was, in fact, we are learning that 9 people that had already lost their lives. And of course, the fire had to be brought under control as well after that. And we are seeing the visuals of this fire that had broken out after the collision that had taken place between a diesel-laden tanker and a truck carrying wood on the outskirts of the Chandrapur city is where this entire incident has taken place. And after that collision, when this entire fire had engulfed the vehicles as well, there were 9 people who lost their lives in the fire that broke out. And we are learning that, in fact, this was near the Chandrapur city itself where this incident had taken place. Well, viewers, we're getting across to some breaking updates when it comes to the Gyanvapi entire debate that has been unraveling and the hearings that have been going on in the top court as well. And we are learning, in fact, some exclusive details of the Supreme Court hearing on the raging Gyanvapi debate as well. And as we track that for you, we are also getting you the ground update of what's really happening in the law and order situation. Prakash, my colleague, joins us on the broadcast. Prakash, tell us about what's really happening on the ground right now. There is a lot of police deployment that we see. And of course, we're also waiting for that very crucial hearing.
Well, just ahead of the crucial hearing, the Supreme Court here at Gyanvapi, there was a tense moment for some time as the mosque, the Gyanvapi Mosque in the background where this barricading is being done and heavy deployment of forces have been made. You can see in the background clerics, Muslim clerics as well, and people residing in this area are offering their namaz, and they say that the mosque is half empty as of now. And there you see the Muslim clerics giving a smile, looking at the media, and they say that the mosque is half empty as a result of which, because of the fact that namazis were told that not to come in large numbers because where the namazis offer their wuzu has been sealed on the orders of the district administration after the survey report was conducted. Remember, this is the main entrance of both the Kasi Vishwanath Temple gate number 4, and just adjacent to the gate number 4 is the Gyanvapi Mosque, and the bone of contention is the engravings on the western wall and the presence of Sivaling and Nandi and various gods and goddesses, images of lotus, Trishul, Damaru that were found on the western wall. We'll try and go across to show these visuals to the viewers who have just joined in. What is the bone of contention? This is the main temple. This is the main temple area, and now here you see the mosque premises. This is the bone of contention, and this area is where the namaz is being offered, and right in the extreme right, where you see the ancient structure, that is the wall where there is a lot of engravings of the Vishwanath temple, the gods and goddesses, images are there, and that is the bone of contention. We'll try and get in a few voices now from the people, because the namazis have entered inside the mosque, as the clerics have been saying time and again that the mosque is half empty because on the orders of the court, the people were not allowed in large numbers to come here, and as you see, this is the main area where the people were standing. They have gone to offer their namaz. 1:35 p.m. is the time, and it will go on for 10 more minutes before the people make their exit. The people from the Muslim community make their exit, and this is the this is the camera person will show. This is the main Kasi Vishwanath temple premises. You can see the ancient structure of the temple premises, which is the main Lord Shiva temple there inside. And just after this gate is the Gyanvapi Mosque. So the entire contention is that it is the temple premises, not the Gyanvapi Mosque, which was demolished in the 16th century, more than 300 years back, when Aurangzeb had his rule in this particular area of Varanasi. And then the controversy started, erupted, and later on the cases were filed. So it was the matter was up for hearing in the local court in Varanasi. And now that the Supreme Court has taken up this case, and a stricture has been passed to the lower court that in order to detest from making a trial in this court till further orders, and that is why a rejoinder was issued by the apex court, and the civil court is supposed to take up this matter on Monday, the 23rd of May. We'll try and get across words from people making an exit in, say, 10-15 minutes time, who will be making an exit, and the people offering the namaz as well as the Muslim clerics, they will be making an exit. Until then, as you see in the background, where you see forces have been deployed for the protection of the controversial area, and since today being Friday, the Juma namaz is being namaz prayers are being offered inside, and the case is up for, the petition is up for hearing in the Supreme Court after Vishnu Shankar Jain had filed a petition in the Supreme Court, and we'll wait and watch as to what unfolds when the petition is heard in the Supreme Court. Back to you.
Well, that's right, Prakash. And since you're mentioning it, we had seen the visuals earlier as well, where the police officials had been deployed there. There are several of the people, in fact, also claiming that the Wazukhana has been sealed off, and that's why they were appealing that they should perform all the ceremony and come from the home directly to the mosque itself. What are you picking up on the ground right now, and what really is expected for our viewers, if you could put this into perspective, from the courts as well from today, what is expected and what's really happening on the ground?
Well, as far as the court's perspective is concerned, this controversy has just started. It is just the beginning of the court proceedings, and it will take a long time to settle this issue. Remember, Ram Janmabhoomi dispute started long back, and it took the culminating point, or rather the conclusive judgment was given only 2 years back, and the Ram temple is being constructed. Now, this controversy, though, erupted long time back, but it has gained prominence in the courts not much ago. So now that the trial court is taking up this case, now that the Supreme Court has also accepted to hear the petition of Vishnu Shankar Jain, will wait and watch what unfolds. The entire country is waiting what would unfold in the Supreme Court, whether a judicial commission is set up for inquiry, because the commissioner's report based on the trial court's judgment is not a conclusive evidence. Although the Commissioner Vishal Singh, when I spoke to him yesterday, he had clearly stated the fact that we spoke to both the parties, the pro and the Hindus as well as the Muslim, and in front of them videography of each and every evidences were done, and the bone of contention was the building, the Gyanvapi Mosque, adjacent to this main gate, right adjacent to this main gate. You make an entry into this gate, and then there is the Gyanvapi Mosque and Nandi, which is pointing towards the oval-shaped stone structure.
আজকে ৭৮ পদ্ধতি বেঁচে আজকে কেন এসএসসি চাকরি প্রার্থী আত্মহত্যা করতে বাধ্য হচ্ছে? মিডিয়া সাধারণের উপরে জড়িয়ে এখানে চলছে। আজকে
Well, we're cutting across viewers to these visuals that are coming in, dramatic visuals from Kolkata, where the protest of the BJP had been carried out, and now those BJP protesters, in fact, are being taken into custody. The police officials, in fact, are detaining them as well. Mayuk, my colleague, joins us on the phone line. Mayuk, tell us more about what's really happening on the ground, the protest that was being carried out by the BJP and the police detaining them now. And we'll connect that line in just a bit, but we are staying with these pictures that are coming in, viewers from Kolkata, where the BJP had been carrying out the protest on the SSC scam, and now we are seeing hundreds of the BJP workers who had been present to carry out this protest against the Mamata Banerjee government, and now they are slowly now being detained from the entire site of the protest as well, since there were hundreds of BJP workers who had been carrying out this protest, and after that we have seen that the police cracking down and coming to the protest, detaining the workers as well, and that is exactly what's going on right now. And for more details on this, let me go across to my colleague Mayuk, who's joining us on the phone line. Mayuk, tell us more about the protest that is being carried out and now the BJP workers being detained.
Right now we can see that the AVPP workers, the youth BJP workers, they are being detained, rightly said. And most importantly, the whole of Bengal, that has turned into a boiling point of protest. More than a dozen protests are happening in Bengal, in different parts of Bengal, and sporadic violence incidents have also been reported, and that has been curbed by the local administration, the local police. They had rushed into the spot and they had stopped protesters from entering offices and the SSC Bhavan, that's the Acharya Bhavan in Salt Lake. You can see the visuals. These are visuals coming in from Karunamoy area in South Kolkata, and you can see the women protesters, the women workers of BJP. They are also being detained by female police officers. You can see multiple officers. They are on spot, top level officers. They have been on high alert from the morning, and in Kolkata, lots of protests are happening from left to right. All the people have flocked the roads and they are protesting against the SSC scam that was unearthed a few years back. And then state police, they investigated that. And after that, under the observation of High Court gave this information to give this entire investigating orders to CBI. And Mamata Banerjee's top minister, Partha Chatterjee is not only a minister, but he is also a founding member of Trinamool. He has been in big trouble, along with Paresh Adhikari, the junior minister of Education Department. He has been summoned again, and today also, right now when this protest is happening on road, we can see Paresh Adhikari inside the CBI office being questioned for the second time. Calcutta High Court had earlier ordered to appear Paresh Adhikari as well as Partha Chatterjee before CBI, and Partha Chatterjee's trouble is mounting because right now we don't know whether Supreme Court will be appealed. Partha Chatterjee had appealed earlier to Supreme Court with a special leave petition. That order is yet to come. In Kolkata, Justice Abhijit Gangopadhyay has also appealed to the governor and Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee.
Important details of these visuals that are really playing out on your screens, viewers. Mayuk, stay on with us. Ishan Deb also joins us from the Bangla newsroom. Ishan Deb, tell us more about how many people have been detained as of now, how many BJP protesters were there, and they were in fact, I believe, protesting against the SSC scam. Tell us more about that.
Well, scores of BJP supporters and Yuva Morcha activists have been arrested and detained by police. And the North Kolkata BJP President Kalyan Choube, who is a former footballer also, Kalyan Choube was also present there in this protest rally against this government, against this current dispensation. And Kalyan Choube has been already taken away by Bidhannagar South police station, and he has been put behind the bars already by police. He is in the police station right now. And the Yuva Morcha President of West Bengal, Dr. Indrani Khan, he is still there at Salt Lake Karunamoy area. He is trying to march towards SSC Bhavan with his supporters and activists to protest against this alleged widespread corruption in teachers recruitment and recruitment in the education department overall. Police is trying to detain. Police is trying to get this Indrani Mukerjea, who is the president of Yuva Morcha West Bengal. Police is trying to get him, to detain him and to take him to the Bidhannagar South police station. But he is still trying with his supporters, with his activists and party workers to stay there and to block the road there and to march towards SSC Bhavan. But the police arrangements are very tight there. A huge number of police personnel have been deployed at the spot, and at many places on many roads which road lead towards the SSC Bhavan. Guardrails have been put by the police force so that the procession of the Yuva Morcha procession led by Indrani Mukerjea cannot advance any more towards SSC Bhavan. But that's why a scuffle is going on there between the Yuva Morcha and BJP activists and between the Bidhannagar city police. So the situation is very tense there. Situation is very excited there, and the BJP and the Yuva Morcha activists are still trying to move forward towards SSC Bhavan to protest the alleged widespread scam, corruption in the recruitment in education department in West Bengal, and police is trying to detain them all. Police is trying to disperse the mob and detain as many as possible and to take them to the lockup of Bidhannagar South police station. Back to the studio.
Ishandeep, stay on with us. We are looking at those very dramatic visuals unfolding. Several of those BJP workers being detained as we speak, forcefully being taken into the van because they are also still carrying out the protest. They're still carrying out a sit-down as well, trying to resist that detainment as well. But tell us more about what really are the demands of the BJP. What are really the demands of these protests that they had also organized today?
Well, these protests have been going on in West Bengal for years together because the yearly SSC examination to recruit in the schools, the government schools in West Bengal are not going on, not being held regularly. That's why the BJP and the Yuva Morcha and all opposition parties are going to are protesting in West Bengal on this issue, and they now want that those who are allegedly recruited by some malpractice should be dismissed in no time, and a fresh recruitment in a fresher process should be done right now. This is the demand of the BJP and the Yuva Morcha. Back to the studio.
Amity University's 2-week online summer school for class 10, 11 and 12 students starts from 6th June. Study from university professors, do personality-enhancing modules and get career counseling. Get the edge over your classmates. Register now at amity.edu/summer school.
What I have seen over the last few days, we won't allow the survey. We won't accept the survey. We will block the survey, but will blocking the survey change the fact? After all, history should be about fact.
It was the fountain of Shiva Tattva. So, there are innumerable historical records that clearly testify to the fact that the original Kashi Vishveshwara temple existed on the site which Aurangzeb demolished and replaced it with what is today known as a Gyanvapi Mosque.
The response is okay. थी मंदिर तो क्या अब क्या अप्रोच यही है.
वो तारीख के वो तारीख के औराक भी होंगे आपके सामने, जिस तारीख के औराक में वहां के कोर्ट ने जजमेंट दिया कि वो दीन मोहम्मद वाले केस के अंदर में कि वो कौन सी जगह है, वो मस्जिद थी, मस्जिद है, और उसे कोर्ट ने कहा.
This is not the first time that this scam has emerged out. What is basically this scam is that aspirants were asked to give out their land in exchange of job at the railways, and it is not only Mr. Lalu Yadav who is involved into this, but his family members, which include
Viewers, we're straight away going across to some breaking updates we are getting when it comes to Karthi Chidambaram, who had been under the scanner of the CBI, and several raids that had also been carried out in at least 10 locations in Chennai, in the national capital, in Odisha, and several other places as well. There were 10 locations where the bail, where in fact raids had been carried out, and now the former finance minister P. Chidambaram's son Karti Chidambaram has filed for the anticipatory bail before the Rose Avenue Court as well. And for more details on this, let me go across to my colleague Ananya, who's joining us on the broadcast. Ananya, tell us more about the anticipatory bail filed by Karti Chidambaram. More trouble for him, isn't it? Because the interrogation and investigation still being carried out.
Well, yes, yesterday itself, the court had remanded his CA S. Bhaskaran to 4 days of police custody remand, and now the move coming in from Karti Chidambaram that he's filing an anticipatory bail, because remember that Karti is still traveling abroad on pursuant to the Supreme Court orders. Remember that he had sought permission to travel abroad, and the Supreme Court had allowed him to travel abroad basically, and hence since he is out of the country, he has now moved an anticipatory bail application before the Rouse Avenue Court. The hearing is slated to take place at 2 p.m. today, and the hearing would be before a special CBI judge of the Rouse Avenue Court. Remember that Karti Chidambaram is said to have provided fake visas to, in fact, the Chinese nationals, and in fact, his CA was the link between Karti and the people who had sought for these. And in fact, yesterday itself, when the matter was being heard, when Mr. S. Bhaskaran was produced before the court, it was clearly told to the court that his CA was acting on the behest of Karti Chidambaram, and also that a sale deed was recovered of a Jorbagh property which was
Well, that's right, Ananya. You're breaking down some very important details and a very important development that has now come to light, where Karti Chidambaram has filed for an anticipatory bail. We'll have to see how that really pans out. Time now here for a short break, and we'll bring you all the updates on the other side. And out on bail, Lalu Yadav under CBI radar once again. Raids on in and beyond Bihar across 17 locations taking place. And details of the Prime Minister setting the record straight on language war, saying that BJP stands for all Indian languages. Stay tuned for more details on the other side, viewers.
This is not the first time that this scam has emerged out. What is basically this scam is that aspirants were asked to give out their land in exchange of job at the railways, and it is not only Mr. Lalu Prasad Yadav who's involved into this, but his family members, which include his wife, which include his daughter Misa Bharti, are also under the scanner of the Central Probe Agency.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's government has decided to ban China's Huawei technologies from Canada's next-generation mobile networks. The US has long pressed Trudeau's government to deny Huawei a role in building the country's 5G infrastructure, saying it would allow Beijing to spy on Canadians more easily. Another volatile day on Wall Street ended with more losses for stocks, drawing the Standard & Poor 500 closer to its first bear market since the beginning of the pandemic. The index benchmark for many funds fell after easing off a deeper stumble. The latest decline came a day after the S&P 500 had its biggest drop in nearly 2 years. Buffalo police sought to reassure residents of the safety following the deadly shooting at the Tops Friendly supermarket. Police Commissioner Joseph Gramaglia urged residents to be vigilant to work with authorities as the investigation unfolds. Meanwhile, the prosecutors receive more time to put together the case against Peyton Gendron, who is accused of killing 10 people in racist attack on a Tops Friendly grocery store. FDA Commissioner Dr. Robert Califf faced a bipartisan grilling from House lawmakers over baby formula issue that has angered American parents and has become a political liability for President Joe Biden. He sidestepped questions about whether his agency should have intervened earlier to address problems at a plant that triggered the national shortage.
There is an attempt at enriching our history by coming to terms with the uncomfortable truths of the past. Monojit, let's welcome it. Why should we be uncomfortable?
Mufti Saab said that he's
devastation and the rivers caused by massive landslides in Assam. We are right now in Dima Hasao district, and as you can see behind is the Maibong tunnel. The tunnel, which is approximately 1 kilometer long, and this very tunnel connects Barak Valley as well as Dima Hasao district headquarters Haflong with the rest of the world. But due to massive landslide that was triggered on Monday, connectivity was completely snapped with the rest of the world, and now even as this tunnel has been opened and vehicular movement through the tunnel has been allowed by the authorities, restoration works are still going on in war footing. Haflong, the headquarters of Dima Hasao district, still remains cut off from the rest of the world as internet connectivity there has also been snapped because optical fiber wires have been damaged in massive multiple landslide that has taken place beyond this tunnel. We are reporting from Maibong now, and you can see how restoration works at the mouth of this tunnel continues at war footing. We tried to go beyond the tunnel, but accessibility is not available as of now, and it will take at least another 1 week to restore.
Taking a short break now here, viewers, bringing you details on the other side of how it's the final word on the Gyanvapi today. Top court to resume hearing on the Gyanvapi case. And with no escape route in the top Congress leader's side, Sidhu likely to surrender before the Patiala police today. Stay tuned for details on the other side.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's government has decided to ban China's Huawei technologies from Canada's next-generation mobile networks. The US has long pressed Trudeau's government to deny Huawei a role in building the country's 5G infrastructure, saying it would allow Beijing to spy on Canadians more easily. Another volatile day on Wall Street ended with more losses for stocks, drawing the Standard & Poor 500 closer to its first bear market since the beginning of the pandemic. The index benchmark for many funds fell after easing off a deeper stumble. The latest decline came a day after the S&P 500 had its biggest drop in nearly 2 years. Buffalo police sought to reassure residents of the safety following the deadly shooting at the Tops Friendly supermarket. Police Commissioner Joseph Gramalia urged residents to be vigilant to work with authorities as the investigation unfolds. Meanwhile, the prosecutors receive more time to put together the case against Peyton Gendron, who is accused of killing 10 people in racist attack on a Tops Friendly grocery store. FDA Commissioner Dr. Robert Califf faced a bipartisan grilling from House lawmakers over baby formula issue that has angered American parents and has become a political liability for President Joe Biden. He sidestepped questions about whether his agency should have intervened earlier to address problems at a plant that triggered the national shortage. A tunnel under construction on the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway caved in near the area of Maker Court in the state's district of Rambani. At least 6 people were feared trapped in the tunnel. Okay.
The live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. I'm at the Jama Masjid in Bandra and there are thousands of people behind me. There's a man holding the card here saying, "Howdy Modi, wish of a lifetime." He joined the Indo-US car rally that's running around the NRG stadium. It's day 2 of the lockdown and Republic TV is doing a drive through the other market. This is one such vehicle that's lying here, and there are many such vehicles that have been stuck this entire stretch.
headlines at 2 p.m. Final word on Gyanvapi today. Top court to resume hearing on Gyanvapi case. Shivling versus Fountain face-off intensifies. Hindu side maintains Shivling claim. Muslim side meanwhile contests, says give us a chance. Security beefed up in Gyanvapi as top court is set to resume hearing shortly. Massive showdown in Kolkata over SSC recruitment scam. BJP leaders detained. Out on bail, Lalu Yadav under CBI scanner again. Raids on in and beyond Bihar across 17 locations. More trouble mounts as fresh case registered against Lalu and daughters. Prime Minister sets record straight on language war, says BJP stands for all Indian languages. With no escape route for the top Congress leader, Sidhu likely to surrender before Patiala police today. And one person died as fresh landslide reported after tunnel collapse in Jammu's Ramban. Rescue operations still on. Rescue operations continue in Jammu's Ramban. One person body recovered from the tunnel site. Good afternoon, viewers. Thanks for tuning in. Our top focus this hour is the Prime Minister's big statement that Prime Minister made while he was addressing the national meet in Jaipur, where Prime Minister said that BJP stands for all languages, and that's a final word that is coming in with respect to this language war that has now erupted. And Prime Minister wading into the controversy, making it very clear that BJP is for all Indian languages and that it's India's diversity that makes it stand apart from the rest of the world. So big statement there by Prime Minister Modi, saying that BJP stands with all for all languages and making it clear that India's diversity is that it makes it stand apart from the rest of the world. Let's listen.
ये भाजपा ही है जिसने भारत की सांस्कृतिक और भाषाई विविधता को पहली बार राष्ट्रीय स्वाभिमान से जोड़ा है। नई नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में स्थानीय भाषाओं को प्राथमिकता देना हर क्षेत्रीय भाषा के प्रति हमारे कमिटमेंट को दिखाता है। भाजपा भारतीय भाषाओं को भारतीयता की आत्मा मानती है और राष्ट्र के बेहतर भविष्य की कड़ी मानती है। इसका जिक्र आज मैं विशेष तौर पर इसलिए करना चाहता हूं क्योंकि बीते कुछ समय से देश में भाषा के आधार पर नए विवाद खड़े करने की कोशिशें की जा रही है। हमें इससे देशवासियों को निरंतर सतर्क करना है। भाजपा
We have HD Kumaraswamy as well, who has reacted on the language row. He's reacted after Prime Minister made it very clear that BJP stands with all languages and that India's diversity is in its languages. So let's listen in what HD Kumaraswamy had to say just a short while ago, speaking exclusively to Republic.
Inside, our Honorable Prime Minister expressing his views that his intention, his vision to give protection to those languages, regional languages, or some persons who have achieved in their life for the growth of this country. He is praising them, one side. But another side, their own people, they are creating this problem. Not other people, not other party people. Their own members, their own representative from their party, they are creating this kind of issues. Ultimately, it will going to affect on him only.
Is the duplicity of the party, sir?
Definitely dual role. This is one side they are pronouncing that they are the saviors. Another side, another group from their party only destroying this system.
And tracking another big story, all eyes on the SC hearing on the Gyanvapi survey. Remember, the hearing is set to begin very shortly, and those are the live visuals we are getting to you from Varanasi. Security, of course, has been heightened. Those are the live visuals we have for you right now. Remember, the Allahabad High Court has already adjourned the Gyanvapi hearing to July 6th, and now all eyes on the SC hearing, which is set to begin very shortly. Those are the visuals we are getting to you from outside the Gyanvapi Mosque, where the security has been heightened. The UP police on high alert there ahead of the Friday prayers as well, and those are the visuals in fact we are getting to you. We will be going across to our reporters very shortly, but those are the live visuals from Varanasi, where the security has been beefed up ahead of the SC hearing. So of course, as far as the Fountain versus Shivling claim is concerned, we have Prakash, I'm told, joining us live from Varanasi. Prakash, over to you. What more can you tell us? You've been speaking to the court commissioners as well. All eyes are now on the SC hearing.
There we see the large number of people are coming out of the mosque premises after performing the uzu. आप लोग नमाज में कोई दिक्कत
नहीं? कोई दिक्कत नहीं, कोई दिक्कत नहीं।
अच्छा,
कोई कुछ नहीं।
बोल दीजिए, आप ही बोल दीजिए। और ये लोग अभी people are tight-lipped, and there you see the main temple area and the mosque area as well. There you can see people coming out, making an exit after performing the Friday namaz prayers.
कोई बात नहीं सर, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं।
But there you see a lot of people coming out, and people are not speaking much.
सर एक मिनट जो जिम्मेदारी।
So there you see that the bone of contention, as it is mentioned, as the Supreme Court hears this case. I'll ask my camera person to pan on the visuals, and there you see people making an exit.
आज इसी मस्जिद में इतने लोग नमाज पढ़ने क्यों इकट्ठा हुए हैं? आज इस मस्जिद में फालतू बात क्यों पूछ रहे हैं? पहली बार आप आए हैं यहाँ? नमाज हमेशा होती है। पहली बार आए हैं? नमाज हमेशा होती है। पहली बार आए हैं? सर ये बताइए, पहली बार आए हैं? यहाँ कौन रोक रहा है? हटिए, एक मिनट हटिए। आप लोग क्यों रोक रहे हैं यहाँ पे? मना किया ना? जाइए, फालतू सवाल, फालतू काम मत करो, ये तोड़ जाओ यहाँ से। 100 बार मना किया है, कोई नहीं बोलेगा। जबान बंद करके रहो सब लोग और नमाज पढ़ो, चलो बाहर। क्या हुआ जनाब, क्या हुआ? कुछ नहीं हुआ है। क्या कुछ लोग अभी और अंदर हैं? क्या अभी और? जाओ बेटा, जाओ। हाँ, बहुत लोग हैं। नहीं जा रहे साहब, चलिए हो गया, चली जाइए। सबको निकालो धीरे-धीरे, इधर एक साइड से भेजो ना।
So there you see the people are making an exit from this particular gate of the mosque, and and there you see people making an exit. This is the very critical day today as far as the Supreme Court hears this case at 3 p.m. Today on the petition of Vishnu Shankar Jain, and after that we'll have to wait and watch what kind of judgment or decision the Supreme Court makes, because the matter is up for hearing in the trial court as well, and the Supreme Court has passed a stricture pertaining to the judgment by the trial court that it should detest from passing any orders till further orders, and that's what we have been getting to know. There you see making an exit in large numbers.
एकदम
जैसे पहले करते थे वैसे हुआ, तो वुजू की क्या व्यवस्था थी?
अलग से
वुजू की व्यवस्था थी। तो जो एरिया पहले करते थे वहाँ सील कर दिया गया।
सील।
तो यहाँ पर कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। आप नमाज में कितने लोग? काफी। So today being Friday, it is very sensitive, and that is why the district administration has deployed the police personnel in large numbers, and there you see the police personnel helping a safe exit of the people from the Muslim community, and this is gate number 4 of the Kashi Vishwanath temple premises, from where the entrance of the temple premises is also there, as well as the Gyanvapi Mosque. And the bone of contention is that the Hindu community is claiming that the Gyanvapi Mosque premises area belongs to the Kashi Vishwanath temple, and it is an extension of the Kashi Vishwanath temple. There you see again people coming out, making an exit in large number from the Gyanvapi Mosque, as it was being said that the mosque is half empty today because the Muslim cleric had passed an order that the wuju would not be performed henceforth. The Friday namaz prayers would be offered somewhere near the vicinity of their residence, and as a result of which the capacity was half, and that's what we get to know that
कुछ नहीं नो कमेंट नो
not to make any comment. That's what we say to the media. And as the Supreme Court hears this case later this afternoon at 3 p.m., the entire country is waiting to see the verdict or the decision of the court, what unfolds further in the Gyanvapi Mosque case, because till now the case was being heard by the trial court. The trial court has been asked not to pass any orders, and after that the court would be hearing this. The trial court would be hearing this matter on 23rd May, and meanwhile the court commissioner has submitted his report, Vishal Singh, that he's seen evidences of an oval-shaped stone structure bearing a height of 3 to 3.5, and adjacent to it is the structure of Nandi, which apparently, according to the Hindus believe that it is the temple premises area, and it is an extension of the temple premises area, and the western wall apparently is the extension of the Kashi Vishwanath temple, on which there are engravings of goddess and also vermilion-clad goddess, which suggests that it was the temple. But we'll have to wait and watch whether any further judicial commission inquiry is ordered by the Supreme Court, like it happened in the Ramjan temple area also, and it went to the apex court, and there you see the Muslim community making an exit from the Gyanvapi Mosque after performing their
We will connect with Prakash again, but yes, as Prakash is reporting live from the Gyanvapi Mosque, remember the Supreme Court is set to hear the Gyanvapi survey report very, very shortly. It will be hearing the case. And yes, all eyes on that survey. Remember, the Allahabad High Court has already adjourned the Gyanvapi hearing till July 6th. But yes, those live visuals that are coming in from outside the Gyanvapi Mosque, where the security has also been heightened. In fact, we spoke exclusively to the court commissioners as well. Let's listen into some reactions that are coming in.
जुमे के दिन अमूमन ज़्यादा भीड़ हो जाती है और जिज्ञासावश आज ज़्यादा उम्मीद है कि आज ज़्यादा तादाद आ सकती थी, इसलिए हम लोगों ने लेटर जारी किया कि ज़्यादातर लोग अपने इलाके की मस्जिदों में भी नमाज़ पढ़ लें, उसकी वजह से ज़्यादा परेशानी ना होने पावे और तादाद इतनी रहे कि जिसकी वजह से यहाँ कोई परेशानी अव्यवस्था ना होने पावे। आमतौर पे लोग स्नान वगैरह नहा वहा करके तो आते हैं, लेकिन वज़ू करना होता है कि दोनों हाथ धोते हैं, कुल्ली करते हैं, नाक में पानी डालते हैं, मुंह धोते हैं, फिर ये यहाँ तक हाथ धोते हैं और सर पे मसा करते हैं, पैर धोते हैं, ये वज़ू होता है। ये ज़रूरी अरकान में से है नमाज के, बिना इसके नमाज नहीं होगी।
शुद्धिकरण इसके पहले जो जहाँ पर बताया जा रहा है कि शिवलिंग है, उसमें ये सब होता था,
हमेशा होता रहा है। वो इसीलिए हौज इसीलिए बना ही था और अगर हमें मौका दिया गया, हमें मतलब हमें मौका दिया गया तो हम साबित कर देंगे कि फव्वारा है और पानी चालू करके दिखा देंगे।
वहाँ का मुंशी कहा कि फव्वारा बहुत दिन से चालू नहीं है। कितने दिन से चालू नहीं है? आप कितने?
लगभग 8 साल से। असल में ऊपर की जो पाइप थी वो सड़ गई है, वो आज भी वहाँ मस्जिद में रखी हुई है। वो पाइप सड़ जाने की वजह से उसको हटा दिया गया।
यह जांच का विषय है, दोनों पक्षों के अपने अपने तर्क हैं। एक पक्ष कह रहा है फव्वारा है, तो उनको कहा जा रहा है कि इसे चालू करके दिखाए, क्योंकि कहीं ना कहीं पानी सप्लाई की व्यवस्था होगी।
ऐसी कोई व्यवस्था थी पानी सप्लाई की?
सर, मैं जो आजकल टीवी पे चल रहा है, मैं उसके हिसाब से बात करता हूँ। मैंने जो अंदर देखा है उसको छोड़ दीजिए। तो आप देख रहे हैं कि कुआं नुमा दिख रहा है और वो जो फव्वारे या शिवलिंग जिसको बोल रहे हैं, तो अगर वो हिस्सा पानी में डूबा रहता है। अगर कोई भी फव्वारा होता है तो वह पानी से ऊपर होता है। तो ये ऐसा कैसे फव्वारा कोई चल सकता है जो पानी से 6 इंच नीचे डूबा हो और पानी ऊपर फेंके? देखिए, वहाँ पर जब वहाँ पे वजू स्थल पे पहुँचे थी, तो टीम पहुँची थी, तो ये था कि वो जो कुआं है वह भी पानी में डूबा था। और फव्वारा, कोई भी फव्वारा जो आप देख सकते हैं, कहीं भी गूगल करके देख सकते हैं, फव्वारा हमेशा पानी के थोड़ा ऊपर होता है ताकि वो पानी थ्रो कर सके। पर वो हमेशा डूबा रहने वाला जो एरिया है वो फव्वारा तो नहीं दिखता है प्रथम दृष्टया। दूसरा, काला चमकीला पत्थर, जैसा कि मैंने काशी विश्वनाथ जी के मंदिर में जो चमकीला पत्थर देखा, लगभग उससे मिलता जुलता पत्थर है वो। तो शायद इतना श्रेष्ठ, इतना अच्छे क्वालिटी का पत्थर फव्वारे में यूज किया जाए 400 साल पहले। और ऐसा कहीं मैं बहुत जगह गया हूँ, जैसलमेर गया हूँ, उदयपुर गया हूँ, बहुत जगह देखा हूँ, फव्वारे कहीं भी इतने अच्छे पत्थर के नहीं देखे, हल्के क्वालिटी के पत्थर के फव्वारे।
क्या था शेप, क्या था उसका? अगर वो शिवलिंग है तो शिवलिंग का शेप क्या था?
देखिए, अंदर की बातें जो मीडिया के सामने नहीं आई हैं अथवा जो सबूत में नहीं आया है शेप, उसके बारे में तो बहुत विशेष मैं नहीं बता सकता। पर जो कल जो रिपोर्ट मीडिया में चल रही है कि शिवलिंग जैसा है, तो इससे इनकार नहीं किया जा सकता है। वह मैं आपको यह कह सकता हूँ कि वो सीधा शिवलिंग नहीं है, नीचे
कोई परेशानी नहीं। अरे एकदम दिमाग खराब हो गया आप लोग का। चलिए हटिए, एकदम खाली दिमाग खराब, बोलने का मौका नहीं दिया जा रहा। चले एकदम यहाँ के कहने का, किसी को भी बोलने का एकदम मौका नहीं दिया जा रहा है। अरे भैया, मौका नहीं, किसी को भी मौका नहीं दिया जा रहा है। खाली भाई खाली
And Prakash is still with us. He's reporting live from outside the Gyanvapi Mosque. Prakash, if you could take us through some of the details of the survey report that you're learning from your sources as to what this survey report entails that has been submitted to the court.
Well, as far as the survey report is concerned, Vishal Singh, the commissioner appointed by the civil court, has clearly mentioned in his report of oval-shaped stone structure there, and in the place of the Uzu Khana, which has been sealed because of the fact that it symbolizes civiling, and also there are engravings on the western side of the wall which is quite ancient in look, and that has been remained untouched, which clearly suggests that it is the extension of the Kashi Vishwanath temple area. So that is the bone of contention, and as a result of which the Supreme Court is taking up this matter at 3 p.m. and has asked the civil court in Varanasi to detest from passing any order till further orders. After the Supreme Court hearing, the lower court would hold its court on Monday, that is 23rd of May. The entire country is watching this broadcast on Republic TV, and here we say, as we speak, today being the Friday, the day of the namaz prayers being offered, and people are making an exit. People are making an exit from the Muslim community. This is the main temple premises area. There you see.
Well, Prakash, we'll come back to you. So all eyes on the Supreme Court hearing, which will take place at 3 p.m. today. In fact, on that note, moving on to some more news, in an unfortunate incident, a part of a 4-lane tunnel under construction on the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway in Ramban district collapsed, leaving 1 person dead and 3 injured and several others trapped under the debris. My colleague Gursimran gets us this ground report.
Tunnel collapsed, emergency tunnel at around 10 yesterday evening. 8 people that are known as of now are still trapped inside that, and this is one of the biggest challenge as the composite of this mountain is a loose composite, and that's why it has become one of the challenging and sea mountain task for the agencies to carry out relief and rescue operation. First, they have to remove these debris, and only then the relief and rescue operation can be conducted. See how challenging this area is. One of the toughest areas to move even big boulders like this. The mountain digging machines that are being moved inside, because they have to carry out multiple front operations if they are to succeed. And now the debris are being removed so that those 8 lives, those precious lives that are still trapped inside, possibly they are alive, they want to take them out as early as they can.
सर एनडीआरएफ आ चुकी है, एक अफसर 25 बार आ चुके हैं, अभी अपनी कार्रवाई करेगी सर। अभी आगे हम लोग
ब्लाइंड स्पॉट्स की तरफ मूव करेंगे अब आप लोग?
हाँ सर, जहाँ पर घटना हुआ है, जहाँ पर आदमी दबे हैं, उनको सब फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी हमने जो आदमी दबे हैं उनको निकालना है। हाँ,
मैंने आपके आगे मशीनरी भी आ गई है सर?
सारी मशीन, सारे इक्विपमेंट हम ला चुके हैं।
तो सर क्या कोशिश है कि कितनी जल्दी इसको क्या
के सब जैसे होगा जल्द आदमी को, फंसे हुए आदमी को निकालने की कोशिश करें।
प्राथमिकता लोगों को निकालना,
फर्स्ट प्रायोरिटी, पहली प्रायोरिटी आदमी को निकालना।
Those precious lives that are still trapped inside, possibly they are alive, they want to take them out as early as they can, and this operation is continuing. With Sir Jeevan Kumar, Gursimran Singh for Republic Media Network.
On the other side, we'll get you live coverage as more trouble mounts as fresh case registered against Lalu and daughter. And fatal blow to a senior citizen convicted by highest court. India asks, why won't Vadra Congress sack him?
A tunnel under construction on the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway caved in near the area of Meherkot in the state's district of Rambani. At least 6 people were feared trapped in the tunnel. A fire broke out at the state government office in Bihar's Patna. Fire tenders arrived at the site to tend to the fire at the Vishvesvaraya Bhavan building in the city. An individual filed a complaint against several actors for misusing their fame in Bihar's Muzaffarpur. The complaint has called out actors such as Shah Rukh Khan. Union Minister for Railways Ashwini Vaishnav carried out inspections of a 5G test bed. The test bed has been installed in IIT Madras's research facility, one among 5 such facilities inaugurated by PM Modi recently. One individual was tragically killed at a fire in New Delhi's Mustafabad, just days after the incident in Munka. The fire that broke out at a factory selling inverters and stabilizers also caused injury to 6 others. The police in Pali have been facing a water crisis. People were reported to have been waiting for a water train to meet their needs. Indian President Ramnath Kovind addressed the Parliament at St. Vincent in the Caribbean. He spoke about the support India had provided to the country during the pandemic by sending out vaccines to the country. Heavy rains were reported in different parts of Kerala's Kochi. Waterlogging was witnessed in the city with several houses and shops being partially submerged. Certain individuals were responsible for looting 16 lakh rupees from an SBI bank branch in Bihar's Gaya. A police investigation regarding the matter is currently underway. Union Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh inaugurates a year-long platinum celebration of the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research in New Delhi. The lab is one of the oldest of CSIR labs in India and shares its anniversary with the Indian independence, that is 75 years.
हम इस समय आ चुके हैं ह्यूस्टन के एक छोर पर, जहां हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी रुकेंगे.
At the intersection, right at the blast spot, and it's being very clearly conveyed and then very clearly said that no mode of transportation is going to be allowed over and beyond.
There is an attempt at enriching our history by coming to terms with the uncomfortable truths of the past, Monojit. Let's welcome it. Why should we be uncomfortable?
Mufti Saab said that, how can Muslims worship where there is a temple? When you gave the suggestion that, why don't we open up that place for, Hindus to worship? And Mufti Saab said, how can Muslims worship? You see, the Hindu can worship in a place where there is clearly a mosque over it, but a Muslim cannot.
That place could be made a Sarv Dharm Asthal. Let the court decide about the shivling and other symbols of temple. A panel of international historians and Indian historians should be made so that authentic truth about the history should come out.
Top headlines at this hour. Final word on Gyanvapi today. Top court to resume hearing on the Gyanvapi case. Shivling versus fountain face-off intensifies. Hindu side maintains Shivling claim. Muslim side contest says, give us a chance. Security beefed up in Gyanvapi as top court is set to resume hearing shortly. Massive showdown in Kolkata over SSC recruitment scam. BJP leader detained. Out on bail, Lalu Yadav under CBI radar again. Raids on in and beyond Bihar across 17 locations. More trouble mounts as fresh case registered against Lalu and daughter.
भाजपा भारतीय भाषाओं को भारतीयता की आत्मा मानती है.
Prime Minister sets record straight on language war, says BJP stands for all Indian languages. With no escape route for the top Congress leader, Sidhu likely to surrender before Patiala police today. Fatal blow to a senior citizen convicted by highest court. India asks why won't Vadra Congress sack him? One dead and 9 fear trapped as rescue operations enter 15th hour in Jammu's Ramban. We are live and breaking on Republic TV. I am Shivangi Shukla. Let's start off with a big story coming in at this point of time. Now, 5 more days remand of Pooja Singhal has been granted to ED in Jharkhand mining scam. Now, this is the latest which we are telling you here, that Pooja Singhal has been remanded to a 5-day custody. I would like to go across to Prakash now. Prakash, we are seeing that she has been remanded to a 5-day custody there, and in fact, more crackdown on her as the 2000 batch IS officer was in fact arrested under sections of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. So we are seeing this case really move forward, Prakash.
Well, this is the third extension that the ED has asked for, and the ED has got an extension of 5 more days. ED had got extension of 5 days when she was arrested. Now they've got another extension. This clearly suggests that the ED is tightening its noose on Pooja Singhal and those who are involved in the Manrega as well as the mining scam. And as a result of which our sources say that they've got some clue that some high-profile people are involved in this entire mining scam. And after the raids conducted by the ED, crores of rupees to the tune of 19 crore were recovered from the CEO of IS officer Pooja Singhal, Suman Singh, who is also under custody. And Pooja Singhal and Suman Singh were both arrested. Pooja Singhal's husband Abhishek Jha was also questioned for quite some time, and this involves the embezzlement of funds as well as the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, and there was a wide gap between the loan taken amount of 22 crore and the investment done of 122 crore in the Pulse Hospital operated by Abhishek Jha, husband of Pooja Singhal. 3 mining officers have also been arrested. So the ED wants to tighten its noose, get some more clues, put the pieces together, club the pieces together and reach to a conclusive point whether it is a it is a large syndicated scam or not. So maybe the ED has got something, that is why it is wanting to reach out to the conclusive point. Back to you.
Okay, thank you for getting us all those details, Prakash. Now, Pooja Singhal, like we told you, has been now remanded to a 5-day custody. Now, we are getting some more breaking news coming in, and this time it is coming from West Bengal. Moving on to the West Bengal update that we have for you, the Calcutta High Court has ordered the West Bengal Minister Paresh Adhikari's daughter, Ankita Adhikari, not to be allowed to enter the school premises where she worked as a teacher till further orders. So Ankita blocked from entering the school premises there. Remember that Paresh Adhikari is facing CBI questioning. And in fact, this is the big breaking that we're getting for you. Remember that Paresh Adhikari had reached the CBI office for interrogation over alleged illegal appointment of his daughter as a teacher in a government-aided school. So we are seeing the Calcutta High Court there really cracking down and saying that Ankita Adhikari will not be allowed to enter the school premises where she worked as a teacher till further orders. I would like to go to Ishant Deb, who is joining me from the Bangla newsroom. Ishant Deb, we are seeing that the Calcutta High Court is taking some strict cognizance, and they have told Ankita Adhikari to not even enter the school premises.
Exactly so. Actually, Ankita Adhikari has been dismissed by the Kolkata High Court today. the bench of Justice Abhijit Ganguly has passed this order that Ankita Adhikari should be dismissed right now, and for the last 4 years, for which period she has been got paid as a teacher in a government-aided school, that whole amount she received as the salary should be refunded back to the government treasury. This is the order of Calcutta High Court today. Justice Abhijit Ganguly has ordered so. And you know that in 2018, Paresh Adhikari's daughter, Ankita Adhikari, got the job in a government-aided school, and allegedly in the merit list there was no name of this Ankita Adhikari, but suddenly Ankita's name came to the top of the list and she got the job. This was the allegation right there. And you know that this Paresh Adhikari, he was a left leader earlier. He was a leader of the forward bloc, and during the left front regime he was also the minister at that time. Later he joined Trinamool, and the opposition parties are alleging that this Paresh Adhikari joined Trinamool on several conditions, and one of his prime conditions was this, that his daughter should be given a job at a government aided school. This was one of his prime conditions. This is an allegation. This allegation is coming from the opposition camp, and the Kolkata High Court has already ordered that they already said, it has expressed its observation after it got the Bagh committee report that there was something uncanny about the recruitment of Paresh Adhikari's daughter in the government aided school, and that's why this should be investigated by the CBI. And today Kolkata High Court
Ishandeb. Okay, thank you for getting us those details, Ishandeb. My colleague, they're getting us the latest on the SSC recruitment scam where Paresh Adhikari's daughter will not be allowed to enter the school premises, and even the court has asked her to refund her money for the tenure she already served. Now we're getting some more updates now. This time it's coming from the case of Navjot Singh Sidhu. That's a story we have been tracking very, very closely as well on Republic TV. Now, after Supreme Court sentenced top Congress leader Sidhu to 1 year jail term in 1988 road rage case, Sidhu is likely to surrender today, and security has also been beefed up outside the court. So that is the update that we are telling you. And also, viewers, the latest update is one more is coming in that the Congress leader has now sought more time from the Supreme Court to surrender. He has mentioned health issues for that. I want to go across to Anuj now. Anuj, now we believe that after he was sentenced to undergo 1 year of rigorous imprisonment in a road rage case, Navjot Singh Sidhu has asked for more time from the Supreme Court to surrender. So when it comes to an update there, has the Supreme Court given him more time, or do we expect him to surrender any time now?
Well, what we have been told that we are expecting that he's going to surrender today, because if we are talking about the latest development, then yes, he approaches the Supreme Court again using every tactic. And on the other hand, these are the legalities which has been sought by Navjot Singh Sidhu. First, let me also give you the sense and visual from the area from where I am reporting. This is Navjot Singh Sidhu's residence here in Patiala, and that's at the room in which Navjot Singh Sidhu is sitting and doing a closed door meeting. Recently, this was Dharamveer Gandhi who just reached here, the former MP. He's also meeting Navjot Singh Sidhu. So we are seeing the former MPs, former MLAs of the Congress party reaching here at the residence of Navjot Singh Sidhu and meeting Navjot Singh Sidhu. Let me also tell you, if we talk about the development from the Supreme Court, then we are waiting from the Chief Justice of India that what exactly is going to happen, because it went to the desk first, a bench first. From the bench it has been referred that you should reach to Chief Justice, you should put the application in front of the Chief Justice, where it has been stated by the legal team of Navjot Singh Sidhu that because of the medical condition they want the extension for 1 week, but we have to wait and watch whether it will be granted or not. But on the other hand, the sources are telling us that Navjot Singh Sidhu is all set to surrender today. As we are talking, let me give you the sense from the front gate. This exactly is the front gate from where Navjot Singh Sidhu is going to come out. That is exactly the white car standing there. We have seen other people of Navjot Singh Sidhu putting his luggage into the car. But as of now, we are waiting for any kind of movement from here. But on the other hand, let me tell you, since from the morning, we are continuously seeing the movement at the residence of Navjot Singh Sidhu, where we are expecting that he is going to surrender today. He is going to move any time from now, because at the end, on the other hand, we are also seeing the movement and the high security alertness at the court also. From Patiala court, we have seen how the security has been tightened over there. So what we have been told that Navjot Singh Sidhu from here will be reaching to Patiala court. After that, he will be surrendering over there. Surrender process will be completed, after which this is going to be the medical formalities, and then at the end of the day it is going to be the Patiala jail where he has to be. We do remember that yesterday this was Supreme Court who has announced at the verdict.
Thank you for joining us there. Thank you for joining us. Yeah, Anuj, hold on, because right now I would like our viewers to have a look at what Navjot Singh Sidhu's friend had told Republic. Listen in.
बहुत ऐसी बातें हैं, बहुत ऐसे मुद्दे हैं जो कांग्रेस डिसिप्लिन को लेके सिद्धू साहब पे थोपती है, लेकिन उनके आंखों के सामने और पीछे उनके सब कुछ हो रहा है और वो उनको अनदेखा करती है. तो मैं आई डोंट वांट टू टॉक अबाउट द कांग्रेस राइट नाउ. अभी बात ऐसी है कि सिद्धू साहब पंजाब को प्यार करते हैं और पंजाब सिद्धू साहब को प्यार करता है. देखिए, कांग्रेस का नवजोत सिंह सिद्धू से बड़ा कोई नेता है ही नहीं कांग्रेस में आज की. खुद नवजोत सिंह सिद्धू एक बड़ा चेहरा है, और आज के दिन बड़ा चेहरा आए ना आए ये मैटर नहीं करता. कितना पंजाब, कितना पंजाबी और कितना हिंदुस्तानी सिद्धू साहब के लिए खड़ा है और अरदासें कर रहा है, ये मैटर करता है. सिद्धू साहब को लीडर्स कोई आता है कोई नहीं आता है, इससे कोई फ़र्क नहीं है. देखिए, लीगल प्रोसीजर होते हैं, जो उनके वकील का लीगल प्रोसीजर है वो कर रहे थे सरेंडर को लेके, अभी चालू है, अभी कर रहे हैं. जो जैसे भी संदेश कैसा भी आएगा, सुप्रीम कोर्ट का ऑर्डर कैसा भी होगा, तो उस पर लोग हैं सिद्धू साहब के साथ. पंजाब है, पंजाबी हैं, और हर एक वो इंसान जो सच्चाई पे चलना चाहता है और चल सकता है, वो सब सिद्धू के साथ है.
All right, we're getting some more updates, and this is regarding to the Disha encounter case. We can tell you that this is the update we are getting on the case. Remember, the Supreme Court was to hear the report on Disha case today, and the latest is that the Supreme Court panel has now said that the encounter could have been staged. So there we are getting some more updates on the case hearing which is happening. Now this was the Apex Court was commencing the hearing in the case related to the Inquiry Commission panel that investigated the sensational Disha case. And right now, the viewers, this is the latest update that we're getting you, is that the Supreme Court has made some observations there, saying that the panel will now has said that the encounter could have been staged. So also the Supreme Court panel has said that submit the 387-page report, and the accused was fired upon on purpose, and the firing had also happened with the intent to kill. So these are the updates we are getting you on this case. I would like to go to Shravan, who's joining me on the phone line. Shravan, we are seeing that the Supreme Court has made some observations on this case, a very controversial case. What are the details that we have?
Well, in fact, Shivangi, these are not observations of the Supreme Court, but rather a commission that was basically appointed by the Supreme Court. This is following multiple judicial reviews that were basically demanded following the encounter that took place in Hyderabad. Not to forget that the horrific gang rape of Disha led to a national outrage demanding justice for Disha. Thereafter, remember, 4 people were actually arrested by the Hyderabad police, but later on 6th of December, the 4 suspects in this case, they were gunned out following some reports that came in at that point in time, where the police essentially indicated that the suspects had tried to fire upon them when they were being taken to another safe location. Now, thereafter, a lot of allegations were leveled on Hyderabad police as far as how this was basically conducted, the encounter that was conducted. It now turns out that the commission, which was basically headed by retired judges, and not just that, a former CBI director, they've basically come to a conclusion that the findings of or the report that was basically submitted by the Hyderabad police doesn't essentially stand. And in fact, they're basically calling this a staged encounter, if you really go by what the findings of the case is all about. In fact, I'll just take you through some of the details of the report that has been filed, in which they are basically saying, one, that, and I'm quoting from the commission, in our considered opinion, the accused were deliberately fired upon with an intent to cause their death and with the knowledge that the firing would invariably result in the death of the deceased suspect. The commission then goes on to say, puts out details saying that Sheikh Lal, Madar, Mohammad Sirajuddin and Kochlera Ravi are liable to be tried for the offence under Section 3.
Right, Shravan. Now, like you said, that these are not observations which have been made, but the panel definitely pointing out some very important details which will help in crack the case. Shravan, if you can hear me, that the Supreme Court panel has made some very important, it said very important things which are not observations, but definitely the 387-page report has now been submitted. So, apart from this, how do you see this case really now moving forward? Because this was a very controversial case here. The Disha encounter case was a very, very controversial case, and this is related to the Inquiry Commission panel that has been investigating the sensational case. All right, much more coming up on the other side of a short break. Court asked Karti to join probe 16 hours after he returns to India. Any arrest will require 3-day intimation. Much more coming up on the other side.
Amity University's 2-week online summer school for class 10, 11 and 12 students starts from 6th June. Study from university professors, 2 personality-enhancing modules and get career counseling. Get the edge over your classmates. Register now at amity.edu/summer school.
हम इस समय आ चुके हैं ह्यूस्टन के एक छोर पर, जहां हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी रुकेंगे.
At the intersection, right at the blast spot, and it's being very, very clearly conveyed and then very, very clearly said that no mode of transportation is going to be allowed over and beyond.
हम हैं जाफराबाद और बाबरपुर के बीच में, और यहाँ पर आम आदमियों की आवाजाही में कोई रोक नहीं है. That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give facts? Christian, would you give facts to India? Christian, will you tell the truth? Christian Michelle, first visuals. ये मिनट टू मिनट, आर टू आर पेट्रोलिंग इस समय दिल्ली की सड़कों पर पेट्रोलिंग हो रही है.
The American President alongside Prime Minister Modi are going to be present, not for a bilateral in a closed room in this massive stadium.
Coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. I'm at the Jama Masjid in Bandra and there are thousands of people behind me. There's a man holding placard here saying, "Howdy Modi, wish of a lifetime." He joined the Indo-US car rally that's running around the NRG stadium.
It's day 2 of the lockdown and Republic TV is doing a live drive through the other market.
This is one such vehicle that's lying here. And
for top updates, weeks after Lalu Yadav was granted bail in a fraud scam case, a new case has now been registered on Lalu Yadav. Lalu Yadav under CBI radar again, raids on, in and beyond Bihar across 17 locations. In more trouble for RJD Supremo Lalu Yadav, the CBI has registered a fresh corruption case against the former Bihar Chief Minister and his daughter, Misa Bharti. PM's big statement on communal politics. PM Modi lashes out at opposition, says nationalism has replaced politics of polarization. Amid attempts are being made to spark controversies over national language, the PM sets record straight on language war, says BJP stands for all Indian languages. Addressing a BJP National Office Bearers meeting, PM Modi stressed that nationalism has replaced polarization politics since independence. Dynasty politics has done a lot of damage to the country. Well, much more coming up on the other side of this very short break. A massive showdown in Kolkata over SSC recruitment scam. BJP leader has now been detained. PM sets record straight in language war and says that BJP stands for all Indian languages. Stay tuned to Republic TV for more.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
Live coverage on Republic TV as we report from outside Raj Thakre's residence. I'm at the Jama Masjid in Bandra and there are thousands of people behind me. There's a man holding placard here saying, "Howdy Modi, wish of a lifetime." He joined the Indo-US car rally that's running around the NRG Stadium.
It's day 2 of the lockdown and Republic TV is doing a live drive through the other market.
This is one such vehicle that's lying here and there are many such vehicles. They're a bit stuck. This entire stretch.
What I have seen over the last few days, we won't allow the survey. We won't accept the survey. We will block the survey, but will blocking the survey change the fact? After all, history should be about fact.
It was the fountain of Shiva Tattva. So, I mean, there are innumerable historical records that clearly testify to the fact that the original Kashi Vishveshwara temple existed on the site which Aurangzeb demolished and replaced it with what is today known as a Gyanvapi Mosque.
The response is okay. थी मंदिर तो क्या अब क्या अप्रोच यही है
वो तारीख के वो तारीख के औराक भी होंगे आपके सामने जिस तारीख के औराक में वहां के कोर्ट ने जजमेंट दिया कि वो दीन मोहम्मद वाले केस के अंदर में कि वो कौन सी जगह है वो मस्जिद थी मस्जिद है और उसे कोर्ट ने कहा
Bringing you ground reports on the flood devastation and the rivers caused by massive landslides in Assam. We are right now in Dima Hasao district, and as you can see behind is the Maibang tunnel. The tunnel which is approximately 1 kilometer long, and this very tunnel connects Barak Valley as well as Dima Hasao district headquarters half long with the rest of the world. But due to massive landslide that was triggered on Monday, connectivity was completely snapped to the rest of the world, and now even as this tunnel has been opened and vehicular movement through the tunnel has been allowed by the authorities, restoration works are still going on.
What I have seen over the last few days, we We won't allow the survey. We won't accept the survey. We will block the survey, but will blocking the survey change the fact? After all, history should be about fact.
It was a fountain of Shiva Tattva. So, I mean, there are innumerable historical records that clearly testify to the fact that the original Kashi Vishveshwara temple existed on the site which Aurangzeb demolished and replaced it with what is today known as a Gyanvapi Mosque.
The response is okay. थी मंदिर तो क्या अब क्या अप्रोच यही है
वो तारीख के वो तारीख के औराक भी होंगे आपके सामने जिस तारीख के औराक में वहां के कोर्ट ने जजमेंट दिया कि वो दीन मोहम्मद वाले केस के अंदर में कि वो कौन सी जगह है वो मस्जिद थी मस्जिद है और उसे कोर्ट ने कहा
Not the first time that this scam has emerged out. What is basically this scam is that aspirants were asked to give out their land in exchange of job at the railways, and it is not only Mr. Lalu Yadav who is involved into this, but his family members, which include his wife, which include his daughter Misa Bharti, are also under the scanner of the Central Probe Agency.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's government has decided to ban China's Huawei technologies from Canada's next-generation mobile networks. The US has long pressed Trudeau's government to deny Huawei a role in building the country's 5G infrastructure, saying it would allow Beijing to spy on Canadians more easily. Another volatile day on Wall Street ended with more losses for stocks, drawing the Standard & Poor 500 closer to its first bear market since the beginning of the pandemic. The index benchmark for many funds fell after easing off a deeper stumble. The latest decline came a day after the S&P 500 had its biggest drop in nearly 2 years.
Viewers, we are getting an incident of a fire at a police station in Srinagar. You can see those visuals there on your screen there. A police station in Srinagar is ablaze. You can see there a big place, in fact, a big blaze there in Srinagar. These are the visuals of a station set ablaze in the Koti Bagh area of Srinagar. So those visuals on your screen of a police station which has been gutted. And right now, I'll be joined by my colleague who will tell us whether there are any casualties and what is the latest update in this story. But this is a massive fire which has broken out at the Koti Bagh police station in Srinagar, which the building was very damaged. We'll be tracking this story very closely, but much more coming up on the other side of the short break. More trouble mounts as fresh case registered against Lalu and daughter.
This is not the first time that this scam has emerged out. What is basically this scam is that aspirants were asked to give out their land in exchange of job at the railways, and it is not only Mr. Lalu Yadav who is involved into this, but his family members, which include his wife, which include his daughter Misa Bharti, are also under the scanner of the Central Probe Agency.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's government has decided to ban China's Huawei technologies from Canada's next-generation mobile networks. The US has long pressed Trudeau's government to deny Huawei a role in building the country's 5G infrastructure, saying it would allow Beijing to spy on Canadians more easily. Another volatile day on Wall Street ended with more losses for stocks, drawing the Standard & Poor 500 closer to its first bear market since the beginning of the pandemic. The index benchmark for many funds fell after easing off a deeper stumble. The latest decline came a day after the S&P 500 had its biggest drop in nearly 2 years. Buffalo police sought to reassure residents of the safety following the deadly shooting at the Tops Friendly supermarket. Police Commissioner Joseph Gramalia urged residents to be vigilant to work with authorities as the investigation unfolds. Meanwhile, the prosecutors receive more time to put together the case against Peyton Gendron, who is accused of killing 10 people in racist attack on a Tops-friendly grocery store. FDA Commissioner Dr. Robert Califf faced a bipartisan grilling from House lawmakers over baby formula issue that has angered American parents and has become a political liability for President Joe Biden. He sidestepped questions about whether his agency should have intervened earlier to address problems at a plant that triggered the national shortage. A tunnel under construction on the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway caved in near the area of Meherkot in the state's district of Rambani. At least 6 people were feared trapped in the tunnel.
Here are the top stories at 3 p.m. viewers. Final word on the Gyanvapi today. Top court to resume hearing on the Gyanvapi case. Shivling versus the fountain face-off intensifies. Hindu side maintains Shivling claim. Muslim side contest says give us a chance. Security beefed up in Gyanvapi as top court is set to resume the hearing shortly. Massive showdown in Kolkata over the SSC recruitment scam. BJP leader detailed. Out on bail, Lalu Yadav under the CBI radar once again. Raids on in and beyond Bihar across 17 locations. More trouble mounts as fresh case registered against Lalu and daughter. Prime Minister sets the record, states on the language war, says BJP stands for all Indian languages. With no escape route in the top Congress leader's side, Sidhu likely to surrender before the Patiala police today. Fatal blow to the senior citizen convicted by highest court. India asks why won't Vadra Congress sack him? And 1 dead, 9 feared, trapped as rescue operations enter 15th hour in the Jammu's Ramban region. Viewers, we're cutting across to some breaking developments that we're getting. Republic has now exclusively accessed the FIR filed in the Lalu Yadav land job for job scam as well. Let me go across to Shavan Sen, who's joining us with more details. Shavan, tell us about the FIR that has been accessed by us and the case so far.
Well, in fact, the FIR that has now been accessed puts out details of this case that is being probed by the Central Bureau of Investigation. In fact, they say that back in September is when they had got the details of the case, when a preliminary inquiry was actually started. And as we had reported earlier in the day, that a company that has been linked to Lalu Prasad Yadav and his family members were the real beneficiaries of this particular scam. Now, what is this scam? Between 2004 and 2009, that's when this entire scam actually flourished, starting from the fact that you have certain subordinates or juniors who are looking for jobs, and they were part of what they're calling Group D class or Group D class in the railway department. In fact, these were subordinates who were appointed in various parts of the country like Delhi, Mumbai, in the railway department, all of that. And not just that, Priyanka, what is very interesting is that in this particular case, what was happening is that in order to get these positions, land parcels were basically given to Lalu Prasad Yadav and his family members. In fact, there was those who got the job and thereafter transferred land parcel directly in the name of the former Chief Minister of Bihar, Rabri Devi. They've put out details of each and every land parcel in Patna as well as Gopalganj, which we are given to understand were taken into consideration during this particular probe. In fact, we're also being told that 15 people have been named in this particular FIR, of which Lalu Yadav as well as former Chief Minister of Bihar, Rabri Devi, and daughters Misa Bharti and Hema Yadav have also been named in this particular FIR that has now been accessed. Importantly, as far as those middlemen and the company that has been linked to Lalu Prasad Yadav and family members, they too have also been named in this particular FIR that has been registered by the Central Bureau of Investigation. Important to point out here, Priyanka, is that this is a fresh case that has been registered against the former Union Minister and the former Chief Minister of Bihar, and the fact that they're also looking at certain plots or certain land parcels that have directly gone into the name of the family members, and also the company that has been linked to Lalu Prasad Yadav and family members who were actually the direct
उसका कर रहे हैं। 3 जजों की एक खंडपीठ है और जो अभी इस पूरे मामले में सुनवाई करना, बेंच असेंबल हो गई है। इस वक्त अपडेट सुप्रीम कोर्ट से हमारे पास आ रहा है, बेंच असेंबल हो गई है और वहां से जैसे ही दिशा निर्देश आएंगे, आपको ये भी बता दें कि पिछली बार जब सुनवाई कोर्ट में हुई थी तब उस समय जो एडवोकेट अहमदी हैं, जो कि मुस्लिम पक्ष के वकील हैं, उन्होंने सीधे सीधे कहा था कि ये पूरा मामला पूजा के अधिकार से अलग मालिकाना हक का बन रहा है, क्योंकि कोर्ट ने कहा कि ये मामला पूजा के अधिकार का है, आप इसे मालिकाना हक से क्यों जोड़ रहे हैं। तो जस्टिस अहमदी यहाँ पर उन्होंने सीनियर एडवोकेट अहमदी जो हैं, उन्होंने कहा कि ये पूरा मामला पूजा का अधिकार का भले ही है, लेकिन ये पूरा जो ज्ञानवापी परिसर है ये वक्फ बोर्ड का है, ये वक्फ बोर्ड का है, ये इंतजामिया कमेटी के पास है पूरा परिसर, और इसीलिए इस पर किसी तरह का भी कोई क्लेम करना सीधे सीधे मालिकाना हक का मामला बनता है। इसीलिए आपको बता रहे हैं कि यहाँ पर जब एडवोकेट अहमदी ने ये बात रखी थी तो कोर्ट ने उन्हें सीधे कहा था कि फिलहाल ये पूजा के अधिकार का मामला है, हम इसे मालिकाना हक का मामले की तरह नहीं देख रहे हैं और उस पर सुनवाई होने दीजिए। आज जब दोनों तरफ के वकील कोर्ट में मौजूद रहेंगे तो दलीलें क्या दी जाएंगी, ये बड़ी जरूरी है। हिंदू पक्ष के वकील हरिशंकर जैन, जिनकी तबीयत बिगड़ी, जिसकी वजह से एक दिन की मोहलत कल विष्णु शंकर जैन ने ली थी, विष्णु शंकर जैन ने एक दिन की मोहलत दी थी। अमित आपके पास आ रहे हैं, आज दोनों तरफ के जो वकील हैं, जैसा मैंने बताया कि एडवोकेट अहमदी और वहीं हरिशंकर जैन और विष्णु शंकर जैन थोड़ी देर में दलीला रखना शुरू करेंगे, एक एक अपडेट यहां से देंगे। लेकिन फिर बता दें कि यहां पर जो एडवोकेट अहमदी हैं वो बार बार कह रहे हैं कि ये इस पूरे मामले को मालिकाना हक का मामला बनाने की कोशिश है। अमित,
This coverage is now coming in now. Anytime now, Supreme Court is going to hear the Gyanvapi case. So we're going to stay with the live pictures and the live updates on Republic TV, the fastest breaking news updates from the Supreme Court, which yesterday had asked for the trial court proceedings to be put on hold in Varanasi. And anytime now, the Supreme Court will hear the Gyanvapi case. We'll also put on the screen, on your screen, you will see the details of what was found in the report. So what happens now in the Supreme Court is extremely critical, and we are going to give you every single update from inside the Supreme Court. We have our reporters, 2 reporters inside, Ananya and our correspondent from Republic Bharat as well, inside the courtroom anytime now. We should be able to get updates. Supreme Court will be hearing the Gyanvapi case. The matter will be heard by a 3-judge bench of the Supreme Court headed by Justice D.Y. Chandrachud, Justice Suryakant and Justice P.S. Narasimhan. Amit is also live. Amit Chaudhary, my colleague, is live. The bench will assemble any time now. Senior Advocate Hufaiza Ahmadi for Anjuman Intezamiya Masjid Management Committee in the Supreme Court in a short while from now. And Advocate Harishankar Jain, Vishnu Shankar Jain will appear for the Hindu petitioners. Solicitor General Tushar Mehta for the Uttar Pradesh government. Let's go across to Amit Chaudhary. Amit Chaudhary is there. The moment we have an update, we're going to come back to the live coverage. Stay tuned. Cutting across to
मुफ्ती साहब ने कहा कि भाई ऐसा है कि अभी मस्जिद खाली है, अगर कोई प्रशासन के बड़े अधिकारी आपको रोकते हैं तो आप मेरी उनसे बात करा लो। लेकिन जुमे का वक्त हो रहा था, इसकी वजह से हमारी
हम लोग भी लगातार देख रहे थे, इंतजामिया कमेटी के जो लोग थे मस्जिद कमेटी के वो भी यहाँ पर मौजूद थे और वो भी लगातार जो नमाजी थे उससे रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे थे कि अंदर भीड़ बहुत ज़्यादा है और ऐसे में ज़्यादा लोग आएंगे तो व्यवस्था खराब हो।
ये मस्जिद के बाहर मालूम होता है कि मस्जिद फुल हो चुकी है, मस्जिद के बाहर आप रोकेंगे कि आप आधे रास्ते में किसी को रोकेंगे? मुझे इसका जवाब चाहिए प्रशासन।
अच्छा, मैं जानना चाहता हूँ कि
कोडी आदमपुर थाने में मैदागिन चौराहा, बुलानाला चौराहा, ठठेरी बाजार चौराहे पे सारी जगह प्रशासन को लगा के रोकने का काम।
हमारी जो है प्रशासन से बात हुई, उनका कहना है कि लोग इतनी ज़्यादा आ रहे थे और इंटेल के इनपुट भी थे कि बहुत ज़्यादा लोग, आमतौर पे जितने लोग आते हैं यहाँ नमाज अदा कर रहे हैं उनसे ज़्यादा लोग पहुँच सकते हैं। यही वजह है कि लोगों को अलग अलग जगह पर रोका गया ताकि यहाँ पर व्यवस्था खराब ना हो।
जो आ रहे शांतिपूर्वक तरीके से एकदम नमाज पढ़ लें, कोई हल्ला गल्ला कुछ नहीं हो रहा है। जितने लोग भी आए इतना ज़्यादा तादाद में आए, पर आपने देखा कोई हल्ला हुआ, कोई शोर हुआ?
शासन भी यहाँ पर लगातार
सवाल कर रहा हूँ,
कुछ नहीं हुआ, कुछ नहीं हुआ, कोई शोर नहीं हुआ। मुझे बताइए कि
तो
फिर
शांति का
वजू के लिए पानी का इंतजाम किया था?
वजू के लिए
खुश है
अंदर हुआ, वजू के लिए इंतजामिया कमेटी ने किया था, प्रशासन ने नहीं किया था।
प्रशासन कह रही है कि उन्होंने किया, क्योंकि देखिए अंदर तो प्रशासन
किया था।
चले किसी ने भी किया हो, लेकिन आपको वजू में कोई दिक्कत नहीं हुई?
और ये कि आप भीड़ आया उससे दिक्कत क्या हुआ? शांति तरीके से नमाज हुआ। आप बताइए कोई शोर हुआ? कोई आपसे हम पूछ रहे, कोई मुसलमान शोर किया?
नहीं, बिल्कुल शोर नहीं हुआ और मैं जानता हूँ कि प्रशासन भी यहाँ चुस्त दुरुस्त था कि किसी तरीके से कोई शोर ना।
हमारा कहना है
एकदम सबर से, शांति से।
न्यायपालिका जैसा चाहती है वैसा ही मुसलमान काम करता है। मुसलमान अगर गलत होता तो 1991 जो एक्ट है उस एक्ट के।
अच्छा, सुप्रीम कोर्ट में आज ये मसला चल रहा है, तो क्या जो भी फैसला आएगा उसको आप लोग शांति से मानेंगे?
बिल्कुल सुप्रीम कोर्ट का हक होता है न्याय देने का। वो
जाहिर सी बात है। देखिए, सबसे बड़ी बात जो ये लगातार यहाँ पर कह रहे हैं कि सुप्रीम कोर्ट जो भी फैसला लेगा उसको जो है ये सभी लोग मानेंगे। जाहिर सी बात है, बार बार यही यहाँ पर कह रहे हैं कि देश जो है वो संविधान से चलेगा और सुप्रीम कोर्ट जो भी फैसला लेगी उसको माना जाएगा। फिलहाल चलते हैं हम सुचारिता के पास जो लगातार आपको बड़ी खबरें दे रही हैं।
Also to Nidhi Vasandhani now. Nidhi also reporting live. She's speaking to one of the key people on the Hindu side. Let me cut across. Let me cut across to Nidhi, who's getting us a live update. Speaking to the voices that matter in Gyanvapi. Yes, we're going across to Sohan Lal, the petitioner. Let's cut across live.
सुप्रीम कोर्ट के समक्ष है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट अब पूरे मामले को सुन रहा है। 3 बजे इस पर सुनवाई है, तो आप इस पर क्या कहेंगे? क्योंकि अभी जो निचली अदालत है वो उन पर अभी रोक है, वो नहीं कर पाएंगे। सोमवार को अब वाराणसी कोर्ट करे।
हमको माननीय न्यायालय पर पूर्ण भरोसा है। हम संविधान का पालन करने वाले के जो भी फैसला होगा सिर माथे हम करेंगे।
आप कुछ साक्ष्य दिखाने वाले थे। ये आप जब अंदर गए थे, कमीशन हो रहा था, तो क्या उस वक्त भी आप ये ले गए थे?
नहीं, ये नहीं ले गए थे।
अच्छा।
ये बहुत पहले से ही लोगों को, चूंकि ये फोटो 1970 का है, 1970 का हम सबको दिखाया करते थे कि केवल यह फोटो हमारे ही पास है और किसी के पास नहीं है।
1970 का बता रहे हैं सोहन लाल जी। ये अखबार की क्या आपके पास वो है कटे फोटोग्राफ्स हैं? 1970 आप अंदर गए थे, ज्ञानवापी मस्जिद में अंदर गए?
हाँ, जांच गए थे। क्षमा करें, रखना चाहिए था। ये पूरा का पूरा प्रमाण है ना, जो इस जांच कमीशन में 100% जो है दिखाई दिया।
Sucharita reporting live from outside the Gyanvapi Mosque. Sucharita's live.
लेकिन यही बात जो एडवोकेट अहमदी हैं उन्होंने सुप्रीम कोर्ट में रखी। उन्होंने ये कहा कि यहाँ सर्वे की इजाजत ही नहीं दी जा सकती, क्योंकि ये पूरा जो परिसर है ये इंतजामिया कमेटी का है, ये वक्फ बोर्ड का है, और इसीलिए यहाँ पर सर्वे की इजाजत कैसे दे दी गई? यानी उनका सीधा मतलब था कि भले ही पूजा का अधिकार का मामला है, ये मालिकाना हक का मामला नहीं है, लेकिन क्योंकि ये पूरी जमीन मस्जिद कमेटी की है तो इसमें सर्वे की इजाजत दी भी कैसे गई, ये मामला है। इसी पर आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट में सुनवाई होनी है। ये सर्वे सही या गलत, थोड़ी देर में, जैसा हमने कहा कि बेंच असेंबल हो गई है। जस्टिस चंद्रचूड़ की नेतृत्व वाली एक खंडपीठ है, 3 जजों की खंडपीठ है। जस्टिस नरसिम्हन, जस्टिस सूर्यकांत इसका हिस्सा है। 3 जजों की जस्टिस की ये खंडपीठ है। और इसी के साथ साथ एडवोकेट अहमदी पहुंच गए हैं सुप्रीम कोर्ट में। ये भी आपको बता दें, विष्णु शंकर जैन, हरिशंकर जैन जो हिंदू पक्ष के वकील हैं, वो भी सुप्रीम कोर्ट पहुंचे हैं। और इस मामले में अब सुनवाई शुरू होनी है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट क्या कहेगा, एक एक अपडेट आपको रिपब्लिक भारत दिखा रहा है। इस बीच आपको एक बार फिर से मुख्य द्वार काशी विश्वनाथ का भी दिखा देते हैं, क्योंकि जब से ज्ञानवापी विवाद शुरू हुआ है, जरा अपने दर्शकों को मैं बताऊं, ये गेट नंबर 4 है, ये मुख्य द्वार है काशी विश्वनाथ का। और अमूमन यहाँ से सिर्फ काशी विश्वनाथ में जो भक्त जाते थे वो जाते थे, लेकिन जब से विवाद शुरू हुआ है, इसी मुख्य द्वार से काशी विश्वनाथ में भक्त भी जा रहे हैं और यहीं से जो नमाज पढ़ने जा रहे हैं ज्ञानवापी में, वो भी दाखिल हो रहे हैं। ये सिक्योरिटी कारण से किया गया, क्योंकि पीछे वाला जो रास्ता है उसे बंद कर दिया गया, जहां से नमाजी जाया करते थे। तो अब जो हो रहा है, इसी मुख्य द्वार से, यही मुख्य द्वार से दोनों लोग जा रहे हैं। अब सोचिए, कतारें 2 हैं, एक मुस्लिम पक्ष, मुस्लिमों की कतार है जो नमाज के लिए जा रहे हैं, हिंदुओं की कतार है जो भक्ति के लिए जा रहे हैं काशी विश्वनाथ के दर्शन के लिए। लेकिन उनके बीच कैसे विवाद खड़ा हो गया है, वो सीधे सीधे उन कतारों में भी नजर आता है जो हम यहाँ पर देखते हैं जब दाखिल होते हैं लोग। तो आज उसी विवाद पर आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट में सुनवाई होनी है। बस थोड़ी देर बाद जैसे ही अपडेट वहां से आने शुरू होंगे, वो भी हम बताएंगे अपने दर्शकों को। लेकिन एक बार जरा अमित ये भी बता दीजिए, क्योंकि आप बहुत सारे लोगों के साथ वहां पर खड़े हुए हैं, ये विवाद आज सुप्रीम कोर्ट में भले ही है, लेकिन बनारस के लोग इस पर क्या कहते हैं, यहाँ के लोग क्या कह रहे हैं, जरा बताइए हमारे दर्शकों को।
यहाँ पर देखिए तमाम लोग यहाँ पर मौजूद है। मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ कि आप बताएंगे जो पूरा विवाद चल रहा है, इस पर एक बनारसी क्या बोलना चाहता है, आप बताएंगे कि आप इस पर क्या बोलना चाहते हैं कि क्या हो रहा है। चले फिलहाल ये दुकानदार है, ये कुछ नहीं बोलेंगे, क्योंकि देखिए दुकानदारों की एक अपनी समस्या है, वो चाहते हैं यहाँ पर सब कुछ ठीक ठाक रहे। क्योंकि देखिए यहाँ पर मैं तमाम दुकानें आपको दिखाना चाहूँगा। दुकानें जो है वो दोनों समुदाय के लोगों की है। कुछ दुकान मुस्लिम के जहाँ पर हिंदू वर्कर्स हैं, कुछ हिंदू के हैं तो वहाँ पर मुस्लिम वर्कर्स हैं। तो कहीं ना कहीं प्रशासन भी यही चाहता है कि आपसी सौहार्द जो है वो बना रहे, और वो मेंटेन करना फिलहाल एक बहुत बड़ी चुनौती हो गया। क्योंकि देखिए ज्ञानवापी का जो मसला है वो वाराणसी कोर्ट से होते हुए हाई कोर्ट, और हाई कोर्ट से होते हुए अब सुप्रीम कोर्ट पहुंच गया है। और सिर्फ वाराणसी के लोग ही इससे जुड़े हुए नहीं हैं, बल्कि पूरा देश आखिर देखना चाहता है कि सच क्या है। जो तथ्य सर्वे रिपोर्ट में आए हैं उस पर भी फैसला होगा, उसकी जो प्रामाणिकता है, जो साक्ष्य हैं वो सही है या नहीं है, वो जांचा जाएगा। हो सकता है कि उसके बाद उसको और डीपली इन्वेस्टिगेशन की बात हो, क्योंकि देखिए ये भी बोला जा रहा है कि एएसआई से सर्वे कराया जाए, कार्बन डेटिंग निकाला जाए कि आखिर सबसे पहले मंदिर बना या मस्जिद बना। तो कहीं ना कहीं लोगों का इंटरेस्ट है कि हो क्या रहा है। और कहीं ना कहीं देखिए मुस्लिम समुदाय जो है वो भी यहाँ पर लगातार पहुँच रहा है। क्योंकि देखिए मैं आपको बताना चाहूँगा, जो हमारे सूत्र हैं वो लगातार ये बता रहे हैं कि आज जो भीड़ थी वो पहले से कहीं ज़्यादा भीड़ थी। आमतौर पर यहाँ इतनी भीड़ देखने को मिलती नहीं है। यही वजह है कि इंटेल की तरफ से ये खुफिया जानकारी भी दी गई थी, अलर्ट किया गया था कि पुलिस प्रशासन, और सिर्फ इतना ही नहीं।
Breaking news now, the Supreme Court bench has assembled. Supreme Court bench has assembled and will be hearing the case now. That's the latest breaking news update coming in. The bench has assembled in the Supreme Court and will be hearing. The hearing has begun. Breaking news update. The hearing has begun in the Supreme Court. The 3-judge bench headed by Justices D.Y. Chandrachud, Suryakant and Justice Narasimha will be hearing the matter now. The bench has assembled. The hearing has begun. And Senior Advocate Vaidyanathan saying he's appearing for respondent number 4. So we're getting in the breaking news updates straight from the Supreme Court. The fastest updates on what's going on in the Supreme Court on Republic TV. And Supreme Court has begun hearing the case, and the court is asking about who is appearing for which party, which is a matter of procedure. And the Supreme Court is now trying to identify the respondents for each in this particular case. Now there are different respondents, one from the Hindu side, one from the Muslim side, and of course the Solicitor General appearing for the state of Uttar Pradesh. We will have experts joining us on the coverage as well, and we should be able to get Prakash is outside. Prakash is outside the court, outside the Gyanvapi Mosque. Piyush was outside the Varanasi court, but Rao, that of course that hearing has been adjourned. Let me go across to both Piyush and Prakash joining us on the broadcast. Prakash, In a nutshell, if you can tell our viewers what we can expect from the Supreme Court now. What are we looking at? Supreme Court has assembled, the case hearing has begun. What will we know in a short while from now? Prakash.
Well, Niranjan, it's just the beginning and it has to go a long way because the Supreme Court has entered into this entire controversy for the first time, and that is why it passed a stricture to the lower trial court, that is the Varanasi court, to detest from making any orders or judgment in this case. And the trial court in Varanasi would take up this matter on 23rd of May, that is on Monday. And now the entire case relates to the right to the property, as well as the Hindu side says that it is the extension of Kasi Vishwanath temple.
And breaking news update on Republic TV. Breaking news update. Supreme Court ने कहा इस मामले में एक अंतरिम आदेश जारी करेंगे, which means the Supreme Court is of the view that they may pass strictures for the short term, and the court is suggesting, there are 3 suggestions made by the court. Order 7, Rule 11 application pending shall be heard and decided first. Second, they will pass an interim order. Breaking news update now coming in. Supreme Court is for an interim. Supreme Court is for an interim order to be passed. That's the breaking news update right now. Supreme Court says we have passed an interim order. In a matter of such complexity, we are of the view that district judge should hear the matter. 3 suggestions being made. I'm repeating that once again. Order 7, Rule 11 application pending shall be heard and decided first. Point number 2, Supreme Court saying that they have passed an interim order. Point number 3, in a matter of such complexity, we are of the view that the district judge should hear the matter. Getting in the first comment from Swapnil Kothari, who's joining us live. Swapnil, the court looking at 3 suggestions, but I think the district judge, the view of the court that the district judge should hear the matter is the critical news takeaway at this point.
Well, absolutely, Niranjan. There's no question. Order 7 Rule 11 application is under the Civil Procedure Code 1908, and it amounts to the defendants challenging that the plaintiff's plaint has, or rather the suit has got no basis whatsoever, and it does not disclose a cause of action. So on that basis itself, the plaint should be dismissed rather than going on the merits of the case, because there is no merit in the case at all. That is what the assertion of the defendants is. So that is the reason why the Supreme Court is saying that is something which we cannot hear, because you have not filed the suit here. You have filed the suit in the lower court. So you better go there and deal with that first. So that is where the court is saying that obviously that is the correct court to decide jurisdictionally as far as that particular point is concerned. So obviously they're not going to pass any orders at this stage. It's very clear.
Yes, absolutely. And getting in some more breaking news updates now. One of the petitioners, one of the advocates arguing for a petitioner saying, according to me, this is Vaidyanathan, arguing that according to me, the SLP has become infructuous. The religious character depends on the report. And until we all see this, then only we shall proceed with it. That is one of the petitioners saying that according to him, the special leave petition of the SLP has become infructuous, and that the religious character depends on the report. Saying the religious character depends on the report, and until they all see the report, they shouldn't proceed with it. Saying that report should be seen, and then only we shall proceed with it. More breaking news coming in. We can't tell the trial court to do. This is another observation by the court. The court has said to Vaidyanathan, the advocate, saying we can't tell the trial court to do something in a particular manner. They are seasoned in their work. So the Supreme Court relying on the trial court proceedings, saying that we can't tell the trial court to do something in a particular manner. They are seasoned in their work. And the court is also saying we are not casting any aspersion on any judicial officer. A big observation being made by the Supreme Court, especially in the wake of all the comments that have been made by especially political parties. You had parties like the AIMIM and the others. In fact, many political parties, many of them have questioned the trial court, and the Supreme Court saying we cannot tell the trial court what needs to be done, or if something needs to be done in a particular manner. They are seasoned in their work. We are not casting any aspersion on any judicial officer. Prakash, significant, symbolic, and these are observations being made by the Supreme Court. quickly getting in Prakash on this, and then I'll get in more details.
Well, Niranjan, yes, this is a landmark observation as far as the Supreme Court has passed a judgment that the trial court is capable enough to look into this entire matter. And as far as the trial court is concerned, it would be it would be holding the court on Monday itself. I'll try and get a word from Supreme Court ने आज ये कहा है, आप नहीं बोलेंगे so this is a very crucial point raised by the Honorable Supreme Court, and now the matter is up for hearing on 23rd, and that becomes very critical because the lower court had appointed a court-appointed commissioner, and the commissioner has already made their observation. The two people, specifically Vishal Singh, has made his observation in the survey report, and it reflects that this particular ancient building adjacent to the mosque, the wall, the western wall, and that has engravings of Hindu idols, God and goddesses, and inside...
Getting in some more breaking news updates. Getting in some more breaking news updates now. Getting in some more breaking news updates. Stay with me, Prakash. In fact, the court has said, I'm reading out some of the updates coming in. The petitioner for the Muslim side saying that all these orders which are passed since the beginning have capability of disrupting public order. The Muslim side says, I repeat, Muslim side says all these orders which are passed since the beginning have a capacity of disrupting public order, and that their submission is right from the date the commission was appointed till date. All these orders shall be declared as null and void. So the Muslim side says all the orders until date should be declared null and void, and the court has responded saying what we felt was first we would ask for Order 7, Rule 11 to be decided, and until that is decided, our interim order would hold the field in a balanced way. So the breaking news update right now, the Supreme Court of the view that the trial court is equipped to handle this case and they are best placed to decide on the case. Point number 2, the Muslim side saying that all these orders which are passed since the beginning have the capability of disrupting public order. They feel the orders passed so far, including that of the survey being conducted, have a capability of disrupting public order, and they are saying that they want to submit that right from the date of commission being appointed till date, all the orders. They don't want the commission, they don't want the commissioners, they don't want the survey, they don't want any of it. They're against the entire Gyanvapi action taken so far. They want everything to be null and void. That's the breaking news coming in. And Vaidyanathan now going on to argue, I would say that my lord shall not dictate the order of the proceedings of the district court, shall not tie the hands of the district judge. This is the opposing side, the Hindu side. Vaidyanathan making a case, the advocate for the other side, Vaidyanathan saying, I would say that my lords shall not dictate the order of proceedings to the district judge, adding that my lords shall not tie the hands of the district judge. So the Hindu side saying don't tie the hands of the district judge, let them continue to do what they are doing. That's the breaking news update. That's the breaking news update. In fact, the Muslim side wants all of it to be scrapped, to be declared null and void. They don't want any of what has happened in the last few weeks, including the appointment of the commission or the commissioner or the survey that has taken place. They're saying declare all of that null and void in the Supreme Court. And the Hindu side has just said that Supreme Court should not dictate the order of proceedings to the district judge, adding that my lords shall not tie the hands of the district judge. That's the breaking news update. And as of this minute, I'm getting a breaking news update from inside the courtroom. Two of our colleagues, Akhilesh and Ananya, are inside the courtroom. The Muslim side is saying, and that's the breaking news coming in now, Muslim side saying repeatedly pushing for stay of the orders passed earlier by the local court. Ahmadi repeatedly pushing for stay of the orders passed earlier by the local court or the district court. Ahmadi, the advocate for the Muslim side, saying that the status quo which existed for 500 years has been hindered with already. So some strong arguments being made by the Muslim side. They're claiming that status quo for the last 500 years has been hampered with the district judge process. They are claiming that the status quo which existed for 500 years, essentially nobody asked any questions, nobody entered, nobody conducted a survey, nobody took photographs, and they want that status quo to return. That's the crux of what the Muslim side is saying inside the courtroom. Ahmadi for the Muslim side repeatedly pushing for stay of the orders passed by the local court, which means they don't want the commission, they don't want the commissioner, they don't want the survey, they don't want the report, they don't want any of it. And the Muslim side says the status quo which existed for 500 years in this particular case has been hindered with already. Getting in more breaking news now. Vaidyanathan for the Hindu side saying, Jila judge ke upar sab kuch nahi choda ja sakta hai. And getting in more arguments. The Muslim side also saying a particular space which was being used for 500 years, its status quo has been hindered with. So that's the Muslim side is saying in this particular case that a particular space which was being used for 500 years, its status quo has been hindered with. So the pictures that they are mentioning, the pictures are the shivling pictures that they claimed, the Wuzukana area, those are the pictures that they are referring to, what we've been reporting, and those are the pictures that we'll show you on screen right now. And the Muslim side says that a particular space which was being used for 500 years, the status quo has been hindered with. And we're getting in the breaking news updates from inside the courtroom. Let me quickly, as the arguments continue, quickly get in Prakash right now. Prakash, they're arguing, asking for every development so far that was ordered by the trial court, commission, commissioner, survey, report, for all of that to be put on hold.
Well, Niranjan, these are the contentious issues that have been raised by both sides, and as well as as far as Justice Advocate Ahmadi is concerned, he's raising that the commissioner's survey report should be declared as null and void, and as far as the Hindu side is concerned, that the trial court should not be detested from passing any order because they are competent enough. Now we'll have to wait and watch what kind of verdict or judgment the Honorable Supreme Court gives. But as far as the commissioner's report is concerned, and when I spoke to people around here who have been, you can see, I'll ask my camera person to show these shops. These shops have been here for more than 100, 200 years, and the people residing in this area, mostly the Hindu community, they say that this particular Gyanvapi Mosque, which you see in the visuals, is an extension of the Kasi Vishwanath temple, and on the western side of the wall you have engravings of goddesses.
Getting some more breaking news updates. Stay with me, Prakash. Some more breaking news updates coming in. The Muslim side, Ahmadi, the advocate for the Muslim side, saying that that he's repeatedly pushing to argue, and then the Supreme Court has just intervened. Justice Kant has intervened. Justice Kant has said, Mr. Ahmadi, sorry for interruption. Whatever preliminary issues you want to raise about the status quo, etc., if tomorrow your Order 7 Rule 11 application is allowed, then whatever interim orders you are challenging, don't you think they will become a nullity? Won't you think they will become null and void? The Muslim side continues to argue that till the Order 7 Rule 11 application is taken up, what will be on the ground, what will be left festering, this will cause a grave public mischief. So the Muslim side is arguing that whatever is happening with the survey and the reports, they say that if the order continues, it will cause grave public mischief. If this is allowed to fester, those directions will only remain a pipe dream. I repeat, they are saying this will cause a grave public mischief, and that it will be left festering. And if this is allowed to fester, the directions will only remain a pipe dream, is what Ahmadi says, arguing for the Muslim side. And they've also said that पिछले 500 साल से चली आ रही स्थिति को बदल दिया गया है, which means they are saying that whatever has been happening for the last 500 years, the status quo has already been changed. Let me get in a word from Piyush, also joining us as we get to the live updates from inside the courtroom. Quickly, Piyush, the updates so far. on the stay demand of the Muslim side. What is the Hindu side been maintaining in the case so far?
Well, Niranjan, if we talk about the Hindu side has been claiming that the entire land belongs to the God and that's the property of God. But on the other side, the Muslim side is now claiming, Niranjan, what we are now hearing right now is that the entire order should now be termed as null and void. In fact, they have also approached to court by saying that the order which has been passed by the local Varanasi court should be overturned. This is what the Muslim side is saying, because they believe that if the Wazu Khana is sealed, then the normal ritual of offering namaz would be hindered with, and this is what Ahmadi is also mentioning in the Supreme Court, where he's saying that 500-year-old status quo has already been hindered with. On the other side, the court, we have also seen as to how the court has taken up the matter by saying that that it can also direct the district court to look into the matter. But on the other side, the Muslim side is saying that the entire process of doing survey, setting up commissioners, asking all the petitions to enter inside the mosque to be the part of survey, every exercise which has taken place so far is illegal, and this is what they are now saying there in the Supreme Court. We'll have to wait and watch how the proceedings are going to further proceed. But here we are here at Varanasi court. Remember that this is the place which has been where the hearings have been.
Coming and stay with me. I have more updates from the courtroom. The court has said, if we, this is to the Muslim side. To the Muslim side, if we accept your submission, stay with me, Piyush. More breaking news updates. The court has said, if we accept your submission, that is the Muslim side submission, that the appointment of the commissioner was in breach of the provision of 1991 Act and is without jurisdiction, and then the Muslim side interjects and says, my submission is different. The suit could not have proceeded. And Justice Chandrachud of the Supreme Court says Supreme Court cannot suo moto pick up a suit and say that we will decide it. I repeat, this is a very big development that has taken place. Supreme Court says, if we accept your submission, that the appointment of the commissioner was in breach of the provision of 1991 Act and is without any jurisdiction, at which point the Muslim side interjected and said, my submission is different. The suit could not have proceeded in the first place. To which Justice Chandrachud has responded saying Supreme Court cannot, I repeat, Supreme Court cannot suo moto pick up a suit and say that we will decide on it. So once again, Supreme Court putting the reliance on the district court, or that seems to be the indication on at least two occasions so far. The Supreme Court, while saying that the district courts are equipped enough to handle such cases, and now once again, Justice Chandrachud says Supreme Court cannot suo moto pick up a suit and say that we will decide it. So that's the hearing so far. It continues. We have Akhilesh and Ananya inside the Supreme Court getting us the latest breaking news updates. Court ne kaha, and I'm reading because I'm getting the developments in both English and Hindi, because we have our reporters inside for both Republic TV and Republic Bharat. And Akhilesh is sending me this update in Hindi, saying Court ne kaha कि अहमदी जी हम आपके पक्ष में ही समझाव रख रहे हैं. अगर 1991 के कानून के तहत केस की वैधता तय की जाएगी फिर. Okay, one more update coming in. Justice Chandrachud has just said our difficulty is that to accept that argument we'll have to comment on the maintainability of the suit which has to be decided. Once again saying our difficulty is that to accept that argument we'll have to comment on the maintainability of the suit which has to be decided, while the other side is arguing that in order to decide Order 7 Rule 11 application you have to open the commission report. And the court is telling the Muslim side, if we pass an order in your favor, the other side would be void of its arguments and vice versa. So the Supreme Court making a case for status quo so far in the case. I repeat, Justice Chandrachud is saying our difficulty is that to accept that argument we'll have to comment on the maintainability of the suit which has to be decided. And while the other side is arguing that in order to decide Order 7 Rule 11 application, you have to open the commission report. And the court has also said the Muslim side, if we pass an order in your favor, that is in the Muslim side's favor, the other side, that is the Hindu side, would be void of its arguments and vice versa. So they're saying if we listen to the Muslim side, the argument of the Hindu side would be null and void, and would be vice versa. If they go across and listen to the Hindu side completely, then the argument of the Muslim side would be null and void. And the court has just said, what we are asking is that if all sides could give us a suggestion so that we can pass directions that are good for all sides. That's a big breaking news update coming in right now. Big breaking news update coming in. The court has asked all councils. What we are asking is that if all sides can give us suggestions, the court is seeking suggestions. Breaking news update, Supreme Court is seeking suggestions. Supreme Court is seeking suggestions so that they can pass directions that are good for all sides. That's the breaking news update. Looking for a mid-path in this entire issue. Supreme Court saying if all sides could give us a suggestion so that we can pass directions that are good for all sides, is what the court is telling all the councils. That's the latest breaking news update that has just come in. As on so far, if you look at it, so far, and we'll get some experts live with us right now. The court has said that they want suggestions from both the Hindu side and the Muslim side, so that they can see what's best for both sides and ensure that they take that forward. This is in response to the Muslim side's petition. The Muslim side wanted the entire suo motu, the entire trial to be stalled, and for all the trial court action to be put on hold. But doesn't seem like so far that the Supreme Court is inclined to do that. And this is the breaking news update. Prakash, is that the sense you're getting? Prakash, is that the sense you're getting from how are you reading these observations and the arguments being made in the Supreme Court? Prakash.
Well, as far as the arguments that have gone so far, Niranjan, it seems that the court believes in the competence of the Supreme Court, believes in the competence of the lower court, and it is also not challenging the commissioner's report. Although Justice Ahmadi is making his point that if this is allowed, then a narrative would be set. But as a matter of fact, the Supreme Court is having a firm belief and faith in the competence of the lower court. It means that somehow some kind of positioning would be taken at the end of the day, or maybe apart from the ruling that the trial court is trying to make, a separate judicial commission would be formed. That's my guess. Maybe that would be the case in point by the Supreme Court, or rather the lower court would be allowed to hold the trial as it is doing so far, and then take it up to the logical conclusion as the matter comes up to the higher court, like the Allahabad High Court is also taking up this court further in the on the 5th of June. So we'll have to wait and watch what kind of judgment is given by the Supreme Court, Honorable Supreme Court. But as a matter of fact, the court-appointed commissioner has given his survey report, and it is all videographed. Videographed as in the videography of the extension of the Kasi Vishwanath temple, wherein the premises of the Gyanvapi Mosque in this backdrop lies, and which is the bone of contention, has been videographed, and that can be produced because both the Hindu side and the Muslim community side.
And getting in some more breaking news now. Justice Chandrachud has just said, once again, Justice Chandrachud has just said, Supreme Court has just said that we cannot allow the trial court to go beyond its limits. Supreme Court has said we cannot allow the trial court to go beyond its limits. Supreme Court has also suggested, or rather sought suggestions from all sides so that it can pass directions which is good for all sides. And we're getting in more updates now from inside the courtroom. Senior advocate Ranjit Kumar for the Hindu side has said the order passed in September 2021 itself has worked out. Court has observed, saying that if Mr. Ahmadi succeeds, then the basis of that order will be taken away. There is a merit that challenge to the appointment of commission overlaps with Order 7 Rule 11 application. The court says, so what we suggest is that we can keep this SLP pending and let that application be decided and hold the status quo. Supreme Court basically suggesting a status quo, and the court says the report of the committee shall not be leaked. The court is also saying the report of the committee shall not be leaked. The court taking note of the details of the report being which is out in many sections of the media, has been reported across the country. The Supreme Court has said the report of the committee shall not be leaked, and the court has said if Mr. Ahmadi succeeds, then the basis of that order will be taken away. And there is a merit that challenge to the appointment of commission overlaps. Challenge to the appointment of the commission overlaps with Order 7 Rule 11 application. The court has said what we suggest is that we keep this SLP, this petition. Court is suggesting that we keep this petition pending and let that application be decided and hold the status quo in the case. And the status quo in the case so far is that the trial court proceeding has been put on hold, and the Supreme Court is saying, or rather suggesting that we keep the special leave petition pending. And the court has also said just now, that's the breaking news update right now. I'm getting another breaking news update. Court says we are all in a joint mission to preserve a sense of unification in the country. The court has said we are all in a joint mission to preserve a sense of unification in the country. And until so far, the developments that have taken place, the arguments that have been made, let me quickly get in Swapnil Kothari. Swapnil, if you can, what do you make of the argument so far? So far, Supreme Court doesn't seem inclined to put on hold whatever's happening or what has happened so far, or to declare null and void the action of the trial court to order the survey and ask for the report.
Obviously, Niranjan, there's no question about this, that the Supreme Court intends not to interfere, and at the same time it wants to ensure that the trial court, which is seized of the matter, completes the hearing of the matter, especially after the Order 7 Rule 11 application, which I said is an assertion by the defendant saying that the plaintiff does not disclose any cause of action, and hence the suit should be dismissed. So that decision, only that the trial court can be made, which is seized of the matter in which the suit is filed. The Supreme Court cannot arrogate to itself that matter, saying that, look, we are the highest court of the land and we'll hear that. Otherwise, the plaintiffs would have said that we would have come to you first, and which is not normally the case. Otherwise, you cannot jump tiers of the courts like that. You have to first go before the trial court where the suit is seized of, or where the suit can be filed via the pecuniary jurisdiction, also the basic jurisdiction of the court, which is exactly what the plaintiff has done, and the plaintiff has done correctly. So if you have any assertion, any defense that you need to take, you need to argue it before the lower court. And once the lower court disposes of that, then you come to the Supreme Court, and that is exactly what the Supreme Court is doing. And I knew that the Supreme Court, even if assuming that this Order 7 Rule 11 application would not have been filed, because I'm sure that is going to be dismissed, that assertion of the defendants is not going to hold.
Getting in some more breaking news now. The court has said we're all in a joint mission. We are all in a joint mission to preserve a sense of unification in the country. Supreme Court's message to all sides, to which the Muslim side has said in court, there is Ahmadi representing the Muslim petitioner saying wuzu is not being allowed, and whole area where wuzu is carried out has been sealed. I repeat, the Muslim side says wuzu is not being allowed. The whole area where wuzu is carried out has been sealed. This morning we saw that outside the Gyanvapi Mosque there was an attempt to limit the number of people entering for some time, and also a message was carried to them to say you should do the wuzu at home and then come. And we were told that the number of entrants to the wuzu area especially had been limited. Muslim side says wuzu is not being allowed. The whole area where wuzu is carried out has been sealed, and the Supreme Court is listening to the petitioners. And Ahmadi for the Muslim side says Ahmadi द्वारा शिवलिंग को फव्वारा बताए जाने पर SG ने एतराज जताया. Big breaking news update. Solicitor General of India Tushar Mehta has objected. Solicitor General of India Tushar Mehta has objected to the Muslim side referring to the shivling as a fountain. I'm repeating, the Solicitor General who is appearing for the Uttar Pradesh government or the Yogi Adityanath government, has said he objects to the Muslim side referring to the fountain as referring to the shivling as a fountain. That has just happened, and the court has asked the Solicitor General about what arrangement has been made for the wuzu, because the Muslim side said that wuzu was not being allowed and that area was closed. The Supreme Court has asked the Solicitor General about arrangements being made for the wuzu, and the Solicitor General has said to the court, I can take instructions, but my friend is not placing the correct facts. Solicitor General hitting back in the court, saying that the Muslim side is not placing the correct facts. I repeat, the Solicitor General appearing for the Uttar Pradesh government, Solicitor General Tushar Mehta, saying Muslim side is not placing the correct facts in the court. That's the breaking news update coming in, and Solicitor General has also said he takes objection to the Muslim side referring to the shivling as a fountain. And I'm reading also from what my colleague Akhilesh is sending. Supreme Court ने कहा कि हम जिला जज से कहेंगे कि वहाँ पर वज़ू की व्यवस्था बनाई जाए. Breaking news update coming in. Supreme Court says they will speak to the district judge. Supreme Court says they will speak to the district judge to ensure there is arrangement made for the wuzu to be conducted in the Gyanvapi Mosque premises. That's the breaking news coming in. यूपी सरकार की तरफ से एसजी सॉलिसिटर जनरल ने कहा वहाँ वुजू की व्यवस्था की गई है. So Solicitor General says that there is already a provision made for the wuzu to be conducted. So claims of the Muslim side that wuzu is not being allowed being countered by the Solicitor General, that arrangements have been made alternatively for the wuzu to be conducted, and the Solicitor General was also responding to the Supreme Court that said that we will tell the district judge to give orders to ensure that there are arrangements made for the wuzu to be conducted. So Supreme Court saying we will speak to the trial court judge to ensure there is place for the wuzu, arrangements for the wuzu. Muslim side said wuzu is not being allowed. Solicitor General for the Uttar Pradesh government saying there is already alternative arrangement being made for the wuzu, and a court is being taken through the suit and the Places of Worship Act. I'd like to go back to, okay, my colleague Prakash was there. Prakash, what did they tell you about the wuzu being conducted? Because in court, the Muslim side has said that that area was sealed, wuzu was not allowed. We were reporting earlier that there were alternative arrangements also being made because some of them were sent back. They were asked to go home and do the wuzu. We were told that limited number of people were allowed in that area to do the wuzu. So what is the fact of what's going on the ground there? Prakash, quickly, if I can get in your word.
Well, the fact is that earlier place where wuzu was being performed has been sealed by the district administration, but I spoke to numerous people who were here to offer the Friday namaz. They said that a separate place was arranged by the district administration to perform wuzu, and they did perform wuzu. And in fact, the argument that is being given in the Supreme Court, I believe, is totally false, because I had spoken to many people from the Muslim community who were disembarking from the mosque, and they have said it on record that a separate place for wuzu was arranged by the district administration, and they have said it on record. So it's a misplaced argument that is being given, I believe, and as I speak,
there was already alternative arrangement.
Yeah. Yes, Kiran.
I'm going back to the. I'm going back also. I'm going to stay with the multiple windows and you know the facts on the ground at this point. Facts on the ground at this point. Swapnil, if you're there. Facts on the ground. We are hearing that district administration had made alternative arrangements. So the Solicitor General also says there could be wrong facts being placed in front of the court. Some friction there inside the courtroom. Some argument on the veracity of the facts being presented.
Well, obviously, Niranjan, the district court judge would have ascertained all the facts because he's been hearing this matter since quite some time. Obviously, the Supreme Court is going to rely upon what the district judge has to say. Because it is the faith by the higher court in the lower court, and as the Supreme Court is saying that we will ascertain those facts ourselves, and until then we are just going to maintain the status quo. The Supreme Court cannot I mean, I don't even understand why the Supreme Court is being so magnanimous. The Supreme Court should be direct and, very terse enough to say that please don't waste our time here. Go and argue whatever you want to argue before the lower court, and then you come to us in appeal if you want to. But right now, it's just a simple waste of time of the Supreme Court. I don't know what is being asserted before that. It's absurd, in my opinion.
So that's the big breaking news update. Let's quickly tell you what's happening in the court right now. The Yogi Adityanath government is being represented by the Solicitor General. The Solicitor General who said that alternative arrangements were being made, were in place for the wuzu to be conducted. And he was responding, and I think I have Siddharth Nath Singh of the BJP joining us on the phone line as the hearing continues. If I can quickly get in a word from him. Siddharth Nath Singh, getting you in while the court hearing continues. I don't know whether you've been going through the detailed point by point developments, but the court is against the view so far. So far, the sense we get is the court is not inclined towards putting a complete stay on what has happened so far, but they're also asking for alternative arrangements to be made. The Supreme Court has said that the district judge will be asked to make alternative arrangements. Muslim side claimed there were no alternative arrangements, but I think Solicitor General has put forth the Yogi Adityanath government's point of view, saying that arrangements were in place. But if I can get in your response to what is going on. Siddharth Nath Singh.
That arrangements had been made and they are still there, and the arrangements will continue as directed by the district court, and the Yogi government will follow whatever the court says. At the end of the day, we all believe in peace and unity between both the communities, and that should be our endeavor, that the peace is maintained and there is a communal harmony. And we have seen when the Ayodhya judgment had come out by the respected Supreme Court of India, the entire country, and particularly at that point of time, the central government and the state government belonged to BJP. We ensured that there is a peace and harmony in the country. So the same is being done as of today, and will continue.
Big breaking news update coming in.
Be done later on.
Right, Siddharth Nath Singh, a big breaking news update coming in. Supreme Court Justice Chandrachud has said the ascertainment of a religious character of a place is not barred under Section 3. Big observation by the Supreme Court. Justice Chandrachud of the Supreme Court has just said the ascertainment of a religious character of a place is not barred under Section 3. If I can get Swapnil on the legal view on that. Swapnil?
Yes, Niranjan, what the court is simply trying to say here is that if the purport of the Special Worship Act, the Worship Act special provisions is to not change the character from one aspect of worship to the other aspect of worship, then obviously before you do that, you have to ascertain that what is the actual purport of that particular religious place. What is the actual meaning of that? Is it a temple? Is it a mosque? Is it a church? Or what it is? And if that is the case, if it is supposed to be a temple, you cannot convert it into anything else. If it is a mosque, you cannot convert it into anything else either. So the Section 3 is not a bar. It does not bar you from ascertaining the title. So the videography was allowed correctly by the district court. And even if the report comes to a certain conclusion one way or the other, then either side will have to be happy with whatever the report says at the end of the day. So the Justice Chandrachud is making very clear, he's giving this sort of a direction to the district court and to the petitioners, and both to the respondents also at the same time, or the plaintiffs and the defendants, if I want to use the correct terminology, that please go by what the Act says. Yeah. Do not read your own interpretation of the Act and say that this cannot be done.
Some big observations being made. Getting in more of what Justice Chandrachud has just said, Swapnil. Justice Chandrachud has said, let's forget there is shivling. Very interesting. Correct. He says, Justice Chandrachud said, let's forget there is shivling on one side and mosque on the other. Listen to this situation. Suppose there is an agyari and there is a cross. Does the presence of cross not make the place an agyari? Does the presence of cross make it a Christian place? Justice Chandrachud says such hybrid nature is not unknown in India. Big observations being made by the Supreme Court. Justice Chandrachud, I think, has made some very, very significant observations right now. I'm reading it out once again. He has said, let's forget there is a shivling on one side and mosque on the other. Listen to the situation. Suppose there is an agyari and there is a cross. Does the presence of a cross not make the place an agyari? And does the presence of the cross not make it a Christian place? Rather, make it a Christian place. Such hybrid nature is not unknown in India. And I think this is in response. Yes, Swapnil. Swapnil, yes.
Niranjan, here, with due respect to Mr. Justice Chandrachud, I disagree. Yes, there is a hybrid nature of religious spaces of worship, but I think here, if he is trying to sort of tacitly convey a message that this is what it was going to be and this is what it should be, I don't think that is what the district court has to rely upon. It may take it as recommendatory and at the same time go by what the report has to say. Now, if those two things are present, that there is a shivling and that there is something which pertains to a mosque is also there, then it's going to be a tough time for the district judge to come to a conclusion only on one side. Then he has to give a sort of an indication that both sides can go and pray. But, that's again asking for trouble. So this sort of a guideline is a little sketchy there, this observation. And yes, it could be hybrid nature, but then eventually, if you really want to quell one side and if you really want to establish a quietus to the issue, then you have to come to a conclusion one way or the other, the way you did it in Babri Masjid. You may have a 500-page judgment, but you'll have to come to that conclusion one way or the other. So this is something which, Niranjan, I respectfully disagree with the observation of the Supreme Court, and I think, I think that's the way they, that's a call that the district judge will have to take eventually.
Well, absolutely. And Justice Chandrachud has also said, I'm just reading out some more observations being made inside the courtroom. Court se Janch Commission banane par hi e'tiraz jata rahe Muslim Paksh ke Vakil is what Akhilesh is sending us. Basically, the Muslim side is questioning the commission and appointment of the commission. किसी स्थान के धार्मिक चरित्र का निर्धारण द्वारा 3 के तहत वर्जित नहीं है. And getting in more details now, Ananya is setting in more details. Before that, let me quickly tell our viewers that Justice Chandrachud in the Supreme Court has observed. Okay, the court has said, court has to go for a farewell. Solicitor General says, please have it on Monday or Tuesday. Other advocates are also in agreement. Judges discussing amongst themselves. So it's at a very, very, very critical stage right now. The court has to break now for a farewell. Solicitor General says, let's please have it on Monday or Tuesday. Today's a Friday, so they want it in about 3 or 4 days from now. Other advocates are also in agreement. They're all on the same page on the court continuing with the Gyanvapi hearing on Monday or Tuesday. Judges are discussing amongst themselves. So any time now, we are expecting the court to give at least the interim order or what they feel should be done at this stage of the hearing. So we are waiting for that. Just waiting for that update to come in. Ananya's typing. Ananya's the reporter in court. He's just typing. Ananya's typing. And one thing about WhatsApp is that, when a reporter's typing, he's just typing out what's going to come next. And I'm waiting for that text to come in. And once again, let me just recap what the Justice Supreme Court has said in the Supreme Court, that let's forget there is a shivling on one side and there is mosque on the other. Listen to the situation. Suppose there is an agyari, there is a cross. Justice Chandrachud says, does the presence of a cross not make the place an agyari? Does the presence of cross make it a Christian place? Justice Chandrachud says such hybrid nature is not unknown in India. And right now, the court says it has to go for a farewell, and the Solicitor General has asked for the court to continue the hearing on either Monday or Tuesday. Other advocates are also in agreement, and the judges are discussing amongst themselves. And my colleague Ananya Bhatnagar is still typing. So we are waiting for, also breaking while we wait for Ananya to send that update. Sidhu has surrendered. That's the breaking news coming in. Ananya has said Sidhu has surrendered before the District and Sessions Judge Court. So that's also breaking. But let's stay on the focus on the Gyanvapi story right now. Huzaifa ने कहा है कि गर्मियों की छुट्टी की बाद सुनवाई की जा सकती है. So one of the petitioners says that after the summer leave, after a break perhaps, they can continue with the hearing. Is what one of the petitioners has said. This is breaking news update coming in. Let's also tell you, and let's tell you that as of now, Supreme Court is discussing what needs to be done. And while we wait to tell you what the Supreme Court has decided, Sidhu has surrendered. Subhash Jha is also joining us on the broadcast. Subhash Jha, the court will now, anytime now, deliver its verdict. Meanwhile, getting in some news now that Sidhu has surrendered before the district and sessions judge, and he's presently inside the courtroom, and we'll get those pictures in any minute now. But I want to get in Subhash Jha right now. Subhash Jha, okay, breaking news coming in. Breaking news coming in. The Muslim side is suggesting, what I'm suggesting is if your lordships would be taking it after vacation, what I'm suggesting is that only the middle area shall be protected and the tap be allowed for wuzu. So the Muslim side says, and let's play the pictures. Let's play the pictures of the wuzu, please. Let's play the pictures of the wuzu of the shivling as claimed by the Hindu petitioners. If we can play those pictures, the court, the Muslim side is saying they want that area to be open, the wuzu khana area to be open, and that they are saying that if the courts want to take this matter up after the vacation, which would be weeks from now, what they are suggesting is that only the middle area, which is what the Hindu side is claimed is the shivling, shall be protected, and they want the tap to be allowed for wuzu. And the court says, we don't have a picture of the site, I don't have a bird's eye. And Subhash Jha, do you think that's something that the court will consider? Let me get in Subhash Jha at this point. Subhash Jha and Swapnil Kothari both on the broadcast. Subhash Jha, if I can get your view in while we show the pictures. Let's show the pictures of the wuzu khana area, please. Wuzu khana area, and that's the video that is in context to this part of the discussion. Subhash Jha.
Yes. It's very difficult to comprehend what ultimately the Supreme Court would be deciding in the facts and situation of the case. It is certainly the prerogative of the Supreme Court. But nevertheless, I don't think that much is before the Supreme Court. Ultimately, the trial court is seized of the matter. And a situation like this, I don't think the Supreme Court, the highest court of the country, is likely to interfere to the extent that it is ultimately is going to influence the decision even before we have the decision of the trial court with us. So I don't think much boils down on this. Ultimately, it is only a stopgap arrangement which the Supreme Court is looking forward for, today being the last working day before the Supreme Court closes down for vacation. Now, the reopening will only be in the month of June, or rather July. Therefore, I don't think much is going to happen today. I don't foresee much development today in the Supreme Court, except the court may make some stopgap arrangement.
Yeah, the Muslim side has asked for the wuzu area to be opened up. They say that इस दौरान वज़ू की इजाज़त दी जानी चाहिए उस जगह पर जहाँ 500 साल से वज़ू चल रहा है. So they're asking for that area to be opened up while keeping the shivling protected. This is the breaking news update. The Muslim side suggesting that if the lordships, if the Supreme Court wants to take up the matter after the vacation, what they are suggesting is that only the middle area where the shivling is there to be protected and the tap to be allowed for wuzu. That's the breaking news update coming in, and we are keeping the latest updates on the screen right now. The Muslim side has asked for the wuzu area to be kept open while only allowing the shivling to be protected. Do you think that's possible? If I can quickly get in. Let's go back and let's get you the details of what is happening inside the courtroom. You think that's a possibility? You think the Hindu side will agree to that? Swapnil. Swapnil, do you think they will agree to that? Subhash Jha. Okay, Subhash Jha. Okay, some more details coming in. In fact, just picking up an observation, Justice Chandrachud stating the order had earlier said, having regards to complexities involved in civil suit and the sensitivity, we are of the view that the suit before the judge Varanasi should be tried before a senior and experienced judicial officer of UP Higher Judicial Office. we accordingly order and direct that the civil suit from the civil judge, senior division, shall stand transferred to the district judge Varanasi, and all interlocutory applications shall stand transferred. That's the breaking news update coming in. The order, we are getting details of the order, stating the order. And Justice Chandrachud stating the order has said, having regards to complexities involved in the civil suit and the sensitivity, we are of the view that the suit before the judge Varanasi should be tried before a senior and experienced judicial officer of the UP Higher Judicial Service. The order also states that we accordingly order and direct that the civil suit from civil judge, senior division Varanasi shall stand transferred to district judge Varanasi, and all interlocutory applications shall stand transferred. That's the breaking news update now coming in. Important observation that is being made. Order details on Republic TV right now. We have the order details. I repeat, the order details are on Republic. The application filed in the court, the Supreme Court has said, the application filed under Order 7, Rule 11 CRPC shall be decided on priority by the district judge. Interim order dated May 17th of the court shall continue in operation till Order 7, Rule 11 is decided, and for a period of 8 weeks thereafter. That's the breaking news update coming in. And the Muslim side also says, even after that order where the area shall be protected, the Shivling of fountain is in the center of the pond, that middle area can be protected, but let the pond be used. This is an attempt to gag. This is what happened earlier. Supreme Court says our interim order shall continue. Interim order shall continue dated May 17th, and it will be decided thereafter for 8 weeks, so that the parties aggrieved by the district judge can challenge the same. I'm getting in breaking news now. Supreme Court asks for an arrangement to be made for the performance of Wazoo. Supreme Court has asked for an arrangement to be made for performance of the Wazoo. So I think the Solicitor General, District Judge, District Judge, I think the District Judge has been asked to finish the matter in about 8 weeks if the hearing is correct, if that's my understanding. Subhash Shah, if you can take us through what this means.
This means that the suit was being tried before A judge has been transferred to B judge by virtue of today's order, and which would mean that the matter which was being heard by comparatively possibly a judicial officer lower in rank or maybe of the same rank, but then by virtue of this order, the case has been transferred to the district judge. So the senior most judge of that district, Varanasi district, would be trying the suit, irrespective of what the order could be. So it is ultimately left in the realm of the trial court for being adjudicated upon the way the court wants or feels the matter is to be decided. Ultimately, it boils down to this, that the Supreme Court does not interfere, and normally that's how the judiciary functions. When the matter is seized off by the trial court or by the first court, normally the Superior Court shall not interfere, because any observation made by the Superior Court is likely to impact or affect the course of order which could be passed. And therefore, the courts normally, as in by way of self-imposed self-restraint or discipline, judicial discipline, does not normally interfere.
So
and that is what has been done by the Supreme Court.
Subhash, a big breaking news update coming in. Supreme Court ने कहा कि जिला जज 8 हफ्ते से में सुनवाई पूरी करे. So 8 weeks. 8 weeks is the time given to the district judge to ensure that the hearing is complete. So it's going to be an intense 8 weeks, intense next 2 months in the Gyanvapi matter. The district judge has been given exactly 2 weeks, we are told. 2 months, beg your pardon. Okay, please say that one second. There is some sort of a correction. Solicitor General has requested the court, please also say that it won't have a bearing on the judge who passed a previous order. Court has said we haven't said so, and the court has said that we haven't said so. Solicitor General appearing for the Yogi Adityanath government, the UP government has said, please also say that it won't have a bearing on the judge who passed the previous order. And the court has said we haven't said so. And this is the breaking news update coming in. The application filed under Order 7 Rule 11 shall be decided on priority by the district judge. So the biggest breaking news update, all applications, all pending applications will go to the district judge now. The district judge, a different judge, a much more senior judge, if I'm not wrong, will be looking at the entire Gyanvapi matter. Supreme Court for now not intervening. The interim order of the Supreme Court, however, dated 17th of May, will continue in operation and will continue for a period of 8 weeks thereafter. So that's the breaking news update coming in. The hearing is concluded. The hearing is concluded, and Swapnil Kothari is also back. Swapnil Kothari and Subhash joining us on this broadcast. Swapnil, if I can get you in. Supreme Court has asked for an arrangement to be made for the wuzu to be conducted, which I think was already in place according to the Solicitor General. So there is no question on that. But the fact that all of these applications have gone to a district judge and we're expecting some action in the next 2 months, we are waiting for clarity. Once again, maintainability. One more update. Maintainability को 8 हफ्ते में पूरा करे district judge. Maintainability को 8 हफ्ते में पूरा करे district judge, which means the maintainability of the petition should be decided in the next 8 weeks or 2 months. Swapnil, so it's going to be an intense 2 months in the Gyanvapi case.
Well, I hope so, because, Niranjan, 8 weeks is quite some time for the court to easily hear the Order 7 Rule 11 application, because that is what the maintainability is all about. And if there is any other petition also where the maintainability is in dispute, that also should be finished, because I don't know, there have been several, petitions and plaints and everything. I mean, several petitions that have been filed as interlocutory applications. So I don't know what, how many things are going to be decided as far as the maintainability aspect is concerned. So nevertheless,
वो मान्य होगा, जो देखा जाएगा उसको, जो एपेक्स कोर्ट ने जो आदेश दिया है वो उचित व जायज है।
सर, कोर्ट में सुनवाई के दौरान ये कहा गया कि जिला कोर्ट जो है वो सुनवाई करने में सक्षम है, तो इस तरह से
जी एकदम सही है।
सर, क्या कहेंगे
जी, जो सर्वोच्च न्यायालय ने आदेश पारित किया, दोनों पक्षों की दलीलें सुनने के बाद वो एकदम सही कहा गया है कि जिला न्यायालय भी एकदम सक्षम है और काफ़ी अनुभवी और काफ़ी एक्सपीरियंस्ड जो जज होते हैं वो जिला न्यायालय में भी हैं।
सर, मुस्लिम पक्ष की तरफ से ये कहा गया कि ये जो रिपोर्ट है, सर्वे रिपोर्ट है, ये लीक कैसे हुई, इस पर सवाल उठाए गए, लीक पर सवाल उठाए गए, तो इस पर आपका क्या कहना है? 10:15
में चूंकि मैंने रिपोर्ट ये सबमिट कर दी थी, उसके बाद माननीय सिविल जज कोर्ट में ये दाखिल था, उसके बाद अगर कुछ हुआ हो तो जानकारी नहीं, अभी उसके पहले तक कोई लीक नहीं हुआ था। 10:15 में सिविल जज सीनियर डिवीजन की कोर्ट में ये दाखिल हो गया था।
सर, सुप्रीम कोर्ट की तरफ से ये भी कहा गया कि शांति बनाए रखी, जो स्थिति है
जी एकदम शांति बनाए रखना चाहिए, सौहार्दपूर्ण माहौल रहना चाहिए। माननीय न्यायालय में विचाराधीन मामला है, वो देखा जाएगा। और सबसे बड़ी चीज़ जो रिपोर्ट की बात है वो कॉन्फिडेंशियल तब तक है जब तक ये रिपोर्ट सबमिट नहीं की जाती। सबमिट करने के बाद वादी और प्रतिवादी पक्ष उसको देखेंगे, जैसे कोई एप्लीकेशन लगता है तो उसको देखेंगे, अपना कोई उसको लिख लिया होगा या कोई कुछ किया होगा या सर्टिफाइड कॉपी लिया होगा, तो उसकी जानकारी मुझे नहीं है। उस दिन कल की तिथि तक ये 10:15 के बाद हमने 10:15 पे फाइल कर दिया। उसके बाद की स्थिति मुझे नहीं पता, वो एकदम सुरक्षित थी, एकदम कॉन्फिडेंशियल थी, एकदम कहीं रिपोर्ट लीक नहीं हुई है। माननीय न्यायालय में दाखिल कर दी गई थी और तीनों बॉक्स उसके संग दाखिल कर दिए गए थे जो सुरक्षित हैं।
तो किस तरह से देखते हैं पूरे आदेश को, क्योंकि जिस तरह से हियरिंग हुई और उस पर आपकी किस तरह की प्रतिक्रिया अगर बात की जाए?
जी, सर्वोच्च न्यायालय का जो आदेश है वो सर्वमान्य है। एपेक्स कोर्ट है, उन्होंने जो आदेश किया वो एकदम जायज है।
सर, लगातार सवाल जो है एक यही दूसरे पक्ष की तरफ चल रहा था कि ये जो रिपोर्ट है ये लीक किस हुई, जैसे आपने बताया कि उसमें 10:15 पे आपने ये सबमिट कर
मैं बता दूं, ये पब्लिक डॉक्यूमेंट हो जाएगा। जिस समय ये मैंने फाइल कर दिया, इसकी सर्टिफाइड कॉपी निकल जाएगी तो पब्लिक डॉक्यूमेंट हो गया। और 10:15 पे ये फाइल हो गया, उसके बाद कोई ये पब्लिक डॉक्यूमेंट हो गया, इसकी सर्टिफाइड कॉपी निकल सकती है। और ये कोर्ट के अंदर ये था, इसको वादी और प्रतिवादी पक्ष के अधिवक्ता देखे होंगे, क्योंकि कई इसमें पार्टियां हैं, सब लोग देख रहे होंगे। उसी में से किसी ने फोटो वगैरह खींच लिया होगा, ये मुझे नहीं जानकारी है, लेकिन हो सकता है, एक संभावना है।
दूसरे पक्ष की तरफ से ये भी लगातार इस रिपोर्ट को लेकर सवाल उठे थे, लेकिन जैसे हमने रिपोर्ट में देखा कि आपने हर चीज को मेंशन किया है, पक्ष हो चाहे वो विपक्ष हो, एक पॉइंट उसके
एकदम निष्पक्ष व बिना किसी भेदभाव की ये रिपोर्ट तैयार की गई है। और जो जो चीजें दिखाई गई हैं, उसकी वीडियोग्राफी और फोटोग्राफी हुई है, वो दाखिल है। वो अंडर सील है, वो बॉक्स सील कवर में जो चिप है, वो वीडियो और फोटोग्राफी की, वो सील अंडर सील है, सील में करके 3 बॉक्स में कोर्ट में दाखिल है।
Shivangi is also joining us, Swapnil and Subhash are also on this broadcast right now. But you know what is interesting is that in court there was an attempt, an argument made that this report was leaked. But you just heard one of the court commissioners say that once he submitted the document in court, it becomes a public document. Now let me get some clarity on that. Subhash, if I can quickly get you in on that, on this document itself. Is it a public document? Is it a secret document? Is it supposed to be a...
उनकी एप्लीकेशन प्रायोरिटी पे डिसाइड होगी, पर बाकी चीजें भी इस समय डिस्ट्रिक्ट जज के सामने खुली हुई हैं। वो कैसे प्रोसीड करना चाहते हैं, ये माननीय डिस्ट्रिक्ट जज वाराणसी का अब प्रेरोगेटिव। देखिए, मैं एक एक करके सबका जवाब दे रहा हूँ। देखिए, 7-11 की एप्लीकेशन होती है, जो मुस्लिम पक्ष का ये कहना था कि जो हमने सूट फाइल किया है वो मेंटेनेबल नहीं है, वो सूट चल नहीं सकता है। उसके लिए उन्होंने 7-11 की एप्लीकेशन डाली थी, मतलब इसको इमीडिएटली रिजेक्ट किया जाए। तो कोर्ट ने कहा है कि डिस्ट्रिक्ट जज वाराणसी उसको कंसिडर करेगा और जो बाकी चीजें हैं वो भी कंसिडर की जाएंगी। और ये ही 7-11 का मतलब है मेंटेनेबिलिटी ऑफ द सूट का।
उनका आधार क्या था? क्या प्लेस ऑफ
उनका ये आधार था कि ये सूट प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट से बार्ड है। तो माननीय सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने कहा कि वो बार्ड है कि नहीं बार्ड है, ये डिस्ट्रिक्ट जज वाराणसी देखेंगे, उस पर अभी हम कोई कमेंट नहीं करना चाहते हैं। और ये जो SLP है पेंडिंग है, ये जुलाई में 2nd वीक में लगेगी।
का समय सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने बोला, इस 8 हफ्ते में क्या होगा वाराणसी में?
नहीं, इस 8 हफ्ते में 1 मिनट देखिए, सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ये कहा है कि जो उनकी एप्लीकेशन है वो डिसाइड की जाएगी। अब उनकी एप्लीकेशन माननीय डिस्ट्रिक्ट जज साहब डिसाइड करेंगे और जो इंटरिम अरेंजमेंट है वो कंटिन्यू करेगा सुप्रीम कोर्ट के ऑर्डर का 17 मई का, जिससे वो एरिया जहां पे शिवलिंग मिला था वो सील किया गया है।
सेक्शन 3 का जिक्र किया सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने।
जी, सेक्शन 3 का जिक्र, सेक्शन 3 ऑफ प्लेसेस ऑफ वर्शिप एक्ट का जिक्र हुजैफा अहमदी साहब ने किया था, जो मुस्लिम पक्षीय वकील हैं, और उनका कहना था कि किसी भी प्लेस ऑफ वर्शिप को बदला नहीं जा सकता है। उस पे सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने ये कहा कि धार्मिक, उस पे ये कोर्ट की टिप्पणी है। मैं सिर्फ आपको सिर्फ बता रहा हूँ, मैं ये नहीं कह रहा हूँ कोर्ट ने ऑर्डर पास किया, ये सिर्फ एक डायलॉग हुआ है 2 लोगों के बीच में। तो उस पे कोर्ट ने ये कहा है कि धार्मिक स्वरूप भी जो है वो भी डिटरमाइन करना जरूरी होता है, जो हमारा पक्ष है। तो ये सारी चीजें डिस्ट्रिक्ट जज वाराणसी करेंगे। मुझे लगता है मैंने आप
what all exactly will the Varanasi court be hearing on? What all will it be
Varanasi court is now free to decide their 7-11. Supreme Court has said that it will be decided on priority. So 7-11 में जो concepts हैं धार्मिक स्वरूप के, जितनी भी चीजें हैं वो 7-11 के कंटेंट में आएंगी। वो हम भी वहाँ पे आर्ग्यू करेंगे, वो भी आर्ग्यू करेंगे। We are very happy with the order.
वो सारी चीजें
हम बहुत संतुष्ट हैं and we are very happy with it.
Okay, taking a short break now. The hearing so far, so the big takeaway so far, the Supreme Court has transferred all cases to the district judge, who has been given 8 weeks to decide the maintainability. And after that, the Supreme Court will look at the case. We're taking a short break. Request everyone to stay with us. Taking a short break. Coming back with pictures of Sidhu, who has surrendered. Sidhu has surrendered after being awarded 1-year jail term.
Amity University's 2-week online summer school for class 10, 11 and 12 students starts from 6th June. Study from university professors to personality-enhancing modules and get career counseling. Get the edge over your classmates. Register now at amity.edu/summer school.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's government has decided to ban China's Huawei technologies from Canada's next-generation mobile networks. The US has long pressed Trudeau's government to deny Huawei a role in building the country's 5G infrastructure, saying it would allow Beijing to spy on Canadians more easily. Another volatile day on Wall Street ended with more losses for stocks, drawing the Standard & Poor 500 closer to its first bear market since the beginning of the pandemic. The index benchmark for many funds fell after easing off a deeper stumble. The latest decline came a day after the S&P 500 had its biggest drop in nearly 2 years. Buffalo police sought to reassure residents of the safety following the deadly shooting at the Tops Friendly supermarket. Police Commissioner Joseph Gramaglia urged residents to be vigilant to work with authorities as the investigation unfolds. Meanwhile, the prosecutors receive more time to put together the case against Peyton Gendron, who is accused of killing 10 people in racist attack on a Tops Friendly grocery store. FDA Commissioner Dr. Robert Califf faced a bipartisan grilling from House lawmakers over baby formula issue that has angered American parents and has become a political liability for President Joe Biden. He sidestepped questions about whether his agency should have intervened earlier to address problems at a plant that triggered the national shortage. A tunnel under construction on the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway caved in near the area of Meherkot in the state's district of Rambani. At least 6 people were feared trapped in the tunnel. A fire broke out at the state government office in Bihar's Patna. Fire tenders arrived at the site to tend to the fire at the Vishvesvaraya Bhavan building in the city. An individual filed a complaint against several actors for misusing their fame in Bihar's Muzaffarpur. The complaint has called out actors such as Shah Rukh Khan. Union Minister for Railways Ashwini Vaishnav carried out inspections of a 5G test bed. The test bed has been installed in IIT Madras's research facility, one among 5 such facilities inaugurated by PM Modi recently. One individual was tragically killed at a fire in New Delhi's Mustafabad, just days after the incident in Munka. The fire that broke out at a factory selling inverters and stabilizers also caused injury to 6 others. The police in Pali have been facing a water crisis. People were reported to have been waiting for a water train to meet their needs.
All right, the big news at this hour is that top Congress leader Sidhu has now surrendered. Sidhu surrenders in Patiala a day after he was sentenced to undergo 1 year of imprisonment. Finally, Navjot Singh Sidhu has now surrendered. Remember that earlier he asked for more time because citing ill health issues, but now he's actually surrendered. Right now he's on his way. In fact, he's already reached there at the Patiala court. This is big news coming in. Sidhu will be lodged in Patiala jail. Those are the visuals there on your screen. I would like to go across to Amandeep. Amandeep, we're seeing fast developments there, and is lockup next now for Sidhu now that is reached already, surrendered as already?
Well, exactly. Now, Navjot Singh Sidhu is in the custody of police, and in fact, he will be taken to the hospital for the medical examination, and later he will be sent to the Patiala jail just because it is 34-year-old case. And now, according to the procedure, Navjot Singh Sidhu has surrendered before Patiala court, and further he will be sent for the medical examination and later to the jail. And even viewers, now we are slipping into a short break. Stay tuned for the more stories on the other side of the break.
Reading allows us to become familiar with ourselves.
We don't read, we won't know what is knowledge.
I just find it very interesting to know people's lives, how they went through certain situations, how they dealt with things.
So wherever you want to go in life, if you read books along those lines, then that would really help you in growing.
Reading could mean a million different things to every individual. What does it mean to you? Visit readindia.info to find out more.
What I have seen over the last few days, we won't allow the survey. We won't accept the survey. We will block the survey, but will blocking the survey change the fact? After all, history should be about fact.
It was a fountain of Shiva Tattva. So, I mean, there are innumerable historical records that clearly testify to the fact that the original Kashi Vishveshwara temple existed on the site which Aurangzeb demolished and replaced it with what is today known as a Gyanvapi Mosque.
The response is okay. थी मंदिर तो क्या अब क्या अप्रोच यही है
वो तारीख के वो तारीख के औराक भी होंगे आपके सामने जिस तारीख के औराक में वहां के कोर्ट ने जजमेंट दिया कि वो दीन मोहम्मद वाले केस के अंदर में कि वो कौन सी जगह है वो मस्जिद थी मस्जिद है और उसे कोर्ट ने कहा
Not the first time that this scam has emerged out. What is basically this scam is that aspirants were asked to give out their land in exchange of job at the railways, and it is not only Mr. Lalu Yadav who is involved into this, but his family members, which include his wife, which include his daughter Misa Bharti, are also under the scanner of the Central Probe Agency.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's government has decided to ban China's Huawei technologies from Canada's next-generation mobile networks. The US has long pressed Trudeau's government to deny Huawei a role in building the country's 5G infrastructure, saying it would allow Beijing to spy on Canadians more easily. Another volatile day on Wall Street ended with more losses for stocks, drawing the Standard & Poor 500 closer to its first bear market since the beginning of the pandemic. The index benchmark for many funds fell after easing off a deeper stumble. The latest decline came a day after the S&P 500 had its biggest drop in nearly 2 years.
Supreme Court says the interim order will continue, asks for arrangements for Wazoo to be made. All applications to be passed on to Varanasi district judge, 8-week deadline given to the district judge. Congress leader Sidhu surrenders before the Patiala court lodged in Patiala prison. Fatal blow to a senior citizen convicted by highest court. India asked why won't Vatra Congress sack him. Out on bail, Lalu Yadav under CBI radar again. Raids on in various parts of the country beyond Bihar across 17 locations. Prime Minister sets the record straight on language war, says BJP stands for all Indian languages. Well, Navjot Singh Sidhu has surrendered before the Patiala court. He will be lodged in the Patiala jail. This after the Supreme Court has ordered 1 year of rigorous imprisonment. Let me just quickly go across to my colleagues Anuj, who's joining us from Patiala, as well as Amandeep. Amandeep, let me come to you first. What's happening? Take us through the details that you're picking up.
Well, Shravan, Navjot Singh Sidhu has now surrendered to CGM court of CGM judge in Patiala court, and in fact now the documentation is being completed, and after that any minute from now Navjot Singh Sidhu can come out from this very much gate and he will be taken to the hospital for the medical examination, and later he will be taken to the Patiala jail as well. And you can see the security deployment is very much heavy, just because media along with the Sidhu supporters have gathered here outside the court, just because, Shravan, since morning Navjot Singh Sidhu was seeking time from the local court as well on the behalf of the application that was moved in the Supreme Court. In the morning, Navjot Singh Sidhu informed the Patiala court that he will surrender at 10 a.m. But later, he has given the time of 2 p.m. But when the application by Supreme Court was rejected, finally the time by Navjot Singh Sidhu has given of 4 p.m. that at 4 p.m. he will surrender. And right at the 4 p.m., 400 hours, Navjot Singh Sidhu surrendered before District and Session Judge Tarseem Mangla, and in fact from where he was sent to CJM of Patiala Court. And in fact now the documentation is being completed inside the courtroom, and later he will be taken to the medical examination and further he will be lodged to the jail. You can see police van is here, Shavan police van is also here, and even the security is also here, just because Navjot Singh Sidhu is now going to spend almost more than 8.5 months in jail, just because it was the case of 1988, and initially Navjot Singh Sidhu has spent 1.5 months already in the jail, and that will be reduced from the imprisonment of Navjot Singh Sidhu. And you can see the visuals, the security has completely blocked the gate. The police van has been parked nearby the gate so that at least Navjot Singh Sidhu will be taken to the hospital for the medical examination as well. And even the supporters of Navjot Singh Sidhu, the family members and the other people who also gathered here to wish Navjot Singh Sidhu. He has taken all kind of efforts to take the legal remedies, but no relief has been given by Supreme Court to Navjot Singh Sidhu. He put out the application that his surrender will be delayed for a week over the medical grounds, but that not happened. And even the Abhishek Manu Singhvi has also argued for almost 15 minutes with the Chief Justice of India in Supreme Court, but nothing has been materialized from that argument also. And finally, Navjot Singh Sidhu is in the custody of police. Yes, Shaman.
Right. Amandeep, I'll come back to you. You'll need to perhaps fix your frame. We'll also get in more details from Anuj, who's also been tracking the story very closely from another vantage point, to just give us a sense of what's really happening all around him. Anuj, just take us through what's happening around you. What are the next steps that would be taken?
Well, Shavan, as we do know that at this point in time, Navjot Singh Sidhu is already inside the premises of the court. There, the hearing is on, the formalities is being completed, what we have been told. And now this is going to be the other legal formalities, including taking him for the medical examination, and after that, directly toward the jail. Let me give it a sense from where I am reporting. This exactly is the gate from where Navjot Singh Sidhu enters. When he left from his residence, the Patiala residence, he reaches to this particular court, the Patiala court. This exactly is the gate from where Navjot Singh Sidhu enters into the court premises. He went to the district court, then transferred to the CGM court, and this exactly is the van. I'm giving you the visuals of the van in which Navjot Singh Sidhu is going to be taken from this premises, from this part of the court, from this particular exit of the court toward the civil hospital. There the medical examination will be done, and after that he is going to be taken directly to the Patiala jail. Let me remind you, since from the morning Navjot Singh Sidhu was trying to use the tactics in front of the Supreme Court. There they reached to a bench where they have put in an application for the extension of 1 week on the medical ground, but later it was referred to CGI from the bench, but finally nothing has happened from the CGI end also, and now we have seen the visual. Finally Navjot Singh Sidhu, since from the morning who were waiting for something to come out from the Supreme Court, did not get any relax, and finally have surrendered in the Patiala court. So there we are reporting from the same court, and there this exactly is the gate from where I am reporting. We are giving you the live visual. We have been reporting from the Sidhu residence. Let me remind you, still from the early morning, these were the former MPs, these were the former MLAs who were reaching at the residence of Navjot Singh Sidhu. If we talk about this particular case, then yes, this is the road rage case which happened back in 1988, and yesterday it was Supreme Court who has pronounced the verdict that Navjot Singh Sidhu is going to be there in the judicial custody for 1 year. Rather, Navjot Singh Sidhu with the battery of lawyers was there at his residence, using all the tactics, was trying to take the legal remedies, how to get out of this particular situation. situation of what all relaxation Navjot Singh Sidhu can get. But at the end of the day, we have seen nothing from the Supreme Court. This was Abhishek Manu Singhvi who appeared before the bench in the Supreme Court in the national capital. After that, it was referred to CGI, but nothing has happened. Finally, at the end of the day, Navjot Singh Sidhu was not left with any other option but to surrender. And finally, we are reporting from the court premises, from the Patiala court, where Navjot Singh Sidhu has already surrendered. And at this point in time, what we have been told, these all are the legal formalities which is going on. Finally, after this, after completing this legal formalities, I'll ask my video journalist to give you the sense of this particular van, the police van, in which Navjot Singh Sidhu will be taken toward the civil hospital. In the civil hospital, this is going to be the medical examination. After completing the medical examination, this is going to be toward the jail, the Patiala jail. So in the road rage case, which happened back in 1988, finally Navjot Singh Sidhu is going to be under the judicial custody. So we are waiting any moment from now. What I've been told, this particular is the gate from where Navjot Singh Sidhu enters. I'll ask my video journalist to give you the sense of the security also. Security has been beefed up. The police van is already here, in which Navjot Singh Sidhu is going to move toward the civil hospital, is going to move toward the jail from there. Security has been beefed up. 2 vans has been placed over here. One is the police van in which Navjot Singh Sidhu is going to be taken rather, along with the police officials, and then for the medical examination. And I was telling you to you earlier also. But we have to keep in mind, if we talk about the political ramifications of the same, and if we connect the things with the political party, because Navjot Singh Sidhu, we should keep in mind, is a Congress leader, and we have not seen any of the Congress leader, senior Congress leader, coming out and talking about Navjot Singh Sidhu. But finally, the legalities have been completed, what I have been told, and Navjot Singh Sidhu is all set to go to jail. Yes.
Well, thank you very much, Anuj. Let's also play out a report that my colleague had filed just a short while back.
Here, just because today is the day when Navjot Singh Sidhu is going to surrender him in a 34-year-old case. You can see the visuals. These are the visuals the minutes before Navjot Singh Sidhu is going to surrender in 34-year-old case. You can see the visuals that now the car and cavalcade of Navjot Singh Sidhu is entered in Patiala local court, where he is going to surrender before district and session judge Tarsem Mangla, and from where he will be sent to the jail. In fact, we will try to talk Navjot Singh Sidhu. Sidhu sir, what do you have to say? Sidhu sir, what do you have to say on, Sidhu sir, what do you have to say on this decision? You have moved the application also, Sidhu sir. Sidhu sir, what do you have to say on this? So you can see Navjot Singh Sidhu is not willing to speak on this issue at this moment, and even the visuals are very much telling that Navjot Singh Sidhu is here. He will surrender himself before Patiala district and session judge, and after which he will be sent to Patiala jail also. You can see the visuals of Navjot Singh Sidhu. These are the visuals of Navjot Singh Sidhu now reach at Patiala district court. He has moved the application before Supreme Court to delay his arrest for a week. Sidhu sir, what do you have to say? Sidhu sir, Sidhu sir, please. What do you have to say on this? No comment. What do you have to say on this? Navjot Singh Sidhu. You can see the visuals. You can see the visuals that Navjot Singh Sidhu is now going to just few minutes left, just because he has given the time of 4 p.m. and even now here is the sharp 4 p.m. and Navjot Singh Sidhu is going to surrender. You can see the visuals. He is not speaking a single word. He has moved the application before Supreme Court regarding the same. You can see now he has entered in the courtroom and he will be surrendered.
Yes, we are standing right outside Baikala jail where Indrani Mukerjea is expected to be out anytime soon. Remember, her lawyer Sana Rais Khan just went inside, and before entering she had spoken to us and said that she'll be out in 15 minutes or so. So all eyes on Indrani Mukerjea, who is expected to be out after 6.5 years in the jail, and we are keeping a tab on it, a close tab, and she'll be out anytime soon.
There is an attempt at enriching our history by coming to terms with the uncomfortable truths of the past. Monojit, let's welcome it. Why should we be uncomfortable?
Mufti Saab said that, oh, how can Muslims worship where there is a temple? When you gave the suggestion that, well, why don't we open up that place for, Hindus to worship? And Mufti Saab said, how can Muslims worship? You see, the Hindu can worship in a place where there is clearly a mosque over it, but a Muslim cannot.
That place could be made a Sarv Dharm Asthal. Let the court decide about the shivling and other symbols of temple. A panel of international historians and Indian historians should be made so that authentic truth about the history should come out.
Not the first time that this scam has emerged out. What is basically this scam is that aspirants were asked to give out their land in exchange of job at the railways, and it is not only Mr. Lalu Yadav who is involved into this, but his family members, which include his wife, which include his daughter Misa Bharti, are also under the scanner of the Central Probe Agency.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's government has decided to ban China's Huawei technologies from Canada's next-generation mobile networks. The US has long pressed Trudeau's government to deny Huawei a role in building the country's 5G infrastructure, saying it would allow Beijing to spy on Canadians more easily. Another volatile day on Wall Street ended with more losses for stocks, drawing the Standard & Poor 500 closer to its first bear market since the beginning of the pandemic. The index benchmark for many funds fell after easing off a deeper stumble. The latest decline came a day after the S&P 500 had its biggest drop in nearly 2 years. Buffalo police sought to reassure residents of the safety following the deadly shooting at the Tops Friendly supermarket. Police Commissioner Joseph Gramaglia urged residents to be vigilant to work with authorities as the investigation unfolds. Meanwhile, the prosecutors receive more time to put together the case against Peyton Gendron, who is accused of killing 10 people in racist attack on a Tops Friendly grocery store. FDA Commissioner Dr. Robert Califf faced a bipartisan grilling from House lawmakers over baby formula issue that has angered American parents and has become a political liability for President Joe.
We're getting these live images coming in from Baikala jail, where in a short while from now Indrani Mukerjea will be stepping out of the Baikala jail. These are the live images. What you can see right now on your screens are the images that's Indrani Mukerjea's lawyer Sana Khan, who's present there. In a short while from now, we're expecting Indrani Mukerjea to step out. Remember, she's been behind bars for about 6.5 years for allegations of murder. In fact, in the Supreme Court hearing that has basically taken place, the court has essentially observed that since the trial is unlikely to be completed anytime soon, she should be granted bail. Let me go across to my colleague Abhishek, who's getting us the latest details. Abhishek, just walk us through the details that you're picking up.
Yes, so the latest details that we have right now is that Indrani Mukerjea's lawyer Sana Rais Khan has gone in with the car that she's supposed to come out with along with Indrani. Remember, just before entering the jail premises, she has spoken to us and she has said that she will be taking Indrani to the latter's residence. Now, the important thing to note here is that Indrani was given bail on Wednesday by the Supreme Court by a 3-judge bench, and today she'll be coming out because there were certain conditions that were to be fulfilled, including the most important condition of cash bail bond of ₹2 lakh to be submitted. One of the important
arguments that Indrani's counsel in the Supreme Court, Mukul Rohatgi, had given was that 185 out of 253 witnesses were yet to be examined, and that was one of the main grounds on which she was given the bail in the case.
Well, thank you very much, Abhishek. We'll continue tracking this story very closely. In a short while from now, Indrani Mukerjea to walk out of jail.
Canadian Prime Minister Justin Trudeau's government has decided to ban China's Huawei technologies from Canada's next-generation mobile networks. The US has long pressed Trudeau's government to deny Huawei a role in building the country's 5G infrastructure, saying it would allow Beijing to spy on Canadians more easily. Another volatile day on Wall Street ended with more losses for stocks, drawing the Standard & Poor 500 closer to its first bear market since the beginning of the pandemic. The index benchmark for many funds fell after easing off a deeper stumble. The latest decline came a day after the S&P 500 had its biggest drop in nearly 2 years. Buffalo police sought to reassure residents of the safety following the deadly shooting at the Tops Friendly supermarket. Police Commissioner Joseph Gramaglia urged residents to be vigilant to work with authorities as the investigation unfolds. Meanwhile, the prosecutors receive more time to put together the case against Peyton Gendron, who is accused of killing 10 people in racist attack on a Tops Friendly grocery store. FDA Commissioner Dr. Robert Califf faced a bipartisan grilling from House lawmakers over baby formula issue that has angered American parents and has become a political liability for President Joe Biden. He sidestepped questions about whether his agency should have intervened earlier to address problems at a plant that triggered the national shortage. A tunnel under construction on the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway caved in near the area of Maker Court in the state's district of Rambani. At least 6 people were feared trapped in the tunnel. A fire
for the medical examination from court premises, and you can see the visuals also that expression of Navjot Singh Sidhu is very much telling that how much he is disappointed from the verdict of Supreme Court against Navjot Singh Sidhu. You can see the visuals as well that Navjot Singh Sidhu has now taken for the medical examination in this police van, and even you can see the visuals that Navjot Singh Sidhu is here. Navjot Singh Sidhu is here and taken for the medical examination. Further, he will be shifted to the jail, and even according to the rules of court, you can see the visuals that supporters and the family members of Navjot Singh Sidhu are still being followed. The visuals are very much telling he has been taken into the police van from the court premises after completion of the documents. Earlier he was surrendered before Adi District and Session Judge. Later he was sent to the CJM, and now he was sent for the medical examination, and further he will be shifted to the jail for the 1-year imprisonment. With video journalist Devinder, this is Amandeep Dixit for Republic Media Network, Patiala.
Well, those were the latest images coming in. Sidhu now being taken for medical examination. Well, these are the latest images now coming in from Patiala, where you can see Navjot Singh Sidhu, who's surrendered before the police. He's now been taken for medical examination. Remember, the Supreme Court had basically ordered 1 year of rigorous imprisonment. This is a case which dates back about 34 years ago, in which on December 27th, 1988, where Sidhu essentially got into an argument with Gurnam Singh, a resident of Patiala. This was over a parking spot. Sidhu and his associate Rupinder Singh Sandhu allegedly dragged him out of his car and beat him. What's important to point out here is that in the past he was let off with just 1,000 rupees a penalty, and now finally the Supreme Court once again intervening, saying that he should be sent for 1 year of rigorous imprisonment. 2 sets of images now coming in. One at the time when Navjot Singh Sidhu had just entered, and now these are the images coming in of Navjot Singh Sidhu being taken for medical examination. Let me quickly go across to our reporters on the ground tracking all developments. Amandeep, just take us through the details. We'll try and go across to our reporters on the ground as we stay with the latest images now coming in. Undoubtedly a big setback for Navjot Singh Sidhu, but at the same time, questions essentially being raised about the role of the Congress party, given the fact that there have been reports suggesting that there has been some communication between the top leadership of the Congress party and Navjot Singh Sidhu just before he had surrendered. Many are asking, why is it that the Congress party hasn't taken any action against Navjot Singh Sidhu? Let me quickly go back to Amandeep, who's on the ground getting us more details. Amandeep, take us through the latest details that you're picking up.
Well, Shavan, the way you are pointing out that Congress party is not backing, yeah, that is very much true. No Congress leader has been reached to the Sidhu's residence during this tenure. Almost 2 days, Navjot Singh Sidhu from the past 2 days, he was at his residence in Patiala, but no Punjab Congress leader, neither PPCC chief, neither working president or no other designated PPCC member reached to Sidhu house to show some kind of sympathy. And in fact, at the end of the hour, just a minute before, when Navjot Singh Sidhu was going to surrender before Patiala court, the information has been floated from the Sidhu camp that he has spoken to Priyanka Gandhi, and Priyanka Gandhi was claiming that Congress party is backing Navjot Singh Sidhu. This kind of information was being floated from the Navjot Singh Sidhu's camp, and in fact no physical presence of the Congress leaders at Navjot Singh Sidhu's residence. He was all alone. His all local supporters are with him. Nobody from the Congress party. Nobody from the Congress party, no office bearer of the Punjab Congress was accompanied by with Navjot Singh Sidhu to Patiala court from his residence. This has all happened. This is how entire Navjot Singh Sidhu's surrender episode has been unfolded without any support of the Congress party from the side of the Punjab. Just because Punjab Congress has already written to Sonia Gandhi to take action against Navjot Singh Sidhu regarding the indiscipline in the party. But viewers, now it's time for a short break. But stay tuned. Navjot Singh Sidhu is all on the way to the jail, and we will continue this rolling coverage.
A tunnel under construction on the Jammu-Srinagar National Highway caved in near the area of Maker Court in the state's district of Rambani. At least 6 people were feared trapped in the tunnel. A fire broke out at the state government office in Bihar's Patna. Fire tenders arrived at the site to tend to the fire at the Vishvesvaraya Bhavan building in the city. An individual filed a complaint against several actors for misusing their fame in Bihar's Muzaffarpur. The complaint has called out actors such as Shah Rukh Khan. Union Minister for Railways Ashwini Vaishnav carried out inspections of a 5G test bed. The test bed has been installed in IIT Madras's research facility, one among 5 such facilities inaugurated by PM Modi recently. One individual was tragically killed at a fire in New Delhi's Mustafabad, just days after the incident in Munka. The fire that broke out at a factory selling inverters and stabilizers also caused injury to 6 others. The police in Pali have been facing a water crisis. People were reported to have been waiting for a water train to meet their needs. Indian President Ramnath Kovind addressed the parliament at St. Vincent in the Caribbean. He spoke about the support India had provided to the country during the pandemic by sending out vaccines to the country. Heavy rains were reported in different parts of Kerala's Kochi. Waterlogging was witnessed in the city with several houses and shops being partially submerged. Certain individuals were responsible for looting 16 lakh rupees from an SBI bank branch in Bihar's Gaya. A police investigation regarding the matter is currently underway. Union Minister Dr. Jitendra Singh inaugurates a year-long platinum celebration of the Council of Scientific and Industrial Research in New Delhi. The lab is one of the oldest of CSIR labs in India and shares its anniversary with the Indian independence, that is 75 years.
हम इस समय आ चुके हैं ह्यूस्टन के एक छोर पर, जहां हिंदुस्तान के प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी रुकेंगे. At the intersection, right at the blast spot, and it's being very clearly conveyed and then very clearly said that no mode of transportation is going to be allowed over and beyond. हम हैं जाफराबाद और बाबरपुर के बीच में, और यहाँ पर आम आदमियों की आवाजाही में कोई रोक नहीं है. That is Christian Michelle. First visuals on your scene. Christian, would you give?
For top headlines at this hour, Supreme Court says the interim order will continue. Top court asks for the shivling to be protected and arrangements for Wazoo. All applications to be passed on to the Varanasi district judge. 8-week deadline given to the district judge. Congress leader Sidhu surrenders before the Patiala court, lodged in Patiala prison. Fatal blow to a senior citizen convicted by highest court. India asks why would Vadra Congress sack him? Out on bail, Lalu Yadav under CBI radar again. Raids conducted in 17 locations. A case filed also against his daughter now. PM sets record straight on language war, says BJP stands for all Indian languages. Okay, now we're getting some visuals of a part of a mountain that has caved in. These visuals are from an area of the Jammu-Srinagar highway called Makarkote. I would like to go across to Amandeep, who is joining me live here. Okay, I will let go across to Gursimran. Gursimran, now we are seeing that after that tunnel had caved in there, we are seeing more action there. Now we have got a visual which is there on our screens of a part of a mountain that has now caved in. What is the update now? Because we believe that rescue operations are also currently underway, and that mountain that has caved in, it looks like a very serious issue. We're seeing those visuals are there on our screen for our viewers.
See, we all had a narrow escape. Right now we are outside that very place. I'll request Sir Jeevan to pan into that area. This is the very area where the tunnel collapsed yesterday, and today once again this unfortunate incident took place, in which we saw how the entire stretch, entire mountain that was here totally collapsed, caved in inside. I'll request Sir Jeevan to move this side. We have SP Mohita with us, who had a narrow escape. Madam, you had a narrow escape. It seems all this into zero, because this seems that it will take another 1 to 2 days, because you have to start from scratch now.
Yes, we are actually making that strategy itself. How do we start again? So right now the weather is also bad. The shooting stones are coming up, so we need to delay it for some time. But we'll go in hopefully soon.
We saw how forces, even you were there, you had a narrow escape. Even DC Saab was there.
I'd say that my people, my operators who were actually working inside that huge chunk of debris, they had an actual narrow escape. We were here. We had a place to run. They didn't have a place to run. They actually had a narrow escape.
I'm joined by Deputy Commissioner also. Sir, what will be the strategy from now on?
We are discussing the strategy. We have very luckily the regional officer of the NHI here. We are discussing. We have had a major cave-in. The immediate concern is the safety of the people around. Also the concern about the safety of the bridge. We are very lucky the bridge is safe right now. We are moving the LMVs across first. We will have to make a reassessment whether it is stable or whether it will further cave in. So we have our concerns in place. Right now the top news is bridge is safe, NH is through, but the operation, the rescue operation for 9 missing persons has been suspended.
So the operation for the missing persons have been suspended. This is the Deputy Commissioner of Ramban telling Republic, and they all had a narrow escape at some distance, hardly few meters from the place where that mountain caved in. And now you can see that how actually the weather turned out to be totally inclement weather conditions, not favorable for the relief and rescue operations. And what progress the rescue and relief teams have done since morning, all to zero, as this entire stretch which Sarjeevan is showing you, this entire stretch has been washed away. Even the bridge Sarjeevan is showing you is not that secure, though it survived, but it is not secure as heavy rains have lashed the entire area. And now it is going to take another 1 to 2 days for them to be at that very start point where they can start looking for those 9 persons who are still missing. Yes, back to studios.
Gursimran, take care of yourself right now. I'll be coming back to you. Take care of yourself because I'll just tell the viewers what exactly happened there. After, we saw underpass there collapse. One more collapse has come in. A mountain has caved in. And the big news that Gursimran has brought for us is right now. He just told us that the rescue operations, Gursimran, you just told us, they have stopped. They have stopped because of this new landslide. Those visuals there on your screen, viewers, of that dangerous landslide there. Gursimran, we can see how dangerous that landslide was. And where you are standing right now, Gursimran, we can also see that there's heavy winds and the rescue operations have stopped. Now, there were some speculations that drilling in this mountain area has caused that landslide, Gursimran.
Yes, for sure, drilling has caused that, and the gusty winds are not making it possible for us to even hold the umbrella. We are trying to it, but the gusty winds are making it really, really very difficult for us. Let me tell you that this entire stretch has been caved in, and at that time when this incident took place,
coming in there, Navjot Singh Sidhu has surrendered in road rage case, and visuals there on your screen. Remember the last time we told you that Navjot Singh Sidhu has now gone for his medical examination. I want to go to Amandeep. Amandeep, the last update we had is that he has gone for his medical examination. Is it over yet? And when can we expect him to go to the lockup?
Absolutely. The point is that now Navjot Singh Sidhu has been taken for the medical examination at Mata Kaushalya Hospital in Patiala, that is nearby the local court. And in fact, his medical examination is still underway. A team of doctors has been set up to check him thoroughly so that no ignorance should be held. And in fact, the medical examination is underway. After that, Navjot Singh Sidhu will be taken to Patiala jail, and all the arrangement has been put in place by the jail department as well as the local police, just because it is a high profile case and a lot of crowd is moving along with Navjot Singh Sidhu, his supporters and the family members. Even we have seen inside the courtroom as well. And now the entire team of Navjot Singh Sidhu has moved to the Mata Kaushalya Hospital for the medical examination. It is quite hard for the police department to handle such a crowd when the convict is taken from the court to the jail. And even Navjot Singh Sidhu's expression, we are just trying to learn the expression of Navjot Singh Sidhu. It was quite disappointing that Navjot Singh Sidhu was expecting high from the application that was moved in the morning before the Supreme Court, and till evening he was waiting for a positive response from the side of the Supreme Court, but that not happened. And later in the evening by 4 p.m. Navjot Singh Sidhu has passed the information to local court that he will surrender sharp at 4 p.m. and that happened. And his head is down, his expression was disappointed. That is Navjot Singh Sidhu. And in fact he was accused earlier and later were convicted in 1988, a road rage case, and even his visuals and his family members, a battery of lawyers, they all put all the efforts so that at least Navjot Singh Sidhu's surrender can be delayed for some time, for a week or so, but that not happened. But now the procedure has all done, documentation has been completed, medical examination is underway, jail department has prepared his all kind of arrangements at the Patiala jail, and very shortly he will be shifted to the Patiala jail, and we are just en route to Patiala jail so that we can give you the visual of Navjot Singh Sidhu while entering inside the Patiala jail, and that would be the most important visual. The politician who always raise certain kind of question, the politician who always accuse all the leaders for the mining mafia, for transport mafia, and even for the certain other cases, he himself landed into the jail, 34-year-old case. And the most shocking point is that no one from the Punjab Congress reached to his house to show some kind of sympathy. We have learned and we have listened the soundbite of Raja Vading, the new PPCC president. He was saying that it was very shocking and it was really condemnable that Navjot Singh Sidhu is now supposed to go to jail, and he was convicted. But nobody has turned up to his residence just because he was already facing so many charges in the Punjab Congress. He has not proved himself as a politician. He has not proved himself as a ground leader just because he lost the elections from Amritsar East as well. He was not able to prove himself as a PPCC president, as he was very much desperate to get that post also. And even in the last hour, Navjot Singh Sidhu's camp floated an information that Priyanka Gandhi Vadra dialed Navjot Singh Sidhu and ensuring him that entire party is backing Navjot Singh Sidhu. This was information floated from the Navjot Singh Sidhu's camp. But why nobody has turned up to Navjot Singh Sidhu? A very big question mark to the political career of Navjot Singh Sidhu, who claimed and posed himself a very big leader, and even he pretend to be a pro-people's politician. But now, when a family, who has been fighting, now the day has come that Sidhu is going to land into the jail in Patiala jail, where his rival politician Bikram Singh Majithia has already accused and lodged in the similar jail. But very shortly we will give you the visual of Navjot Singh Sidhu entering in the Patiala jail after getting convicted and sentenced for 1 year. Over to studio.
All right, thank you for joining us there with all those details. So Navjot Singh Sidhu now being taken for a medical test there, and later on he will be heading toward the lockup there. Well, moving on to some other news that we have been tracking on Republic TV. Days after NC Chief Farooq Abdullah slammed the Kashmir files for instigating violence in Jammu and Kashmir, Omar Abdullah has now come out and attacked the film. Maintaining silence on Yasin's conviction in the terror funding case, he blamed abrogation of Article 370 for violence in the valley. Here's more.
कश्मीर फाइल्स मूवी बनने के बाद जो है वो इस प्रकार की घटनाएं ज्यादा हो
नहीं ना, कश्मीर फाइल से पहले भी ये घटनाएं हुई हैं। मैं ये नहीं कह सकता हूँ कि मूवी के बाद ये घटनाएं जो हैं ये शुरू हुई। टारगेटेड किलिंग्स का सिलसिला तो है मूवी से पहले हुई। अगर आप देखें जो चाहे वो हमारे बिंद्रू जी थे जो केमिस्ट की दुकान पे मारे गए, या हमारे ये ढाबा जो है कृष्णा ढाबा बर्न हॉल के पास, उनके जो मालिक हैं उनकी किलिंग, उन पे ऊपर जो टारगेट हमला हुआ तो वो पिक्चर से पहले हुआ। तो ये कहना कि इन किलिंग्स का सिलसिला मूवी के बाद शुरू हुआ, ये गलत है। लेकिन इस फिल्म ने माहौल बनाने में कोई रोल अदा नहीं किया। रोल मतलब कितना माहौल बिगाड़ा है वो फैसला आपको खुद करना है।
And the big story we tracked today on Republic TV, the Supreme Court has adjourned the hearing on the Gyanvapi matter. Earlier today, the Supreme Court has asked the Varanasi District Court to decide the matter, and an 8-week deadline has been given to the District Court to decode the case. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court has asked for arrangements to be made for the Vazu and also the Shivling area to be secured. Here are the reactions we got on the story.
Honorable Supreme Court has passed 3 directions today. First direction is pertaining to transfer of the case file from the Court of Senior Division Varanasi to the Court of District Judge Varanasi. The second direction is that the application filed by the Muslim side under Order 7 Rule 11 CPC, that is regarding rejection of the suit, it has to be decided on priority basis. And the third order is that the interim order passed on 17th of May 2022 by this court in the SLP filed by the Muslim side will continue till the next date of hearing.
So one very, very pertinent question that is emerging out is that the interim order that has been extended, the 8 weeks period that has been given, is it after the decision of the Order 7 Rule 11 application, or would it continue till the maintainability of the suit and then also after?
You see, it has been ordered that all the applications may be decided within 8 weeks. Okay. Yes.
And whether the Muslim side is completely claiming that it was a fountain, and in fact the Solicitor General also objected to, how do you see this?
You see, that is their claim about fountain, but the kind of shilling has been found that it is very evident from the looking at it, that this is a Shivlinga and the first Jyotirlinga of India.
Sir, another question that comes out is that Justice Chanchur was clearly pointing out that Section 3 of the CPC does not, of the Place of Worship Act does not allow. Please elaborate on this.
You see, the question of Mr. Justice Chanchur was very clear. He said that unless the religious character which is provided under Section 4 of the Act is not ascertained whether religious character exists or does not exist, how the provisions of Section 3 and 4 can be made applicable. Therefore, ascertainment of religious character is the condition precedent for invoking Section 3 and 4.
Last and final question to you, which
Okay, let me go straight across to Prakash, who has been tracking the story from Varanasi on ground. Prakash, now the senior most district judge will be hearing this case next, and also we know the Supreme Court has asked for the arrangement of the wuzu, so we are seeing a lot of developments happening there. What next can we expect, because the Muslim side had also said that they are more or less happy with this order?
Well, the Supreme Court might have taken into cognizance once the survey report was leaked, and that might have been one of the considerations that let's start it afresh from a senior judge, and that to the district judge who is the head of the district civil court, the lower court here in Varanasi, and the time frame of 8 weeks have been given. Now it's up to the honorable district judge in what way the judge would start the investigations or fresh application, what kind of mandate he gives. It depends on him. It means that the survey report might be done once again. That is up to the district judge. We'll have to wait and watch what kind of judgment he gives once the petitions are again heard before him. And earlier, on 23rd of May, that is on Monday, the trial court had to hear the petition here in Varanasi local court. But now that the Supreme Court had passed in a stricture that the lower court should detest from taking any order, making any order, and now after today's ruling that the district judge should take over the matter, and a time frame of 8 weeks have been given. So we'll have to wait and watch whether he completes the entire process in 8 weeks or an extension of time is granted for him. So it all depends on the process, what happens. But as far as the wuzu is concerned, in the Gyanvapi Mosque premises, I spoke to several people earlier in the day when they were going to offer the Friday namaz prayers. Most of them said that separate arrangement for wuzu was made. And we heard that Advocate Ahmadi made a plea before the Supreme Court that there is no arrangement for wuzu. But the district administration and senior UP minister also claimed that a separate place for wuzu was made. So that was a case in point. But yes, a separate place for wuzu would be made. And till the process is complete, the status quo would be maintained, and that's what it is being done. it might have happened because of the, as I said earlier, that the survey report got leaked, and that might have drawn the attention of the honorable judge, and they would have wanted it to start it afresh from a senior district judge rank judge to start the process again. Back to you.
All right, Prakash, thank you for joining us there. Now let's listen to what Sohan Lal, he's a petitioner in the case, what he told Republic TV. Listen and viewers.
निश्चित यह जो है हम लोग के लिए हर्ष का विषय है और दूसरी चीज़ है कि 8 हफ्ते में यह सुनवाई पूरी होनी है। शिवलिंग की सुरक्षा की बात कही गई है, साथ ही वजू के लिए स्थान की बात कही है। हम चाहते हैं जिस तरह वाराणसी जिलाधीश ने यही कही वजू की व्यवस्था वो घर से करके आए हैं और दूसरी चीज़ नमाज की व्यवस्था करने के लिए कही गई है। इसके लिए हम सुप्रीम कोर्ट का हम हार्दिक
सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने सीधे तौर पर कहा है कि वजू की व्यवस्था की जाए, जो वैकल्पिक व्यवस्था है उसे मस्जिद के भीतर किया जाए, क्योंकि बार बार मुस्लिम पक्ष इस सवाल उठा रहा था कि आपने असंवैधानिक तरीके से उस पूरे प्रेमिसेस को सील किया है, लेकिन असंवैधानिक शब्दों का जो इस्तेमाल किया गया उसे डिनाई किया है सुप्रीम कोर्ट।
All right, the other big story that we are tracking right now, as Navjot Singh Sidhu will be heading for lockup, Indrani will be walking out of jail. So, remember, the Indrani Mukerjea has got bail now. Remember that this was in the Sheena Bora case. Indrani Mukerjea is facing trial in the murder of 25-year-old Sheena Bora. That was a sensational case, but after 6.5 years of incarceration and her 10th bail attempt now, she's finally going to be walking out of jail, and Abhishek is joining me live on this story. Abhishek, now we know that Indrani Mukerjea will soon be walking out of jail, but she has a very strict bail conditions put on her, including making sure she surrenders her passport to CBI and to constantly appraise coordinates.
So, strict bail conditions on Indrani Mukerjea. Remember, she was given the bail on Wednesday itself by the Supreme Court, and it took almost a couple of days to get her out. The court had ordered that the conditions of bail on Indrani Mukerjea would be the same that applied to her former husband Peter Mukerjea. The CBI court, the special CBI court, had asked her to furnish a bail bond of rupees 2 lakh in the case, any moment, we have our eyes set here, any moment she can be out of the jail. Remember, she'll be walking out, she'll be getting the bail after 6.5 years in the Sheena Bora murder case. The murder case came to light in 2015. Remember, it was her driver who was apprehended by police with an illegal weapon, and during the course of interrogation, it came to light that a murder had taken place, and after her former driver, Shambar Rai, was arrested, she was arrested 4 days later in 2015, and since then she has been lodged here in the Baikala jail. She had tried for bail 10 times before this, and it's only on her 10th attempt that she managed to get the bail, and she'll be walking out any time now. Just a matter of minutes.
Right, Abhishek, let's tell our viewers what's happening. Indrani will be walking out of jail. Abhishek, can you tell us exactly when she'll walk out of jail? Because we believe any moment now she'll walk out of jail. We have our eyes set there outside the Baikala jail in Mumbai. But could you approximate a time for us? When can we expect her to come out? Remember that she's coming out after 6.5 years almost.
Yes, any time to be frank. It's just the lawyer had entered inside, and the car, we can also see the car right now, the car that she's supposed to come out in. Her lawyer right now, okay, we have visuals right now. Her lawyers are talking to the police officials. We can see that the lawyers are having a word with the police officials standing there, as well as a few people, and so it's just a matter of minutes now that she can be out any time. The car is parked outside. The lawyers are having a word with the police. Formalities have been completed. Remember, her lawyer Rabri Khan, before entering the premises, had said that it would hardly take 15 minutes because the formalities were already completed. But it has taken a bit more time. But she's expected to be out anytime soon.
Right, okay, stay on with us, Abhishek. This is big story we are tracking. Let's tell our viewers what has happened right now. Indrani Mukerjea will be walking out of jail any moment now, viewers, on Republic TV. We are tracking the story and we have our cameras pointing right outside Baikala jail. So the moment she comes out, we will be tracking the story. I would like to go across to Niranjan, who is also joining me. Niranjan, now this is also a big moment.
Well, it's one of India's biggest murder cases, one of India's biggest cases of crime that has gripped families across India, one of the most watched stories of the last 2 decades. In fact, around the year 2014, 2015, I think, those are the first pictures. Stay with those live pictures. This will be the first time you will see Indrani Mukerjea walk out of jail, and this is a big moment because Indrani Mukerjea continues to face trial. Indrani Mukerjea faces very serious charges. Indrani Mukerjea has been the face of this entire story. Sheena Bora. In the Sheena Bora story, and this is a murder case that is really gripped the entire country for over 8 to 9 years now. And she's all set to walk out of jail. She has very strict bail conditions. But let me tell you that when she leaves jail, all eyes will be on where Indrani will go, who Indrani will meet. Because as far as Indrani Mukerjea is concerned, she's had a fallout with her husband, Peter Mukerjea. And Arnab Goswami was the first person, the first journalist to speak to Peter Mukerjea. In fact, it was that interview that really opened up this entire case about Sheena Bora and the mystery around Sheena Bora, who was actually Indrani Mukerjea's daughter, her blood daughter, her real daughter. And for years, she had misled everyone. Indrani had misled everyone. And even in fact, this is so dramatic that even recently when she, just before she got the bail a few weeks back, she claimed that some police officers had spotted her daughter, Sheena Bora, in Kashmir. Some really wild claims were being made, which were disputed by the agencies as well. But just to give you an idea about, okay, those are some bags. I think the lawyers, the legal team, carrying a few bags from jail. She's going to leave anytime now. I thought I saw her there for a minute, but it wasn't her. But she's expected to leave the Baikala jail anytime now. Indrani's bail, strict conditions. Condition number 1, stand by for the first pictures. This will be the first time that you will see Indrani Mukerjea leaving jail. You've seen her trying to call out to the media when she was in custody. Every time she went to the hearings in court, she would desperately try and pass messages, desperately try to talk to the media, talk to journalists, desperately make claims. And this will be the first time that you will see her out. At one point of time, about a decade ago, one of India's biggest media professionals, that was Indrani Mukerjea for you, one of India's biggest media professionals.
At the helm of a big TV network back then, about 10 years back. Today, Indrani Mukerjea is in jail being tried for the murder of her own daughter, whose body was later found out to be in a forest, killed and burnt and buried, the remains of it. And Indrani Mukerjea has now been granted bail. It was one of India's most horrific murder cases. And it's been a fall from grace for Indrani Mukerjea. Fall from grace from being one of India's biggest media professionals due to her proximity with Peter Mukerjea mostly, and then to be arrested along with Peter Mukerjea. Peter Mukerjea himself has been granted bail. Both of them have been now divorced. They're no more a couple. All eyes will be on what Indrani Mukerjea does next. Indrani Mukerjea has been granted bail on very, very strict conditions. Condition number 1, she will have to surrender her passport to the CBI court. Condition number 2, she will have to constantly appraise the courts and the police and the law and order machinery of her coordinates. Condition number 3, she shall not tamper with evidence. Condition number 4, she shall not influence witnesses. Condition number 5,
no adjournment on whatsoever count. Condition number 6, she will regularly attend court. Condition number 7, she cannot meet or establish contact with witnesses. Condition number 8, any breach of conditions may lead to cancellation of bail. Now, that's the strict conditions under which Indrani Mukerjea has been granted bail. From a very, very influential media family, from being a tycoon to being labelled a murderer of her own daughter, Indrani Mukerjea has fallen from grace. And she's been, after she was granted bail, she will be walking out any time now. That's a live shot with her legal team and police officials at the Baikala jail in Mumbai, India's financial capital, where at one point of time Indrani Mukerjea rubbed shoulders with who's who of society. A media tycoon who almost knew the entire business fraternity industry. Let's stay full frame with the pictures, please. Let's stay full frame with the pictures. She's going to leave the court any day. That's Indrani Mukerjea there. Indrani Mukerjea staying full frame. Indrani Mukerjea has just left the Baikala jail, hugging her lawyer Sana Rais Khan in a white salwar kameez. She's smiling there. Indrani Mukerjea, the first picture, she's smiling. She's speaking to someone, not clear from this shot who she's speaking to. Indrani Mukerjea accompanied by her lawyer Sana Rais Khan, as she would like it, in a black Mercedes inside the Baikala jail, and she's going to be seated in the passenger seat at the back and will be driven out by her legal team any time now. Trying to identify who's on screen there, who's received Indrani Mukerjea. Can't really make out, maybe a close friend or an acquaintance, but from this distance we'll try and go across to our reporters. Indrani Mukerjea there. She knows the cameras are watching. And she knows that the cameras will get there. She is there. She's Indrani Mukerjea. Just waves to the cameras. And she gets into the black Mercedes and she's leaving Mumbai's Baikala jail just the way she would have imagined it. In a black Mercedes car, Indrani Mukerjea, one of the accused of the murder of her own daughter, Sheena Bora, leaving Baikala jail on very, very strict condition. The former media executive who was once at the helm of the media business in India, at the top with her husband Peter Mukerjea. There you go. You can expect, knowing Indrani Mukerjea, she's going to try and perhaps stop. Not sure whether there is any bar on her speaking to the media. Not sure. There is no such condition laid out, which makes it all the more interesting. Will she speak to the media? What will Indrani Mukerjea say? She's in the car. It's a black Mercedes car. She's leaving. She seems very happy, very relieved. Indrani Mukerjea that you saw today, smiling and leaving, very, very different from the Indrani Mukerjea that you've seen while in custody. She was a sight of someone who was on the edge, making tall, sometimes wild claims, and has been alone, some say. She's been alone. Many accounts of how she was in almost a solitary state in the Baikala jail, didn't speak to anybody. She was separated recently, got a divorce from Peter Mukerjea, and all eyes will be on where she goes, what she does, who she.
आखिरकार आप इंद्रानी, मैं want to see the future of this legal case ahead, ma'am. I'm putting the window up. देख सकते हो आप हमारे कैमरे में इसको पकड़
There's a different live shot on A9 service. We'll stay on that. Live shot on A9 service. Indrani Mukerjea being asked questions by the media. Not saying a word there. And there it goes. That's the black hatchback, the Mercedes hatchback that just took Indrani away from the Baikala jail. And there she goes. Hasn't said a word. Lived life in the fast lane. And Indrani Mukerjea, a journey from Guwahati to Mumbai, and at one point of time, she was even named one of the world's 50 most influential women. Indrani Mukerjea has just left Mumbai's Baikala jail with just a few words for the media.
She was asked a few questions on what she feels would be the case next, which way the case would go. Didn't say a word. Indrani Mukerjea, the wife of
former Star India CEO Peter Mukerjea, who also has been an accused in this case and was arrested by agencies. Her fall as dramatic as her rise. Indrani Mukerjea was accused of allegedly murdering her own daughter, Sheena Bora. Let's listen in once again. Those are the first pictures of Indrani Mukerjea. They're leaving Mumbai's Baikala jail after being granted bail, and she was arrested for the murder of her own daughter, Sheena Bora, and she's been making some wild claims in the last few weeks, in fact, which has been contested by the CBI as well. The pictures once again coming in on news agency A9. Let's play out that soundbite once again.
आखिरकार आप इंद्रानी, मैं want to see the future of this legal case ahead, ma'am. I'm putting the window up. इंद्रानी 6 साल बाद आपको जमा इंद्रानी कितना खुश है इंद्रानी कितना खुश है आखिरकार आप इंद्रानी, मैं want to see the future of this legal case ahead, ma'am. I'm putting the window up. इंद्रानी 6 साल बाद आपको जमा इंद्रानी कितना खुश है इंद्रानी कितना head, ma'am. इंद्रानी 6 साल बाद आपको जमा इंद्रानी कितना खुश है इंद्रानी कितना खुश है आखिरकार आपको मिली इंद्रानी मैं व्हाट यू सी द फ्यूचर ऑफ दिस लीगल केस हेड मैम इंद्रानी 6 साल बाद आपको जमा इंद्रानी कितना खुश है इंद्रानी कितना खुश है आखिरकार आपको मिली इंद्रानी मैं व्हाट यू सी द फ्यूचर ऑफ दिस लीगल केस हेड मैम
Live pictures of Indrani Mukerjea there speaking to the media, saying that she's on top of the sky. She says, I'm on cloud number 9. Asman Churiyu. That was Indrani Mukerjea. Indrani Mukerjea, who has just left the Baikala jail. Those are live shots on the left of your screen. Live shots on the left, where we are tracking Indrani Mukerjea. On the right, that's Indrani Mukerjea leaving Mumbai's Baikala jail. And Indrani Mukerjea was a former HR consultant and a media executive, was the wife of Peter Mukerjea. They recently separated. A former television executive in the year 2007. In the year 2007, Indrani co-founded INX Media with her husband, then husband, Peter Mukerjea, where she was a CEO. In 2009, she resigned from the company and they later sold their stakes in 2015. In August 2015, she was arrested by the Mumbai police. And charged as the main accused in the alleged murder of her own daughter, Sheena Bora. For the longest time, she called Sheena Bora her sister. And even when it was reported that Sheena Bora had died, people thought Sheena Bora was her sister. It then appeared that Sheena Bora was actually Indrani's daughter. A horrific murder case that has gripped India for over a decade now. In 1996, Indrani founded INX Services as a recruitment company in Kolkata. In 2001, she moved to Mumbai, where a recruitment firm considered top companies as their clients. She's also handled recruitment for topmost media companies in India. And when she left Mumbai's Baikala jail, Indrani Mukerjea, saying that she's very, 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 very happy and that she is on top of the skies. Arrested in 2015, Indrani Mukerjea was first picked up by the Mumbai police in connection with the murder of her daughter. The murder itself was believed to have been carried out in the year 2012. In the year 2012, alleged murder happens. Was charged under sections 302, 201, 34 under Indian Penal Code. In September 2015, the CBI took over the case. In November 2015, the CBI filed charges against Indrani under IPC 302, 201, 34 for murder, for causing disappearance of evidence, criminal conspiracy, cheating, forgery, kidnapping, conspiracy. And when the story broke, it was Arnab Goswami who spoke to Peter Mukerjea first, and in that interview, Peter Mukerjea said a lot of things. And that was to be the beginning of the fall of both Indrani Mukerjea and Peter Mukerjea. And since September 2015, Indrani has been in judicial custody at a women's only prison. So for 7 years now, for almost 6.5, 7 years, Indrani has been in judicial custody at a women's only prison at the Baikala jail in Mumbai. And Indrani Mukerjea informed the trial court earlier that she had heard from one of the officers, a former police officer, that Indrani Mukerjea said that one of the officers had spotted her daughter Sheena Bora many years ago in Kashmir. So she's someone who's been making all these claims over the years. Sheena Bora first was believed to have been a sister. It was only much later that the whole country learned that Sheena Bora was actually her daughter. And Indrani Mukerjea, in the last few years that she's been in jail, it's been an incidental stay for her. One filled with drama. In 2016, she claimed she translated 700 verses of the Bhagavad Gita into English from Sanskrit. She wanted permission from a CBI court to publish them. In 2017, following a jail inmate's death due to alleged torture, Indrani and 200 other prisoners were booked for rioting. The jail officials accused of murdering the inmate were being tried in a fast-track court. She was looked at for rioting inside the jail. And over the last few years, there have been many twists and turns in this particular case. In fact, Shamvar Rai, one of the accused in this case, the driver who later turned an approver in the Sheena Bora murder case, told the CBI court that he was not aware that after becoming the key witness in the case, he would be entitled to an acquittal. In fact, he is the former driver of Indrani Mukerjea. He turned an approver in September 2015 when he moved an application before the court that he claimed he wanted to tell the truth. And then the story began to unravel. The murder itself came to light in about 2015 when he was caught by the police trying to dispose of a country-made pistol and bullets. That's where it all began. The driver, Shamvar Rai, was the beginning of the story. The murder itself came to light in 2015 when he was caught by the police while trying to dispose of a country-made pistol and bullets. And that was 3 years after Sheena Bora's murder. And this was his third attempt, he claimed, to get rid of the parcel which was allegedly given by Indrani Mukerjea. Let me go across to, let me see if I have my colleague Alisha still live with me. Alisha, are you there? Alisha, if you can hear me, you've tracked this case as well. So many twists and turns, Alisha, in this particular case.
Well, yes, Niranjan, because we know that Indrani is not the first time that she has filed an application, but of course from the Sessions Court to Bombay High Court and now to the Supreme Court where she has filed this bail application. Importantly, what mentioned in the application that was filed before Supreme Court, because that was a bail plea filed in the Supreme Court that was rejected before earlier by the Bombay High Court in December 2021, and then she filed in a Supreme Court. And importantly, what she mentioned is that the trial will never concluded by the agency, by the CBI and also by the court. It's just because the trial court was on a leave from June 2021 till May 2022, and moreover 237 witnesses need to be cross-questioned and only 68 witnesses has been cross-examined and the remaining 185 are yet to be cross-examined. So that was the reason that has been given by the Indrani Mukerjea, and also she stated that she is a 50 years old and dealing with the health issue, so she should be given the bail as per the bail that has been given by the Sessions Court to her ex-husband Peter Mukerjea. So looking into the fact, and importantly we know that even CBI opposed the bail application that was filed by Indrani Mukerjea. So what has mentioned by the CBI is that a mother who killed her own daughter, she is the main conspirator, she was involved in the killing of her own daughter. So such an heinous crime, the act which has been done by Indrani Mukerjea, so the court should not give her the mercy of giving her granting of the bail, because she can also influence the other witnesses. But looking to the fact where the Supreme Court has clearly stated that the trial is not going to end up soon, because even if the CBI has told that they are ready to give up the 50% of the remaining witness, even after that the court says that the trial is not going to end soon, because the trial court, the court which was conducting the trial was on leave for so long, and the trial will go on. So the bail has already been granted to Peter Mukerjea, and the condition that was put on Peter Mukerjea should be also applicable for Indrani Mukerjea. So let me also tell you what are the bail conditions that was given to Peter Mukerjea. The firstly, that the passport should be submitted to the CBI, and of course if someone is traveling to abroad, because Peter Mukerjea was a UK national, so he's been asked to give the passport, should submit the passport report to the CBI, and also if he want to travel abroad, so he has to give an intimation to the special CBI court which has been conducting the trial. So the same condition goes to the Indrani Mukerjea as well. But the main important point, the condition that was given to Peter Mukerjea, that he cannot contact his children. So the same also condition goes to the Indrani as well, because as per now the Rahul Mukherjee's statement is yet to be recorded by the Central Bureau of Investigation and also before the court. He hasn't disposed before the court yet because the trial court was on leave. So that was the reason that the CBI has opposed the bail application of Indrani Mukerjea. But yes, we know that Indrani Mukerjea, after 6.5 years, she has come out from the Baikala jail where she was lodged in August 2015, and right now she was accompanied by her lawyer Sana Rais Khan. And also what the picture which I saw, even there was the advocate Edith Day who was present, who was appearing for Indrani Mukerjea during the divorce application that was filed before the Bandra family court. So even the advocates who actually tried for many applications that was filed before the Sessions Court or whether the Bombay High Court, and now before the Supreme Court, because in the Supreme Court where we know that Sandeep Singh and senior advocate Mukul Rohatgi, who were appearing for Indrani Mukerjea, has made up a many point before the court, importantly saying that there was a health issues and the jail authorities are not really treating well, because even we know that Indrani, who was actually not well and was taken to the JJ hospital in Mumbai late night at 4 a.m. So that was the point. So all this point that has been put up in the application that was filed before the Supreme Court, and finally after 6.5 years, where Indrani Mukerjea, who is being known as the key accused in a killing of her own daughter Sheena Bora, so she has been walked out of jail. Now we have to see, because there was no condition, as you were also pointing out, whether she has been allowed to speak to media or not, because there is no such condition that has been given to Peter Mukerjea in the bail in the bail where that was granted to Peter Mukerjea. But we have to see whether she is going to speak to the media, because we saw the time she walked out of the jail, she was very happy. She actually hugged her lawyer and of course the other people who were